Having traversed into the realm of immortal cultivation, Tang Tian awakened two systems simultaneously: an unlimited consumption system, coupled with a system that not only negates expenditure, but augments it. Thus commenced the saga of an extraordinary magnate in the celestial domain. Chapter 1. Advent of Dual Systems. Unlimited consumption system activated. Acquire consumption points through the expenditure of spirit jade. Consumption points can be exchanged for endowments, comprehension, constitution, and more. In a humble, dilapidated stone dwelling, Tang Tian sat by the window, his countenance a mixture of elation and apprehension. His joy stemmed from the fact that, having transmigrated, he had acquired an exceptional system. According to the unlimited consumption system's description, mere engagement in ordinary consumption would yield corresponding consumption points. These points could be exchanged for endowments of varying grades, constitutions, moments of enlightenment, and other remarkably heaven-defying artifacts. Successful exchange would pave the way for a smooth and unhindered cultivation journey. Alas, a thorough search of his person revealed not even a single copper coin. Consume? Bereft of funds, how could he possibly engage in consumption? Tang Tian emitted a sigh of resignation. He had, at that moment, fully assimilated all his previous memories. He was now situated in a world of immortal cultivation. 9 major realms existed: Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, out of body, fusion, tribulation transcendence, and ascension. Each advancement brought about cataclysmic changes in strength. Tang Tian, however, was merely at the second level of Qi refining, a lowly menial disciple within the Azure Peak sect. His talent was so pitiable that he couldn't even stimulate a single spiritual ring, rendering him the very bottom of the heap among the menial disciples. Tang Tian glanced at the exchange table within the system. The first-tier talent could be redeemed for merely one consumption point. However, acquiring that single consumption point required expending 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Where could he possibly procure 10,000 spirit stones? His monthly allowance amounted to a mere 10 low-grade spirit stones. After deductions by the overseer, losses incurred from the scheming of minor officials, and the occasional robbery by local bullies, he was left with virtually nothing. Just yesterday, he had been thoroughly robbed of his spirit stones and subsequently beaten, which had led to his untimely demise, thus granting the present Tang Tian the opportunity for soul transference. How can I possibly obtain money? Though my looks are fair enough, alas, I lack the contact list of wealthy patrons. Tang Tian scratched his head, at a loss for what to do. Without spirit stones, this system was little more than a decorative item. Yet, as he fretted over his financial predicament, a voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Consumption increment system successfully bound. When a host possesses sufficient spirit stones, consumption will not only cease to diminish, but will increase. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Another system? He was instantly filled with excitement and hurriedly began to explore the features. This newly acquired system was remarkably straightforward as long as the host possessed an adequate amount of spirit stones. Upon completing a consumption action, not only would there be no depletion, but the corresponding spirit stones would actually increase. Tang Tian could not help but gape in astonishment. With this system, his future spirit stones would essentially be limitless, and combined with the infinite consumption system, is it not invincible? One can acquire as many consumption points as desired. All the extraordinary items within the system can now be exchanged. Tang Tian once again gazed at the system's exchange list. First, concerning talents. First ring talent, 1 consumption point. Second ring talent, 10 consumption points. Child of the heavenly path, 10 trillion consumption points. Child of chaos, 100 trillion consumption points. Next, regarding physical attributes. First rank physique, 1 consumption point. Second rank physique, 10 consumption points. Innate sacred body, Daoke, 10 trillion consumption points. Eternal chaos body, 100 trillion consumption points. Furthermore, in terms of comprehension, 1 ordinary enlightenment, 100 consumption points. 1 primary enlightenment, 1,000 consumption points. 1 chaos level enlightenment, 100 trillion consumption points. In addition, there are cosmic fortunes, primal cosmic forces, and universal laws, divine entities that sound exceedingly extraordinary. However, their prices are exorbitantly high and are not currently within consideration. At present, the most feasible exchanges pertain to talents, physiques, and comprehension. This already brings immense satisfaction to Tang Tian, for he can clearly envision a radiant future ahead. With a system that not only preserves but also increases consumption, accumulating sufficient consumption points is merely a matter of time. After a considerable while, Tang Tian finally calmed his exhilarated emotions. Thus, his primary task now is to deliberate on how to spend his wealth. What a truly delightful endeavor it is. However, the prerequisite for spending money is that one must possess it. At present, he is devoid of even a single coin. After some contemplation, Tang Tian rose from his bed and retrieved a small fabric pouch from the crevice at the head of the bed. Upon unfastening the pouch, a dark gray porcelain bottle revealed itself. As he opened the bottle, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. This was a vial of nourishing essence elixir. As a mere servant disciple of the Qingyue sect, he received not only 10 low-grade spirit stones each month, but also a vial of ordinary nourishing essence elixir for his daily cultivation practices. The vial was worth 2 low-grade spirit stones. Yesterday, the bullies had extorted all his spirit stones but had overlooked this vial of elixir. However, to Tang Tian, it represented invaluable seed money. It could certainly be exchanged for at least 1 low-grade spirit stone. But where to sell it? Soon, a name surfaced in his memory, Jinyu Tang. This was a marketplace exclusively for cultivators, where many disciples of Qingyue sect procured the necessary elixirs, spirit tools, and other cultivation resources. Likewise, they offered appraisal and recycling services for cultivators. It's decided, Tang Tian resolved immediately. He would liquidate the nourishing essence elixir and set both of his systems into motion. He had no desire to relive his former life. In his recollections, he had been incessantly bullied and toiled relentlessly each day. Such an existence held no redeeming qualities worth cherishing. After all, he was a transmigrator. He could not bring shame upon everyone. Could he? After making his decision, Tang Tian tucked the Yanyuan Dan into his bosom and departed from the stone chamber, heading towards the direction of Jinyu Tang. As he journeyed, he remained exceedingly cautious, with no inclination to admire the picturesque scenery that surrounded him. It was not a fear of having the Yanyuan Dan snatched away, but rather a deep-seated apprehension of inadvertently crossing paths with individuals he ought not to provoke. This was the realm of immortals, and he certainly did not wish to find himself dispatched due to an unforeseen mishap so soon after his arrival. Fortunately, after approximately half an hour, Tang Tian successfully reached his destination. Before him stood a magnificent pavilion, with the bold characters Jinyu Tang prominently displayed above the grand entrance. At the entrance, numerous cultivators were coming and going, predominantly disciples of the Qingyue sect. Without hesitation, Tang Tian stepped inside. The 2 cardinal rules of the Qingyue sect were clear. Those who betray the sect shall be slain. Those who unjustly harm their fellow disciples shall also be slain. Chapter 2. The eccentric individual. The interior of the golden jade hall was vast, adorned with a myriad of cultivation resources that dazzled the eye. Practitioners lingered, engaging in conversation as they selected treasures that captured their fancy. Tang Tian, however, paid little heed to the surroundings and made his way directly to the counter, where he spotted an attendant who was momentarily unoccupied. He approached, ready to initiate a dialogue. Yet, before he could utter a word, a voice of surprise suddenly pierced the air. Tang Tian. Startled, Tang Tian turned to see a woman clad in a flowing white robe, her features striking and her sleeves embellished with 3 shimmering silver edges, a clear mark of an inner sect disciple. "You are?" Tang Tian inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. The woman seemed familiar, yet he could not immediately place her. His momentary confusion elicited a frown from her. "Tang Tian, despite our past disagreements, is it necessary for you to feign ignorance?" she stated coldly. Tang Tian's brow furrowed. This woman did not appear to be of good nature. He delved into the recesses of his memory, and soon the image of her crystallized before him. Her name was Lin Yu, his childhood companion, with whom he had journeyed to the Qingyue sect. Or rather, it was he who had forsaken his former life to accompany Lin Yu into the sect. He had once believed that, no matter where they were, they would lead a joyful existence together. Alas, reality proved to be unforgiving. While Tang Tian's cultivation talent failed to activate even the first ring, Lin Yu was a prodigious genius, blessed with the potential of 5 rings. Upon her initial foray into the world, Lin Yu swiftly ascended to the rank of an outer disciple, while Tang Tian found himself relegated to the most menial position as a servant. Nevertheless, during that period, the bond between the two remained strong. Lin Yu was indifferent to Tang Tian's status, and he, unwavering in his support for her, selflessly bestowed upon her all his cultivation resources and labored at multiple jobs. solely to ensure that the one he cherished could progress further along her path of cultivation. At long last, after a year of diligent effort, Lin Yu rose through the ranks, successfully passing her assessments to become a distinguished inner disciple. However, as Tang Tian joyfully approached her to offer his congratulations, he was met with a heart-wrenching message. Tian Gu, we are not from the same world. It is destined that we cannot be together. Rather than torment each other in the future, it is better to sever ties today. I am progressing, what about you? These words shattered the young man's heart entirely. From that moment on, he transformed into a shadow of his former self, silent, timid, and too scared to resist the bullying he endured, ultimately leading to his demise. After recalling this painful memory, Tang Tian's gaze toward Lin Yu shifted dramatically. The first sword upon reaching the shore should be aimed at the one I once loved. He mused. Indeed, she was not of commendable character. Though he felt little connection to the memories of his predecessor, he harbored no fondness for a woman like Lin Yu. When faced with her inquiry, Tang Tian contemplated before responding, "It has been over a year since we last met. I simply did not recognize you. You go about your affairs, and I shall tend to mine. Let it be." He had no desire to entangle himself with a woman of her ilk. His priority was to amass wealth. Yet, regrettably, Lin Yu held a different perspective. "Are you still angry with me?" Lin Yu remarked. "I admit that my words were somewhat harsh at that time. However, setting aside the facts, is there not some reason in what I said? If we were to continue this way, it would cause immense harm to both of us, hence my stance." Tang Tian, with a disdainful curl of his lips, found himself utterly speechless. "What are you discussing if not the facts? Do not overthink it. I have already forgotten those matters. Just take care of yourself, shall you?" He replied bluntly. Engaging in conversation with such a woman was utterly futile. It seemed that even if they committed heinous acts, they would believe themselves guiltless. Upon hearing Tang Tian's response, Lin Yu furrowed her brow slightly, taken aback that his reaction diverged from her expectations. At that moment, a female companion of hers approached. "Lin Yu, is this the one who pursued you in the past?" The woman scrutinized Tang Tian with evident disdain, her contempt unmasked. "Indeed, he is so ordinary yet self-assured. What qualifies him to pursue you? Be cautious. Men like him are often cunning, always seeking ways to insert themselves into your life. Perhaps this chance encounter today is a result of his long-planned scheme." Her scorn had transformed into derision, a palpable malice enveloping the air. Regarding the person who openly insulted her childhood friend, Lin Yu let out a gentle sigh and said, "Fang Fei, please refrain from speaking. I can understand." Tang Tian stood at the counter, the words speechless emblazoned across his forehead. One does not fear the presence of eccentricities, but rather the clustering of them. Indeed, it seems I ventured out without consulting the almanac, encountering these two exceptional individuals. Engaging in even a brief exchange with them feels like an affront to my very character. After taking a deep breath, Tang Tian turned to the attendant at Jin Yutang. "Greetings, I wish to sell some items." The attendant, having observed the scene for quite some time, responded with an inexplicable grin, "What do you wish to sell?" Tang Tian produced the Yangyuan Dan from his embrace. Yet, as soon as he revealed it, a scornful laugh erupted. "Good heavens, is this worthless item truly intended for sale at Jin Yutang? Haha, how impoverished must one be to resort to this?" Fang Fei burst into raucous laughter, reveling in her derision. Even Lin Yu resumed her previous demeanor, speaking coolly. "Tang Tian, should you be in need of Lin Yu, do not hesitate to mention it. After all, we are acquainted, and I would not deny you assistance." Tang Tian could not help but rub his forehead, exclaiming, "Is it truly so difficult to remain silent? I shall attend to my affairs, and you to yours, without interference, understood?" His irritation had reached a boiling point, prompting him to utter a phrase in a bird-like tongue. Although Lin Yu did not comprehend his words, she grasped the essence of his disdain, which was unmistakably evident. With a haughty snort, she turned away, disregarding him. However, Fang Fei continued to cast mocking glances in his direction. Tang Tian shook his head, bewildered by the misdeeds of his past self that had led him to such company. The transaction proceeded. The shop attendant took the Yangyuan Dan, scrutinizing it before stating, "The quality of this elixir is quite poor. I can offer you no more than a single piece of inferior Ling Yu." Upon seeing the Yangyuan Dan, his demeanor shifted to one of palpable rigidity. Tang Tian remained unfazed. His sole desire was to swiftly acquire the Ling Yu. Certainly, the transaction was completed swiftly and soon. A piece of inferior spiritual jade was in hand. Grasping the hard-earned jade, Tang Tian inhaled deeply and once more called out to the attendant, "I wish to purchase this jade back." The attendant was momentarily taken aback, and even Fang Fei, who stood nearby, was astonished by Tang Tian's peculiar maneuver. Selling and then repurchasing? What kind of reasoning was this? After a brief pause, the attendant, with irritation, retorted, Are you jesting with me? Tang Tian maintained his composure and replied, I merely seek to acquire an item. Otherwise, perhaps you could assist me in finding something worth a piece of jade. The attendant was left dumbfounded, as he had never encountered such an eccentric customer before. With impatience, he stated, we do not stock any low-grade items valued at a piece of jade. If you insist on purchasing, I can only offer you half a vial of nourishing essence elixir. With that, he poured out half from the previously mentioned vial. The same elixir, which had been priced at one piece of jade for sale, was now only available for half a vial upon purchase. Under normal circumstances, no one would engage in such a transaction. Yet, a faint smile graced Tang Tian's lips. Very well. He then placed the jade down with haste, swiftly retrieving the half vial of elixir, as if fearful the attendant might retract his offer. This sequence of events elicited an exclamation of surprise from Fang Fei. Lin Yu, it appears he is not merely a miser, but perhaps lacks sound judgment as well. Not only Fang Fei, but even the attendants of Jin Yutang and several other cultivators nearby could not help but cast incredulous glances. It was their first encounter with such a peculiar seller. However, at this moment, Tang Tian's smile only widened. For the notification from the system had already echoed in his mind. You have completed a transaction within the normal range, earning 0.0001 consumption points. You have successfully consumed a piece of inferior spirit jade, triggering a consumption return, yielding 2 pieces of inferior spirit jade. Gazing at the 2 pieces of inferior spirit jade quietly resting in the system space, Tang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, amidst various astonished gazes, he retrieved the 2 pieces of spirit jade and placed them on the counter. Now, I would like an entire bottle of nourishing essence pills. Chapter 3. The peculiar transaction. It seemed as though he was engaging in something remarkably novel. Tang Tian's bizarre consumption behavior instantly attracted the attention of those around him, who curiously turned to observe what he intended to do. However, the attendant at Jin Yutang was even more infuriated. Are you truly jesting with me? You could have purchased a full bottle, yet you opted for half a bottle first, and then another full one. This can be classified as a provocation. Nonetheless, Tang Tian remained unfazed, stating, it's merely a transaction. If you are unwilling, I shall seek another. The attendant narrowed his eyes. After all, the customer was king, and it was his duty to engage with clients. Despite his impatience, he reluctantly retrieved a bottle of nourishing essence pills. The transaction was smoothly completed, and the 4 pieces of inferior spirit jade successfully appeared in the system space. Tang Tian withdrew all of them once more and placed them on the counter. 2 bottles of nourishing essence pills, he stated coolly. Could you not purchase 3 bottles in one go? The attendant exclaimed in exasperation. Who buys in such a manner? Tang Tian felt somewhat helpless. He too wished to purchase 3 bottles, yet according to the system's regulations, one must possess sufficient spirit jade to make a purchase. Thus, he could only trouble the attendant to make a few more trips, which was indeed a hassle. The attendant, though irritated, produced 2 bottles of nourishing essence pills and completed the transaction, acquiring 8 low-grade spirit jades. Just as Tang Tian prepared to continue his dealings, Fang Fei interjected once more. I understand now, she exclaimed loudly. Your intention is not merely to trade. You seek to capture our attention through this peculiar method, do you not? How novel indeed. But we are not fools. The truth is quite apparent. The more you act this way, the more we shall come to despise you. With her arms crossed, Fang Fei regarded him with an expression that suggested she had seen through his motives. Tang Tian retorted, must you take yourself so seriously? Do you really believe the world revolves around you? I am merely purchasing my items. Your concerns are irrelevant. Please refrain from judging others through the lens of your own petty character. He could no longer endure it. Some individuals seemed to think the entire world was composed of sycophants, with every action performed merely for their benefit. He could not fathom how such a mindset came to be. However, Fang Fei merely chuckled and replied, continue your charade. I am eager to see how long you can maintain it. What could a mere servant-disciple possess in terms of spirit jade? I shall await the moment you reveal your true self. At that moment, Lin Yu also cast her gaze in their direction. Observing her expression, it was evident that her thoughts mirrored those of Fang Fei. Tang Tian, disinterested, placed 8 pieces of spirit jade on the counter, alongside 4 bottles of nourishing essence pills. The attendant rolled his eyes, reluctantly retrieving the 4 bottles. The transaction concluded, and 16 pieces of low-grade spirit jade were pocketed. With an impassive demeanor, Tang Tian continued his dealings. 16 bottles, 32 bottles. In no time, the counter before him was adorned with an abundance of nourishing essence pills, numbering in the hundreds. The crowd gathered around grew ever larger, and the attendant's attitude gradually shifted in tandem with the increasing quantity of pills. When Tang Tian mentioned the figure of 500 bottles, the attendant's previous disdain and impatience had entirely evaporated. Esteemed young hero, the quantity is rather substantial. "We are running low on stock at the counter, and I must retrieve more from the back," the attendant remarked politely. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, a large crate of nourishing essence pills was brought forth and placed upon the counter. The transaction was completed, and at last, the number of spirit jade in Tang Tian's possession surpassed 1,000. Moreover, the system, with its remarkable user-friendly design, automatically converted a sufficient amount of low-grade spirit jade into medium-grade spirit jade. One piece of medium-grade spirit jade could be exchanged for 100 pieces of low-grade spirit jade. Having exceeded 1,000 spirit jade, he ceased purchasing more nourishing essence pills, recognizing them as merely fundamental elixirs of little significant use. Additionally, carrying such a large quantity would prove quite cumbersome. With his newfound wealth, he could now set his sights on treasures of superior quality. However, just as he paused, Fang Fei beside him began to taunt once more. "Ha ha ha, running low on funds, are we?" She wore a smug expression and declared, "I knew it all along. You merely seek to capture our attention. Continue your charade. Why have you ceased?" Men are invariably like this, indulging in superficial bravado. Tang Tian sighed, his spirit too weary to engage. One should never attempt to argue with individuals of low character, for they will only drag you down to their moral level, defeating you with their extensive experience. However, Tang Tian's silence did not prevent others from responding. Fang Fei's final disparaging remark incited the ire of some onlookers. "Hey, mind your words. Just because you encounter a few foolish individuals does not mean everyone is like them. Do not hold yourself in such high regard," they exclaimed. Yet, in the face of their admonitions, Fang Fei remained even more arrogant, retorting, "What? Am I mistaken? He is merely a lowly servant, and to possess a few hundred spirit stones is nothing short of luck. Purchasing a pile of nourishing pills in such a manner can only be intentional. A foolish act indeed." The crowd erupted in indignation. "He can buy what he wishes. What concern is it of yours? Just walk away," they protested. "What is wrong with servant disciples? Who says they are devoid of spirit stones? Many scions of prominent families begin as servant disciples. I see a certain quality in this brother," they argued. Witnessing so many daring to oppose her views, Fang Fei exclaimed in fury, "What a joke! In a prominent family, which disciple does not harbor 1,000,000 spiritual jade? Huh! I dare to wager with you today, let alone 1,000,000, if he can produce even 10,000 spiritual jade. I shall kneel and apologize to him." Observing that Fang Fei was becoming increasingly agitated, Lin Yu promptly tugged at her, though her efforts proved futile. Nevertheless, she too did not believe that Tang Tian could muster 10,000 spiritual jade. She was well aware of his circumstances, and the mere possession of a few hundred spiritual jade was already astonishing to her. The clamor of disputes continued unabated. However, Tang Tian was disinterested in engaging in their quarrel. After a moment's contemplation, he requested a list of goods from the attendant. The list was replete with an array of resources and treasures indispensable for cultivators. After a brief glance, he selected the items he wished to procure. A low-grade long sword was priced at 1,000 spiritual jade, an item Tang Tian had never dared to dream of in the past, yet now, it was well within his reach. This one, he declared. The attendant, upon inspecting the selection, was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been purchasing the lowest-grade nourishing pills. How had he suddenly gravitated towards higher-quality goods? The attendant was utterly perplexed by Tang Tian's intentions. Shortly thereafter, the long sword was placed upon the counter. When Tang Tian produced 10 pieces of mid-grade spiritual jade in one go, a laugh erupted from the crowd. "Huh, who was it that claimed he had no money? Prepare to kneel, for this brother is certainly no ordinary individual." Fang Fei bit her lip. 1,000 spiritual jade represented her salary for 2 months. Could it be that this mere attendant truly possessed 10,000 spiritual jade? A flicker of panic surged within her, yet she maintained her composure in conversation, determined not to falter. It was merely 1,000. Just wait and see. Chapter 4. Impulsive retribution. Within the wooden sword case lay a remarkably exquisite longsword, quietly resting. "You may give it a try, test its quality," the attendant beamed, his demeanor transformed from earlier. However, Tang Tian had no intention of testing the sword. Instead, he turned his attention to the list of goods. This time, he focused on the list of elixirs. Superior Qi Cultivation Pill, 100 spirit stones per vial. Superior Body Refinement Pill, 100 spirit stones per vial. Superior Qi Refinement Pill, 200 spirit stones per vial. Superior Foundation Establishment Pill, 1,000 spirit stones per vial. These were the primary auxiliary medicinal pills for cultivating in the Qi refinement stage. The realm of cultivation is one where strength reigns supreme. Although he possessed a dual system and would eventually acquire boundless spirit stones and extraordinary talent, such advantages could not directly translate into combat prowess. Tang Tian needed to prepare for his future cultivation. 20 vials of superior qi cultivation pills, Tang Tian declared. Excellent. The attendant, brimming with enthusiasm, swiftly retrieved the elixirs and placed them before Tang Tian. The transaction concluded smoothly, with his spirit stones now amounting to 4,000. Now, 40 vials of superior body refinement pills. Tang Tian continued nonchalantly, parting with 4,000 spirit stones without a hint of regret on his face. Fang Fei's heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that this fellow truly possessed 10,000 spirit stones? The stakes between cultivators were no trifling matter. If she were to lose, she would have no choice but to kneel and apologize to Tang Tian. How could she possibly accept such a fate? Fang Fei clenched her fists, fervently wishing that Tang Tian's wallet was already empty. Yet, reality proved contrary to her desires. Bring me another 40 bottles of high-grade qi refining pills and 20 bottles of high-grade qi tempering pills, Tang Tian stated nonchalantly. Very well. The attendant hastily rushed to the backroom storeroom, for such precious elixirs were merely displayed in a few bottles at the counter. Moments later, the high-grade qi tempering pills were acquired, and the transaction was complete. Haha, my brother is impressive. Upon witnessing Tang Tian produce 80 medium-grade spirit jades in one go, the surrounding crowd erupted into laughter, swiftly redirecting their scorn towards Fang Fei. Dumbfounded, are you? He is genuinely wealthy. 8,000 spirit jades combined with the previous ones already amount to over 10,000. Heh, kneel and apologize. The onlookers coldly urged Fang Fei. At that moment, she was utterly flustered, unable to fathom that Tang Tian, a mere servant, possessed such immense wealth, rivaling even that of an inner sect disciple. Lin Yu's expression mirrored her astonishment. Where could he have possibly acquired such a fortune in spirit jades? Fulfill the wager. Several young men, also inner sect disciples, continued to press her. Fang Fei's complexion turned ashen as she instinctively took 2 steps back, hoping to escape, only to find her retreat blocked. You, how can you do this? I am but a weak woman. One inner sect disciple stepped forward, sneering, you are hardly a weak woman. Just moments ago, you single-handedly battled a multitude with mere words. What, when faced with the consequences, do you revert to being a weak woman? This is not the custom of the cultivation world. Fulfill the wager. The onlookers echoed, urging her on. There was no escape for Fang Fei, for her reckless words had offended nearly every male cultivator present. Under the pressure of the crowd, Fang Fei's lips turned pale. She simply could not accept the notion of kneeling before a mere servant. How could such a servant possess a fortune of 10,000 spirit jade? Although it was to be handed over in installments, it amounted to a considerable sum. Installments. Yes, he is indeed paying in installments. I have not lost. Suddenly, Fang Fei exclaimed. What I said earlier was that he must present the entire 10,000 spirit jade at once for me to concede defeat. He is only offering it in installments. Therefore, I have not lost. She clung to this argument as if it were a lifeline, her voice ringing out. The crowd exchanged glances. Was that truly what was said? It seemed more like the requirement was simply to produce the amount. However, if Fang Fei insisted on her interpretation, they could not press her further without appearing to bully her. After a moment, the spectators' gaze shifted back to Tang Tian, as if silently inquiring whether he would proceed. Tang Tian smiled faintly. Given the atmosphere had escalated to this extent, it would be unreasonable not to continue. After purchasing the qi refining pills, his fortune had swelled to 16,000. A mere 10,000 was trivial. Yet, just as he was about to proceed, Lin Yu stepped forward. Tang Tian, let it go, she said softly. She is merely a bit impulsive. She does not deserve to bear such a burden. For the sake of our past, let us cease this matter. We shall remain friends henceforth. Tang Tian turned to Lin Yu, his gaze unwavering and devoid of emotion. Firstly, impulsiveness is no excuse for malevolence. If one succumbs to their impulses, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Secondly, you hold no favor in my eyes. Lastly, I harbor no interest in cultivating a friendship with you. Thus, it is settled. With that, Tang Tian disregarded Lin Yu entirely. Producing a piece of high-grade spirit jade and stating coolly, 10 bottles of premium foundation-building pills. Marvelous. This action immediately elicited a chorus of applause. Astonished, are we? I wonder what excuses you will conjure this time. Fulfill the wager, or else do not blame us for our lack of civility. Indeed, such matters would draw no scrutiny from the law enforcement hall. The pressure mounted upon Fang Fei once more. She collapsed onto the ground, utterly devoid of any excuses this time. Tears of regret and bitterness streamed down her cheeks. But in the realm of cultivation, tears are the least valuable currency. Mere trifles to appease the Navi newcomers. The assembly would not be swayed by her theatrics. Ultimately, amidst the crowd's condemnation, Fang Fei knelt beside Tang Tian. Her head bowed, murmuring in a barely audible voice, I am sorry. I should not have spoken of you in that manner. Tang Tian shook his head. False accusations cannot inflict harm upon me. The apology you owe is not to me, but to everyone present. Fang Fei remained unresponsive, seemingly resigned to her fate as she shifted her body to kneel before others, bowing her head in apology. I am sorry. After uttering these words, she rose to her feet, forcefully pushing through the crowd and swiftly departing from Jin Yutang, unaffected by Lin Yu's attempts to impede her. Observing the still nonchalant Tang Tian, Lin Yu's expression grew exceedingly complex as she remarked, I underestimated you. But remember, Lin Yu does not represent everything. Only strength is paramount. Without sufficient talent for cultivation, you shall forever remain in the lower echelons. Meanwhile, I shall soon participate in the selection for core disciples. This illustrates the disparity. My choices will undoubtedly prove correct. Tang Tian shrugged. You are quite right. Yet, don't you think it is time to concern yourself with your dear friend? Lin Yu inhaled deeply. Each of Tang Tian's reactions today had far surpassed her expectations, as if he were an entirely different person. Take care of yourself, she finally uttered, turning to leave. Once she departed, the atmosphere in the vicinity returned to normalcy. Haha, brother, well done. I have long found certain individuals intolerable. As if everyone must cater to their whims. Today has certainly been cathartic. However, such behavior is merely an exception. The majority remain rational. I understand that they dance too exuberantly, provoking distaste. The crowd engaged in light conversation, soon returning to their respective pursuits. For a true cultivator, this is merely a trivial interlude in the grand tapestry of life. However, Tang Tian keenly sensed that some malevolent gazes had begun to fall upon him. He stroked his chin, contemplating a strategy to ensure his safe return home. Chapter 5. The Fear of Acquisition After a While. 10 bottles of superior foundation establishment pills were laid before Tang Tian. These are essential auxiliary elixirs for ordinary cultivators aiming to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Only those with a talent of 6 rings or above can transcend their limits without relying on pills, relying solely on their own strength to achieve such a breakthrough. Tang Tian harbored no particular obsession regarding the method of his advancement. Rather, his primary motivation for purchasing the foundation establishment pills was simply to indulge in consumption and accumulate consumption points. After his purchase, he had successfully gained 2 points. Yet, he had no intention of halting there. Dear esteemed guest, shall we proceed with further transactions? The attendant beamed with a broad smile. Recognizing that Tang Tian's current expenditure had elevated him to the status of a significant client, which delighted him immensely, for the greater the transaction amount, the more commission he would earn. Noticing the attendant's eager expression, Tang Tian replied with a smile, Certainly, my objectives have yet to be fulfilled. However, the upcoming transactions will likely involve larger sums, so you must prepare accordingly. The attendant's smile widened as he responded, Absolutely, that is not a problem. If you require additional assurance, I can fetch our manager. He possesses far greater authority than I. Introducing a major client also entailed a commission. Tang Tian pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement. That would be much appreciated. The attendant promptly ventured into the back room. After a brief moment, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe approached, accompanied by his attendant. Greetings, fellow cultivator, he said with a smile, addressing Tang Tian without any airs of superiority despite the differences in their strength and age. I am Qin Hai, the manager of Jin Yutang. I have heard from Xiao Yan that some unpleasant events transpired here earlier. It is indeed a failure on Jin Yutang's part, and I extend my sincerest apologies to you. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. That matter does not concern you. Let us proceed with our transaction. Qin Hai nodded, his smile unwavering. You are forthright. My friend, shall we retire to the back hall for a discussion? I will prepare some tea. It is quieter there. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian agreed. Shortly thereafter, the two men arrived in a refined chamber within the back hall of Jin Yutang. Qin Hai poured steaming tea, fragrant and inviting, for Tang Tian. Do give it a try. This is our specially crafted Lingxin tea. Tang Tian nodded, picking up the cup but hesitating to take a sip. Qin Hai chuckled gently. I heard from Xiao Yan that your shopping methods are rather unique. Tang Tian set the cup down. That is merely my personal habit. Let us get to the main topic. With that, he resumed his perusal of the inventory list. Jin Yutang was a comprehensive trading association, encompassing nearly every aspect of the cultivation world, a veritable treasure trove of items. From elixirs, spiritual artifacts, and techniques to talismans and rare treasures, everything was available. However, the quality of all these treasures was rather modest. The elixirs are classified from low to high, encompassing a total of 9 grades, each of which is further divided into 4 tiers: inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite. The most esteemed among them is a bottle of Tier 3 exquisite spirit-enhancing pill, priced at 100,000 spirit jade. The levels of spiritual artifacts and techniques are categorized into 5 ranks: celestial, terrestrial, mysterious, yellow, and mundane, each also having 4 tiers. The most valuable artifact here is an exceptional mundane heart-guarding mirror, which boasts remarkable defensive capabilities, selling for 120,000 spirit jade. The most precious technique is an exceptional mundane sword technique, priced at 150,000 spirit jade. As for other rare materials and treasures, they are of similar value. Are there no higher-level items? Tang Tian inquired. Qinghai hesitated for a moment before responding. There are, indeed, but their numbers are exceedingly scarce, and I must seek approval first. After all, this branch is primarily for serving the needs of the average cultivators. Shall I seek out our master? Tang Tian contemplated briefly, then shook his head. Let us leave it at that for now. As a newcomer, it's prudent not to attract too much attention from above. My requests are rather varied and numerous. I may need to trouble you to make several trips. Additionally, I prefer to conduct transactions individually. And I hope you can understand that, Tang Tian stated, aiming to prepare Qinghai mentally. Qinghai, unfazed, smiled and replied, everything will proceed according to your preferences. Thus, a grand transaction unfolded. Superior bone strengthening pill, 500 per bottle. I shall take 40 bottles. As for the second tier explosive talisman, at merely 200 each. I would like 200 to experiment with. The third grade purple grass seeds, priced at an exorbitant 11,000 each. I would like to procure 8 for a taste. This flying sword is quite remarkable, a premium grade at merely 50,000. I shall take it. In no time, Tang Tian's savings had surpassed 1 million. He was finally poised to engage in bulk transactions, directing his gaze toward the most exquisite treasures. The 10,000 spirit-nourishing elixirs, capable of cultivating the soul and enhancing its power, were all acquired by Tang Tian, totaling 5 bottles. The 12,000 diamond heart-protecting mirror and the 15,000 wind-slaying sword technique were purchased in one breath. As the transactions continued to unfold, Qinghai, who had initially remained composed, began to feel increasingly restless. Who is this extravagant young master? I have witnessed lavishness, but never to this extent. Others at least purchase items they favor or find useful in some way. This individual, however, seems to buy indiscriminately, without inquiring about functionality or relevance, as if solely guided by whim. Is your wealth conjured from thin air? As Tang Tian continued to indulge, accumulating a plethora of items on the table, Qinghai hastily called for a halt. Young master, this should suffice, shouldn't it? He uttered with difficulty. Tang Tian replied, perplexed. What? Are we not conducting business any longer? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Qinghai responded, of course not. It's just that I am merely a caretaker. My authority over expenditures is limited. Once we exceed 10 million, I must report to the hall master. Moreover, the inventory within the merchandise list has significantly diminished. Tang Tian was taken aback. Is it that those who spend are unperturbed, while those who profit are apprehensive? What a perplexing dichotomy. He glanced at the system, noting that his spirit jade had surpassed 10 million, and his consumption points had exceeded 900. Upon examining the merchandise list, he realized he had purchased all the precious items, leaving only those of lesser value, which would total no more than 1 million at most. Nevertheless, it is merely a branch catering to ordinary cultivators. One cannot expect too much. Furthermore, as this was his inaugural shopping experience, it would be prudent to remain discreet. Very well, I shall purchase these items for now, Tang Tian declared. Subsequently, he surveyed the considerable array of cultivation resources he had acquired, only to be struck by a wave of anxiety. In his eagerness to spend, he had entirely overlooked the fact that he could not possibly transport all these items back. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian turned to Qinghai. Do you possess any treasures suitable for storage? In the end, Tang Tian procured a petite shumi ring from Qinghai for 300,000 spirit jades. Although its capacity was limited, it sufficed to contain all his acquisitions. To Tang Tian's astonishment, this private transaction between him and Qinghai was acknowledged by both systems. His wallet swelled by 300,000. And he also gained 30 consumption points. Is private trading permissible? With this thought in mind, Tang Tian regarded a teacup valued at approximately 10 spirit jades and boldly offered 1 million. However, the system promptly issued a warning, stating that this expenditure fell outside the normal parameters, thereby disqualifying him from earning consumption points or triggering any form of rebate. Regrettably, it seems that there are no longer any loopholes to exploit within the system. It appears that consumption must remain within reasonable bounds. After completing all transactions, Qinghai radiated with joy, serving cup after cup of fragrant tea to Tang Tian, nearly offering to feed him. with nearly 10 million in transaction volume. He was assured a considerable profit. To be frank, I did not find today's expenditure particularly satisfying, Tang Tian remarked with some displeasure. Your establishment is rather small, lacking in any noteworthy treasures. I must admit, I am quite disappointed. Qin Hai was taken aback, then awkwardly replied, Young Master Tang, you may not be aware that the Qingyue sect has not been established for long. Our branch, Jinyu Tang, was only opened a little over a decade ago. The formidable cultivators have their own exclusive channels for transactions and look down upon our offerings. Thus, we are left catering to the most ordinary practitioners, selling only commonplace items. Tang Tian nodded, then regarded Qin Hai with a hint of amusement, saying slowly, So, what you imply is that if I wish to acquire high-grade treasures, I must seek another channel for transactions? He emphasized the word other. Qin Hai, being a perceptive individual, immediately grasped Tang Tian's insinuation and quickly flattered. While it is possible to seek alternatives, I would be more than willing to become your exclusive transaction channel. Should young Master Tang not find it distasteful? Tang Tian scoffed. Can you truly procure quality goods? Qin Hai responded, It has been rather challenging in the past. Thanks to the esteemed Tang, the amount you have spent today has sufficiently elevated my standing within the esteemed Jinyu Tang. Should you express a desire, I shall exert every effort to fulfill it. A faint smile graced Tang Tian's lips. The words he had just spoken were, in truth, a prelude to this very matter. As the spiritual gems in his wallet accumulated, so too did his desire for consumption, necessitating a viable avenue for indulgence. Being new to this realm, and knowing no one, where could he possibly seek out trading channels? Qin Hai proved to be quite suitable, and their relationship was one of mutual benefit, promising stability in the short term. At the very least, it would meet his initial demands. Let us proceed with the trial, Tang Tian declared. I have no particular specifications, anything will suffice. However, one condition, the more expensive, the better. Furthermore, I wish to keep my identity concealed from as many as possible. I trust you comprehend my intentions. Qin Hai promptly nodded, understanding that the desire for anonymity was commonplace in the cultivation community and knowing precisely how to navigate this matter. Yet, amid his excitement, he could not suppress his curiosity. Who exactly was this young master? An individual who only sought the most extravagant, disregarding the notion of value. Such a legendary figure had truly materialized before him. Just how wealthy was he? Qin Hai pondered, unable to fathom the depths of Tang Tian's fortune, but elated nonetheless. If he could secure a close alliance with Tang Tian, his status within Jinyu Tang would surely ascend. With their verbal agreement established, the two exchanged communication Jade tokens, planning that once Qin Hai procured the goods, Tang Tian would determine the rendezvous point. Exercising caution is always prudent. After a few more casual exchanges, Tang Tian expressed his intention to depart. With over 900 consumption points, he had amassed enough to redeem some commendable items. However, just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. During his previous visit to the main hall, after he had expended more than 20,000 spirit jade, he had distinctly felt several malicious gazes directed at him. This was the realm of cultivation, where acts of murder and plunder were commonplace. Tang Tian was not particularly concerned about his resources being stolen. Rather, he was apprehensive that someone might lay a trap for him, prolonging their schemes. After contemplating this, he inquired of Qin Hai, Do you happen to know where I might find individuals akin to bodyguards, those who are reliable? He continued, You must understand. As a Qi refinement stage cultivator carrying a substantial fortune, what that signifies to those with nefarious intents. Qin Hai was momentarily taken aback and replied, But you have. Behind you. He could not fathom that someone like Tang Tian, a spendthrift young master, would lack elders or protectors concealed in the shadows. Thus, he instinctively posed this question. Yet, Tang Tian did not respond. Instead, he retracted his smile and regarded Qin Hai with an impassive expression. Only when Qin Hai began to perspire profusely did Tang Tian let out a scoff, saying, A person of your stature should know which inquiries are appropriate and which are not. Qin Hai hastily apologized. I was presumptuous. I hope young Master Tang will not hold it against me. In truth, individuals like him were acutely aware that certain matters in the cultivation world should never be broached lightly. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Seeing that Tang Tian did not genuinely harbor resentment eased his tension. Unbeknownst to Qin Hai, at that very moment, Tang Tian also let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he had managed to intimidate him. Reliable guardians are indeed hard to come by. However, I can arrange for someone to escort you safely back to your residence. This is a customary practice of our Jinyu Tang, Qin Hai remarked. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly, asking, Is it merely a return to my dwelling? The Qingyue sect may not guarantee safety within its own confines. Is it not possible to hire a guardian? The cost is of no concern to me. Qin Hai offered a wry smile and replied, as a disciple of the Qing Yu sect, we cannot casually assign guardians to you. However, given your financial means, you should be able to resolve this matter independently. Tang Tian paused, perplexed. What do you mean? Qin Hai explained. Are you unaware? Within the Qing Yu sect, there exists a special status known as honorary disciple, which can be obtained for a fee of spiritual jade. A junior honorary disciple holds a status equivalent to that of an outer sect disciple and is permitted to hire outer sect disciples as attendants, requiring merely 500,000 spiritual jade. A middle honorary disciple, equivalent to an inner sect disciple, may employ disciples below the inner sect level as attendants, also requiring 500,000 spiritual jade. A senior honorary disciple, on par with a core disciple, can hire attendants from below the core level, necessitating 5 million spiritual jade. Moreover, all honorary disciples are afforded protection by the sect. The higher the rank, the more formidable the protection. The rules of the Qing Yu sect are exceedingly strict. Even if you display wealth within the sect, no one would dare covet it, lest they invite catastrophic retribution. Thus, if one were to attain the esteemed status of a senior honorary disciple, one would essentially have no cause for concern regarding safety, provided one remains within the confines of the sect. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian exhibited a look of astonishment. Was this not akin to purchasing an official position? Such a regulation seemed rather peculiar. With a price set in clear terms, was there not a fear of other factions infiltrating their power? He found the operational methods of Qing Yu sect rather perplexing. Perhaps there were underlying reasons unknown to him. Nevertheless, Qin Hai's assertion held true. With his current financial means, he could indeed secure his safety. Until he amassed sufficient strength, he could simply refrain from leaving Qing Yu sect. This notion resonated deeply with him, prompting a smile from Tang Tian. Chapter 7. The astonished elder having resolved the matter of safety, the two proceeded to deliberate on various other matters. For instance, they agreed upon the next trading date, set for a fortnight hence. At that time, Qin Hai would present some precious treasures of yellow grade or above, serving as a litmus test for establishing a long-term trading channel. Tang Tian remained unhurried, prioritizing stability above all. Once their discussions concluded, he departed from Jinyu Tang, laden with an abundance of ordinary resources. As he stepped outside, he immediately sensed several pairs of eyes watching him with ill intent. However, when two middle-aged men clad in gray robes materialized behind him, all gazes swiftly retreated. They were Yuanian cultivators, dispatched by Qin Hai to escort Tang Tian home. Jinyu Tang was located at the foot of Qinghua Mountain, and it wasn't long before Tang Tian returned safely, which brought him a measure of relief. Upon returning to Qinghua sect, he did not hasten to his modest stone cottage. Instead, he ascended towards a grand edifice, the Hall of Merits. Here lies one of the most bustling locales for the disciples of Qinghua sect, where various sect tasks and events are typically disseminated within the Merit Hall. The honorary disciples mentioned by Qin Hai are also procured in this very place. After bidding farewell to the two nascent soul practitioners, Tang Tian stepped into the Merit Hall, only to be awestruck by what he encountered. The interior space was astonishingly more expansive than it appeared from the outside, likely enhanced by spatial formations. The ceilings soared high above, adorned with a brilliant galaxy that resembled a grand, open plaza. Within the structure, additional buildings catered to the myriad affairs of the sect. A multitude of Qingwei disciples traversed the hall, their numbers easily exceeding several tens of thousands. Though Qingwei sect had recently been established, it was by no means a minor sect. Both the sect leader and the elders possessed strength beyond the tribulation stage, showcasing formidable prowess. Moreover, according to Qin Hai, there seemed to be even more powerful entities above Qinghua sect. This large sect boasted a total disciple count exceeding 1 million. With its influence stretching across an unknown expanse of thousands of miles, an existence unfathomable to a mere servant disciple like Tang Tian. After allowing his emotions to settle, Tang Tian began his search for today's destination. Ultimately, he discovered a magnificent loft situated slightly off-center, known as the Hall of Honor. Upon entering the Hall of Honor, he was immediately struck by its strikingly different aesthetic. Resplendent golden hues radiated from the decor, with both ornate lighting fixtures and ordinary furniture exuding an air of opulence, or perhaps ostentation. Tang Tian, being a man of the world, found a certain charm in this ostentatiousness. Within the Grand Hall, 10 elegant chambers were designated for the elders responsible for matters concerning the honorary disciples. Several individuals had already gathered in the vicinity, and Tang Tian, after surveying his options, ultimately chose a seemingly amiable elder to approach. He stepped forward and respectfully announced, "Disciple Tang Tian, paying my respects to the elder." Tang Tian executed a courteous bow, fully aware that the authority of the sect's elders was not something to be trifled with. The elder, known as Zhong Yang, glanced up upon hearing the voice. A mere errand boy? He raised an eyebrow slightly, then retrieved a luminous jade stone, examining it closely. A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. It has already been over 2 years since you joined the sect. What brings you to the Hall of Honor today? Zhongyang inquired. Tang Tian stole a glance at the jade stone in his hand, pondering if it might be some sort of informational tablet. However, he quickly averted his gaze and replied with utmost respect, "Esteemed Elder Zhong, I have come today to seek a position as an honorary disciple." Zhongyang's expression shifted again, revealing a hint of astonishment. The cost of becoming an honorary disciple is not trivial. Have you recently come into some fortune? Tang Tian chose not to respond to this inquiry. Observing his reticence, Zhongyang chuckled. No need for caution. It was merely a casual question. Each individual has their own opportunities, and the sect does not delve into personal matters. Everything shall proceed according to the established rules. Please, have a seat. A plush chair materialized beside Tang Tian. He clasped his hands in acknowledgement and took a seat. What type of honorary disciple do you wish to become? Zhongyang asked. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and said, as a disciple, I am not yet fully acquainted with the rights, obligations, and considerations associated with being an honorary disciple. Might I trouble Elder Zhong to enlighten me on this matter? Elder Zhong nodded in agreement. Very well, allow me to elaborate. There are 3 tiers of honorary disciples: junior, intermediate, and senior. Each level carries a distinct price and corresponding rights. A junior honorary disciple possesses rights and status equivalent to that of an outer sect disciple. You may access the same places as an outer sect disciple and are equally restricted from entering areas that are off limits. The cost for this status is 50,000 spiritual jade, along with a monthly fee of 1,000 spiritual jade. Failure to pay this fee will result in the forfeiture of your honorary title. Moreover, you have the option to hire outer sect disciples as bodyguards through me, provided you adhere to the bodyguard regulations and do not permit them to engage in excessive actions. Otherwise, your honorary status will likewise be revoked. The hiring costs fluctuate between 100 to 1,000, depending on their strength and capabilities. As for the intermediate honorary disciples, their rights and status remain the same, with a price of 500,000 and a monthly contribution of 10,000. They are permitted to hire intersect disciples and below, with hiring fees ranging from 1,000 to 10,000. For senior honorary disciples, the conditions are analogous, with a cost of 5 million and a monthly contribution of 100,000. They may employ core disciples and below, with hiring fees ranging between 10,000 and 100,000. Regarding considerations, they align with the regulations applicable to ordinary disciples. At the appropriate time, I shall provide you with a manual on the code of honorary disciples, which will clarify everything for you. Tang Tian nodded, quietly absorbing this information. The overall situation aligns closely with what Qin Hai described. However, he did not anticipate the additional expenditure of spiritual jade required each month to renew his identity. Is this not akin to a VIP status? He finds it quite appealing, remarkably user-friendly. As long as issues can be resolved with spiritual jade, they pose no concern for him. Should he successfully trigger a refund, it would render the matter even less troublesome. The prospect of hiring other disciples also delights Tang Tian immensely. The outer disciples of Qingyue sect are those at the Qi refining stage, specifically at the 3rd level or above, while the inner disciples are foundational cultivators who have passed the entrance examination. Core disciples, on the other hand, are those who are under 20 years of age and have reached at least the golden core stage. A golden core guard is more than capable of handling trivial matters that can be quite bothersome. Have you made your decision? Zhongyang inquired. Tang Tian nodded, took a deep breath, and replied, Elder, I wish to purchase the status of a high-ranking honorary disciple. His response immediately elicited a look of surprise from Zhongyang. Are you certain? This will cost 500,000. Tang Tian affirmed with a nod. I am certain. Zhongyang regarded him for a moment before smiling. Indeed. One must never underestimate anyone. Very well, please transfer the funds, and I will handle the formalities for you. The initial month is complimentary, so no additional fees are required. Tang Tian promptly stepped forward, producing 5 pieces of top-tier spiritual jade, placing them before Zhongyang. After scrutinizing the jade, Zhongyang accepted all of it, then retrieved a glowing piece of jade, manipulating it for a few moments before presenting Tang Tian with a box. All done, Zhongyang stated. From this moment forth, you shall be regarded as a senior honorary disciple of our Qingyue sect. Within this box lies the attire befitting an honorary disciple, along with a set of regulations for your perusal. Do remember to submit the continuation fee punctually each month. Tang Tian expressed his gratitude and accepted the box. Simultaneously, 2 system notification chimes resonated within his mind, indicating that such a method of expenditure was indeed acknowledged by the system. Then, Elder Zhong, given my potentially busy schedule. Would it be possible for me to pay the continuation fee in advance? Tang Tian inquired. Zhongyang smiled slightly. Certainly. How far in advance would you like to pay? Tang Tian silently extended a single finger. 10,000 years. What? Zhongyang's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly causing him to spill his tea. Chapter 8. The fourth ring talent 10,000 years, to be paid separately, Tang Tian stated earnestly. Zhongyang continued to stare at Tang Tian in stunned silence. A year, 10 years, even 100 years. He could comprehend such durations. However, 10,000 years was utterly beyond his understanding. Can you truly live that long? If so, would the status of a core disciple hold any significance for you? This is not something that can be inherited. After a prolonged pause, he finally managed to utter, "Young man, is your mental state all right? I understand you must have recently come into a windfall, but wealthy individuals do not typically spend their money in such a manner." Tang Tian looked somewhat embarrassed. He merely wished to accumulate more points for consumption. However, before he could elaborate, Zhongyang waved his hand, interrupting his explanation. Do not entertain such thoughts. 1,000 years is simply impossible. The maximum duration for the continuation of a disciple's status is merely 10 years, as dictated by the rules of the Qinghua sect. Tang Tian was taken aback. It appears that one cannot hope to achieve a substantial gain all at once. It is indeed the disciple Meng Lang. Tang Tian offered an apology and stated, "Then I shall extend my tenure for 10 years. Subsequently, he produced 12 exquisite spirit jades and placed them upon the table. Zhongyang shook his head, accepted the jades, and then began to manipulate the luminous stones. Once the operation was completed, a prompt from the system resonated within Tang Tian's mind. This transaction was still acknowledged as a legitimate expenditure by the system. After finalizing the formalities, Tang Tian spoke again. Elder Zhong, I wish to employ a few guards. Zhongyang immediately rolled his eyes, exclaiming, Can you not present all your requests at once? Tang Tian let out a wry smile, primarily concerned that this expenditure might not be recognized by the system, thus failing to trigger any reimbursement. What level of disciple do you require, and how many? Zhongyang inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian decided that, without a doubt, the foremost choice would be a core disciple of the highest rank. The stronger, the better. As for the quantity, after careful consideration, he resolved to temporarily hire just one. After all, human hearts are inscrutable, and the more individuals involved, the greater the potential for complications. I wish to employ a core disciple with a monthly fee of 100,000. Just one will suffice, Tang Tian replied. Zhongyang nodded and remarked, The minimum hiring period is 1 month, while the maximum is 1 year. We shall select a willing core disciple for you, with a strength at the golden core stage, but not below the late golden core stage. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that he would not be selecting the disciple himself, but rather, one would be assigned by the sect. It appears to be a measure to prevent intentional collusion. However, in doing so, he may not necessarily secure a guard who meets his satisfaction. After some contemplation, Tang Tian produced a piece of exquisite spirit jade, along with 20 pieces of superior spirit jade. I shall employ you for a year, he declared. Subsequently, he retrieved a beautifully crafted small box and placed it before Zhongyang. As a newcomer, there are many aspects I do not comprehend, and I am immensely grateful for Elder Zhong's patient guidance. This is a modest token from my hometown. I hope the elder will not find it lacking. Tang Tian added with a smile. Zhongyang raised an eyebrow and opened the box slightly. Inside, it was filled with ordinary spirit fruits, which were pleasant in flavor yet devoid of any significant cultivation effects. However, nestled in the corner beneath the spirit fruits, a piece of exquisite spirit jade emitted a gentle glow. Oh, Zhongyang's face brightened with a smile as he closed the lid. There are not many young individuals as astute as you. Feel free to express any request you may have. Tang Tian chuckled softly. I have no particular demands. It is merely that my strength is rather feeble, which makes me concerned about whether the guards will heed my requests. After all, they are all outstanding talents. Zhongyang nodded. Indeed, similar occurrences have transpired in the past. Rest assured, during the selection process, I shall conduct a thorough assessment for you. Is there anything else you require? Tang Tian clasped his hands in gratitude. No, that will be all. Thank you for your consideration, Elder. Zhongyang smiled slightly and gathered all the items on the table. Observing this, Tang Tian felt a sense of relief. He had been quite anxious that Zhongyang, being a person of integrity, might have thrown the box back in his face. It is noteworthy that the exquisite spirit stone gifted to Zhongyang unexpectedly triggered the consumption system, which recognized it as a legitimate expenditure. How amusing. With all matters resolved, the two engaged in further conversation before Tang Tian chose to take his leave. The guards would arrive the following day. at which point he would relocate to the upper district of Qingwei sect, a privilege reserved for those of high honor as disciples. Upon exiting the Hall of Merits, the sky had already begun to darken, prompting Tang Tian to return to his modest stone cottage. Once seated within the simplicity of his abode, he commenced a thorough examination of the day's acquisitions. Low-grade elixirs, spiritual herbs, spirit fruits, magical artifacts, and talismans nearly filled his storage ring to capacity. Additionally, he had amassed several remarkable items, including foundation establishment pills, spirit nourishing pills, the diamond heart shield, and the wind-cutting sword technique. Collectively, these possessions rendered him akin to a wealthy young master with considerable assets. Moreover, within the two systems, he found not an absence but an abundance. In the non-decreasing system, he had amassed nearly 30 million spirit stones, an astonishing sum, especially when recalling that just hours prior, he had been a pauper unable to produce even a single coin. Such is the advantage of having a system. Furthermore, within the infinite consumption system, he had accumulated over 2,700 consumption points, finally enough to exchange for items. What would he choose to redeem? Tang Tian directed his gaze towards the exchange list. Given his current assets, he could only consider enhancements in talent, physique, or comprehension. After careful deliberation, he opted first for the most crucial aspect for any cultivator, talent. Foreign talent, 1,000 consumption points. Upon the completion of the exchange, an enigmatic aura emanated from Tang Tian, enveloping him in an exquisite sensation that swiftly permeated his entire being. Yet, this delightful feeling dissipated almost as quickly as it had come. Has it succeeded? Tang Tian examined his hands, perceiving no apparent changes. Let us attempt it. He sat cross-legged, swiftly entering a state of cultivation. The Qi induction technique is a universally recognized method within the cultivation realm, founded on the principle of resonance between oneself and the universe, enabling the absorption of ethereal energies from the surroundings to enhance one's vitality. The efficacy of this technique is intricately linked to the practitioner's innate talent, physical constitution, the ambient concentration of spiritual energy, and the environment itself. Previously, when Tang Tian practiced, a faint white spiritual halo would manifest around him, known as the talent ring, which augmented his cultivation speed. Alas, his talent ring was unstable and did not meet the standards for a first-ring talent, rendering its effects minimal. However, at this very moment, as he activated the Qi induction technique, 4 radiant talent rings surged around his body in an instant. Upon their emergence, they resonated powerfully with the spiritual energies of the cosmos. Subsequently, a torrent of rich spiritual energy rushed into Tang Tian's body, swiftly integrating into his limbs and bones. How exhilarating! Tang Tian could not suppress a sigh of relief. The quantity and quality of this energy surpassed what he had previously experienced by at least tenfold. No wonder Lin Yu, possessing a 5-ring talent, could easily surpass him in such a brief span. 2 years had elapsed, and she was about to participate in the core disciple selection, while Tang Tian remained merely a second-layer Qi refining disciple. Yet now, everything had transformed. As long as Tang Tian continues to consume, transcending the realms of the 5th ring, 6th ring, or even the 9th ring will no longer remain a dream. Surpassing others is merely a matter of time. In contemplation, a powerful force surged from his Dantian, shattering the constraints of the 2nd level of Qi refinement. He has finally ascended to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Chapter 9. Mastery of the Sword Technique. The 4 luminous talent rings gradually dimmed as Tang Tian completed his first cultivation since his transmigration. After exchanging for the 4-ring talent, just 1 session of cultivation allowed him to successfully break through from the stagnation of being at the 2nd level of Qi refinement for an entire year. Indeed, it is a daunting task for ordinary individuals to reach the pinnacle of cultivation. Fortunately, Tang Tian possesses a system to aid him. Feeling the surge of strength from the 3rd level of Qi refinement, Tang Tian once again turned his gaze towards the consumption system. Physical constitution is also a vital aspect for cultivators. If talent represents the future, then constitution embodies current combat prowess. The superior one's constitution, the stronger they become among peers of the same level. Different constitutions often exhibit remarkable advantages in various aspects. Some possess agility like a swallow, others boast immense strength, while some are favored by the heavens, endowed with a natural affinity for nature. This is an innate gift. Yet, Tang Tian is merely an ordinary physique, lacking any remarkable traits. But now, a 4th-tier constitution requires 1,000 consumption points. He hoped it would be as formidable as the 4-ring talent. Without hesitation, he chose to exchange. Soon, the system's voice echoed. Exchange successful. The system will randomly select one type of 4th-tier constitution. The selection was made, and congratulations. You have obtained the bloodline of the mighty ape. As the reverberation subsided, an indescribable surge of heat coursed through his entire being. Tang Tian felt as though he were being scorched by flames, his body ablaze with intense heat. His heart pounded fervently, emitting deep, resonant thuds. With each beat, torrents of blood surged forth, coursing through his limbs and every corner of his body. In a fleeting moment, Tang Tian's blood vessels expanded perceptibly. His tendons and bones were fortified, and resilient muscles lay concealed beneath his skin, imbuing him with an inexhaustible reservoir of power. Even his skin seemed to have acquired a newfound resilience, radiating a faint, subtle sheen. Sensing the sudden surge of strength, Tang Tian swung his fist, and the sound of air being cleaved echoed in his ears. Excellent! A smile graced Tang Tian's lips. The great strength A bloodline had propelled his physical attributes to a significantly higher echelon, dispelling the frail and feeble sensations that had once plagued him. Furthermore, as his cultivation progressed, the effects of the bloodline would become increasingly pronounced, culminating in the attainment of its zenith. What tier of demonic beast is the great strength ape? Tang Tian mused, unable to recall its classification from his memory, but he quickly dismissed the thought. A fourth-grade physique was merely an initial stepping stone. In the future, he would acquire even more formidable and heaven-defying physiques. Finally, I'm no longer a weakling, Tang Tian exclaimed with a sigh of relief, before turning his attention back to the system. With over 700 consumption points remaining, there was no need to exchange them for talent or physique enhancements. That left comprehension as the remaining option. 1 ordinary epiphany, 100 consumption points. Ordinary epiphany can elevate the realm of a mortal-grade cultivation technique by 1 stage. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian produced a jade talisman containing the exquisite sword technique known as the wind-cutting sword art, a remarkable treasure of mortal-level prowess. The significance of such techniques for practitioners cannot be overstated, akin to the indispensable hands wielding a weapon. The higher the realm of the technique, the mightier the power it can unleash. Typically, the progression of all techniques encompasses 5 stages: initiation, proficiency, mastery, minor achievement, and grand accomplishment. Determined, Tang Tian opted for a moment of ordinary enlightenment. In an instant, a wave of clarity surged into his mind, transforming the perception of time into something vividly lucid. As if he could, in the blink of an eye, reach the essence of existence and unravel its fundamental nature. Without hesitation, he grasped the jade talisman and directed his spirit into it. Before him unfolded a vast expanse of ethereal whiteness, where a young man clad in white danced gracefully with a long sword in hand, swaying like willow leaves in the breeze. Each stroke of his sword flowed with such natural elegance, captivating to behold. Simultaneously, every stroke was indelibly etched into Tang Tian's soul, comprehended in its entirety. Time seemed to lose all meaning as the white realm faded from view, and Tang Tian's consciousness returned to the modest stone chamber. Opening his eyes, he sprang to his feet, retrieving a spiritual sword from his storage ring, and began to practice within the confines of the stone room. Should anyone have witnessed this moment, they would have been astonished to find that Tang Tian's swordsmanship mirrored that of the white-clad youth, flawless and exact. Upon completing a flawless sequence of the sword art, Tang Tian sheathed his sword and stood in quiet reflection, a gentle smile gracing his countenance. He was aware that he had already attained a rudimentary level in the Sword of Wind Severance. Once more, he exchanged for an ordinary epiphany and delved his spirit into the jade of the martial arts. The same ethereal realm and the young man in white reappeared. However, this time, his techniques had transformed. They were no longer as ethereal, but instead brimming with a fierce intensity. The deadly strikes unfolded in a dazzling display, overwhelming the senses. Moments later, the world around him faded once again. With a hint of a smile, Tang Tian declared, "Let us proceed." Soon, he beheld the young man in white once more. The youth's sword had become increasingly formidable, and accompanied by his swordplay, waves of sword energy slashed through the air, forming an impenetrable vortex of blades around them, instilling a chilling sensation in any observer from a distance. This marked the realm of mastery. Again, he urged, as the epiphany continued. This time, the sword in the young man's hand had vanished, and he appeared more subdued, having lost the previous aura of ferocity. Yet, when a majestic eagle soared overhead, the young man merely brought his fingers together and gave a gentle wave. From the eagle's wings and tail feathers, a single feather floated down, unnoticed by the creature itself. The young man smiled and extended his palm, watching the feather alight softly upon it. This signified the minor attainment, a return to simplicity. Tang Tian closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to the young man's state of mind at that moment, a realm where man and sword were one. After a brief interlude, he opened the system and exchanged for a 5th ordinary epiphany. The young man had vanished. In the vast expanse of white, no living being remained. Only the invisible winds, ever shifting, at times gentle, at times tempestuous, and at times utterly still. Tang Tian eventually emerged from the realm of existence and returned to the stone chamber. Upon opening his eyes, a fleeting brilliance shimmered within, only to vanish almost instantly. His entire demeanor underwent a conspicuous transformation, as if he had melded with the cosmos itself. Could this be the pinnacle of achievement? Tang Tian lifted his hand delicately, pointing towards the dilapidated table beneath the window. A soft breeze swept through, and in an almost imperceptible manner, the wooden table cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. The fracture was as smooth as a mirror. The formidable might of a mortal-grade supreme sword technique, unleashed upon reaching such a level, prompts one to ponder the nature of even higher-tiered doctrines. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, Tang Tian was bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight streaming through the window. Chapter 10. Gu Xiaoxua. Early the next morning, a gentle knock at the door roused Tang Tian from his slumber. Who could it be? He yawned, rising to open the door. A petite young girl, seemingly no older than 14 or 15, stood outside with an air of shyness. Whom are you seeking? Tang Tian inquired. The girl hesitated for a moment, then softly replied, May I ask if you are young Master Tang Tian? Elder Zhongyang sent me. I am your guard. As she spoke, a blush crept across her cheeks. Tang Tian was taken aback, then glanced at her attire. The cuffs of her white robe were adorned with 3 gleaming golden borders, shining brightly. Indeed, she was a core disciple. Is she truly the guard chosen by Zhongyang for me? Observing the young girl's flushed cheeks and bashful demeanor, Tang Tian harbored serious doubts that the old man Zhongyang had misinterpreted the situation. The obedience I desire is certainly not of this nature. What is your name? Tang Tian inquired. The girl responded with an O, and quickly replied, My name is Gu Xiaoxua. I promise to protect you well, so please take good care of me. Young master. Tang Tian felt a sense of exasperation within. This girl appeared utterly inexperienced and rather dim-witted, akin to one who had been sold, yet still counted coins for others like a naive fool. Call me Tang Xiao. Come in and have a seat. He sighed, resigning himself to the situation. Regardless, the 3 golden stripes on her sleeve could not be fabricated. Her strength was assured. If it truly did not work out, he could always seek a replacement from Zhongyang. As they entered the small stone house, Gu Xiaoxua stood in the middle, curiously observing her surroundings, seemingly astonished. Tang Tian returned to the bedside, tidying the bedding while asking, Is this your first time serving as a guard for someone? Xiaoxua expressed her surprise. How did you know? I require an excessive amount of spirit jade for my cultivation, and the allowances provided by the sect are insufficient. Elder Zhongyang mentioned that one could earn a substantial amount of spirit jade by being a guard, so I signed up. You could deduce that? Tang Tian scoffed. It was evident at first glance. After arranging the bedding, he moved to the window, preparing to tidy up the wooden table he had severed the previous night. It was his habit to leave a clean space. Even though he was soon to depart, one must always tidy up their former abode. Are you aware of the duties that a guardian entails? Tang Tian inquired once more. Indeed. Gu Xiaoxua replied confidently. I have memorized the entire code of conduct for guardians, so there will be no issues. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my responsibilities diligently. After saying this, she noticed Tang Tian was tidying the tables and chairs, and hurried over to assist him, squatting down beside him. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. I doubt there is a provision regarding this in the Guardian's Code. Gu Xiaoxua, slightly embarrassed, responded, It's just a habit. When I lived at home, I was responsible for these chores. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that she was certainly not the pampered little princess of a grand family. Indeed, such princesses would hardly become guardians for the sake of spiritual jade. After placing the tables and chairs in the corner, Tang Tian straightened up, only to find Gu Xiaoxua staring intently at a broken table, lost in thought. What troubles you? Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxua extended her finger to touch the fracture in the wooden table and turned to him, saying, What an impressive sword technique. Did you do this? Tang Tian paused, deeming it unnecessary to conceal the truth, and nodded. Indeed, I severed the table. Would you like to spar with me someday? Gu Xiaoxua exclaimed with delight. I haven't practiced such basic swordplay in quite a while, and I fondly recall the times when I used to play. Tang Tian was taken aback. Basic swordplay? Playing? I had initially thought that my mastery of the wind-severing sword technique would inspire a sense of admiration in her, yet she only regards it as a game? Just how formidable are you? Tang Tian felt a twinge of indignation and inquired, What is your cultivation level? Gu Xiaoxua blinked and replied, Late stage of golden core. Tang Tian responded, How old are you? Gu Xiaoxua pouted and said, I am already 15. I started a bit late and missed the optimal cultivation period. Otherwise, I would have surely advanced further. Tang Tian's eyelid twitched. At 15, in the late stage of golden core, and still dissatisfied with herself. Could there be someone so ostentatious? Gazing into Gu Xiaoxue's clear eyes, Tang Tian suddenly comprehended that she was not being ostentatious. Rather, her perception of certain matters was simply too skewed. Taking a breath, Tang Tian continued, "How many talent rings do you possess?" He wished to ascertain what kind of talent could produce such a remarkable prodigy. Gu Xiaoxue's face reflected a look of confusion as she replied, "What is a talent ring?" "I don't have any." Tang Tian was once again rendered speechless. Without a talent ring, she was akin to a mortal. How could a mortal achieve the late stage of golden core at 15? This seemed implausible. Suddenly, Tang Tian contemplated another possibility. Talent rings indeed serve as a standard to evaluate a cultivator's aptitude, with 9 rings representing the pinnacle. However, beyond the 9 rings, there exist even more extraordinary entities, and those beings would not reveal their talent rings. Tang Tian directed his gaze towards the system, focusing on the list of talents. Child of Destiny, 1 billion consumption points. That equated to a staggering 100 trillion spirit jade. Starting with a lead of 100 trillion, how could others possibly compete? Is this truly the realm of genius? Tang Tian rubbed his brow vigorously, overwhelmed by the stark disparities between individuals. Some people toil throughout their lives, yet never reach the starting point of someone like Gu Xiaoxue. What troubles you? Gu Xiaoxue inquired. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. Nothing. I just need a moment to collect myself. Please assist me in tidying the rest of the room. Gu Xiaoxue nodded. All right. She then set about her tasks. Observing someone of her caliber, akin to a celestial being, cleaning for him left Tang Tian with an almost surreal sensation. The power of wealth truly is formidable. Just as he pondered this, a sudden, vigorous knocking at the door interrupted him. Knock, knock, knock. The individuals outside seemed intent on demolishing the door. Who is it? Tang Tian frowned slightly as he rose to open the door. 4 or 5 disciples, clad in casual attire, lounged idly on the threshold. Upon seeing Tang Tian, they instantly donned sinister grins. "Ah, I thought you were going to hide forever. You dared to skip work yesterday, causing me to incur the elder's wrath. Do you seek to court death?" The leader growled menacingly. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, quickly recalling their previous encounters. Jia Meng, the bully among the servants, was notorious for tormenting and robbing him. In truth, Tang Tian had no desire to engage with such riffraff. After all, those were matters pertaining to his predecessor, and they bore little relevance to him now. They were destined to inhabit entirely different realms henceforth. Yet, to his surprise, this individual had come seeking him so early in the day. "You had best not be looking for trouble," Tang Tian warned in a low voice. Jia Ming raised an eyebrow and retorted loudly, "Oh, so you think you're better than me? Is it not that you haven't had enough of a beating the day before yesterday? Would you like to experience my formidable iron fist once more?" As he spoke, he rubbed his fist, feigning an intention to strike. Tang Tian's expression darkened, a sharp aura coalescing at his fingertips. Should Jia Ming dare to extend his fist, he would not be able to retract it. Yet, even as the tension between the two escalated, a sharp voice pierced through the air from behind Tang Tian. "Enough of this insolence." Yu Xiaoxue's figure materialized before Lin Tian in an instant. "Who do you think you are to confront, young Master Tang? Have you all lost your wits? Get out of my sight this moment." Tang Tian looked on, exasperated, as Gu Xiaoxue's face flushed with indignation while she deliberately lowered her voice to utter a string of sycophantic remarks. "My dear girl, from where have you learned such rhetoric?" Chapter 11. Bidding farewell to the past, Gu Xiaoxue's sudden appearance dramatically shifted the atmosphere. Her words, contrasting sharply with her appearance, tone, and gestures, created an overwhelming disparity. Not only Tang Tian, but even Jia Meng wore a bewildered expression. "Who is this newcomer?" Jia Meng sneered, preparing to teach this audacious figure a lesson. "I don't care who you are. In this territory, no one dares to act arrogantly before me." With that, he stepped forward. However, when his gaze fell upon the cuff of Gu Xiaoxue's sleeve, he was instantly struck with shock. "What? A core disciple?" Jia Meng stood frozen in place, his legs suspended mid-step, unable to descend or retreat, as if immobilized. The minions behind him were equally stunned, their breaths held as they beheld the radiant golden edges. Paralyzed by fear, this scene elicited an involuntary chuckle from Tang Tian. "Jia Ming, weren't you supposed to be formidable?" Upon hearing this, Jia Ming glanced at Tang Tian, then at Gu Xiaoxue, his mouth opening and closing, yet failing to produce a single word. For a moment, silence enveloped them, and Jia Ming dared not make any sudden movements. It is often the lesser individuals who possess a keen awareness of their circumstances. The moment Gu Xiaoxue appeared beside Tang Tian, he realized that Tang Tian was no longer the weak, easily victimized youth he once knew. The roles they once played had irrevocably reversed. Sweat the size of beans began to trickle down his forehead, and his entire body trembled. Observing his terrified demeanor, Tang Tian let out a cold snort and addressed Gu Xiaoxue, break one arm for each, and shatter their legs, then dispose of them entirely. After uttering these words, he turned and strode back into the room. Panic seized Jiao Ming, and he shouted, Tang Tian, no, young Master Tang. I will leave immediately, far away, and promise never to appear before you again. Please, show mercy. His pleas echoed, yet Tang Tian did not even glance back, vanishing into the shadows. Engaging with such individuals was beneath his dignity. To him, however, the screams soon ceased. Subsequently, Gu Xiaoxue's figure entered from outside. Observing her nonchalant demeanor, Tang Tian could not help but inquire, have you often harmed others in the past? Gu Xiaoxue paused momentarily before responding, not at all. But wasn't it you who instructed me to do this? There is a clause in the Guardian's code that states when an employer is threatened, the Guardian must thwart the threat. Tang Tian was taken aback. She truly adhered to the doctrine. Nevertheless, her earlier demeanor slightly eased his concerns. At the very least, this girl would act decisively when faced with challenges. By the way, from whom did you learn that earlier discourse? Tang Tian teased. Gu Xiaoxue, slightly embarrassed, replied, I read it in books. The young masters in those tales often have companions who speak that way. Tang Tian realized, I see. However, such young masters are generally not a virtuous character. Tang Xiao, was what I did earlier correct? If it was not, please do not hesitate to tell me. Gu Xiaoxue stated earnestly. Tang Tian responded affirmatively, initially contemplating that her actions might have been excessively bold. Yet, upon reflection, he found merit in her approach. Being a reckless scion was undeniably more comfortable than being an upstanding individual. Moreover, with Gu Xiaoxue taking the initiative, he could conceal his true abilities and mislead his adversaries. Why not embrace such an opportunity? With this thought in mind, Tang Tian earnestly affirmed, you acted perfectly. In the face of malevolent individuals, we must be even more formidable to instill fear in them. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxue nodded repeatedly, indicating her understanding. As they engaged in casual conversation, the two swiftly tidied up the stone house. Subsequently, Tang Tian instructed Gu Xiaoxue to step outside first, after which he retrieved a purple robe designated for advanced honor disciples from the Shumi ring. He changed out of his servant's attire and neatly placed it by the bedside. From this moment forth, he would bid farewell to his past memories and embark on a life that truly belonged to him. Without indulging in excessive sentimentality, Tang Tian pushed open the door and stepped outside. Hey, you seem to look more handsome, Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed in surprise. As the saying goes, a Buddha relies on golden adornments, and a person relies on their attire. Donning the robe of an advanced honor disciple, Tang Tian's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. His presence exuded both restraint and nobility, intermingled with a maturity uncommon for his age. Such blatant honesty. Tang Tian chuckled. Shall we head to the upper district? Do you know where the foodie pavilion is? Gu Xiaoxue inquired, to which she received a nod in response. I do. That is where the disciples are assigned their caves. Do you wish to go? I can guide you. Tang Tian nodded once more. Thereafter, the two made their way toward the upper district of Qingwei Gate. As they walked and conversed, Tang Tian gleaned much information about the upper district from Gu Xiaoxue. The cultivation environment in the upper district was, in stark contrast to the lower district, as different as heaven and earth. The concentration of spiritual energy was several times stronger, and in addition, there were various specialized cultivation facilities, such as training rooms, alchemy chambers, martial halls, spirit refining pools, and numerous secret realms. It can be confidently asserted that the upper district of Qingwei Gate represented the true realm of cultivation. Only the inner disciples, core disciples, and the esteemed elders of the sect are privileged to reside in the upper district. It is no wonder that individuals strive desperately to enter the inner sanctum. Moreover, the primary activities of the honor disciples are predominantly conducted within this upper domain. As Gu Xiaoxue mentioned, they frequently organize gatherings or various other events, during which spiritual jade is abundant. Those disciples who find themselves financially constrained seize these opportunities to earn some spiritual jade, thereby securing their cultivation needs. After listening, Tang Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Although this realm is one of cultivation, socially, it bears striking resemblance to the past. The daily lives of people remain unchanged. Honor disciples tend to band together, and once you ascend, you will undoubtedly attract their attention, Gu Xiaoxue remarked. Tang Tian smiled quietly without responding. He held no interest in such camaraderie. His sole desire was to accumulate more resources to exchange for superior talents and physiques. Lin Yu once wisely stated that, after all, this is a world of cultivation, and only strength serves as the most reliable foundation. Amidst their casual conversation, The two ascended to the upper district of Qingwei sect. Moments later, they arrived before an imposing pavilion, the Fortune Pavilion. Once one becomes an inner or core disciple, they are entitled to a personal cave dwelling here, Gu Xiaoxue explained. Tang Tian nodded and accompanied her inside. The interior was sparsely populated. Most individuals moved about independently, hastily, in stark contrast to the bustling scene of the lower district. However, there were also a few groups gathered together. Tang Tian observed several other honorary disciples, some wielding folding fans, others playing various musical instruments, engaged in lively conversation. As he entered from outside, a few curious glances were cast in his direction. Paying them no heed, Tang Tian made his way directly to the person in charge of the foodie pavilion. "Greetings, fellow cultivator," he said. The individual, a young cultivator as well, beamed with enthusiasm upon noticing Tang Tian's attire. "I am Wang Anning. How may I assist you?" he inquired politely. Tang Tian responded, "I have recently become an honorary disciple and have heard that I can obtain my own cave dwelling here." Wang Anning nodded affirmatively, "Certainly. All cave dwellings in the upper district of Qingwei sect are managed by our foodie pavilion. What type are you looking for?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment. "Let me first take a look. I am not yet familiar with the specifics of this place." "Very well. Please follow me," Wang Anning invited, leading Tang Tian into a private room where he produced a white jade slip and handed it to Tang Tian. "This contains the basic information about the cave dwellings. You can delve into it with your spiritual consciousness," Wang Anning explained. Tang Tian accepted the jade slip and immersed his spiritual consciousness within. A plethora of information unfolded before him. Qingyu Valley, located on the northern side of Qingwei sect, it boasts a rich natural aura. With a total of 123 cave dwellings, available for an annual rent of 100,000 spirit jade. Golden Light Cliff, situated to the southeast of Qingwei sect, it enjoys the embrace of morning sunlight, featuring 344 cave dwellings, with an annual rent of 130,000 spirit jade. As Tang Tian gazed upon the Qingwei sect's caverns, he began to form a comprehensive understanding of the area. Centered around the main peak, there existed numerous caverns within a radius of 10,000 miles, divided into hundreds of distinct regions. Each region boasted its own unique environment, leading to a varying range of prices. The most affordable options were priced at 30 to 40,000 per year, while the most luxurious could exceed 1 million. These premium locations were typically situated close to the main peak, offering exceptional conditions for cultivation and residence. However, after his observations, Tang Tian discerned a minor issue. Each region contained multiple caverns, with some housing dozens and others exceeding 1,000. In contrast to the crowded surroundings, Tang Tian preferred solitude. Withdrawing his spiritual essence, he turned to Wang Anning and inquired, "Are there any other options?" Wang Anning, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Are there no caverns here that meet your satisfaction? Do you have any specific requirements?" Tang Tian nodded and replied, "I am not fond of disturbances. Thus, I seek a more tranquil location." Wang Anning remarked, "We do have solitary caverns available, though they tend to be rather costly, and their cultivation environments may not necessarily surpass those of the more common ones." Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Price is not an issue. Could you assist me in locating the solitary cavern with the finest cultivation environment? The most expensive one." These final words ignited a spark of excitement in Wang Anning's eyes, and he beamed with delight. "Of course, that is my duty. I shall procure another list of caverns for you immediately." After finishing his words, Wang Anning rose and departed from the elegant chamber. Once he left, Gu Xiaoxue suddenly leaned closer to Tang Tian, her expression filled with astonishment as she inquired, "Do you have to pay for the cave dwelling?" Tang Tian was equally taken aback, replying, "Isn't it supposed to be free? Did you not pay for your cave?" Gu Xiaoxue blinked her eyes and said, "Exactly. After becoming a core disciple, one can select a cave to reside in, and it's free to change once every decade." The inner disciples seemed to have a similar privilege, albeit with slightly lesser options. Tang Tian opened his mouth, rendered speechless. The status of a high-ranking honorary disciple, while ostensibly akin to that of core disciples, indeed bore distinctions. Securing a cave would necessitate additional expenditure of spirit jade. If the cave required payment, it was likely that many other facets would follow suit. After all, expenses were unavoidable. Contemplating this, a smile crept across Tang Tian's face. Fortunately, he was not a core disciple. Otherwise, he would be financially constrained. How many consumption points would he lose? The disparity in treatment was glaringly evident. He felt the sect had acted somewhat unreasonably in this regard. Gu Xiaoxue expressed her indignation on behalf of Tang Tian. However, Tang Tian appeared quite cheerful, responding with a smile, "No, I find it quite agreeable. I appreciate such a humane policy." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Her gaze filled with concern as she softly asked, Tang Xiao, are you all right? With the same status, you'd have to spend so much more spirit jade. Tang Tian chuckled and shook his head. Out with the old, in with the new. I find great pleasure in the act of spending, even if it entails frivolous expenditures. Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback, utterly perplexed as to what state of mind would lead one to utter such words. After a brief interlude, Wang Anning returned to the private chamber, presenting Tang Tian with a pristine jade slip once more. Upon unsealing the slip, a lengthy list unfurled before his eyes. Tang Tian bypassed the entries in the million range, directing his gaze towards the most extravagant cave abodes. Ultimately, his attention was captivated by a dwelling known as the Purple Bamboo Garden. The Purple Bamboo Garden, situated at the foot of the southern peak of the main mountain, boasts an exceptional cultivation environment, with an annual rent of 13 million. Let us discuss the particulars of this Purple Bamboo Garden, Tang Tian proposed. Wang Anning beamed. Your discernment is truly commendable. The location of the Purple Bamboo Garden is in close proximity to the main peak, nearly adjacent. It is enveloped in tranquility, surrounded by a grove of purple bamboos that form a natural grand formation, continuously gathering the essence of heaven and earth. The concentration of spiritual energy is approximately 5 times that of the surrounding area. Within the confines of the Purple Bamboo Garden, there lies an ancient well known as the Ninshuan, renowned for its ability to calm the mind and soothe the spirit. Furthermore, within a radius of 100 meters, there are no other disciples' dwellings, making it exceptionally suitable for your desire for solitude. Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging that, indeed, it was an ideal residence. Naturally, the primary allure remained its exorbitant price. Very well, I shall take it, he decisively concluded. Wang Anning's smile widened. You are truly decisive, my friend. It is evident that you are not a mere ordinary disciple of renown. How long do you need to rent? Tang Tian inquired. What is the maximum duration? Wang Anning replied, 10 years. Tang Tian nodded slowly. Then it shall be 10 years. However, I would prefer to make the payment in 3 installments. First 2 years, then 4 years, and finally another 4 years. Wang Anning was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a payment method. However, it was not uncommon for the affluent to possess peculiar preferences, as long as the transaction was completed. Selling property naturally came with a commission. Of course, that can be arranged. Moments later, the 3 transactions were successfully completed. Both parties were elated. Wang Anning secured a substantial commission, while Tang Tian's assets soared once again. The quantity of spiritual jade exceeded 100 million, reaching a staggering 57 million. Meanwhile, the consumption points also triumphantly surpassed 10,000. The potential of the 5th ring was now within reach. Chapter 13. Renovation after finalizing the transaction. Wang Anning took the initiative to lead Tang Tian to the foot of Nan Peak. The environment here was undeniably splendid, with fresh air and crystal-clear waters, resembling a paradise untouched by the world. In the valley, a striking expanse of purple bamboo forest caught the eye. The Purple Bamboo Courtyard is just over there. Please follow me. Wang Anning led the way, and the trio entered the bamboo grove. Upon stepping into the forest, Tang Tian was immediately enveloped by a refreshing aura that invigorated his senses, providing a profound sense of comfort. It was the essence of nature. Cultivating in such an environment often yielded remarkable results. Frequently, disciples would come to practice in the vicinity of the Purple Bamboo Grove. Rest assured, they cannot tread even a step into the bamboo grove without special permission, Wang Anning assured. Tang Tian nodded. Such matters were inconsequential, for he had not acquired the entirety of the bamboo grove. Although he yearned to do so, regrettably, it was not for sale to the public. As they strolled along the path into the depths of the grove, a sudden clarity emerged before them. A quaint bridge arched over flowing waters, and an elegant villa stood serenely, seemingly harmonizing with its surroundings. Wang Anning then paused, producing a formation plate. The perimeter of the Purple Bamboo Courtyard is ensconced in a formation that cultivators below the tribulation stage cannot breach forcibly. I possess 3 formation plates to grant access, which I shall soon transfer to you. With this plate, you shall be free to traverse the Purple Bamboo Courtyard at will, he explained. Tang Tian remained silent, contemplating that it was akin to possessing the key to one's own abode. Under Wang Anning's manipulation, the grand formation was unlocked from the outside, and the trio entered the Purple Bamboo Courtyard in succession. The natural ambience within surpassed that of the external bamboo grove by several folds, with an exceptionally high concentration of spiritual energy, which greatly pleased Tang Tian. With an elevated concentration of spiritual energy, the speed of cultivation would inherently increase. Currently at the 3rd level of qi refinement, even with the ability to exchange for higher-tier talents, he still had a considerable journey ahead. The Purple Bamboo Courtyard consisted of a main house and 4 guest rooms, all of ample size. Each room was additionally equipped with a private meditation chamber, suitable for daily quietude. In the expansive courtyard, a colossal ancient locust tree nearly obscured half the sky. As early spring unfolds, vibrant green buds emerge, shimmering under the radiant sunlight like dewdrops. Beside an ancient locust tree stands a time-worn well, surrounded by a flourishing vitality and an enigmatic aura. This is the renowned Nianchuan well. Wang Anning remarked. The well water connects with subterranean aquifers, nurturing the essence of Nianchuan. Drinking from this water or resting by the well can indeed soothe the mind and calm the spirit. Tang Tian nodded in agreement, leaning against the old locust tree. Gazing at the sky, he found it to be an exceptionally pleasant spot, perfectly suited for someone of his tranquil disposition. Subsequently, under Wang Anning's guidance, Tang Tian explored several rooms, discovering that they were fully equipped for daily living, including a rare kitchen from the cultivation realm. Tang Tian harbored serious doubts that this was the retreat of some elder enjoying a peaceful retirement. He was quite pleased with the environment. Wang Anning smiled. That puts my mind at ease. By the way, do you have any other requests? Perhaps additional facilities? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. What kind of facilities? Wang Anning replied. I mean items related to cultivation. Surely you noticed that the possessions here are mostly mundane, lacking anything that could enhance cultivation efficiency, such as minor spirit veins, white firefly lamps, calming jade, or path-seeking stones. Typically, high-level cultivators would adorn their homes with such items. Tang Tian was taken aback. After purchasing a house, one must also consider the renovations, which is quite reasonable. Are you responsible for the renovations as well? Let me take a look, Tang Tian remarked. Certainly. Wang Anning beamed with delight. If Tang Tian was willing to invest significantly in the renovations, it would yield a handsome profit for him. As he received the jade tablet handed over by Wang Anning, Tang Tian glanced at the densely packed information, which quickly overwhelmed him. He decided against further examination and tossed the jade tablet back, stating, I am not well versed in such matters. Please manage it for me. I have but one request. Everything must be of the highest caliber. Wang Anning's smile widened. He relished the prospect of dealing with a wealthy young master who preferred to spend lavishly with minimal effort. Subsequently, the three of them settled around a stone table beside an ancient well. Periodically, Wang Anning would present the renovation plans. Young Master Tang, please take a look. For the spiritual vein, I have selected the attributeless Xianling vein, which, once arranged, will elevate the spiritual energy concentration of the entire room to a higher level. Without any concerns about continuity. The price is 25 million. The lighting fixtures will feature the tail feathers of the silver shuttle bird, which will further enhance the natural ambience indoors, each feather costing 800,000. Regarding the tranquil jade, after meticulous selection, I have chosen a set in soft hues that harmonizes beautifully with the architecture here. Essentially, all items are of the highest specifications. When tallied, the cost to renovate just the main house amounts to over 90 million, while each of the 4 guest rooms will require nearly 40 million. Tang Tian contemplated for a moment and declared, let us proceed with this arrangement. In addition to the main residence, we shall also furnish a guest room. He then turned to Gu Xiaoxue and inquired, which room do you wish to occupy? Gu Xiaoxue appeared momentarily taken aback, then shook her head repeatedly, saying, Young Master Tang, I do not require such lavish accommodations. My cultivation merely necessitates harmony with the heavens and the earth. The opulence would not significantly benefit me. It would be prudent for you to conserve your funds. She exhibited a demeanor of astonishment at the unexpected generosity. Tang Tian was bewildered, realizing that Gu Xiaoxue had misunderstood his intentions. The reason for refurbishing a guest room was solely due to his current financial constraints, which prevented him from renovating additional rooms. Undertaking such extensive renovations would necessitate staggered payments, a peculiar course of action that might arouse suspicion. Yet, since Gu Xiaoxue felt this way, he found himself unable to reveal the truth. It's quite all right. Please choose freely. I merely do not wish to impose upon a talent such as yourself. No objections permitted. Tang Tian asserted firmly, halting Gu Xiaoxue's protests. Gu Xiaoxue gazed at Tang Tian, her large eyes brimming with emotion, while Wang Anning looked on with envy, seemingly lamenting why it was not he who received such favor. Their reactions left Tang Tian feeling quite awkward. I truly did not intend it in that manner. He cleared his throat, quickly shifting the subject. Then it is settled. I kindly ask you to make one more trip. I shall refrain from attending. Wang Anning nodded in agreement, of course. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is executed flawlessly. Chapter 14. Sparring. Having finalized the renovation list, Wang Anning departed from the Zizhu courtyard to procure furniture. Meanwhile, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue remained seated beneath the old locust tree. Following the earlier incident, Gu Xiaoxue appeared exceedingly anxious, sitting demurely with flushed cheeks, scarcely daring to glance at Tang Tian. Tang Tian felt a sense of helplessness. The girl was truly too innocent. If he harbored any ulterior motives, she would undoubtedly possess no means of resistance. Yet, she was at least a child of destiny. Should not the Qinghua sect take special measures to protect such a prodigious talent? Moreover, Elder Zhongyang had casually placed her in his proximity. Did he not fear the potential ruin of this future star? Tang Tian found himself bewildered. However, in the realm of cultivation, there were far too many enigmatic matters. And he had previously been but a lowly servant disciple, lacking in experience. Who could say whether there were hidden traps awaiting? Perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. Clarity would surely come with time. Observing Gu Xiaoshua's restless demeanor, Tang Tian sighed internally and spoke. Xiaoshua, how about you accompany me in some sword practice? I have gained some insights into swordplay recently. He wished to dispel the peculiar atmosphere that had enveloped them. Upon hearing Tang Tian's voice, Gu Xiaoshua startled and looked up. Huh? Oh, sure. How do you want to practice? Tang Tian smiled and replied. Did you not mention that my sword technique resembled a game you played in your childhood? Let us return to that playful spirit and have some fun. Having spoken, he rose and made his way to a more spacious area of the courtyard. Excellent! Exclaimed Gu Xiaoshua, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as she stood up and faced Tang Tian. The two stood in opposition. I shall not hold back. Do take heed, Tang Tian declared, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned master. Gu Xiaoshua nodded repeatedly, of course. Holding back would render it rather dull. In a moment of frustration, Tang Tian thought to himself that it was time to demonstrate his prowess. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged through the courtyard, and a long sword materialized in his hand. Gu Xiaoshua gasped softly, a flicker of surprise glinting in her eyes. Here it comes, Tang Tian shouted, rising to his full height. In an instant, the courtyard was engulfed in a tempest, enveloping Gu Xiaoshua's petite figure entirely. Immediately, countless streams of sword energy surged towards her from all directions, impenetrable and fierce, each infused with a formidable aura. How intriguing, Gu Xiaoshua mused, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she unsheathed her own long sword. With a graceful flourish, she traced an elegant arc through the air, dispersing all the sword energy. Yet, without delay, the energy shifted direction and returned anew, this time devoid of its previous ferocity, transforming into what seemed like feathers dancing in the wind. Gu Xiaoshua swung her sword horizontally, but the sword energy merely circled around her blade, swiftly latching onto her form. Gu Xiaoshua gasped in surprise, quickly evading as the sword energy narrowly grazed past her. Subsequently, she altered her swordsmanship, twisting her wrist and conjuring several invisible whirlwinds that ensnared the supple sword energy within, causing them to collide and dissolve into nothingness. Concealed within the wind, Lin Feng observed her deftly dismantle his technique, transforming peril into safety, and could not help but marvel inwardly. Truly, she was a prodigy of the innate realm, swiftly discovering the means to counteract his methods. Moreover, Tang Tian noted that once engaged in battle, Gu Xiaoshua underwent a profound transformation in demeanor. The frailty and innocence that once characterized her had completely vanished, replaced by an aura of fierce, murderous intent. She was, without a doubt, a paragon of youthful brilliance. Before long, the feather-like sword energy was entirely neutralized by Gu Xiaoshua. However, Tang Tian's capabilities extended far beyond that. The nature of the wind was infinitely mutable. Moreover, he remained shrouded within its embrace. Without locating the core, Gu Xiaoshua would stand no chance of overcoming him relying solely on her swordsmanship. As he watched her become ensnared once more, a smirk crept upon his lips. Would she continue her reckless bravado? Would she persist in her arrogance? He reveled in his inner triumph. There was no denying it. This girl was exceedingly disheartening. What was even more infuriating was her obliviousness to the impact of her actions on others. That was the most vexing aspect. Thus, it was imperative to impart to her the lesson that there are individuals beyond oneself and realms beyond the heavens. Tang Tian steeled himself, unleashing a myriad of tactics, vowing to ensnare her within the tempestuous sword formation. Yet, just as he conjured an array of sword energies, Gu Xiaoshua's figure abruptly vanished within the formation. Almost immediately, a peal of laughter echoed in his ear. I have found you. Tang Tian was instantly taken aback, unleashing all his strength in a sword strike. Unfortunately, he struck nothing but air. Soon after, a chilling sensation graced his neck. Looking down, he discovered a pale long sword poised against him. He had lost. With a sigh, Tang Tian began to descend slowly from the sky. Gu Xiaoshua sheathed her sword and reappeared before him. How did you find me? Tang Tian inquired, his frustration evident. He had thought he could trap Gu Xiaoshua within the sword formation. It was determined by the movement of the wind, Miss Gu explained. Although you ensnared me with your sword formation, each time you altered the sword technique, It originated from the core. After a few iterations, I could ascertain the location of the core. However, you are quite formidable. In my earlier days, I might not have been able to locate you so swiftly. Tang Tian's eyelid twitched. The implication that she could still find him was rather disheartening. Then what if I continuously change my position? How would you identify the core? Tang Tian asked once more. Gu Xiaoxue responded, it would be the same. As long as you employ sword techniques, there will be a discernible pattern. With enough practice, I would be able to find it effortlessly. Moreover, there are various methods to dismantle such sword formations, including disrupting the environment or severing the array's focal point. The techniques of the sword are myriad, yet they all adhere to the principles of swordsmanship. Tang Tian stared wide-eyed. This girl possessed an astonishing depth of knowledge. Please elaborate further. This time, he was genuinely seeking her insights. Gu Xiaoxue did not withhold her insights, imparting her understanding of swordsmanship to Tang Tian. As she narrated, Tang Tian gradually realized that cultivation is an immensely vast world, seemingly boundless. A brand new realm slowly unfolded before him. Simultaneously, Tang Tian came to comprehend the profound depth of Gu Xiaoxue's expertise in cultivation. Sometimes, age truly does not signify everything. When an extraordinarily gifted individual immerses themselves in their field of expertise, miracles are destined to emerge. For the first time, Tang Tian sincerely expressed his gratitude to Elder Zhangyang for introducing him to such an exceptional talent. Chapter 15. The discourse lasted for an entire half-day. During this interval, Tang Tian felt as though his soul had undergone a sublime transformation, gaining a clear understanding of cultivation for the first time. Although he possessed dual systems, embarking on an unimaginable shortcut, this realization was still remarkably precious. After their extensive conversation, Tang Tian began to form a nebulous vision of his future path in cultivation. Who taught you all this? Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoxue smiled shyly. Part of it was taught by Elder, the rest I comprehended on my own. Tang Tian marveled inwardly. Such talent could scarcely be described merely as a gift. She resembled a favored child of heaven, endowed with a soul blessed by the divine. Contemplating this, Tang Tian found himself increasingly perplexed as to why such an outstanding and pure genius was casually assigned as his protector, especially when she was still troubled over the Lingyu. How is life in the sect treating you? Tang Tian could not help but inquire. Gu Xiaoxue replied, quite well, indeed. After being taken back to the sect by Elder Uncle, I have been residing at the main peak, and the senior brothers and sisters have been quite attentive to me. Later on, when the Elder entered closed-door meditation, I sought a cave dwelling as per his arrangement. I seldom venture out, and mostly engage in cultivation. I am on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but I cannot afford the nascent soul pills. Thus, upon my senior sister's recommendation, I approached Elder Zhangyang and chose to become a guard. And then, I met you. It seemed that there were no apparent issues, however. Tang Tian felt an undercurrent of mystery in her words. Yet, after pondering for a long while, he remained perplexed. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Raising his gaze to the sky, he noticed the sun had sunk behind the mountains, casting a crimson hue across half the sky, a breathtaking sight. It must be around mealtime. Tang Tian mused, stroking his chin. I believe I did not eat yesterday. It has been 2 days, yet I feel no pangs of hunger. Gu Xiaoxue chuckled. We are cultivators. Of course we do not feel hunger. There is no need for food. Tang Tian shook his head. What is the point of that? Eating is one of the most delightful experiences in life. Without it, what joy remains? He stood up, saying, fortunately, we have pots and pans available here. Come, let me prepare us a delightful dinner. With that, he led Gu Xiaoxue to the kitchen. Although it had been uninhabited for quite some time, the place remained remarkably pristine, almost untouched by dust, thanks to the breath of nature. Fortunately, there was no need for a thorough cleaning. I pondered what I could do. Tang Tian extended his consciousness into the Shumi ring, rummaging through its contents. During his visit to Jinyu Tang yesterday, he had acquired a plethora of ordinary resources, including spiritual rice, some edible spiritual herbs, and the flesh of magical beasts. These items were akin to regular ingredients, requiring only simple cooking. Of course, he was not well versed in complex culinary techniques. How about porridge, stir-fried sour and spicy yam strips, green pepper stir-fried with meat, and a cold dish of bok choy? Tang Tian swiftly settled on tonight's menu. Gu Xiaoxue chuckled. Sounds just like home-cooked meals. Tang Tian smirked. Home-cooked meals are the best. He would never concede to inadequacy in his culinary skills. Soon, the ingredients were ready, and a fire was kindled in the earthen stove. Aren't we using spiritual fire? Gu Xiaoxue inquired. Food cooked over a wood fire tastes more fragrant, Tang Tian asserted. Subsequently, Gu Xiaoxue squatted down to tend the fire while Tang Tian prepared the ingredients for the day's feast. If other cultivators were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. Who among cultivators still cooked in such a manner? Nevertheless, Tang Tian reveled in the process. The sizzling sound of vegetables hitting the hot oil was music to his ears. However, when a plate of dark, fried potato strips emerged from the stove, their roles were swiftly reversed. Tang Tian now stoked the fire while Gu Xiaoxue took to cooking. Not long after, 3 simple dishes were completed. 2 individuals were seated around a stone table beside an ancient well, enveloped in a delightful and warm ambience. Your culinary skills are quite impressive, Tang Tian remarked as he savored the dish, unable to contain his admiration, perhaps due to the superior quality of the ingredients. The flavors exceeded those he had experienced in his former life by several degrees. Oh, it's nothing special, Gu Xiaoxue replied with a smile. I merely cooked them thoroughly. I used to do this at home when I was a child. As she spoke, a glimmer of nostalgia appeared in her eyes. Back then, while my parents were out working, I was responsible for washing clothes, cooking, feeding the chickens and ducks, and tidying up. My younger brother, being quite mischievous, often broke things, so I would follow behind him to clean up. Sometimes, when I couldn't manage, I would claim responsibility when my parents returned, just to spare him from a scolding. Many years had passed since then, and at times, she found herself yearning for those days. Tang Tian, rendered speechless, wondered aloud. What is there to cherish about such a life? Yu Xiaoxue took a bite of her dish and replied, regardless, that place will always be my home. I cherished those moments holding my brother, sitting atop the chicken coop to watch the sunset. The golden sunlight would bathe us, warm and comforting. It was truly delightful. However, it was precisely because of the comfort that I lost track of time on several occasions, resulting in a thorough scolding from my parents. Haha. Tang Tian paused, choosing not to respond. Each person's environment is unique, and he recognized that it would be narrow-minded to impose his understanding upon Gu Xiaoxue's experiences. He now comprehended why Gu Xiaoxue was so understanding, voluntarily engaging in household chores and cooking. These were habits cultivated in her childhood. Then why did you choose to leave home and come to Qingyue Gate? Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoxue, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, It wasn't my decision to leave. That day, I encountered elder uncle, who said I was well suited for cultivation. After some discussion with my parents, they accepted a vial of disaster-removing pills and permitted me to depart with elder uncle. A pang struck Tang Tian's heart. The disaster-removing pills were trifling, scarcely worthy of even a low-grade elixir, serving only to alleviate ailments for mortals. They were worth no more than half a piece of spiritual jade. Such a meager offering had resulted in the sale of their daughter. It was truly, were you saddened at that time? Tang Tian asked softly. Gu Xiaoxue pondered for a moment before breaking into a bright smile. Well, my parents seemed quite happy. Their happiness brings me joy. After saying this, she continued to savor several mouthfuls of dishes, mingling them with her rice porridge. Tang Tian chose not to delve further into this topic. Every family has its own burdens. Not all childhoods are as idyllic as one might imagine. Yet, everyone possesses the right to choose their own happiness. In his view, Gu Xiaoxue's childhood had been quite unfortunate, even to the extent of being sold for a vial of disaster-removing pills. However, Gu Xiaoxue did not share this sentiment. Perhaps she chose to retain only the beautiful memories in her mind. Why shatter them? This was her chosen happiness. Chapter 16. Breakthrough. After finishing dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Wang Anning conveyed through the jade slip to Tang Tian that there were numerous preparations to be made, and the earliest he could arrive would be by tomorrow morning. Consequently, Tang Tian ceased his wait and returned to his chamber. Gu Xiaoxue also settled in, occupying the room immediately adjacent to the main house on the right side. Upon entering the meditation chamber, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. It was indeed tranquil, perfectly suited for daily cultivation. He seated himself cross-legged and soon entered a state of deep meditation. Subsequently, Tang Tian activated the infinite consumption system. Today's expenditure on purchasing a residence caused his consumption points to surge past 10,000, reaching over 13,000. He was now eligible to exchange for higher-tier items. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian opted to redeem a talent. The 5 rings talent, 10,000 consumption points. Upon the successful exchange, a familiar sensation washed over him, invigorating his entire being. As everything faded into the intangible, Tang Tian commenced his cultivation. Gradually, 5 white rings of talent materialized around his body, flickering in brightness, resonating with the very essence of the universe. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy surged from all directions, engulfing Tang Tian's being. The magnitude and quality of this energy were exponentially greater than during his cultivation session the previous night. In addition to the enhancement of his talent, the innate spiritual energy concentration of this location was remarkably substantial, accounting for such extraordinary advancements. Indeed, Both talent and cultivation environment are indispensable for practitioners. Under these circumstances, the speed of cultivation was astounding. Tang Tian could distinctly perceive his cultivation level rising rapidly, almost to the point of visibility. He focused his mind and earnestly engaged in his practice. After several hours had passed, Tang Tian, at the third level of qi refinement, felt a significant surge in his cultivation. However, he opened his eyes, a look of dissatisfaction clouding his features. At this rate, it was evident that he would not be able to break through to the fourth level of qi refinement by nightfall. If any ordinary cultivator were to witness his demeanor, they would undoubtedly chastise him for his audacity. To aspire for a breakthrough in a single night? Even though the spiritual energy required in the early stages of qi refinement is minimal, his ambition seemed excessively grandiose. Yet, Tang Tian was undeterred, especially after witnessing the extraordinary talent of Gu Xiaoxue, which intensified his sense of urgency. He felt he had already fallen significantly behind. Without a concerted effort, the gap would only widen. While innate talent cannot be hastily acquired, he resolved to seek alternatives. After thoughtful consideration, Tang Tian eventually retrieved a collection of small porcelain vials from his sumi ring. Among them were top-grade qi refinement pills, body refinement pills, and qi tempering pills, potent elixirs he had procured wholesale from the Jinyu Hall, perfectly suited for cultivation during the qi refinement phase. He intended to make good use of them. He opened a vial of top-grade qi refinement pills and poured out a single white pill. An intense fragrance wafted forth, far surpassing that of the Yang Yuan pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Instantly, a tempest of spiritual energy erupted within his abdomen, a storm that, rather than causing destruction, swiftly coursed through his meridians, surging forth with remarkable intensity. Tang Tian felt an overwhelming warmth engulf his entire body, as the potency of the pill enveloped him in mere moments. Moments later, all spiritual energy converged within his dantian, and his cultivation level was elevated by a small yet significant margin. Indeed, this was remarkable. Tang Tian marveled at the efficacy of this elixir, which was on an entirely different plane compared to the Yangyuan Dan. It contained the purest essence of spiritual energy, requiring no refinement. It could be directly absorbed into the dantian to enhance his strength. At a price of 100 spirit jade for a vial containing 10 pills, it was undeniably a worthy investment. Once more, Tang Tian retrieved a qi refinement pill and swallowed it, combining it with his regular practice. Before long, the entire vial of qi refinement pills was consumed, and Tang Tian's cultivation reached the peak of the third level of qi refinement, just a step away from further advancement. However, at this crucial juncture, he opted not to proceed further. Instead, he chose to ingest body refinement pills and qi enhancement pills. Relying solely on spiritual energy without a solid foundation was insufficient. The body refinement pills served to bolster his physical attributes, eliminating the need for arduous training, while the qi enhancement pills were designed to elevate the quality of his spiritual energy. With the same quantity of spiritual energy, higher quality naturally equated to greater strength. Tang Tian consumed them one by one, maximizing the enhancement of his overall capabilities. When he felt it was nearly time, he opened the second vial of qi refinement pills. Just one was sufficient to shatter the constraints of the third level of qi refinement, successfully propelling him to the fourth level. With a long exhale, Tang Tian felt a profound sense of relief. At last, he had achieved a breakthrough. He was now fully able to shed the identity of a mere servant disciple and embrace his status as a genuine outer disciple of Qinghua sect. It was time to elevate his standing further. The identity purchased with money held a certain distinction from that earned through genuine prowess. The more, the merrier, Tang Tian thought to himself. After a session of cultivation, it was now deep into the night. Rising from the meditation chamber, he returned to his bedroom. Lying upon the soft bed, Tang Tian found himself devoid of sleepiness. For those in the qi refinement stage, going a month without sleep posed no challenge. However, he believed that life should not be excessively monotonous. Given the opportunity, indulging in some leisurely enjoyment was indeed a delightful pursuit. Spending every day in seclusion, neglecting meals and sleep, would simply be too dreary. As his scattered thoughts swirled, Tang Tian gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, at dawn, the gentle chirping of birds and rustling of creatures in the forest stirred Tang Tian from his sleep. After lingering in bed for a while, he rose, freshened up, donned his attire, and stepped outside. The crisp air greeted him instantly, invigorating his senses. Upon reaching the front yard, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Gu Xiaoxue had, unbeknownst to him, prepared breakfast and was waiting at the stone table. "You're awake. Come a breakfast." Gu Xiaoxue giggled. Tang Tian approached with a smile and sat down. Inquiring, "Didn't you say you no longer eat?" Gu Xiaoxue set the table for him, replying, You mentioned that eating is one of the most wonderful things in life. It would be quite a loss to casually forego it. Tang Tian chuckled. This girl was truly endearingly naive. In truth, he had merely spoken in jest the previous day, yet she had taken him seriously. The table was laid with porridge and several homely dishes, which Tang Tian sampled, finding the flavors still delightful. Surely, there was no regulation against cooking within the guard's code, Tang Tian jestingly remarked, causing Gu Xiaoxue's delicate face to flush with embarrassment. She had previously thought that merely memorizing the guard rules would suffice. However, based on the events of yesterday, she realized that not a single item from those rules had proven useful. Tang Tian shook his head and sighed softly, stating, in truth, we are merely in a contractual relationship. There is no need for you to be so kind to me. Gu Xiaoxue busied herself with her meal, muttering softly. Whoever treats me well, I shall treat them well in return. What? Tang Tian did not catch her words. Yet, Gu Xiaoxue did not repeat herself, instead signaling Tang Tian to eat quickly lest the food grow cold. A gentle breeze swept by, and it was uncertain when the tender buds on the old locust tree had begun to unfurl and blossom. Chapter 17, The Dojo as the Sun Rose, Following Breakfast. Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue seated themselves beneath the old locust tree, resuming their philosophical discourse from the previous day. Although referred to as a debate, it primarily consisted of Tang Tian posing questions and Gu Xiaoxue providing clarifications. In terms of cultivation, Gu Xiaoxue demonstrated meticulous attention to detail, addressing every nuance comprehensively. Tang Tian felt as though he had returned to his student days, and his understanding of cultivation deepened with each of Gu Xiaoxue's explanations. After about an hour had passed, the communication jade talisman in Tang Tian's possession began to chime. Upon inspecting it, he found it was from Wang Anning, who had prepared all the renovation materials and was waiting outside the Zijou courtyard. After concluding their discussion, Gu Xiaoxue took the formation plate and invited Wang Anning inside. Young Master Tang, how did you rest yesterday? Wang Anning inquired with a smile. Quite well, Tang Tian replied, inviting him to take a seat. Are all the materials ready? Wang Anning nodded and proceeded to present each item one by one. 2 ethereal veins were sealed within a substance known as the pulse stone, radiating starlight and resembling a miniature galaxy. The tail feather lamp, crafted from the tail feathers of the silver shuttle bird, emanated a gentle, natural aura. Its placement was versatile. A simple control spell sufficed to operate the light, consuming no energy and offering great convenience. Other decorative elements included the tranquility jade and the path-seeking stone, among others. Tang Tian remarked, I can handle the upcoming renovations myself. Within this collection of items, some pertain to formations, which, for reasons of safety and privacy, must remain undisclosed to others. Naturally, Wang Anning understood this principle as well. Subsequently, Tang Tian settled all outstanding payments, and the transaction was officially completed. The familiar system notification resonated in his mind, indicating an influx of over 13 million spirit jade, while his previously dwindling consumption points rebounded back into the 5-figure range. The 5th-tier physique was now readily within reach. After bidding farewell to Wang Anning, Tang Tian commenced the arrangement of his main residence. He entrusted the materials for the guest rooms entirely to Gu Xiaoxue, allowing her the liberty to design them as she wished. Tang Tian had no inclination to invade others' privacy. However, once all renovations were completed, he did visit Gu Xiaoxue's room to admire the decor, which was imbued with a youthful charm yet retained an air of elegance. He declined to show her the exceedingly minimalist style of his own space. Once all facilities were activated, the cultivation environment within the room elevated to a significantly enhanced level. If last night's South cultivation had taken place in such an environment, Tang Tian would have undoubtedly succeeded in breaking through to the 4th layer of qi refinement without the need for medicinal pills. How does that sound? Tang Tian inquired with a smile. Gu Xiaoxue praised, it's remarkable. It surpasses my little cave abode by far, although I possess a small spiritual vein of the same rank. The natural aura here is far more abundant. If I were to reside here long-term, I would certainly reach the nascent soul stage in no time. Tang Tian chuckled and replied, then you might as well stay here. I don't foresee any pressing matters ahead. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will not venture out. Concentrate on your cultivation here. Gu Xiaoxue paused slightly and asked, Tang Xiao, aren't you going to the dojo? Tang Tian was taken aback. What is a dojo? Gu Xiaoxue explained. It is a designated area for disciples of the upper district of Qinghua sect to cultivate. Above the dojo, various formations have been meticulously arranged by the sect elders, facilitating a smooth cultivation experience. Additionally, there are specially equipped quiet rooms for enhanced training effects. While the natural aura in Zijou Courtyard is indeed rich, the dojo remains the superior choice for rapid advancement. Tang Tian fell silent. He was aware that the upper district of Qinghua sect had dedicated training rooms, but he had not anticipated such an arrangement. From Gu Xiaoxue's description, it was evident that it must be a gathering place for disciples of the sect, perhaps even devoid of solitude. Tang Tian was not particularly fond of such a crowded environment. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian remarked, "For now, let us set this aside. My abilities are rather limited, and the cultivation environment at Zizhu Courtyard is sufficiently adequate. We can revisit this matter at a later time." Gu Xiaoxue was somewhat perplexed by Tang Tian's reasoning, yet she ultimately nodded in agreement. Indeed, during the qi refining stage, the conditions there are not significantly different from those at Zizhu Courtyard. Moreover, the training chambers at the dojo, which boast remarkable efficacy, require the expenditure of additional spirit jade, which is rather burdensome, as Gu Xiaoxue noted. However, upon hearing this, Tang Tian's ears perked up. "Is there a cost involved?" Gu Xiaoxue affirmed. "Yes. A basic training chamber demands several hundred spirit jades per day. Furthermore, when factoring in various supplementary formations, the total expense easily reaches several thousand. The costs escalate even more for higher-tier facilities. I plan to opt for a more advanced training chamber only when I am on the brink of a breakthrough. Avoiding unnecessary expenses is also quite beneficial." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. This sect resembled a mundane city, where every service incurred a fee. However, upon reflection, it made sense. If everything were complementary, how could such a large sect sustain its daily operations? It is only logical that expenses would be involved. After a brief contemplation, Tang Tian suddenly declared with fervor, "Let us go. If such an excellent place exists, why should we not seize the opportunity? As practitioners of the Tao, it is our duty to strive for the finest cultivation resources, for it is through this pursuit that we may ascend to greater heights." Beside him, Yu Xiaoxue was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't he just moments ago that someone had declared a reluctance to go? Was that her? Indeed. It was she who spoke. Yet, at the outset, it was not she who initiated the conversation, was it? Gu Xiaoxue found herself struggling to keep pace with Tang Tian's thoughts. Such sudden changes of heart are not to be taken lightly. Ahem. Tang Tian cleared his throat and remarked, "Do not dwell too much on the minutiae. Is the dojo far?" Gu Xiaoxue scratched her head and replied, "Not at all. It is situated atop the main peak. We shall reach it swiftly." With a grand gesture, Tang Tian declared, "Then let us proceed. Time waits for no one. For every minute you forego training, others shall advance further than you. Off we go." With that, he strode purposefully towards the courtyard. Observing Tang Tian's sudden burst of enthusiasm, Gu Xiaoxue experienced a moment of clarity. It seemed that he only exhibited such fervor when the topic of spending money arose. Truly, he is a singularly unconventional young heir. Shaking her head, Gu Xiaoxue hurried to catch up. Thus, the duo, one large and one small, departed from the bamboo grove. Shortly after their departure, several young disciples of the Qingwei sect arrived at the entrance of the bamboo grove. "Are my eyes deceiving me? Has this place truly been purchased?" inquired a female disciple. "Certainly not. I have been keeping a vigilant watch over such locations. Any movement shall not escape my notice," replied another young male disciple. The female disciple gasped in surprise, peering curiously into the bamboo grove. The male disciple chuckled. "No need to look further. The buyer of the purple bamboo courtyard is an exceptionally young scion of a wealthy family, accompanied by only a single bodyguard. He is a fresh face, undoubtedly a newcomer to Qingwei sect. You have a significant opportunity to get close to him. Don't say I didn't give you a heads up." The female disciple shot him a glance, seemingly irked by the bluntness of his words. Observing the young man's meaningful smile, she produced a vial of an unknown elixir and handed it to him. "Keep this matter under wraps." The young man accepted the elixir with a smile, replying, "I will do my best, but you must act swiftly. Such information cannot remain concealed for long." He then turned and departed, leaving the female disciple standing at the entrance of the purple bamboo grove, lost in contemplation. If Tang Tian were here, he would certainly recognize her. She is none other than Lin Yu's close friend, Feng Fei. Chapter 18. Premier Configuration. Upon leaving the purple bamboo courtyard, Tang Tian hurriedly ascended the main peak. This marked his first visit to the sect's summit since his arrival at Qingwei sect. The mountain loomed majestically, its trees casting a canopy that shielded the sun. With pavilions and towers veiled within, shrouded in ethereal mist, resembling a realm of fairies. Under the guidance of Gu Xiaoxue, Tang Tian made his way upward until he finally reached a vast plaza situated halfway up the mountain. The sight before him left Tang Tian awestruck, his mouth agape. The immense plaza seemed endless. At its center stood a colossal statue, with people gathered at its base, unable to even reach the height of its toes. The statue soared high, its upper portion lost within thick clouds, rendering its true form a mystery. Above the clouds, one can behold an expansive Taiji Bagua diagram. Elegantly suspended in the heavens, enveloping the entire square beneath it. The disciples of Qingyue sect are seated in concentric circles around the statue, meticulously arranged. This breathtaking scene evokes a profound sense of awe. Is that our sect's ancestor? Tang Tian inquired of Gu Xiaoxue. She shook her head, replying no. Very few know who he truly is, and it is unwise to inquire casually. The elders have informed me that he represents a kind of forbidden existence. To speculate recklessly could invite calamity. Tang Tian was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? The dojo of Qingyue sect does not honor its own ancestor, but rather a taboo figure? Is it some kind of novelty? He pondered briefly, then swiftly suppressed further thoughts. It would be ill-fated to draw misfortune upon himself. Nonetheless, the Qingyue sect undeniably exudes an air of peculiarity. Reclaiming his focus, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue entered the dojo with ease. Upon their arrival, Tang Tian immediately sensed a starkly different atmosphere from that of the purple bamboo courtyard. The essence of cultivation was palpably intense. As Gu Xiaoxue had remarked, the dojo was indeed the most suitable place for daily practice. In contrast, the purple bamboo courtyard was more conducive to self-cultivation and the refinement of one's inner self. Tang Xiao, where would you like to go? Gu Xiaoxue asked. If we are to practice in the square, we simply need to find an empty spot to sit. However, if you wish to use a quiet room for cultivation, we must procure a key from the Wendaoge, which is located behind the statue. Tang Tian smiled and said, naturally, I prefer the quiet room for my cultivation. I am curious to see how much the highest grade meditation chamber truly costs. Ahem, just how powerful its cultivation effects are. After making a decision, the two of them followed the stone path along the edge of the dojo and soon arrived at the Wendaoge. By this time, it was already mid-morning, and those disciples in need had long completed their rentals. The interior was now sparsely populated. They quickly found a person in charge, and Tang Tian expressed his intentions. Upon noticing the attire of Tang Tian, the official politely inquired, what type of meditation chamber would you like to rent, fellow cultivator? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian replied, this is my first visit. I would like to take a look first. Subsequently, the official presented all the information regarding the meditation chambers to Tang Tian. Basic meditation chamber, 500 spirit stones per day. Intermediate meditation chamber, 3,000 spirit stones per day. Advanced meditation chamber, 20,000 spirit stones per day. Top-tier meditation chamber, 100,000 spirit stones per day. Dao level meditation chamber, 1 million spirit stones per day. Moreover, all of the aforementioned meditation chambers can be equipped with auxiliary formations of varying levels, such as spirit gathering arrays and spirit refining arrays, with prices ranging from 100 to 100,000 spirit stones per day. As Tang Tian gazed at the listed prices, a smile gradually crept across his face. Ultimately, he calmly declared, I will take the highest configuration, Dao-level meditation chamber, along with the highest grade auxiliary formations, all of them. As his words fell, a brief silence enveloped the group. This was soon followed by two exclamations of disbelief. What? Gu Xiaoxue stared wide-eyed, while the person in charge stood there, completely dumbfounded. The highest configuration. All of it, Tang Tian reiterated. After a moment, the person finally regained his composure and spoke. My friend, I mean no offense. Although you hold the esteemed title of senior honorary disciple, your cultivation level is merely at the 4th layer of qi refinement. For the qi refinement stage, we would advise that you opt for a medium-level cultivation chamber at most. Anything beyond that would exceed your capacity and yield no significant results. Tang Tian chuckled softly. I appreciate your concern, but I suggest you refrain from offering me advice. I am rather accustomed to utilizing only the top-tier options. The person in charge was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxue quickly tugged at Tang Tian's sleeve and whispered, Tang Xiao, you should really listen to him. Configurations exceeding the medium-level cultivation chamber truly don't offer much benefit. The Dao level, that is specifically designed for tribulation stage cultivators. We really shouldn't waste money like this. Seeing her earnest gaze, Tang Tian nodded, saying, you are right. He then turned to the person in charge. I almost forgot. When I mentioned the top configuration, it's actually for 2 sets, one for each of us. Don't get it mixed up, Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed. Did I say the right thing? Should you listen to yourself for a moment? It seems you haven't absorbed a word of what I said. Tang Xiao, please reconsider, Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed urgently. Tang Tian sighed inwardly, reflecting on the girl's admirable qualities, yet lamenting her excessive innocence and kindness. Were she of a different disposition, she might have proactively stepped forward to advocate for him before he even had the chance to speak. There would be no need for persuasion. Tang Tian replied softly. The reasons behind my actions are not solely due to you. I have my own motivations as well. Consider it a token of gratitude for the breakfast you provided me today. He found himself unable to disclose the true reasons to Gu Xiaoxue, thus resorting to this explanation instead. Gu Xiaoxue appeared momentarily bewildered, lost in her own thoughts. Fortunately, she was obedient and ceased her attempts to persuade him further. Tang Tian exhaled softly, realizing the necessity of avoiding similar situations in the future to prevent placing undue pressure on the young girl. Individuals like Gu Xiaoxue often held a profound sense of gratitude. He had no desire to shamelessly admit that his actions were solely for her benefit. Are you certain you wish to reserve a Dao-level cultivation chamber? The person in charge inquired. Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I require 2 in total, with the formations configured to the highest standards. The person in charge calculated the costs and stated, according to your specifications, the daily expenses will amount to 470,000 spirit stones for routine consumption. Tang Tian frowned slightly, asking, is it possible to rent for an extended period all at once? 500,000 seems a bit insufficient. The person in charge took a deep breath, replying, certainly. The maximum rental period is 1 year. However, throughout this year, whether or not you entered the cultivation chamber, it would all be accounted for. Tang Tian glanced at his wallet, which had already exceeded 300 million. Calculating it out, it was just enough for 2 months. Let us try it for 2 months then, Tang Tian declared. Chapter 19, The Secret Art of the Green Python. After completing the necessary procedures, Tang Tian obtained 2 tokens for entry into the Dao-level cultivation chamber. Subsequently, he departed from the Wendaoge with Gu Xiaoxue. Along the way, Gu Xiaoxue appeared somewhat withdrawn, as if the earlier incident had left a slight impact on her. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before inquiring, what is troubling you? With her head bowed, Gu Xiaoxue stammered, no one has ever treated me this well. Observing her demeanor, Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Cast aside such absurd notions, he admonished, his voice suddenly turning severe. Listen well, in this world, no one will treat you kindly without a reason. If someone were to do so, they would undoubtedly have ulterior motives. If you continue down this path, you will inevitably plunge yourself into despair. Do you understand? Tang Tian scolded fiercely. He was not a virtuous man and did not aspire to be the archetypal Good Samaritan. However, he maintained a profound respect and admiration for those who genuinely harbored goodwill. He truly wished to prevent Gu Xiaoxue from jeopardizing her life due to her innocence and kindness. The unexpected reprimand left Gu Xiaoxue momentarily stunned. She gazed at Tang Tian, and after a lengthy silence, she slowly responded, what about you then? Do you have any ulterior motives towards me? Tang Tian let out a soft hum and turned his head away. I am different. You think my kindness toward you is as you perceive it, but in truth, it is not at all what you imagine. As I mentioned earlier, my decision to rent the meditation chamber for you stems from my own reasons, not out of concern for you. Do not naively believe that this is an act of goodwill. Do you understand? Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback for a moment, ultimately lowering her head and softly replying, all right, I understand. Tang Tian exhaled and stated, from this moment forward, regarding matters of the spirit Jade, refrain from offering any opinions on my decisions. Your sole responsibility is to memorize the guard's code and diligently fulfill your duties as a protector. Gu Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. However, just when Tang Tian believed he had finally clarified his stance and felt a twinge of guilt for his previous harshness, Gu Xiaoxue slowly raised her head. Will you still eat the breakfast I make for you? Tang Tian, you truly are. For the first time, a flicker of annoyance crossed Tang Tian's mind regarding Gu Xiaoxue. This stubborn girl is impervious to reason. Upon arriving at the meditation chamber, he tossed the array plate to her and swiftly entered his own space. After sitting cross-legged for a while, he gradually calmed his emotions. After all, forcibly altering the nature of a pure and kind-hearted girl is quite unethical. It is best to let her learn the harsh realities of the world as she matures. Having settled his feelings, Tang Tian prepared to commence today's cultivation. It must be said that this meticulously designed cultivation chamber is truly extraordinary. Even the most ordinary breath allows one to sense the subtle threads of pure spiritual energy quietly nourishing the body. Spending an extended period in such an environment undoubtedly yields remarkable benefits for one's cultivation. Naturally, considering the exorbitant cost of several million a day, it must offer commensurate value. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Tang Tian did not rush into his cultivation. Instead, he activated the infinite consumption system. Following the recent transactions, he had accrued over 28,000 consumption points, and with the points gained from the renovation materials, the total had reached over 20,000. If he were to pay the full year's rent, he would receive an additional 140,000 consumption points. However, beyond that, it was uncertain when he would have the opportunity for significant expenditure again. The priority for system exchanges is undoubtedly talent, which means he could not opt for the 6th level physique. Thus, It seemed more prudent to first secure the 5th level physique and address the remaining matters later. Having clarified his thoughts, Tang Tian promptly chose to proceed with the exchange. 5th level physique, 10,000 consumption points. The system's prompt soon resonated. Exchange successful. The system will randomly draw one type of 5th level physique. As the draw was completed, congratulations were in order. He had acquired the bloodline of the great wilderness azure python. With the sound of successful exchange echoing, a familiar wave of heat enveloped his entire being once more. In a moment of daze, Tang Tian felt as though he had transcended to the great wilderness, transforming into a colossal azure python that spanned across mountain peaks. With a slight undulation of his body, towering trees crashed to the ground, and countless beasts perished on the spot. The azure python opened its colossal jaws, and a tempest suddenly erupted, swallowing the flesh and blood of all the demonic beasts into its belly. After a considerable time, Tang Tian emerged from the reverie induced by the earlier scene, lost in contemplation. That moment seemed to have revealed a secret technique of inheritance. When a being reaches a certain level of power, some of the esoteric skills they master can be passed down through bloodlines. Regardless of how many generations pass, this inheritance persists. If the bloodline of the descendants is exceptionally pure, the inherited secret techniques will manifest and be instinctively mastered. The azure python's ability to devour other demonic beasts appeared to be such an inherited technique. After a moment's reflection, Tang Tian raised one hand, fingers slightly splayed. Suddenly, a tremendous suction erupted from his palm, stirring the air before him and generating a potent current. The force produced by this current far surpassed the proficiency he had achieved with the Gale sword technique. Astonished, Tang Tian hastily retracted the secret technique. The power exceeded his expectations by a wide margin. Could this be considered a hidden ace? A faint smile graced his lips. This azure python technique could indeed serve as a trump card. However, Tang Tian harbored a lingering feeling that he had not fully inherited the essence of the azure python technique. He had merely grasped its superficial aspects. Perhaps he should try the enlightenment option within the system? With 10,000 consumption points remaining, he promptly chose to exchange them for one instance of intermediate enlightenment, costing 10,000 points. Intermediate enlightenment. This can elevate the realm of techniques of the Xian level and below by one stage. With the points exchanged, Tang Tian applied the enlightenment to the azure python technique. However, the system notification sounded once more. The target cultivation technique was too advanced for immediate comprehension. Please exchange for a higher level. Comprehension failed. Yet, a joyful smile blossomed on Tang Tian's face. It was merely a matter of insufficient levels, not an impossibility for enlightenment. Once he accumulated enough resources, he would undoubtedly elevate the Qingmeng secret technique to its utmost pinnacle. Achieving parity with the esteemed ancestor of the Qingmeng was not beyond reach. Truly splendid. Tang Tian contentedly exited the system interface. Subsequently, 5 rings of innate talent ascended, signaling the commencement of his training for the day. Chapter 20. Peculiar actions. Time flew swiftly, and before long, evening had arrived. In the Taoist temple, within the tranquil space designated for cultivation, Tang Tian sat cross-legged upon a mat, 5 rings of innate talent quietly hovering around him, flickering with light. With each breath, a surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into his body as he continued to cultivate, having just broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, and his power was steadily increasing. After a moment, Tang Tian opened his eyes. It was still a touch insufficient. After a day of rigorous practice, complemented by various elixirs, he had reached the zenith of the 4th layer of qi refinement. It would not be long before he successfully broke through to the 5th layer. Such a pace of advancement far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners with 5 rings of talent. There was no denying the extraordinary resources at his disposal. The efficacy of the Taoist level cultivation space had propelled him to the limits of what the qi refinement stage could sustain. Furthermore, several invisible waves of Taoist principles enveloped Tang Tian's body. That was a grand formation specifically designed for practitioners undergoing tribulation. Although Tang Tian could not yet make use of it, it subtly facilitated his cultivation progress. Compared to the Zizhu courtyard, it was indeed a significant improvement. Never mind. We shall discuss it tomorrow. Glancing at the time, Tang Tian decided to conclude his training for today. Exiting the meditation chamber, he activated the communication Jade talisman of Gu Xiaoxue. Soon, Gu Xiaoxue emerged from another meditation chamber. Aren't you planning to cultivate a bit longer? This is a Dao-level training room, she inquired. Observing her return to her previous demeanor, Tang Tian retorted, staying up late is detrimental to your health. Let us go home. With that, he took the lead in leaving, while Gu Xiaoxue obediently followed behind. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian could not resist asking, how do you feel? Gu Xiaoxue responded with an enthusiastic, "Wonderful. I previously thought that a high-level meditation chamber merely had a higher concentration of spiritual energy than an ordinary one. Now I realize it harbors an abundance of Taoist principles. Guided by these rules, I've discovered many of my shortcomings. Moreover, the Tao-level meditation chamber has a direct connection to the heavens and the earth, the sun and moon, and the stars, imparting a sensation of being at the center of the universe. It is truly marvelous." Gu Xiaoxue praised exuberantly, while Tang Tian wore a bewildered expression. "Is that so? Are you certain we entered the same level of meditation chamber?" Instantly disheartened, he felt that this girl had a knack for unintentionally delivering severe blows to his confidence. Upon arriving at the dojo, Tang Tian once again returned to the One Dao Pavilion. The previous official was still present, and upon seeing Tang Tian's return, a smile immediately graced his face. "Have you completed your cultivation, my friend? How do you feel?" he inquired politely. Tang Tian, imitating Gu Xiaoxue's tone, replied, "Absolutely splendid. However, I find 2 months rather insufficient. I would like to extend it for another 4 months." The official was momentarily speechless. In truth, he had hoped to witness Tang Tian regretting his decision, lamenting with a heavy heart. Alas, he was disappointed. "As you wish." Soon, the transaction was completed. Tang Tian glanced at his wallet and continued, "No, that sensation was too exhilarating. 4 months is not enough. Grant me another 6 months, so it totals a neat year." The official was once again at a loss for words. "Brother, what do you think this is? A matter of rounding up?" Even those in the tribulation phase preparing for seclusion do not operate in such a manner. They typically rent for 6 months and, if unsuccessful, renew for another 6 at most. Observing that Tang Tian was not jesting, the official could only acquiesce. "Very well, if you have the means, you are indeed formidable." The renewal process was smoothly completed, and Tang Tian's wallet swelled rapidly, surpassing 2 billion. His consumption points similarly soared, exceeding 160,000. With a 6-ring talent now firmly within his grasp, Tang Tian was in high spirits. He expressed his gratitude to the official and departed the dojo alongside Gu Xiaoxue. However, after leaving, he did not hasten back to the purple bamboo courtyard. Instead, he descended the mountain. Arriving at the area where the outer disciples and the miscellaneous disciples intersect, the disciples' hall. This is the place where one ascends to the outer sect. The criteria for the promotion of outer sect disciples are exceedingly straightforward. One must cultivate to at least the 4th level of qi refinement and maintain a sound mental state to ascend smoothly. Tang Tian has already met these standards. However, his presence has nonetheless attracted considerable attention. After all, as a distinguished honorary disciple, his participation in the outer sect promotion is a rather extraordinary event. The reasoning is simple. With substantial wealth, one could easily amass resources to elevate oneself beyond the foundational stage, which affluent heir remains in kindergarten at the age of 18. Yet, what they did not anticipate was that not only does such a person exist, but upon assessment, Tang Tian's cultivation level is a mere 4th level of qi refinement. Could he truly be an ordinary body? Who can say? Given his age, it is surprising that he has only attained the 4th level of qi refinement. Would his family still be willing to invest such vast resources? 5 million for an honorary disciple. This world is indeed astonishingly unfair. In the realm of cultivation, strength is of paramount importance. Although Tang Tian exudes financial prowess, he still encounters a plethora of disdainful gazes. Tang Tian remains unfazed. In fact, he finds a peculiar pleasure in this circumstance, for such perceptions will lead others to misjudge his true capabilities, thereby allowing him to exist in a relatively secure environment. Indeed, he fears for his life. There is no shame in admitting this. The world of cultivation is fraught with danger. A moment's inattention can result in the loss of life. Life is the most precious of treasures, and Tang Tian is unwilling to squander it due to his own carelessness. He had not yet fully savored the experience. If given the opportunity, he would even be willing to remain hidden until he became invincible in the world. After successfully passing the cultivation assessment, Tang Tian was admitted as an outer disciple. He then brought Gu Xiaoxue back to the purple bamboo forest. As they traversed the winding path, the two arrived before a formation. Suddenly, a figure on the periphery of the formation caught Tang Tian's attention. It was a woman clad in sheer fabric. Lying motionless on the edge of the formation, her attire somewhat disheveled, suggesting she had encountered some misfortune. "Go take a look," Tang Tian urged Gu Xiaoxue to approach. She moved closer, but soon her expression grew peculiar as she signaled to Tang Tian that there was no danger, encouraging him to come forward. As Tang Tian approached and beheld the woman's face, he gasped in astonishment. "Oh, it's her?" The woman was none other than Feng Fei. Gu Xiaoxue, taken aback, asked, "Do you know her?" Tang Tian nodded. I had a brief encounter with her a few days ago. The impression was not particularly favorable. What happened to her? She appears to be injured and unconscious. Gu Xiaoxue pursed her lips. Well, on the surface, it seems that way. However, she is likely under the influence of a rare elixir known as the Hidden Vein Pill. I stumbled upon this information by chance. After consuming the Hidden Vein Pill, one exhibits symptoms of meridian damage and physical weakness, but taking the antidote will lead to immediate recovery. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. Such a pill exists? Why would Feng Fei take it? Tang Tian lowered his head, gazing at Feng Fei, whose disheveled attire seemed to cling to her form, inadvertently revealing ample fair skin, rendering him momentarily speechless. What on earth was this individual engaged in? Chapter 21. Ruthless revelation find a way to awaken her, Tang Tian remarked, expressing his reluctance to entangle himself further with someone like Feng Fei, addressing Gu Xiaoxue. Gu Xiaoxue stepped forward, deftly forming a peculiar hand gesture, and gently touched Feng Fei's forehead. Moments later, Feng Fei emitted a soft groan and gradually regained consciousness. What has happened to me? My head is spinning. Feng Fei's gaze was hazy, her demeanor frail. As she propped herself up, her garment unintentionally slipped further down, revealing more of her delicate skin. What are you doing here? Tang Tian inquired. I was injured, she replied. I heard that this purple bamboo forest possesses healing properties. So I came to try it out. But as I wandered, I unknowingly stumbled into a formation, and after that, I cannot recall. Feng Fei gently supported her forehead, exuding an air of vulnerability. Moreover, her voice was strikingly different from the one he had encountered days prior at the Jinyutang. Was she not weary from straining her voice? Observing her demeanor, Tang Tian surmised her intentions. Had she orchestrated this elaborate performance to present herself on a silver platter? Indeed, anyone capable of acquiring the purple bamboo courtyard must possess considerable financial resources, which often signifies status and rank. Some young ladies simply cannot resist such allure. However, Feng Fei, before we take action, could we perhaps prepare ourselves a bit more thoroughly? Tang Tian had no interest in playing games with her and replied softly, Feng Fei, what exactly do you intend to do? Upon hearing her name called, Feng Fei was momentarily taken aback. Then, she felt as if she had heard that voice somewhere before. Her heart raced as she slowly raised her head, only to find herself frozen in place. It's you? How could you be here? Feng Fei was utterly shocked, even forgetting to modulate her voice as she reverted to her true self. Tang Tian chuckled. That question should be posed to you. What are you doing outside my courtyard? If I recall correctly, ordinary disciples are not permitted to enter the bamboo grove at will. Feng Fei's expression was one of astonishment, seemingly unable to regain her composure. Her eyes reflected disbelief as she exclaimed, how is this possible? You, a mere servant who has gained a little wealth, could never purchase the bamboo courtyard. Tang Tian replied with a cold smile. Firstly, whether I bought the bamboo courtyard is of no concern to you. Secondly, I am already an outer disciple, and moreover, I hold the title of a senior honorary disciple of Qinghua sect. Lastly, I suggest you leave at once, or I will have no choice but to inform the law enforcement hall. Feng Fei stared blankly, intending to expose Tang Tian's true identity. But her attention was drawn to the gilded purple robe he wore. Indeed, that was the insignia of a senior honorary disciple. No one dared to impersonate such a status within Qinghua sect. In that moment, her emotions were profoundly conflicted. She never anticipated that all her cunning schemes and the steep price she paid would ultimately lead her to confront Tang Tian, the very person she once held in disdain. Will you leave on your own, or shall I have someone throw you out? Tang Tian issued his ultimatum. Feng Fei's expression shifted dramatically, suddenly donning a look of profound grievance as she spoke, her voice quivering with emotion. Tang Tian, young Master Tang, you truly misunderstand me. I harbor no contempt for you whatsoever. It is Lin Yu who has been incessantly maligning you in my presence, leading me to this misconception. I am genuinely hurt. My meridians are unable to function. Please, have pity on me and allow me to rest here. I do not wish to return to the courtyard. If I go back, my fate will surely be dire. Her voice was filled with anguish, her brows furrowed with sorrow. Had her target been a naive youth, she might have succeeded. Yet, regrettably, Tang Tian was no novice. I shall grant you only 3 breaths of time, he stated coolly. Listen to me, young Master Tang. Feng Fei, still unwilling to concede, attempted to move closer, her neckline lowering further with her actions. However, another figure emerged to obstruct her path, Gu Xiaoxue. At that moment, she stood silent yet formidable, her gaze icy as she fixed her stare upon Feng Fei, embodying the essence of a competent guardian. Only 2 breaths remain, Tang Tian remarked indifferently. Feng Fei bit her lip, seemingly desperate for a final attempt at resistance. Yet, she could not surmount Gu Xiaoshua's barrier. In resignation, she could only offer a hasty apology before stumbling away from the bamboo grove. After she departed, Tang Tian shook his head and activated the formation to enter the Zijou courtyard. I finally adhered to the guard regulations for once. Otherwise, I would feel as though I had accomplished nothing, which would be quite unjustifiable given my substantial salary. Upon returning, Gu Xiaoxue reverted to her previous demeanor, grinning endearingly as she spoke. Tang Tian replied with a smile. That is merely a fade. Had it not been for your presence, the conflict with Jia Meng and the others yesterday morning would have been inevitable. While conducting affairs within the Qinghua sect, the disturbances would have been innumerable. Your existence has allowed us to circumvent those myriad troubles. Gu Xiaoxue, somewhat perplexed, inquired, but I have observed those esteemed disciples. Even when alone, few dare to offend them. Ordinary disciples seem quite intimidated by them. Tang Tian shook his head, explaining, they fear the attire alone. This purple robe signifies substantial wealth and an enigmatic background. However, if one's own strength is lacking, all of that becomes meaningless, and there will always be those who seek to probe one's true capabilities. That would lead to countless troubles. Gu Xiaoxue nodded thoughtfully. She then added, that woman just now seemed so insincere. At a glance, her demeanor appeared entirely fabricated. Surely, no one would fall for such an act. Tang Tian rubbed his nose in contemplation. In truth, he felt that Fang Fei's acting was rather exquisite. Had she been a stranger, unaware of her concealed motives, even without offering assistance, his demeanor would not have been as curt as it was earlier. Could it be that women indeed understand one another best? You are correct. Her performance was woefully inadequate, Tang Tian concurred. She seems to have endeavored to approach you for her own gain. Does she not? Why can she not pursue a more honorable path? How exasperating, Gu Xiaoxue remarked, clearly displeased with Fang Fei's earlier actions. Tang Tian replied, each individual possesses their own means of survival. I generally refrain from passing judgment on such matters. Let us speak no more of her. Take your rest, for tomorrow we shall return to the training grounds. With that, they retreated to their respective chambers. As the moon hung high in the sky, a woman sat cross-legged within the forest, her aura shifting continuously. It was Fang Fei. After a moment, she opened her eyes. Her injuries completely healed, restoring her to her former self. That damn Tang Tian. She seethed with indignation. What of wealth? You shall forever remain a mere menial in the Qi refinement stage. If I cannot contend with you, do you believe others can? To dare insult me twice, I shall ensure you pay dearly for your arrogance. Fang Fei gazed coldly into the distance, as if resolute in making an extraordinary decision. And Lin Yu, it is because of you that I have forged enmity with Tang Tian. Wretched harlot, loathsome servant, await your reckoning. Chapter 22. The arrival of Qin Hai early the next morning, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue arrived at the main peak dojo. Last night, he had successfully exchanged 100,000 consumption points for a 6th-tier talent, and today was the perfect opportunity to test its effects. After a session of cultivation, the differences compared to the 5th-tier talent were indeed striking. With the enhancement of the Dao-level cultivation chamber, he estimated he would break through to the 5th level of Qi refinement by the end of the day. This prospect invigorated Tang Tian, for strength was the aspect he valued most. In the subsequent half-month, Tang Tian found no additional channels for expenditure. Although there were some, the quantities were minuscule, far beneath his expectations. Thus, during this period, he continuously shuttled between the dojo and the Zijou courtyard. The saturated cultivation environment, coupled with ample medicinal support, allowed his cultivation to ascend rapidly. On the first day, he reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, by the 3rd day, the 6th, and by the 7th day, the 7th. As more than half a month passed, Tang Tian ascended to the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi refinement. With another half-month, he anticipated achieving the consummate level of the 13th, ready to challenge the foundation establishment realm. Such progress was beyond the wildest dreams of the former Tang Tian. It is worth noting that Lin Yu, endowed with a 5th-tier talent, had taken nearly a year to break through to foundation establishment and successfully enter the inner sect. With Tang Tian's current rate of advancement, he would soon surpass her entirely. Furthermore, he had utilized his consumption points to exchange for a plethora of ordinary-level epiphany sessions, mastering dozens of common ordinary-level spells. For instance, combat spells such as Flame Palm, Wave-Treading Steps, and Diamond Fist, alongside life-enhancing spells like Spirit Fire Technique, Rain Summoning Technique, and Telekinesis, have all reached a pinnacle of mastery. This endeavor, beyond merely augmenting his combat repertoire and facilitating daily life, serves a more profound purpose: to deepen his comprehension of the path of cultivation through these diverse spells. The results have been remarkably effective. Now, Tang Tian is no longer the naive novice he once was. During philosophical discussions with Gu Xiaoxue, he no longer finds himself solely in the role of the student. He occasionally engages in spirited debate with her, and in certain respects, even Gu Xiaoxue is left astonished, exclaiming that Tang Tian is undoubtedly a prodigy in cultivation. To this, Tang Tian merely offers a faint smile. Basic skills, do not underestimate. As time flows onward, Tang Tian's overall strength has escalated rapidly, propelling him onto the grand stage of the cultivation world. In the purple bamboo courtyard, a fierce confrontation unfolds with fervor. With a swift motion, Tang Tian thrusts his sword, reaching Gu Xiaoxue's chest in an instant. However, Gu Xiaoxue remains composed, raising her long sword to counter, her blade meeting Tang Tian's with precision. Yet, to her astonishment, at the moment their sword tips connect, Tang Tian's form becomes ethereal, erupting explosively and vanishing without a trace. In the next heartbeat, a torrent of black flames surges from all directions, spiraling around Gu Xiaoxue's body in a frenzy. With a slight furrow of her brow, she swiftly forms a hand seal, summoning a chilling aura that descends, extinguishing the black flames entirely. Yet, at that moment, a colossal fist descended from the heavens, bearing an immense momentum that surged towards her. Gu Xiaoxue's gaze sharpened, her aura suddenly transforming into something formidable as she propelled herself upward, charging directly forward with her sword poised. With a resounding crash, the fist, forged from spiritual energy, shattered explosively, revealing Tang Tian's figure within. Just as he prepared to unleash another spell, a voice echoed in his ear. There was no time left. A familiar chill brushed against his neck, fleeting as a whisper. With a soft sigh, Tang Tian began to descend from the sky. I still cannot surpass you, he murmured. Gu Xiaoxue replied, you have done remarkably well. I never anticipated that you would master such an array of spells, all cultivated to such an advanced level. I have never encountered a genius more formidable than you. Truly, you are far superior to me. Tang Tian scoffed. Then why did I lose? Gu Xiaoxue elucidated. This is because, although you possess a multitude of spells, your lack of combat experience leads to shortcomings in adjustment, coordination, and on-the-spot judgment. However, your rate of progress is astonishing. I foresee that it will not be long before, using spells of the same rank, I shall find myself defeated by you. Tang Tian responded with an O. In essence, her words conveyed that while he might currently be lacking, his rapid advancement could soon render her his subordinate. Quite close to the truth. Then you shall practice with me more often, Tang Tian declared. Subsequently, they returned to the stone table and engaged in a discussion regarding the points of caution that arose during the recent battle. At that moment, Tang Tian's communication Jade talisman illuminated. Upon inspecting it, he raised an eyebrow. It was from Qin Hai. They had previously agreed that after half a month, Qin Hai would bring a batch of cultivation resources, serving as a litmus test for establishing a trading channel. However, it seemed there had been some difficulties on Qin Hai's side, causing the timeline to be pushed back by a few days. Uncertain of the current status, Tang Tian activated the communication Jade talisman. Tang Xiao, I am ready on my end. Please confirm the time and place for our transaction. Qin Hai's voice came through. Finally, things were moving forward. Tang Tian inquired, will you be able to enter Qinghua sect? Yes, Qin Hai replied. We have an existing agreement with Qinghua sect. If there is an invitation, we can access the relevant areas. Tang Tian contemplated for a moment and said, all right, I will send someone to Jinyu Tang to find you. With that, the communication concluded. You should make the trip, Tang Tian instructed Gu Xiaoxue. Exercise caution when dealing with this individual, and refrain from disclosing any other matters concerning us. Gu Xiaoxue nodded, I understand. Soon, she departed from Zizhu courtyard equipped with the array talisman. Approximately half an hour later, Gu Xiaoxue returned, accompanied by none other than Qin Hai. Tang Xiao, it has been a while, Qin Hai greeted warmly. Tang Tian offered a slight smile, please. Have a seat. Qin Hai settled down before Tang Tian, while Gu Xiaoxue quietly stood behind him. I sincerely apologize, Qin Hai expressed. Qin Hai Dao, initially. A fortnight was ample time, but upon learning that you had secured the Zizhu courtyard with considerable expenditure, I felt that my preparations were inadequate for your stature. Thus, I devoted additional days to procure some more exquisite items. Tang Tian stroked his chin, intrigued. Oh, you seem quite well informed. Qin Hai chuckled. After all, it's essential to have reliable channels in this line of work. You may not be aware, but word has gradually spread that a top-tier wealthy heir has recently joined Qinghua sect, one who spends lavishly. Many are eager to uncover details about you. Tang Tian smiled in silence, having anticipated such developments. His spending habits were bound to become a topic of discussion wherever he went. Although he personally preferred to maintain a low profile, He recognized the necessity of spending to earn credibility. Qin Hai's mention of this matter likely stemmed from concern that he had identified alternative trading avenues. Is that so? I am not entirely certain at the moment. Tang Tian replied. Rather than dwell on such matters, I find myself far more intrigued by what you have brought today. I hope it does not disappoint. Qin Hai beamed. Naturally. Chapter 23. Breaking the 100 billion. After their conversation, Qin Hai produced a beautifully crafted Shumi ring. Please take a look. This has been dispatched from the headquarters of Jin Yutang. It has been tailored to your specifications, encompassing various levels and types of items, Qin Hai remarked. Tang Tian nodded and accepted the Shumi ring, probing his consciousness within. Before him, an expansive space materialized, filled with an array of boxes of various sizes, each meticulously labeled to describe its contents. There were elixirs, spiritual artifacts, talismans, medicinal herbs, materials for weapon forging, spiritual grasses and fruits, and an abundance of rare treasures. Additionally, numerous jade slips containing martial arts techniques sparkled within the space. If one were to transport this impressive collection to the outside world, it could easily establish a small sect. It appeared to be quite satisfactory. How much does it all cost? Tang Tian inquired. Qin Hai responded with a smile. Considering your exceptional financial capacity, I have prepared a little extra, rounding it up. The total comes to exactly 500 million. Tang Tian paused momentarily, then sighed. I am pleased that you could procure these items for me. However, I find your proposed price quite unsatisfactory. After a series of expenditures on housing, renovations, and a dojo, Tang Tian's reserves of spiritual jade had already surpassed 2 billion. A mere 500 million was insufficient to pique his interest. Noticing Tang Tian's apparent displeasure, Qin Hai hastily asked, Are you suggesting it is too expensive? Tang Tian cast him a sidelong glance. I had previously believed you to be an excellent potential partner. If you continue to underestimate my worth, then it seems our connection may reach its conclusion here. Qin Hai was taken aback, realizing the implication behind Tang Tian's words. It turned out that he felt the offer was too meager. My goodness, the last time he extravagantly spent 10 million, it was deemed insufficient, and that I could somewhat comprehend. But this time, it is a staggering 500 million, yet he still finds it lacking? Ultimately, it is a limited perspective that constrains his grand vision. Such a person who spends money as if it were water cannot be understood through ordinary lenses. However, he quickly donned a more radiant smile. I had heard of Tang Xiao's immense financial prowess, and it appears to be true indeed. Therefore, the time and effort I have expended over the past few days have not been in vain. Qin Hai chuckled. Tang Tian, perplexed, inquired, What do you mean? Qin Hai produced a Sumi ring once more. The 500 million worth of items within was what I initially intended to trade with you. However, upon hearing that you have rented the Zizhu courtyard and possess a Dao-level cultivation chamber, I surmised that the items might no longer be worthy of your stature. Hence, I submitted another request to the main hall for a selection of superior treasures. This is also the reason I could not conduct our transaction on time. Tang Tian gently tapped his fingers on the table. You are aware of the affairs regarding the Taoist temple? Qin Hai nodded. Of course. Your esteemed name has already circulated within our circle. Tang Tian remained silent. He had been engrossed in his cultivation lately and had not paid much attention to worldly matters. To think he had become somewhat of a minor celebrity. Yet, this was perhaps to be expected. Very well, let me see the treasures you have meticulously prepared. Tang Tian said, picking up the second Sumi ring and probing its contents with his consciousness. Within this ring, there are not many items. Only 5 exquisite boxes are arranged in the very center. Above the boxes, there is an introduction to the treasures. Fei Yu Huan Yunju, a superior grade earth-level movement technique, priced at 1.5 billion spiritual jade. Changgung Zijin Jian, an exceptional grade earth-level spiritual weapon, valued at 2 billion spiritual jade. Shi Sui Lingyi, a 7th-tier heavenly material, with each vial priced at 500 million spiritual jade, totaling 5 vials. Shi Hun Ning Shindan, a 7th-tier elixir, each vial costing 300 million spiritual jade, with a total of 10 vials. Tian Lei Zhu, capable of summoning heavenly thunder. Its power equivalent to the full force strike of a tribulation stage cultivator, priced at 100 million spiritual jade each, with a total of 20. These treasures are not comparable to those within the previous Shumi ring. They exist in an entirely different echelon. Tang Tian, deep in thought, glanced at Qin Hai and remarked, At Jin Yutang, did you not state that the amount you could decide upon was merely 10 million? How has it suddenly escalated to such an extent? This seems rather unreasonable. Qin Hai chuckled wryly and replied, I have wagered my entire career. Based on your performance at Qin Yumen, I surmised that you might be dissatisfied with the contents of the previous ring. Therefore, I secured these 5 treasures as collateral for my future, applying to the main hall. As long as you can purchase one of these items, I will be able to ascend another rank within Jinyu Tang. Tang Tian stroked his chin, realizing the gravity of the situation. Qin Hai truly exhibited considerable courage. You will not let me lose, will you? Qin Hai inquired cautiously. Tang Tian smiled. Of course not. I am quite satisfied with everything here. There is no need for selection. Any remarkable item presented before me shall not be allowed to slip away. Upon hearing this, Qin Hai was instantly filled with elation. Indeed, Tang Xiao is remarkably generous. Subsequently, the two commenced their transaction. Currently, Tang Tian possessed a mere 20 billion, thus opting for a staggered purchasing approach, which Qin Hai had grown accustomed to. Before long, he acquired all the items within the two rings. The total amount of spiritual jade soared beyond 100 billion, reaching a staggering 150 billion. The quantity consumed also amounted to 130,000. The 7th grade talent now lay within reach. Qin Hai wore a broad smile. Following this transaction, his status would undoubtedly experience a significant elevation. It was a win-win situation. The collaboration was delightful, and they looked forward to continuing in the future. I hope next time you can bring something that truly astonishes me. Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Qin Hai laughed heartily, assuring, certainly, I will do my utmost. Moments later, Qin Hai departed from the Zizhu courtyard. Gu Xiaoxue resumed her seat, having witnessed Tang Tian's grand gestures numerous times, yet the recent transaction still left her in awe. How is it that you possess such wealth? My own spiritual jade has never exceeded 2 million, she inquired, her demeanor seemingly deflated. The disparity in wealth can indeed be disheartening at times. Tang Tian shook his head, stating, some wealth is tangible, while others remain intangible. Setting aside discussions of talent, your abode, cultivation techniques, and the spiritual artifacts in your possession, along with the environment in which you practice, constitute a considerable fortune if placed in the exterior realm. Gu Xiaoxue remarked, yet all these are bestowed by the sect. Tang Tian replied, having learned and enjoyed them, do they not also belong to you? The essence of value remains fundamentally unchanged. Gu Xiaoxue responded with a thoughtful "Oh." Tang Tian, too, appeared contemplative. He seemed to grasp the rationale behind the Qingwei sect's decision to admit honorary disciples. Sacrificing a fraction of authority in exchange for abundant resources to benefit its exclusive disciples is a practice employed by many. The sole concern is that only those sects in dire need of funds would take such measures. Is Qingwei sect truly in financial distress? Tang Tian was uncertain. Chapter 24. The rare and curious gathering. After a brief silence, Tang Tian suddenly recalled something. Xiaoxue, have I gained notoriety recently? He inquired. During this period, he had primarily occupied himself within the confines of Zizhu courtyard and the dojo, blissfully ignorant of worldly affairs, wholly devoted to the study of sage texts. However, Gu Xiaoxue enjoyed a relatively free schedule. At times, when she did not attend the dojo, Tang Tian would grant her a reprieve to tend to her own matters. Thus, she was likely to be aware of certain happenings. To some extent, Gu Xiaoxue replied, while I am unaware of the lower district, some individuals from the upper district do occasionally engage in discussions about you. Moreover, the number of invitations from outside the courtyard has been steadily increasing. Upon my return yesterday, I observed several individuals lurking outside the Zizhu forest, peering curiously within, only to be hastily dismissed by me. Tang Tian remained silent, acutely aware that his ostentatious spending and lavish demeanor would undoubtedly pique the interest of certain individuals. However, he did not anticipate the rapid escalation of events. Do none of you engage in cultivation? Is the propensity for gossip among those in the cultivation realm truly so pronounced? Tang Tian silently pondered, realizing that if this continued, someone would inevitably succumb to their insatiable curiosity, instigating annoying disturbances. Perhaps it is time to venture out, allowing others to glimpse his presence, thereby dispelling the air of mystery that surrounded him. By quelling their curiosity, his days would likely become far more tranquil. Do you still possess those invitations? Tang Tian was well aware of the situation, yet he had not even glanced at them, leaving the matter to Gu Xiaoxue to handle. I still have them. Here, she replied, producing a thick stack of invitations. As Tang Tian accepted them and began to peruse, he was taken aback by the sheer absurdity of their contents. What an assortment of frivolous requests. Some invited him to admire flowers, others beckoned him to attend poetry gatherings, while yet others urged him to witness enchanting dancers. One invitation, particularly egregious, requested his presence at the moon viewing over Luoyuan Lake, a venue typically reserved for couples, and astonishingly, it was extended by a man. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Tang Tian cast aside the ridiculous invitations, ultimately retaining only one that appeared to be of a more serious nature. 10 days hence, the esteemed disciples' gathering, the Qizhen Hui, shall be held at the Spring Appreciation Garden, and you are cordially invited. The sender of this missive is none other than the Spring Appreciation Garden itself. Have you heard of this place? Tang Tian handed the invitation to Gu Xiaoxue. She glanced at it and nodded, saying, I am aware. It is a place adorned with a plethora of blossoms, where various gatherings are hosted each spring when the flowers bloom. The Qizhen Hui is one such occasion. It is a gathering exclusively for esteemed disciples. Although I am not well versed in the specifics, Tang Tian stroked his chin, pondering the seriousness of the event. It seemed likely that many would attend. Upon inspecting the date on the invitation, he noted that it had been delivered 4 days prior, implying that the Qizhen Hui was merely 6 days away. You should inquire about the details of the Qizhen Hui over the next few days. We shall attend together in 6 days, Tang Tian remarked. The 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. In recent days, the area outside the purple bamboo forest had attracted an increasing number of onlookers. Each time Tang Tian ventured outside, he was met with a multitude of curious gazes, and some with ulterior motives would even approach him to engage in conversation. Despite Gu Xiaoxue's intervention on several occasions to deter them, there were still those eager to ingratiate themselves and pry for information. Consequently, Tang Tian chose to remain indoors, dedicating his time to cultivation within the confines of the purple bamboo courtyard. Fortunately, he had wisely opted for solitude, sparing himself from potential disturbances. On the day he transacted with Qin Hai, Tang Tian expended a significant sum of 1 million consumption points to successfully exchange for the 7 Rings talent. The enhancement bestowed by the 7 Rings of talent has significantly accelerated his cultivation speed, allowing him to break through once more in just a few days, reaching the 11th layer of Qi refinement. At this rate, it will not be long before he ascends to the foundation establishment stage. In addition, he exchanged 100,000 consumption points for a 6th-tier physique, acquiring the Thunder Flood Dragon bloodline. The Thunder Flood Dragon bloodline elevates physical prowess to a level surpassing that of the Great Wilderness Green Python, yet it did not bestow any secret inheritance, which is somewhat regrettable. However, such matters cannot be forced. Everything unfolds in its own time, and he can always exchange for even more formidable physiques in the future. With the remaining consumption points, Tang Tian continued to trade for various levels of comprehension sessions, learning several different cultivation techniques, thereby deepening his understanding of both cultivation and the Tao. Furthermore, Gu Xiaoxue has gathered some information regarding the Rare Treasures Gathering. This event is indeed a gathering exclusively for honorific disciples, and only those who are at least intermediate honorific disciples are qualified to attend. The primary purpose of the gathering is to provide a recreational venue for these disciples, as not all honorific disciples, unlike Tang Tian, who isolates himself in rigorous training, are so dedicated to their practice. In fact, the majority of honorific disciples are not particularly passionate about cultivation. They prefer the pleasures of nature, the beauty of flowers and moons, and the joy of revelry. Purchasing an identity merely enhances their enjoyment, while Tang Tian holds little interest in such pursuits. Another aspect of the Rare Treasures Gathering piques his curiosity, the appreciation of rare treasures. At the appointed time, the Spring Appreciation Garden would present some rather peculiar items for the esteemed disciples to appraise, allowing those interested to procure them. In gatherings of this nature, whatever treasures were displayed inevitably bore a singular descriptor, expensive. Tang Tian held a fondness for this term, and thus resolved that he would certainly attend the Rare Treasures event. No one could deter him. Rising early in the morning, he breathed in the fresh air, infused with the delicate fragrance of blooming flowers. Let us gather some locust blossoms in the coming days, when mixed with flour and steamed. They are particularly delicious, Tang Tian remarked to Gu Xiaoxue, who was setting the table. Can locust blossoms really be eaten? Gu Xiaoxue inquired, tilting her head. Unbeknownst to her, the old locust tree's canopy was already adorned with clusters of white flowers, releasing a gentle fragrance. Of course they can, Tang Tian replied as he took a seat at the table, noticing a smudge of soot on Gu Xiaoxue's nose, which prompted a chuckle. Are you still cooking over a wood fire? I was merely speaking casually the other day, he continued, gesturing towards his own nose. Gu Xiaoxue wiped away the soot and responded, You weren't mistaken. Food cooked over a wood fire indeed has a unique aroma. Truly, the flavor is distinct, Tang Tian smiled, beginning to enjoy a simple breakfast. After finishing their meal, the two tidied up and departed from the purple bamboo courtyard, traversing the tranquil paths toward the Spring Appreciation Garden. Chapter 25. 3 types of people navigating around the main peak. Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue arrived at the eastern peak of Qingwei Gate, where the Spring Appreciation Garden was situated atop. As Tang Tian journeyed onward, he observed an increasing number of esteemed disciples traversing alongside him, all seemingly en route to the illustrious Xinqi gathering. He soon discerned that nearly all of these distinguished figures were accompanied by several varied disciples, including inner sect members and core disciples, undoubtedly serving as their protectors. Tang Tian's presence did not attract much attention, as many had only heard of his name without ever having seen his countenance. However, just as he was about to reach the spring appreciation garden, a youth fanning himself with a folding fan approached him. "Fellow cultivator, are you traveling alone as well?" the young man inquired. Tang Tian glanced at him. The youth was clad in the attire of a high-ranking honorary disciple, yet he had no attendants by his side. Tang Tian gestured subtly towards Gu Xiaoxue beside him. The youth responded with an "oh," and added, "What I meant was, you have no other companions. Coincidentally, I am also alone. Shall we journey together?" Tang Tian remained silent. Realizing that the youth had not acknowledged Gu Xiaoxue as a person, he was not particularly inclined to travel with others. But recalling his intention to engage with people and present himself as less enigmatic, he ultimately nodded in agreement. "I am Wang Ziyu," the youth introduced himself. "I am Tang Tian," Tang Tian replied. Upon hearing this name, Wang Ziyu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "You are the renowned Tang Tian, the young master who has recently stirred quite the commotion." Tang Tian responded. "Commotion?" Wang Ziyu chuckled. "It has been quite some time since anyone resided in the purple bamboo courtyard. Moreover, the cultivation chambers at the Dao level are not accessible to just anyone. However, you have directly acquired two and even renewed the lease for another year. It is impossible for such matters to go unnoticed." Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words, ultimately exhaling, "I merely acted on impulse." Wang Ziyu clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "What a splendid expression of acting on impulse. This is the principle we, as esteemed disciples, ought to uphold, unlike certain individuals who incessantly gather to compete, each striving to outdo the others, akin to weaned infants." Tang Tian chuckled. "Is that truly the case?" Wang Ziyu smirked. "You have simply been too sheltered from the outside world. You shall soon see." Subsequently, the three of them proceeded to the entrance of the spring appreciation garden. With the invitation in hand, they were granted smooth passage inside. Just as Gu Xiaoxue had described, the garden was adorned with a plethora of flowers, resplendent in color. Spring had arrived, and a myriad of blossoms vied for attention, filling the air with a delightful fragrance that was truly pleasing to the senses. After meandering through the garden for a while, Tang Tian finally comprehended why Wang Ziyu had made such remarks. Along the way, he observed several clusters of esteemed disciples gathered, engaged in discussions about rather perplexing topics. "The window of my cave abode was broken a few days ago, so I purchased a water mirror, which cost me 80,000 spirit jade. Alas, what a ripoff," lamented one, shaking his head in dismay. Another person immediately remarked, "Indeed. I wonder how the prices have suddenly escalated so drastically. Just yesterday, I purchased a modest golden silk jade cushion, and it cost me a staggering 130,000. Tang Tian was taken aback. "Are you truly lamenting the soaring prices?" The conversation of another group of individuals broadened his horizons once more. "My friend, I heard that while dining at the Jinxiu building yesterday, you were in high spirits and ended up covering the entire bill?" one inquired. Another burst into hearty laughter. "Well, it wasn't exactly high spirits. It was merely a moment of enthusiasm, just a little over 1 million. As long as everyone is happy, that's what matters." The questioner narrowed his eyes. "Is that so? Then why did I hear that you merely put it on the tab?" The other person's face instantly flushed, and he exclaimed, "How can you unjustly tarnish my reputation? That was merely—" Tang Tian shook his head and sighed, wondering what manner of people these were. However, the next group he encountered was even more absurd. "Oh, dear sister, that little kitten in your arms is utterly adorable. What noble lineage does it hail from?" "Oh, it's rather ordinary, just possesses a touch of flower spirit bloodline," she replied. "And what about the kingfisher perched upon your shoulder?" "Merely the bloodline of a celestial sparrow. Nothing as esteemed as yours." "No, yours is the more noble." "No, yours is the more noble. Yours is the more noble. Yours is the more noble." Tang Tian rubbed his forehead, only to find Gu Xiaoxue and Wang Ziyu appearing entirely unfazed. "Do you not find their conversation rather peculiar?" Tang Tian inquired of Gu Xiaoxue. Gu Xiaoxue blinked her eyes and remarked, "It's not surprising at all. Aren't honorary disciples usually like this?" Tang Tian responded with a hint of disbelief. "So there exists such a label? Do the other ordinary disciples gaze upon me with a similar attitude, as if I were some sort of lunatic? Of course, that is peculiar." At this moment, Wang Ziyu interjected, and Tang Tian felt an immediate sense of relief, realizing that there are indeed normal individuals among the honorary disciples. The bloodline of a flower demon is hardly prestigious. It must at least be of the caliber of a celestial crane, Wang Ziyu asserted earnestly. Tang Tian was momentarily speechless. It appeared that he had a long and arduous journey ahead in reconciling his identity as an honorary disciple. Such a realm is not something that an ordinary person can easily attain. Seemingly perceiving Tang Tian's thoughts, Wang Ziyu smiled and said, "The individuals we just observed are merely of a lower to mid-tier level. They revel in such inexplicable antics. In contrast, those with substantial financial resources behave far more normally." Intrigued, Tang Tian inquired, "Is there a distinction even among honorary disciples?" Wang Ziyu chuckled, "Indeed. Generally speaking, honorary disciples can be categorized into three types. The first type consists of individuals who, having encountered a fortuitous opportunity, suddenly acquired immense wealth overnight, lacking the requisite strength to obtain their desired status through conventional means. They resort to purchasing it with spirit gems, thus providing a certain degree of security for themselves and their future descendants. Such individuals tend to be quite calculating and typically do not squander their riches indiscriminately. The second category consists of those who, despite their affluent backgrounds, lack the requisite abilities. Their families often procure a status for them, allowing them to evade certain familial disputes and live a relatively stable life. These individuals typically indulge in leisure, with leisurely activities such as strolling and birdwatching being their main pursuits. The people we encountered earlier fall within this classification. The third category comprises those who possess wealth, capability, and influence. Their motivations for acquiring status vary, and while they generally refrain from reckless actions, they are also the most formidable of the three types. Tang Tian, upon hearing this, was taken aback. It was astonishing to discover such distinctions among the esteemed disciples. If what Wang Ziyu stated is accurate, then it follows that the second category of idlers is likely the most populous. Which category do you belong to? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu paused momentarily before unfurling his folding fan and responding with a serene demeanor. I belong to none of those categories. Fame and fortune are but fleeting clouds. I pursue my own carefree existence. Tang Tian nodded in understanding. So, you are an anomaly. Wang Ziyu's fan momentarily halted, followed by a carefree smile. Indeed. One could say that. And what about you, Brother Tang? To which category do you believe you belong? Tang Tian replied with a faint smile, coincidentally. I too am an anomaly. Chapter 26. Unorthodox Disciples. Ha ha ha. Tang Tian's response sent Wang Ziyu into fits of laughter. It is no wonder that I feel an immediate affinity with Brother Tang. It turns out we are indeed kindred spirits, ha? Wang Ziyu laughed heartily, while Tang Tian smiled in silence. Being unconventional has its merits. This way, one should be spared from the inexplicable invitations to moon-gazing. After all, the term unconventional often signifies a certain nonconformity or capriciousness. Following an engaging conversation, the rapport between the two seemed to deepen. Wang Ziyu shared numerous amusing anecdotes about the honor disciples, allowing Tang Tian to gain a clearer understanding of this group for the first time. In essence, honor disciples are not typically those who are solely devoted to cultivation. They are more vibrant, their presence felt across various professions. Moreover, the existence of honor disciples has, to some extent, propelled commercial development, yielding numerous benefits for Qinghua sect beyond mere spiritual jade. The spring appreciation garden is expansive, and the two walked and conversed leisurely. During their stroll, some individuals attempted to invite or join their company, but in the face of two unconventional characters, they chose to maintain a respectful distance. However, just as they were enjoying their solitude, a cold voice interrupted them. Tang Tian. Turning to look, Tang Tian saw a young stranger, also a senior honorary disciple. Unlike him, this youth was flanked by a throng of core or inner disciples, all of whom were strikingly beautiful young women, numbering no fewer than 10, adorned with vibrant attire. Who are you? Tang Tian inquired with a slight furrow of his brow, certain that he had never encountered this young man before. Shintu Feng. The young man observed Tang Tian, still wearing a perplexed expression, his voice turning even more frigid. It appears that you have not taken the invitation I extended to you seriously. Tang Tian furrowed his brow once more, failing to recall the name. It was only upon Gu Xiaoshui's prompt that he suddenly remembered the individual who had invited him to witness beautiful women dance, Shin Tufeng. So it was you. Tang Tian stroked his chin, observing the man surrounded by a throng of flowers. One could surmise he indulged in such spectacles daily. Is that not tiresome? I must apologize, for I do not share such inclinations, Tang Tian remarked. Shin Tufeng let out a cold snort, remaining silent. However, unexpectedly, Gu Xiaoshua stepped forward. Positioning herself in front of Tang Tian, her late-stage golden core aura subtly emanating, shielding him behind her. Young Master Tang. He intends to probe your body with his spiritual sense, Gu Xiaoshua stated. Tang Tian's expression turned grave as he said, Shin Tufeng, What do you mean by this? To casually invade another's privacy with spiritual probing is an exceedingly impolite and malicious act, reserved only for those of higher status towards their inferiors. After experiencing such invasions a few times, Tang Tian had advised Gu Xiaoxue to intervene directly should anyone attempt it again. Little did he expect Shun Tufeng to do so openly. In response to Tang Tian's inquiry, Shun Tufeng replied coldly, "It is nothing. I merely wish to see what abilities someone as haughty as you possesses. You have even rented a Dao-level cultivation chamber. Your progress must be swift, no? Have you reached the 5th layer of qi refinement?" Tang Tian furrowed his brow, feeling as though this individual possessed an uncanny understanding of him. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure within the crowd behind Shin Tufeng, and a realization washed over him. It was Fang Fei. This clarified matters, as Lin Yu's close friend. She was undoubtedly well acquainted with his circumstances. Had Tang Tian retained his previous talents, even with access to a Dao-level cultivation chamber, he would have only reached a maximum of 5 levels in qi refinement. Was this individual seeking revenge? Tang Tian could not ascertain. Yet, it mattered little. Within the confines of Qinghua sect, as long as one did not commit any fundamentally egregious errors, no one could dare to challenge a high-ranking honorary disciple. Moreover, with Xiao Shui by his side, he felt emboldened. What I am is of no concern to you. Should you dare to offend me again, do not blame me for being ungracious, Tang Tian stated coldly. At that moment, Gu Xiaoshui's aura surged dramatically, exerting pressure upon all present. Through her days of rigorous training, she had approached the pinnacle of golden core perfection, and with her extraordinary innate talent, she was not someone easily rivaled by ordinary golden core cultivators. Shin Tufeng, too, sensed this formidable pressure. Though he felt a surge of indignation, he ultimately refrained from retaliating. This is the Spring Appreciation Garden. I prefer to avoid unnecessary conflict. But mark my words, you will inevitably pay for your arrogance, he declared, before turning to lead his entourage away, circumventing Tang Tian. Tang Tian pondered this exchange. Arrogance. Who, he wondered, was truly the arrogant one? He found it difficult to comprehend Shin Tufeng's reasoning. Nevertheless, it mattered not. The essence of the matter remained unchanged. He had Xiao Shui by his side. As Shin Tufeng walked away, Gu Xiaoxue retracted her aura and returned to stand behind Tang Tian. Beside them, Wang Ziyu could not help but cast a few glances her way before remarking, "Brother Tang, your little bodyguard is quite exceptional. I truly envy you." Tang Tian shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "Then why don't you find one for yourself?" Wang Ziyu chuckled, "I am accustomed to solitude. Besides, within Qinghua sect, there is little danger. Those who seek bodyguards are merely seeking to show off. Of course, you are an exception, Brother Tang." Tang Tian was rendered speechless as he gazed in the direction where Shin Tufeng had vanished, pondering aloud. Does the sect not intervene in such matters? Surely, there are at least 10 young female disciples beside Shin Tufeng. Could anyone genuinely believe they are merely bodyguards? Tang Tian found it peculiar. Intersect core disciples were undoubtedly of great significance to a sect. Did Qinghua sect truly allow them to be exploited by someone like Shin Tufeng? Wang Ziyu smiled lightly and said, "The sect naturally has its own considerations, beyond our capacity to speculate. From another perspective, a person who can be lured by money to betray themselves holds little worth in the eyes of the sect." Tang Tian fell silent. Though the words were spoken, he couldn't shake off the feeling of regret. There must surely be some among them who had been deceived and led astray. In fact, among the ordinary disciples of the sect, we privately have 2 different appellations for them. Prince Yu continued, "Those disciples who are wholeheartedly devoted to the path, diligently cultivating their skills, and remain unmoved by external temptations, are generally referred to as pure disciples. In contrast, those who are tainted by the allure of spiritual jade and the allure of fame are deemed impure disciples. This category also includes the guards." Tang Tian frowned slightly, instinctively glancing at Gu Xiaoxue. By this reasoning, she too would fall into the category of an impure disciple, yet she had not displayed any impure behavior. Rather, her excessive innocence often exasperated Tang Tian. "Such a label is indeed unpalatable," Tang Tian remarked. Prince Yu shook his head with a smile. "It is indeed unpleasant. Yet it is the truth. Regardless of the reasons, it signifies that their resolve has faltered." Tang Tian instinctively wished to counter this assertion, but found no compelling arguments. Indeed, for a true cultivator, the steadiness of one's heart is paramount. It must not waver due to hardship or other influences. Only those disciples with a pure heart will be regarded as the future treasures of the sect. Shin Tufeng's expression remained grim. The rejection of his invitation and the direct threat had left him quite displeased. "Fang Fei, you are correct. This Tang Tian is indeed exceedingly arrogant," Shin Tufeng commented. Fang Fei stepped forward, gently saying, "Please do not take offense. After all, he has purchased both the purple bamboo courtyard and the Tao-level meditation chambers in one go. A touch of pride is only natural." Shen Tufeng scoffed, "And what of it? The sect is not short of wealthy individuals, and he is merely a fortunate upstart. Despite my sincere invitation for him to attend the elders' discourse, he couldn't even remember my name. Truly, a blend of arrogance and ignorance." Fang Fei slightly lowered her head and murmured, "When I delivered the invitation, I specifically mentioned you, yet he didn't even step through the threshold." Shen Tufeng gritted his teeth. "Just wait. He will eventually pay the price." After a moment, he spoke again. "By the way, when will that pure disciple, who is about to be promoted to core status, arrive?" Fang Fei smiled softly. "Very soon. Rest assured, I will certainly present her to you." Chapter 27. Stealing the spotlight. Following the incident with Shen Tufeng, Tang Tian lost interest in further exploration. Thus, they settled in a quiet pavilion, awaiting the commencement of the Rare Treasures Conference. "Are there many valuable items at the conference?" Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu waved his folding fan and replied, "How can one even describe it as many? It is exceedingly abundant." "That fellow. There is nothing you can imagine that the Rare Treasures Conference cannot offer. Just wait and see." Tang Tian was momentarily speechless. "What you said is no different from saying nothing at all." As he savored a plate of fresh spiritual fruits, he waited. Wang Ziyu unabashedly came over and grabbed a handful, stating, "The primary targets of the Rare Treasures Conference are the ordinary high-ranking honorary disciples and intermediate honorary disciples. With Brother Tang's financial resources, he is surely destined to revel in great delight." Tang Tian curled his lips slightly, remarking, "Hearing you say that, I fear today may not be particularly joyous." Wang Ziyu blinked in surprise. Why is that?" Tang Tian offered no explanation. Given that this event was tailored for ordinary honorary disciples, the prices of the items would surely be reasonable, implying that one would not need to spend a fortune. How could that possibly bring him joy? After a period of anticipation, the Qijin Fair finally commenced. Hundreds of honorary disciples gathered amidst a sea of blossoms. At the heart of this floral expanse stood a resplendent fountain, where the fair was officially inaugurated. After casually selecting a spot to sit and indulging in the melodic performances for a while, the event formally began. Following a segment of inconsequential opening remarks, the organizers unveiled the first treasure, a koi fish possessing the bloodline of the golden butterfly. Its coloration and form were exceptionally exquisite, and upon maturity, it could sprout a pair of golden butterfly wings. Priced at 50,000 spirit jade per fish, the floor was opened for bids. The person in charge elevated a transparent orb, which floated effortlessly in the air. Under the radiance of various lights, the 10 koi reflected a dazzling brilliance. Soon, individuals began to place bids on the different koi. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of the crowd, Tang Tian inquired of Wang Ziyu, "What distinguishes these koi?" Wang Ziyu replied, "Nothing at all. They are simply ordinary koi." Tang Tian pondered for a moment before asking, "Then, what level of beast is the golden butterfly bloodline?" Wang Ziyu chuckled and remarked, "It is merely an ordinary creature, like this carp, which has been specially cultivated by people, primarily to pique curiosity." Tang Tian was taken aback. It turned out that the so-called Rare Treasures Fair revolved chiefly around this notion of curiosity. He had assumed that, at the very least, the focus would be on matters pertaining to cultivation. Ultimately, he realized that his perspective was rather limited for the majority of esteemed disciples. The pursuit of cultivation was of little significance. Curiosity, it seemed, was their greatest passion. "You appear to show little interest, Brother Tang," Wang Ziyu observed with a smile. Tang Tian paused. Indeed, he had no interest in such trivialities. He leaned more towards practicality. However, having decided to embark on the path of an esteemed disciple, perhaps engaging in activities that aligned with his persona would be more beneficial. "Are they delicious?" Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Well, ordinarily, one wouldn't spend such a sum just to sample its meat, would they?" Tang Tian smiled faintly. "Allow me to set the precedent then." He promptly declared his price, 1 million for each fish. The esteemed disciples, who had been vying for prices around 70 to 80,000, were instantly rendered speechless. Even the person in charge doubted his own hearing and incredulously asked, "Sir, are you certain you wish to bid 1 million each?" Tang Tian, languidly reclining in his chair, responded nonchalantly, "I cannot be bothered to engage in haggling. I shall state my price once. Whoever offers higher may take it." The expression of the person in charge was truly remarkable. Was this even a valid reason? Could anyone truly be this indifferent? The other esteemed disciples exchanged glances, astonished. These koi with the golden butterfly lineage could fetch, at most, 100,000 spirit jade. 1 million? Who would expend such a hefty sum on mere ornamental items? Brother Tang, Truly bold. Wang Ziyu exclaimed in admiration. Tang Tian responded calmly. It's not a big deal. I merely forwent a snack. Everyone else. Unbelievable. You spent 10 million for a snack? What kind of delicacy is that? Dragon's liver and phoenix's marrow? They were aware of Tang Tian's wealth. Yet they were taken aback by the sheer wildness of his spending habits. He was on an entirely different level. No one dared to raise the stakes any further. Under the astonished gazes of the assembly, Tang Tian successfully acquired the koi with the golden butterfly lineage. A slight disappointment lingered, as the system deemed this expenditure outside the realm of normal consumption, thus failing to trigger any refunds or reward points. However, it mattered little, with Tang Tian's current wealth. 1 million was practically negligible. Following this brief interlude, the rare treasures fair continued. The next extraordinary item was a flower exuding a peculiar fragrance, releasing pollen akin to fireflies by night. The starting bid was set at 100,000 spirit jade. 1 million. Before others could even voice their bids, Tang Tian again escalated the price tenfold. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, yet no objections arose. It was his money. He could spend it as he pleased. And what did it matter to them? Moreover, such a spectacle was far more entertaining than the fair itself, providing ample opportunity for bragging among peers upon returning. Subsequently, for each exquisite item presented, Tang Tian chose to place bids, merely trifles, having long since grown weary of them. However, his domineering behavior inevitably provoked the ire of certain individuals. Takpaphone, present at the venue, observed Tang Tian basking in the limelight alone and let out a cold snort. Such arrogance could only be displayed at an event of this caliber. I wonder if he would still be so brazen in the presence of true elite heirs. Behind him, Fang Fei's gaze flickered slightly upon hearing these words, as if lost in contemplation. The exhibition of curiosities continued, with each item presented by the host exuding a strong element of curiosity. Nonetheless, their prices remained modest, mostly under 500,000, all of which Tang Tian effortlessly acquired. However, as the event neared its conclusion, the prices began to escalate. The ice silkworm scarf, worn for years by the illustrious Lingluo fairy, commenced at 5 million. The host announced loudly, then smiled broadly at Tang Tian. Thanks to Tang Tian's substantial bids, this particular exhibition was poised to yield their greatest profits yet. What is this item? Tang Tian inquired, having inspected the scarf, which was merely woven from ordinary ice silkworm silk, yet astonishingly priced at 5 million. Wang Ziyu turned, astonished, and remarked, You truly do not know? That belonged to the Lingluo fairy. Over a decade ago, she was the brightest talent of the Qingwei sect, single-handedly dominating the entire sect. This scarf must have been worn by her for a considerable time before her ascension, tightly secured around his neck and then tucked beneath his clothing. You know what I mean? Wang Ziyu said with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxue immediately displayed a look of bewilderment. Can such a thing really be brought forth for auction? Surely anyone willing to purchase it must be somewhat unhinged, she remarked with a laugh. However, before her words could settle, Wang Ziyu declared, I bid 100 million. 500 million, Tang Tian countered. Gu Xiaoxue, sensing their scrutinizing gazes, instinctively retracted her head. What I meant to say is that the scarf is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. In Chapter 28, Lost in Madness, Tang Tian ultimately secured the exquisite scarf of the ethereal fairy for the staggering price of 500 million. To his surprise, this expenditure garnered the approval of 2 systems. It seemed the systems were indeed comprised of individuals with peculiar inclinations. Brother Tang, may I have a look as well? Wang Ziyu asked, his eyes filled with envy after Tang Tian acquired the scarf. Tang Tian willingly handed it over, and Wang Ziyu took a deep whiff, his expression one of sheer ecstasy. This sight elicited a look of disdain from Gu Xiaoxue, prompting her to instinctively distance herself from him. Do you cherish it so much? Then I shall gift it to you, Tang Tian said with a smile. This item is indeed rather peculiar. After some playful handling, Wang Ziyu ultimately returned it. Never mind. A gentleman does not seize what others hold dear, especially something so precious. Brother Tang, do take good care of it. Tang Tian shook his head, casually tucking the item into his bosom. The exotic treasures gathering continued, and Tang Tian persisted in showcasing his prowess, transforming the event into a solitary performance that revolved exclusively around him. His theme for the day was encapsulated in a single word, fervor. Before long, the gathering approached its final phase. The last treasure was presented to the stage, the Yanggang Tingyun branch, a mystical artifact cultivated in the sacred land of Zhuyang. Its effects were well understood by all. Merely taking a small segment and steeping it in spiritual tea would grant one the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the clouds, effortlessly conquering 10 formidable opponents. The organizer, with a sly grin, spoke in a tone that elicited hearty laughter from the crowd, fully aware of the implications of his words. The starting bid is 20 million spirit jade. Such an item was immensely coveted among the ranks of esteemed disciples. Hence, the initial price was considerably high. In previous gatherings, bids would have already begun to flow. However, today, all eyes turned to Tang Tian, awaiting his next move. Tang Tian remained unfazed, with the atmosphere reaching its zenith. It was only logical for him to make a play. He calmly declared, 100 million. Having uttered his bid, he dismissed the matter entirely. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Such extraordinary financial prowess was enviable, even among those who shared the title of esteemed disciples. The price had surged fivefold in an instant, dissuading those who had contemplated bidding. The Tingyun branch was trivial in comparison. Offending a wealthy, esteemed disciple was far from a prudent course of action. Moments later, as silence enveloped the room, the organizer prepared to conclude this final transaction. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, proclaiming 100 million and 10,000 spirit jade. The crowd was immediately taken aback, turning to gaze in that direction. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, bemused that, even at such a critical juncture, someone would choose to vie with him. How desperate must this individual be to acquire such an item? As he followed the sound, enlightenment dawned upon him. It was none other than Shun Tu Feng. No wonder he coveted such an object. The throng of formidable female cultivators surrounding him was no trifling matter, and Shun Tu Feng's slender frame could hardly withstand their intensity. The Yonggang Tingyun branch might indeed restore his masculine vigor. Had this been earlier in the bidding, Tang Tian would not have considered raising his offer if someone had outbid him. Yet, as they approached the final piece, failing to secure it would render the day less than perfect. Moreover, the rival was none other than the resentful Shun Tu Feng. Contemplating this, Tang Tian raised his bid once more, 100 million and 10,000. Shun Tu Feng's expression darkened as he glared coldly at Tang Tian. Unfazed, Tang Tian remained indifferent to him. 100 million and 15,000. Shun Tu Feng seemed resolute in his pursuit. However, Tang Tian was not about to grant him that opportunity. He boldly declared a figure that left the audience in disbelief. 500 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Incredible. 500 million for a mere segment of the Tingyun branch? This level of expenditure is beyond our comprehension. It was no wonder the influential were revered as such. At last, a notable bid had emerged, and the spectacle of powerful contenders was indeed captivating. Yet, it appeared Shun Tu Feng might not withstand the pressure. Upon hearing the murmur of the crowd, Shun Tu Feng's expression darkened to an extreme. Tang Tian, what do you mean? He exclaimed furiously. Tang Tian did not even cast a glance in his direction, replying coolly, is there a problem? Shun Tu Feng retorted, did you not previously state that you would cease bidding if someone offered a higher price? Why are you being so contradictory? Tang Tian responded, contradictory? Shun Tu Feng insisted, indeed. You have raised the price twice. Are you deliberately seeking trouble? Tang Tian inquired, what do you mean? Shun Tu Feng frowned, since you have resolved to bid only once, why engage in a contest with me over this matter? Tang Tian mused, yes, why indeed? Shun Tu Feng stammered, you. As the saying goes, when one finds it tedious to argue with a fool, the best course of action is to simply infuriate him. Indeed, Shun Tu Feng became incensed, his hair standing on end. He leaped forward, confronting Tang Tian directly, his golden core stage aura erupting with force. However, at the same moment, Gu Xiaoxua positioned herself before Lin Tian, fully absorbing his oppressive presence. If you cannot afford it, then you cannot. There is no shame in that. Is it necessary to become so frantic? Tang Tian remarked with an air of indifference. Shun Tu Feng's face flushed with anger. Is being wealthy so impressive? Do you truly believe yourself formidable? Compared to those genuine young masters, you are but an insignificant ant. Tang Tian chuckled lightly, remarking, you yourself mentioned that it is those young masters. Not you. Shun Tuofeng's expression darkened profoundly. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he commanded his guards to position themselves in front of Tang Tian and coldly declared, you are exceedingly arrogant. Do you truly believe that wealth grants you everything? I shall see if you can carry it away today. Tang Tian paused momentarily, then crossed his arms, reclining languidly against the back of his chair. This individual had evidently lost his composure. Today, he was merely a guest, required only to provide payment. The acquisition of the item rested with the organizers of the Shanchuan Garden. He had no obligation to heed Shun Tuofeng's provocations. As anticipated, upon hearing this, the organizer grew increasingly anxious. Young Master Shun, your actions may be somewhat inappropriate. This is Shanchuan Garden. We kindly ask you to consider the situation. Yet, in that moment, Shun Tuofeng was beyond reason, exclaiming loudly, you've saved your face, but what of mine? Do not forget, I represent the honor of young Master Lu. At the utterance of young Master Lu's name, the majority in attendance visibly altered their expressions, and even the organizer fell silent, hesitant to continue persuading him. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. This young Master Lu appeared to wield considerable influence. Just as he pondered this, a cultured voice resonated. When did you begin to represent Lu Chang'e? Should I inquire with him on your behalf? Then, a young man clad in a flowing white robe soared gracefully from the distance. Beside him stood several individuals clad in the attire of core disciples, both men and women. Yet, the aura emanating from these disciples was peculiarly obscure, even more formidable than that of Gu Xiaoxue. Chapter 29. The guest upon the appearance of the young man in white, an immediate silence enveloped the venue of the Qijin Society. Almost all honorary disciples wore expressions of astonishment. Even Shen Tufeng's countenance shifted, his furious emotion swiftly reined in. The person in charge hastily approached, respectfully addressing him as young Master Jingheng. Jingheng nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards Shen Tufeng, remarking coolly, I truly fail to comprehend why Lu Chang'e would take an interest in you. It is quite pathetic that mere words from others can render you so disoriented. Shen Tufeng's face drained of color, yet he dared not utter another word, repeatedly apologizing. I have acted inappropriately. Young Master Jing is magnanimous. I hope you will not take this to heart. Jingheng regarded him with an expressionless demeanor, observing until cold sweat beaded upon Shen Tufeng's brow, before slowly uttering, Begone. From today onward, do not let me see you at Dongfeng again. Shen Tufeng, as if granted a reprieve, offered another apology before hastily departing from the Shanshan garden. Witnessing the swift turn of events, Tang Tian stroked his chin, contemplating. This Jingheng appears to be an individual of considerable stature. Once Shen Tufeng had departed, Jingheng resumed his amiable and cultured demeanor, addressing the honorary disciples present. An unpleasant incident has occurred, and it is a fault of our Shanshan garden. Please continue to enjoy yourselves. All expenses will be covered by the garden. Jingheng's inherent charm and affability were most endearing to those around him. The crowd repeatedly expressed their nonchalance, and the atmosphere of the venue returned to its original vibrancy, even more exuberant than before. After speaking, Jingheng took the Tingyun branch from the hands of the organizer and personally presented it before Tang Tian. Having long heard of Tang Xiao's illustrious reputation, Jingheng was indeed struck by his extraordinary presence upon meeting him today. With a smile, he remarked, the earlier incident was due to our mismanagement. Please do not take it to heart, Tang Xiao. This Tingyun branch shall serve as my apology to you. Tang Tian rose to accept the Tingyun branch. Responding with a faint smile, I prefer a transaction where payment is made upon delivery. Subsequently, he produced a piece of spirit jade and handed it over. Jingheng did not persist in refusing, accepting the spirit jade and saying, Tang Xiao is indeed magnanimous. Today's events unfolded rather abruptly, and our hospitality fell short. I hope you will not hold it against us. You are always welcome to visit Changdong Peak, granting me the opportunity to extend my hospitality. His manner was exceedingly courteous, prompting Tang Tian to promptly assure him of a visit in the future. The two engaged in a few more light exchanges before Jingheng took his leave, refraining from prying into Tang Tian's affairs or any matters of vested interest. The phrase "the friendship of gentlemen" is as insipid as water was vividly embodied in his actions. With Jingheng's departure, the Qijin meeting concluded, and the attendees resumed their leisurely strolls in the garden, discussing the events of the day. Tang Tian and Wang Ziyu returned to their seats in the pavilion. I truly did not expect him to come, Wang Ziyu remarked, fanning herself. Jingheng? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu nodded. He is the strongest honorary disciple of Dongfeng and among the most formidable honorary disciples of our Qingwei sect. Even the leader of Dongfeng must treat him with utmost respect. Tang Tian was taken aback. Could it be that Jingheng was also an honorary disciple? It appeared that the disparity among honorary disciples was indeed considerable. Why then would someone so formidable choose to remain an honorary disciple? Tang Tian inquired, puzzled. From his previous understanding, he had learned that being an honorary disciple was not regarded as a prestigious status by the upper echelons of Qingwei sect, and such individuals were generally overlooked. Wang Ziyu chuckled and remarked, do you recall the three types of people I mentioned to you before? Among honorary disciples, there exists a category of individuals hailing from illustrious backgrounds, possessing extraordinary wealth, and exhibiting remarkable abilities that rival those of the most elite core disciples. The reasons these individuals opt to be honorary disciples vary greatly. Master Jingheng is one of them, and indeed, he belongs to the very pinnacle of this group. Tang Tian asked, what is Jingheng's objective? Wang Ziyu replied, I cannot say for certain. The pursuits of such individuals operate on a level far removed from those of ordinary honorary disciples. However, I can inform you that within Dongfeng, Jingheng's status is second only to the peak master, and he even has the power to influence the appointments of elders. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of understanding igniting within him. Surely, there must be matters of authority involved. After a moment's reflection, Tang Tian further queried, "Are there any other similar figures within Qinghua sect apart from him? It would be prudent to clarify this, lest I unwittingly become entangled in unforeseen complications." "Indeed, there are," came the response. Wang Ziyu chuckled. "Within the Qinghua sect, there are 5 prominent young gentlemen and 2 distinguished young ladies, all of whom stand on par with Jing Heng. They are referred to as Dong Jing, Beiguan, Shidu, Nanfeng Ma Xuan, and Zhufeng Lu Tianga. Dong Jing corresponds to Dongfeng Jing Heng, Beiguan to Beifeng Guanmeng, and Shidu to Shifeng Du Yuanqing. Nanfeng is the domain of the 2 distinguished young ladies, Ma Xiao and Chen Xiao, who share a close bond and cohabit harmoniously. Zhufeng, on the other hand, consists of Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng, 2 formidable rivals, and they are the most powerful honorary disciples of Qinghua sect. Tang Tian fell silent, astonished at the plethora of individuals of equal standing to Jing Heng. It seemed that the influence of the 5 young gentlemen and 2 distinguished young ladies nearly governed the entirety of Qinghua sect. Did the sect truly remain unconcerned, allowing them to wield such immense power? Undoubtedly, there were intricate relationships at play that eluded his understanding. Is the sect not worried? Tang Tian tentatively inquired. Wang Ziyu smiled and replied, "Worried about what? Regardless, they are all members of Qinghua sect, and in acquiring power, they also bear a significant share of responsibility. This is a reciprocal arrangement. Qinghua sect is not a small sect in the traditional sense. Its scale inevitably precludes it from being as unadulterated as certain other sections. Surely, Brother Tang understands the wisdom behind the notion that it is better to be lenient than to be overly strict." Tang Tian nodded slightly, as he began to grasp the operational dynamics of Qinghua sect for the first time. His only lingering question remained. What assurance did Qinghua sect possess that rendered it untroubled by the potential infiltration of hostile forces? This matter may only be clarified through further exploration and understanding. Casting aside these tangled thoughts, Tang Tian recalled another matter. "Brother Wang, did you just mention that Jing Heng is also an honorary disciple? Then why do the guards surrounding him appear to possess strength that far exceeds the golden core stage?" When Jing Heng arrived, several core disciples accompanied him, their imposing aura significantly surpassing that of Gu Xiaoxue. "Is it not said that only those at the peak of the golden core stage can be hired?" Wang Ziyu offered an explanation. "They are not merely guards, but rather possess an alternative title, guests." Tang Tian was taken aback. "What does that entail?" Wang Ziyu elaborated. "The relationship between honorary disciples and guards is one of employment, where guards must relinquish a portion of their freedom and adhere strictly to the regulations set forth in the guards' code. However, guests are different. The relationship between guests and honorary disciples is one of equality, granting them ample freedom. As long as both parties reach an agreement and register it at the merit hall, they can proceed. The remuneration for guests is also negotiated directly between the 2 parties, without interference from the sect." Tang Tian inquired, "Is there no restriction on strength?" Wang Ziyu nodded. "Indeed, there are no restrictions on strength. If one possesses the capability, even the young master could be made a guest, though that is virtually impossible. Generally speaking, the strength of guests is at least at the nascent soul stage. In fact, those of your standing as honorary disciples typically have several guests." Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. To his astonishment, such matters existed. He had been contemplating that once Gu Xiaoxue achieved the Yuaning stage, he would need to seek out additional guardians. Finding a suitable individual was no simple task. However, perhaps it was time to discuss with her the prospect of her becoming his disciple, allowing her to remain by his side. Moreover, it was high time to recruit a few more individuals. Chapter 30. A reunion with Zhang Yang. Throughout this period, Tang Tian realized that having only Gu Xiaoxue as his sole guardian was somewhat inadequate. Wherever he went, she was always by his side. Often, she took full responsibility for trivial tasks and gathering information. Although Gu Xiaoxue never voiced any objections and approached every task with utmost sincerity, Tang Tian couldn't shake the feeling that it was inappropriate. After all, Gu Xiaoxue was merely a guardian. It was unreasonable to burden her with every responsibility. Furthermore, as a prodigy of innate talent, she deserved not to be overlooked. Thus, Tang Tian had been contemplating the need to recruit a few more individuals to alleviate the mundane duties. Yet, he was reluctant to seek practitioners at the Golden Core stage, leading him to temporarily set aside the matter. However, given that the sect recognized the position of disciples, the situation became significantly more manageable. Was it necessary to engage personally in the search for disciples? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu replied, "Personal engagement is indeed the most effective approach, as it fosters a deeper understanding between both parties. However, if one truly lacks the time and energy, one may opt to visit the Hall of Merit to post a notice seeking disciples. After outlining the necessary criteria, the sect will assist in finding suitable candidates. Yet, this option entails a considerable expenditure of spiritual jade. Tang Tian felt a sense of relief. It was a matter of convenience to not have to search personally, and the cost of spiritual jade was not a concern. Thank you for the information, Brother Wang, Tang Tian expressed with a respectful gesture. Today, he had learned a great deal from Wang Ziyu, knowledge that had previously eluded him. Wang Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. I too have never encountered someone with whom I resonate so deeply. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, invite me to your purple bamboo courtyard someday. That place has never been open for rental, and I have yet to visit. Tang Tian replied with a smile, you are most welcome. Before long, the afternoon arrived. With the conclusion of the Rare Treasures Conference, Tang Tian departed from the Spring Appreciation Garden and bid farewell to Wang Ziyu at the foot of the Eastern Peak. During this conference, Tang Tian undeniably emerged as the central figure. His persona and manner of conduct had finally become known to the public. A man of substantial wealth, free-spirited, somewhat aloof, and distinctly unconventional. This was the impression most held of Tang Tian. He felt indifferent toward this perception, as his sole aim was to shed some of his previous enigma. Ultimately, achieving his goal was what mattered. On his way back, Tang Tian suddenly inquired, Xiaoxue, would you be willing to become my disciple? Yu Xiaoxue was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a question from Tang Tian. But I am still only at the golden core stage, which does not meet the criteria for becoming a contracted servant, Gu Xiaoxue said, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Tang Tian chuckled. With your innate talent, it surely won't be long before you break through to the nascent soul stage. According to the sect's regulations, our employment relationship will automatically conclude at that time. Therefore, I thought it prudent to inquire about your thoughts in advance. Gu Xiaoxue responded with a soft "oh," before bashfully admitting, I haven't really considered that matter. The reason I chose to be a guard was simply to earn some spirit jade to purchase a nascent soul pill. This answer took Tang Tian by surprise and elicited a hint of disappointment. He had assumed that, with his protagonist's charm, the young girl would readily agree with delight. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. Well, take your time to ponder it, Tang Tian suggested. Gu Xiaoxue nodded in acknowledgement. However, after a brief silence, she suddenly lifted her head and asked, do you wish for me to stay? Tang Tian paused, then smiled warmly, of course. Spending time with you has been quite pleasant. Gu Xiaoxue lowered her gaze once more and murmured, then, once I break through to the nascent soul stage, I will inform my senior sister. Tang Tian beamed, reassured that his protagonist's aura still held sway. The two walked in tandem, soon arriving at the foot of the main peak. Tang Tian abruptly halted, contemplating for a moment before stating, let us visit the merit hall. I will arrange for a few contracted servants in advance, allowing you to cultivate in peace and expedite your breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Gu Xiaoxue nodded gently. Subsequently, the two ascended to the main peak and arrived at the magnificent Hall of Achievements. The hall was bustling with activity, with each individual engrossed in their own affairs. In the center of the grand hall was the position of the honorary hall. Upon entering, Tang Tian contemplated for a moment, advising Gu Xiaoxue to rest in the hall while he proceeded alone to Elder Zhongyang's elegant chamber. Elder Zhong, it has been quite some time, Tang Tian greeted courteously. Elder Zhongyang looked up to see Tang Tian, a flicker of inscrutable meaning passing through his eyes, before he smiled and remarked, it is our esteemed young Master Tang. You have certainly made quite an impression these days. Everyone is speaking of a remarkable young gentleman emerging from our sect. Please, take a seat, he urged. Tang Tian quickly responded, before Elder Zhong, I cannot presume to be esteemed. He then took a seat before Elder Zhongyang. Even renting a retreat for cultivation at the Dao level is considered extravagant, is it not? We do not indulge in false modesty here. Speak candidly. What brings you here today? Elder Zhongyang inquired. Tang Tian, eschewing pretense, conveyed his thoughts. An attendant? Elder Zhongyang paused slightly, then chuckled. Is it that you are not quite satisfied with the guard I arranged for you? Tang Tian hesitated for a moment before replying with a smile, speaking of that. I have yet to express my gratitude to Elder Zhong. I am very pleased with that guard. She is truly obedient and remarkably diligent. She is capable of fulfilling all my requests, regardless of the nature of my needs. Zhongyang narrowed his eyes and remarked, young man, I have only assigned you a single guard. As for certain matters, I trust you have a clear understanding. Tang Tian promptly replied, of course, I appreciate Elder Zhong's reminder. Zhongyang nodded and inquired, if you are so satisfied, why do you still wish to recruit additional guests? Tang Tian smiled and said, no matter how content one may be, monotony inevitably sets in. Moreover, she is merely at the golden core stage and rather young. Therefore, I seek to find a few with greater strength and a touch more femininity among my guests. Zhongyang shook his head and pointed at Tang Tian, saying, "Ah, you young ones are full of vigor, yet utterly lacking in restraint. However, between guests and employers, there are few constraints. The freedom of conduct is largely yours. If you wish to develop further, it will depend solely on your own efforts." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. He then produced a box of local specialties and handed it to Zhongyang. Inside were 100 exquisite spirit stones. Zhongyang's face lit up with joy as he accepted the gift, praising Tang Tian for his gratitude while attending to matters regarding the guests. Tang Tian sat quietly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, yet inwardly, he comprehended that Zhongyang's decision to assign Gu Xiaoxue to him was indeed laced with ulterior motives. After his recent observations, it has become evident to him that within the Qingwei sect, an innate child is regarded as one of the most exceptional beings. Does Zhongyang lack awareness of Gu Xiaoxue's talents? Certainly not. Therefore, his actions must be driven by some undisclosed secret. To personally cast an innate child into the fire pit suggests that the Qingwei sect is not as benevolent as it appears. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, he has been unwittingly entangled in a tempest. Chapter 31. The interview. Before long, Zhongyang had attended to all his matters. "Do you have any specific requirements?" he inquired. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before responding. Above the Yuaning stage, and possessing a pleasant disposition would suffice. Ideally, she should also have a graceful figure, as it is always delightful to behold. "You understand." Zhongyang smiled knowingly and replied, "I shall do my utmost, though it is unlikely that all your demands can be met. However, the sect will merely facilitate your introductions. Whether or not you can retain the individual will depend on your own efforts." Tang Tian nodded, realizing it was akin to employing an intermediary. "What are the fees for this service?" he almost blurted out. Zhongyang explained, "Today, we shall release the pertinent information, and starting tomorrow, individuals will likely begin seeking you out. Once you have identified a suitable candidate, please inform me, and I will ensure the registration is completed and the information withdrawn. Each individual who approaches you will incur a fee of 100,000 spirit jade, serving as an introduction fee. If an agreement has not been reached, it is customary for you to compensate the other party with 100,000 spirit stones as a form of time remuneration. Of course, should anyone attempt to exploit this situation for personal gain, simply inform me, and the sect will impose appropriate penalties." Tang Tian pondered for a moment, realizing that this rule was akin to an interview, and rather surprisingly, a compensated one at that. Indeed, this is what one might call an equitable relationship. Unlike the companies in my previous life, which often exuded an air of superiority, leaving candidates with nothing but a vague promise to await further news, regardless of the outcome. It was utterly outrageous. Understanding this, Tang Tian nodded and produced 100 premium spirit stones. "Allow me to prepay a modest introduction fee. Should it fall short, I shall make up the difference later." Zhongyang smiled and nodded in agreement. A single talent is worth 1,000,000, and 100 premium spirit stones equate to a staggering 1 billion, undoubtedly sufficient. He found it hard to believe that after Tang Tian had secured the services of a door guest, he would shamelessly attempt to reclaim the remaining spirit stones. Once all formalities were completed, Tang Tian exited the private chamber, accompanied by Gu Xiaoxue, as they left the Hall of Reputation. Along the way, Tang Tian inquired, "Xiaoxue, how did Elder Zhongyang come to find you?" Gu Xiaoxue paused momentarily before responding, "It was my senior sister who brought him here. She said that one should not remain secluded in the cave dwelling for too long, and should engage more with the outside world. Coincidentally, I needed to earn money to purchase a yuaning pill, so I sought out Elder Zhong." Tang Tian remained silent for a moment before asking again, "Do you have a good relationship with your senior sister?" Gu Xiaoxue smiled, "Of course. The senior sister is the direct disciple of the elder, and since my arrival on the mountain, she has been my greatest caretaker. Much of what I have learned regarding cultivation and various matters pertaining to the sect has been imparted by her." Tang Tian fell silent. Given the senior sister's evident concern for Gu Xiaoxue, could she truly be oblivious to Zhongyang's intentions in presenting Gu Xiaoxue to him? At the very least, she ought to inquire about his character, shouldn't she? What exactly does she intend to achieve? Tang Tian found himself at a loss and could not speculate. However, he was certain that the senior sister's feelings towards Gu Xiaoxue were far from the latter's assumptions of concern and care. With a long sigh, Tang Tian dispelled these tangled thoughts. "I have begun the search for new disciples. During this period, you should focus solely on breaking through to the nascent soul stage. As for everything else, we shall address it once you have achieved that milestone," he said. Gu Xiaoxue nodded gently. Upon returning to the purple bamboo courtyard, the two shared a simple dinner, after which Gu Xiaoxue retreated to her room to enter seclusion. Tang Tian had initially suggested that she seclude herself at the Taoist venue, as it boasted Tao-level cultivation chambers that would undoubtedly facilitate her progress. Yet, Gu Xiaoxue insisted on remaining in the purple bamboo courtyard, citing various reasons such as her preference for the comfort of her own room. Unable to sway her decision, Tang Tian acquiesced. After all, prior to reaching the god transformation stage, there was indeed little distinction between this place and the Dao-level cultivation chambers. Once Gu Xiaoxue entered her seclusion, Tang Tian contacted Wang Anning from the Fortune Pavilion, instructing him to bring additional renovation materials the following day to prepare the remaining guest rooms. With new disciples on the horizon, it was essential to ensure that the arrangements were impeccable. Disregarding everything else, Tang Tian's identity must be upheld. He cannot afford to lose even a modicum of face. After completing his tasks, Tang Tian returned to the main house, cultivating while awaiting the arrival of his guests. On the following day, Wang Anning arrived early, bringing the same top-tier decorative materials as before. After exchanging pleasantries with him, Tang Tian accepted the materials, allowing his guests to decorate according to their preferences once they arrived. Shortly after Wang Anning departed, approximately an hour passed before the first candidate arrived for the interview. She was a striking core disciple, possessing mid-stage Yuanian cultivation and exuding an imposing aura. Upon her arrival, she immediately employed her spiritual power to scrutinize Tang Tian thoroughly. Without uttering a word, he tossed her a sum of 100,000 spirit jade, instructing her to return when she came. After all, they were equals. What need was there for her to display such arrogance? A while later, another candidate appeared. This disciple, however, was quite courteous and engaged Tang Tian in a lively discussion. Yet, her propensity for conversation led to an avalanche of reasonable and unreasonable demands, ultimately resulting in Tang Tian declining her. He had little patience for troublesome individuals. Subsequently, a young cultivator arrived, but after negotiations, Tang Tian still felt it was not a suitable match and politely escorted him away. As the morning quietly elapsed, Tang Tian had interviewed a total of 13 candidates, yet regrettably, he had not found a fitting choice. He let out a subtle sigh, beginning to understand the sentiments of human resources departments during their recruitment processes. Indeed, there were quite a few peculiar individuals. Some individuals clearly became aware of their own notoriety and approached Ling Yu with intentions driven solely by monetary gains, often mentioning figures in the billions, leaving him both amused and exasperated, prompting a decisive rejection. By afternoon, the flow of applicants remained unceasing, perhaps a testament to the celebrity effect. Yet, amidst the throng, Tang Tian finally encountered a commendable candidate, Li Hong, a core disciple, in the early stage of transformation at the age of 28. He possessed a profound understanding of the myriad affairs within the sect and could assist Tang Tian in managing various external matters. His stipulations were straightforward. He preferred not to be disturbed during his cultivation and requested communication through a messaging jade when issues arose, assuring prompt attention to relevant matters. When Tang Tian inquired if he resided in the Zijou courtyard, Li Hong chuckled and shook his head, expressing a preference for his own cave dwelling. Despite its inferior cultivation environment compared to Zijou, he acknowledged that this inclination might not align with the typical expectations of a retainer, yet it was a personal conviction, which explained why no one had previously sought his services. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. He appreciated candor in individuals. Li Hong's conditions were reasonable, as Tang Tian did not require a grand entourage during his travels, provided that matters were not impeded. Ultimately, Tang Tian successfully negotiated a monthly remuneration of 10 million, with a 3-month probationary period, after which, should all proceed smoothly, the compensation would elevate to 20 million per month. Given Li Hong's status as a transformation practitioner, such a price was naturally justified. When Tang Tian inquired why he did not rent a cave dwelling with superior cultivation conditions, Li Hong responded with a smile, stating, "Cultivation requires a sacred place. Any dwelling that serves the purpose suffices. Moreover, there are times when one may not return for an extended period. The most significant expenses in cultivation lie in elixirs and resources. As a cultivator without familial support, I must exercise utmost frugality." Tang Tian fell silent, as his recent sudden wealth had skewed his perception of ordinary cultivators in the realm. He had always thought that renting a place like the Zijou courtyard, which was not particularly expensive, was easily attainable with a bit of spending. However, even prodigies like Gu Xiaoxue only wielded a top-tier spiritual sword of the Xian grade. "Welcome. I hope our future collaboration will be pleasant." Tang Tian extended his hand. Li Hong reciprocated, and in that moment, he officially became a guest disciple of Tang Tian. After signing the agreement, Li Hong proceeded to register at the renowned hall, sparing Tang Tian another trip, which was quite convenient. With Li Hong's presence, some trivial matters would be managed. Nevertheless, Tang Tian still required several guest disciples to ensure his safety at all times. Thus, the interviews continued. After meeting over 20 different candidates as evening approached, Tang Tian finally found a suitable pair. Strictly speaking, it was not one individual, but a pair of young twins. The elder sister was named Lan Yu, and the younger sister was named Lu Zhu. Both possessed exquisite features and slender figures, yet their curves were delightful, making them a captivating sight when standing together. Most importantly, Tang Tian greatly appreciated their personalities, reserved, succinct, and straight to the point. Furthermore, each possessed the formidable strength of the late Yuanying stage, ensuring their safety during daily excursions. Additionally, he had explicitly informed Zhongyang of his intention to recruit several enchanting women as his retainers, and he was determined to honor this commitment. By doing so, he could further convince himself that Gu Xiaoxue had indeed fallen victim to his machinations. Ultimately, Tang Tian secured their services for an entire year at a remuneration of 15 million each per month. Retainers of this caliber naturally commanded a different price than someone like Li Hong. You may choose 2 guest rooms. I have materials for decoration, and you can arrange them to your liking, Tang Tian proposed. Lan Yu exchanged a glance with Lu Zhu before replying, "1 room will suffice." Tang Tian was taken aback, but refrained from further comment, appreciating the unexpected savings of an additional room. However, after their arrival, he no longer intended to recruit more retainers, as the interviewing process had proven quite exhausting. He then informed Li Hong to finalize the remaining formalities. It wasn't until nightfall, when Lan Yu and Lu Zhu had settled in, that Tang Tian let out a long sigh of relief and returned to his main quarters. The Rare Treasure Society, the recruitment of retainers, and all his actions today ultimately aimed to create a sufficiently stable environment for his cultivation. Tang Tian was acutely aware that in the realm of cultivation, everything was ephemeral, only strength held true significance. Upon entering his meditation chamber, he sat cross-legged and swiftly entered a state of deep concentration, 7 innate rings floating around his body. The subtle luminous energy emanating from the small spiritual meridians beneath his feet accompanied each breath, infusing his body with an abundance of pure spiritual power. The ethereal silver feathers of the surrounding silver-threaded birds dispersed an intangible natural aura, creating an optimal environment for cultivation. Before long, the shackles of the 11th layer of qi refinement shattered with a resounding force, and Tang Tian found himself standing firmly within the 12th layer of qi refinement. Slowly, he opened his eyes. In less than a month since his transmigration, he had ascended from the 2nd layer of qi refinement, breaking through 10 minor realms to reach the 12th layer. Such a pace, one might surmise, would be unattainable even for a prodigy endowed with 9 rings of talent. This remarkable achievement was entirely attributable to the exceptional cultivation environment he had crafted, coupled with the ample supply of medicinal elixirs that facilitated such astonishing results. Furthermore, he had attained the pinnacle of mastery in dozens of diverse techniques through the accumulation of comprehension points. Although the majority of these techniques were of relatively low rank, they nonetheless enriched Tang Tian's understanding of the Tao. Combined with his numerous philosophical exchanges with Gu Xiaoxue, he had transformed significantly compared to a month prior. Yet, he felt it was still insufficient. This world was vast, teeming with countless formidable talents. To truly become a powerful being, there remained a long journey ahead. The pursuit of cultivation must persist, and his training could not afford to wane. With that thought, Tang Tian closed his eyes once more, resuming his cultivation. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye, and his life returned to the familiar rhythm of traversing between the purple bamboo courtyard and the dojo. During the day, he practiced in the Tao-level meditation chamber, while at night he returned to the purple bamboo courtyard to consolidate the remarkable surge in his cultivation from the day. He also established a Tao-level meditation chamber for the 2 sisters, Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, who were immensely grateful for this opportunity. After 6 days of arduous training, the results were astonishing. Tang Tian transformed almost daily. Within 3 days he ascended to the 13th level of qi refinement, and after another 3 days, he achieved consummate mastery in qi refinement, preparing to challenge the foundation establishment realm. In the purple bamboo courtyard, within the meditation chamber, Tang Tian sat with his eyes closed, his aura fluctuating erratically, while the 7 innate rings around him vibrated rapidly. Before him lay several exquisite porcelain vials, some of which had already been opened, emitting a delicate fragrance. Had Qin Hai been present, he would have recognized these as the foundation establishment pills he sold to Tang Tian. After consuming a few vials of the elixirs, the spiritual energy within Tang Tian reached a pinnacle. The turbulent spiritual energy surged wildly, ultimately converging in his dantian. At the very center of the dantian, a cyclone spun rapidly, contracting as it revolved. The closer one got to the center, the denser the spiritual energy became, with some even transforming into liquid, forming glistening beads of spiritual liquid that clustered together like scattered stars. As the cyclone reached its peak speed, a brilliant light erupted within the Tang Tian, unleashing a formidable aura that swept across the entire meditation chamber. All the spiritual energy transitioned from the cyclone into liquid form, gathering into a shallow lake that floated within the Tang Tian, gradually calming. Meanwhile, the 7 innate rings surrounding Tang Tian stabilized, ceasing their tremors. As he inhaled deeply, Tang Tian opened his eyes, a sharp glimmer flashing fleetingly within them. At last, he had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. He exhaled a long sigh, reflecting on the month of diligent effort that had culminated in this significant achievement. The foundation establishment stage is a formidable chasm separating inner disciples from outer disciples. Crossing this threshold signifies his official entry into the upper echelons of Qinghua sect and marks the commencement of his path in cultivation. Lin Yu had only just reached the peak of foundation establishment. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he completely surpassed her. Tang Tian familiarized himself with the sensations accompanying his breakthrough. It was a monumental enhancement. His overall strength had increased tenfold compared to the 13th layer of qi refinement. Gone were the days of feeling utterly powerless. This newfound strength was intoxicating, he thought to himself. How could he not explore the pinnacle of cultivation and witness its breathtaking vistas? In a buoyant mood, Tang Tian resolved to set lofty ambitions for himself. Having entered the realm of cultivation and equipped with dual systems, how could he be content without reaching the summit? He possessed the confidence and the means to do so. With dual systems at his disposal, the world was at his feet. However, just as Tang Tian was reveling in his exuberance, a powerful aura suddenly erupted within the Zizhu courtyard, palpable even from within the tranquility of the meditation chamber. Hastily, he exited his room, pinpointing the source of this formidable energy. It was none other than Gu Xiaoxue's chamber. Could it be that she had also achieved a breakthrough? Tang Tian's face lit up with surprise. Chapter 33. A billion each month of fierce spiritual energy storm had coalesced into a colossal vortex, hovering above the purple bamboo courtyard. At the very center of this swirling phenomenon lay Gu Xiaoxue's chamber below. An immense influx of spiritual power surged into the room, resembling a vast funnel. Tang Tian stood rooted in place, feeling the might of the powerful spiritual tide. This commotion had also drawn the two sisters, Lan Yu and Lu Zhu. Out of their quarters, their faces adorned with expressions of astonishment as they gazed at Gu Xiaoxue's small abode. How formidable, Lan Yu murmured softly. Stronger than us. Lu Zhu echoed in agreement. Tang Tian felt a stir within him and inquired, wasn't your own breakthrough like this? Through the past few days of acquaintance, Tang Tian had come to learn that these two sisters possessed exceptional nine-ring talents. He was eager to discern the differences between nine-ring talent and that of a natural-born prodigy. No, not at all. Far inferior, the sisters responded in unison. Tang Tian had gradually grown accustomed to their manner of speaking. Listening to their replies, he finally garnered a preliminary understanding of Gu Xiaoxue's extraordinary aptitude. She was undoubtedly an extraordinary entity. The spiritual vortex persisted for approximately the duration of an incense stick, when suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from Gu Xiaoxue's room, causing Tang Tian to instinctively take 2 steps back. Yet, in the next instant, everything returned to an ethereal calm. She has broken through. Tang Tian's heart soared with joy as he stepped forward, arriving at the entrance of Gu Xiaoxue's chamber. Just then, the newly triumphant Gu Xiaoxue burst forth, her cheeks flushed and her face radiating exhilaration. I did it. Upon seeing Tang Tian, she exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Tang Tian, wearing a broad smile, congratulated her, saying, Congratulations. That was quite swift. I assumed you would be in seclusion for at least a month. Gu Xiaoxue approached Tang Tian and replied, I am not certain. In truth, I have just elevated my cultivation to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Yet, inexplicably, the process of advancing to the nascent soul stage was remarkably smooth, devoid of any obstacles. Then, I unexpectedly succeeded in my breakthrough. Tang Tian fell into contemplative silence, pondering the serendipity of her breakthrough. Is this what defines the realm of exceptional prodigies? Was your previous progression akin to this? He inquired. Yu Xiaoxue shook her head. No, my past breakthroughs required considerable effort. However, this time, it unfolded effortlessly, as if it were destined. And I didn't even resort to using a nascent soul pill. Tang Tian was taken aback. Such circumstances were indeed rare. Wasn't it generally true that the higher one ascends, the more challenging the breakthroughs become? Why, then, did it seem to be the opposite in her case? Was it a matter of the cultivation environment? Tang Tian pondered these questions, but found no satisfactory answer. Ultimately, he could only attribute it to Gu Xiaoxue's exceptional talent. Once he successfully exchanged for the innate gift of the Son of Heaven, he would surely unravel this mystery. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Tang Tian once again offered his congratulations. Congratulations on your advancement. Now, our protective agreement has automatically dissolved. What are your plans moving forward? Gu Xiaoxue smiled softly, a hint of shyness in her voice as she said, actually, during my retreat, I reflected deeply. The time spent with you has been the most relaxed period since I entered the sect. Therefore, I have decided. As Gu Xiaoxue lifted her gaze, ready to complete her thought, she suddenly caught sight of two other figures. Oh, who are they? Tang Tian turned to look and replied with a smile. Oh, they are our new disciples, whom we just accepted a few days ago. Come, let me introduce you. With that, Tang Tian led Gu Xiaoxue to the front of Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, where they greeted each other amicably. Though all four were core disciples of Qinghua sect, they had not met before, primarily due to the vastness of the sect. With tens of thousands of core disciples, it was nearly impossible to recognize them all, especially for someone like Gu Xiaoxue, who had been so focused on her cultivation that knowing her immediate neighbors was quite an achievement. You are impressive, truly remarkable, Lan Yu and Lu Zhu remarked. Gu Xiaoxue assessed them for a moment before lowering her gaze to herself and murmuring, not at all. You are far more accomplished than I. After they exchanged pleasantries, Tang Tian smiled and said, from now on, we shall all be in the same courtyard. So let us look out for one another. Then, turning to Gu Xiaoxue, he inquired, by the way, what were you about to decide? Gu Xiaoxue responded with a soft "Oh, I have decided to speak with my senior sister now to see if I should continue as a disciple." Tang Tian chuckled lightly. There is no need to rush. Having just made a breakthrough, it would be prudent to wait until you have recuperated before proceeding. Gu Xiaoxue shook her head, insisting, let us go now. You await my news. After uttering these words, Gu Xiaoxue bowed to Tang Tian and promptly turned to depart from the Zizhu courtyard. Is she in such a hurry? Tang Tian pondered, feeling a tinge of curiosity. Moreover, he sensed that Gu Xiaoxue's demeanor had suddenly turned somewhat somber, leaving him perplexed as to the cause. Has something arrived? Shaking his head, Tang Tian instructed the Lan Yu sisters to return, while he settled himself beside the ancient well, awaiting Gu Xiaoxue's response. It shouldn't take too long. However, just as he had taken his seat, the formation outside the courtyard was activated, and a familiar figure swiftly soared back. Did she forget something? Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoxue seemed to have regained her previous composure, exclaiming, no, not at all. Well, just outside, I happened to encounter my senior sister passing by, and we have already conferred. Tang Tian was taken aback. What a coincidence. He scrutinized Gu Xiaoxue, convinced that this girl would never lie, suspecting that there must be some hidden agenda. Nevertheless, he remained more intrigued by the outcome. And then, what was the result? Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxue giggled. My senior sister mentioned that I will certainly require more cultivation resources in the future, as relying solely on myself is far from sufficient. Thus, it would be wiser to choose to become a disciple. Tang Tian smiled broadly. Indeed, your senior sister possesses remarkable insight. Now, take a seat, and let us discuss your remuneration. Gu Xiaoxue obediently settled down, casting a glance around before inquiring, what about our guest? She deliberately emphasized the word our as she spoke. Tang Tian, oblivious to this subtlety, responded with an "oh," explaining, I sent them back to their room, the one directly opposite you. After all, they are guests and cannot be expected to remain by my side indefinitely. Gu Xiaoxue nodded, propping her arms on the stone table, cradling her chin with her hands, a silly grin adorning her face. What are you grinning about? Tang Tian shot her a glance before continuing. Regarding your remuneration, I have contemplated this matter. Typically, a guest at the early stage of the nascent soul would receive no more than 10 million spirit gems per month. However, considering your youthful age of 15, your situation is rather exceptional. Thus, I believe a minimum of 50 million is warranted. Moreover, your profound understanding of cultivation has greatly aided me, which merits an additional 50 million. Achieving the nascent soul at 15 heralds a promising future. You are destined to become a pillar of Qinghua sect. Therefore, I deem 500 million to be a fair assessment. Given your innate talent, your presence will undoubtedly enhance my reputation. So I propose your compensation be set at 1 billion per month. What do you think? Do you have anything to add? Gu Xiaoxue appeared momentarily stunned. It seems you have already articulated everything on my behalf, haven't you? 1 billion is rather exaggerated. I truly do not perceive anything remarkable about myself. You may regard me as an ordinary servant. With a sweeping gesture, Tang Tian replied, that's simply 1 do. The worth of a person is commensurate with their value. It shall be 1 billion. While speaking, Tang Tian meticulously observed the system's reaction. To his astonishment, the system actually acknowledged this outrageous transaction. Could it be that it too deemed Gu Xiaoxue worthy of such a price? A thought flickered in Tang Tian's mind. 10 billion. The system's notification echoed promptly in his mind. Please refrain from challenging the system's limits. Tang Tian conceded. Very well, it shall remain at 1 billion then. Let us set the term for 1 year. Come, let us formalize the agreement. Chapter 34. The flag seizing battle under Tang Tian's insistence. They ultimately established a 1-year contract for Gu Xiaoxue, priced at 1 billion spirit jade per month. The remaining administrative matters were delegated to Li Hong, sparing Tang Tian the necessity of making an additional trip. He had no desire to encounter the avaricious and insidious Zhong Yang. Following the completion of the transaction, a staggering sum of 120 billion was deposited into Tang Tian's account, concurrently granting him 120,000 in consumption points. It was indeed a mutually beneficial outcome, leaving Tang Tian elated. Gu Xiaoxue appeared equally jubilant. After all, over 100 billion spirit jade was ample for a nascent soul stage cultivator to smoothly progress to the tribulation stage. After this joyous occasion, Tang Tian resumed his previous lifestyle. That very evening, he utilized 1 million consumption points to exchange for a 7th grade physique, the celestial crane physique. This physique, while not granting Tang Tian any secret techniques of inheritance, endowed him with certain distinctive traits exclusive to the celestial crane. The most prominent of these was an enhanced affinity with nature, which facilitated his cultivation, thereby significantly accelerating his progress. Within a few days, his foundational cultivation had solidified thoroughly, steadily advancing towards the intermediate stage of foundation establishment. After several more days, Wang Ziyu paid a visit. Tang Tian warmly invited him in, and the two engaged in casual conversation about amusing incidents within their sect. Upon seeing the sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, Wang Ziyu exclaimed his admiration, "Brother Tang, your taste remains consistently exceptional." Tang Tian did not refute this. The more the external world's perception of him deviated from reality, the safer his own situation became. "So this is how it is in the purple bamboo courtyard," Wang Ziyu remarked. "Brother Tang, I must say, you have stumbled upon a great fortune. Just the Ninshuan ancient well alone surpasses its value." Tang Tian was taken aback. Then why did no one rent it before? Wang Ziyu chuckled. The purple bamboo courtyard has only recently opened. Very few are aware of its specifics. Those who do know are unlikely to show much interest, as they possess better options. I suspect many never anticipated that the Ninshuan ancient well would develop to this extent. Tang Tian stroked his chin. "You seem quite knowledgeable about the purple bamboo courtyard." Wang Ziyu nodded. "I had heard about it by chance before. The serene bamboo grove originally belonged to a man known as the Bamboo Grove Hermit, who personally planted each of the purple bamboos surrounding it. He also constructed the purple bamboo retreat with his own hands and subsequently lived in seclusion there." Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, "But where is he now?" Wang Ziyu sighed softly, responding, "He has passed away. Over a century ago, he succumbed to the strife for power. Subsequently, the Qingwei sect sealed this place away until it was recently opened to the public." Tang Tian fell into contemplative silence, astonished to learn of the rich history of the purple bamboo retreat. The Bamboo Grove Hermit must have been a person of tranquility, as evidenced by the decor within the retreat, which exudes a profound sense of worldly charm, clearly designed for enjoying one's twilight years. It is indeed lamentable that such a soul could perish amidst the turmoil of power struggles. "How do you know all this?" Tang Tian asked, intrigued. Through their encounters, he had discovered that Wang Ziyu possessed an encyclopedic knowledge, capable of elucidating the intricacies of any subject. "I have a keen interest in ancient matters," Wang Ziyu replied with a smile. "Cultivation is also a form of life. Although it may appear transcendent, it remains intertwined with the essence of living. Engaging in relentless practice can strip away the joys of life. Occasionally stepping outside to witness the world can serve as a unique form of cultivation." Tang Tian was taken aback, surprised that Wang Ziyu could articulate such profound philosophical insights. Indeed, everyone possesses a unique interpretation of cultivation. Some revel in the company of others, while others prefer the solitude of rigorous practice. It is not imperative to distinguish who is right or wrong. One should simply focus on their own endeavors. By the way, in a couple of days, there will be an event at the sect. Would you care to join us, Brother Tang? Wang Ziyu inquired. Tang Tian appeared puzzled. What event? Wang Ziyu shook his head. You truly are oblivious to the happenings outside your window. The first assessment for the inner disciples is about to commence this year, and it is said to be particularly intense. Were you unaware of this? Tang Tian was taken aback. He genuinely had no knowledge of this matter. The inner disciple assessments at Qingwei sect occur 4 times annually, coinciding with the conclusion of each season: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It is one of the most vibrant events at Qingwei sect, drawing numerous elders and disciples who come to witness the spectacle, not only to enjoy the excitement, but also to scout for any remarkable prodigies worthy of attention, as they represent the future of the sect. Reflecting on this, Tang Tian couldn't help but remember that his status within the sect was still that of an outer disciple. Upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he would be eligible to participate in the inner disciple assessments. "Aren't you interested, Brother Tang?" Wang Ziyu asked, noticing Tang Tian's silence. Tang Tian smiled and replied, "I am not particularly fond of mingling in crowds. However, you are correct. Occasionally stepping outside is indeed a unique form of cultivation." Wang Ziyu immediately laughed. "Exactly. What fun is there in staying cooped up at home all day?" Although those disciples are merely at the foundation establishment stage, observing their skirmishes is rather entertaining. One might even discover a few promising candidates for oneself. Tang Tian rubbed his nose, realizing he was likely the one being scrutinized. Wang Ziyu. Indeed, Tang Tian resolved to participate in the inner sect disciple assessment, despite the elevated status granted by his honorary disciple title, which far surpassed that of ordinary inner sect disciples. He harbored an inexplicable conviction that such an honorary identity was ephemeral. Only the positions of inner and core disciples held tangible significance. "I apologize, but I am unaware of your true capabilities," Wang Ziyu remarked awkwardly. Tang Tian smiled and assured him it was of no consequence, then inquired about the particulars of the upcoming assessment. The inner sect disciple assessment of Qinghua sect is divided into 5 major regions: the East, West, South, North peaks, and the main peak, each operating independently. This division is necessitated by the overwhelming number of participants, making separation more manageable. As for the future competition among core disciples, they will all be gathered together. Tang Tian's location is at the foot of the South Peak. Thus, should he participate, he would be assigned to the South Peaks area. The content of the assessment varies each year. According to Wang Ziyu, the assessment for the South Peak this spring is called the Flag Snatching Battle. They have delineated a vast territory and have placed various flags within this area. As long as one can successfully safeguard their flag before the conclusion of the assessment, they will be deemed successful and ascend to the rank of an inner sect disciple. The flags are categorized into 4 types: copper flag, silver flag, gold flag, and the royal flag. Each banner possesses the potential to ascend to the inner sanctum, yet the additional rewards represented by each flag vary significantly. The copper banner ranks the lowest, while the royal banner stands at the pinnacle. Furthermore, the better the banner acquired, the more likely one is to attract the attention of the sect, with the possibility of being taken as a direct disciple by certain formidable elders. Wang Ziyu elaborated. Tang Tian nodded silently. Such a rule effectively sifts through strength and weakness, and the process is bound to be exceedingly intense. "Brother Tang, do you have any aspirations?" Wang Ziyu inquired with a smile. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and asked, "Is it permissible to employ special methods? If financial solutions are viable, then anything is negotiable. If not, I suppose I shall settle for a copper banner, as long as I can pass the assessment." Wang Ziyu grasped Tang Tian's intent and, fanning himself, replied, "The rules prohibit forming alliances. Nevertheless, I believe that under the allure of great rewards, valiant individuals will inevitably emerge. However, Brother Tang must be prepared. There is only one royal banner, and without sufficient sacrifice, obtaining it will prove quite challenging." Tang Tian's face lit up with a smile. "That's reassuring. Matters that can be resolved with money are hardly matters at all." Wang Ziyu chuckled in amusement. He could already envision the forthcoming inner sect disciple assessment and the scenes that would unfold. Chapter 35. A bounty of 100 million 4 days later. The first inner sect disciple assessment of the year commenced with great fervor. This event was a rare spectacle, drawing together inner sect members, core disciples, various honorary disciples, and elders in a grand assembly. People are eager to witness the emergence of extraordinary talents in this session. In the early morning, at Zizhu Garden, Tang Tian awoke with the dawn. After completing his morning routine, he summoned Gu Xiaoxue and the Lan sisters, and casually sent a message to Li Hong before departing from the bamboo grove. He ascended to the southern peak, where disciples of Qinghua sect were seen journeying alongside him, most of whom were either attending or observing the inner sect assessment. The location for this assessment was nestled within a dense forest on the back mountain. By the time Tang Tian arrived, the area was teeming with people. Above their heads, 10 enormous luminous screens floated in midair, displaying various perspectives of the happenings within the forest. Li Hong had arrived earlier and meticulously organized an abundance of information regarding the assessment, encompassing the rules, the strengths of participating disciples, and the observing elders, leaving no detail overlooked. Over 1,700 disciples were set to participate in the assessment at Southern Peak. However, Based on annual pass rates, only about half were expected to succeed. The number of flags deployed further illustrated this point. There were 800 copper flags, 100 silver flags, and merely 10 gold flags. The most formidable, the king flag, was singular. Li Hong remarked, in total, there are 911 flags. This indicates that only a little over 900 can qualify as inner sect disciples. Are special methods allowed to interfere with the competition? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong responded. The rules do not specify any particular restrictions. However, forming alliances during the assessment is strictly prohibited. Any detection of such behavior will result in disqualification. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and said, help me disseminate the news. As long as someone can assist me in obtaining the royal flag and subsequently relinquish it to me at the final moment, I will offer 100 million spirit jade. Li Hong's eyes widened in astonishment. Young Master Tang, are you certain? 100 million spirit jade would drive those early-stage foundation establishment disciples into a frenzy. Tang Tian shrugged, replying, whether they go mad or not is of little consequence. My primary concern is whether this will provoke the elders' discontent, leading them to intervene and thwart my plans. Li Hong furrowed his brow in contemplation for a while before stating, I don't believe so. This is not something explicitly forbidden by the rules. Moreover, once it is enacted, the intensity of the battle will inevitably escalate, allowing the elders to more clearly discern the true capabilities of the participants. Therefore, the likelihood of them intervening is minimal. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. He shared the same sentiment. And there was an unspoken truth that Li Hong had neglected to mention. Such a bounty would also serve to reveal the character of certain disciples. This would indeed be advantageous for the elders. As for fairness, I apologize, but this world is inherently unequal, as long as their own interests remain untouched. No one will raise an objection. Let us proceed with this plan, Tang Tian declared. Before long, Li Hong set off to spread the news. It wasn't long before a stir arose within the crowd. Many individuals exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions betraying disbelief as they turned their gaze towards Tang Tian's position. Meanwhile, Tang Tian remained leisurely seated, indifferent to the monumental waves his actions were bound to create. This is precisely the role that his identity necessitates. If he were to rely solely on his own prowess to engage in a fierce competition with the other disciples, it would indeed raise eyebrows among the onlookers. Moments later, a familiar figure approached. It was Wang Ziyu. Brother Tang, what a remarkable display. 100 million spiritual jade, and those disciples are practically going mad. Already deliberating on how to seize the royal banner, Wang Ziyu sighed. Tang Tian smiled gently. With so many people, it's far too cumbersome to compete. I merely stepped out after a light snack. Wang Ziyu shook his head repeatedly. Please, spare me the mention of snacks. It's utterly disheartening. Tang Tian chuckled and gestured for him to take a seat beside him. What reactions have the elders had? He inquired, his interest piqued by the matter. Wang Ziyu scoffed. What reactions could they possibly have? They would relish the opportunity to add a bit of amusement to the assembly. However, with this, you have undoubtedly made a name for yourself at Nanpeak. No one would casually throw away 100 million spiritual jade during the inner sect disciple assessment. Tang Tian smiled but remained silent. Such fame, once established, could not be undone. Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation, with Wang Ziyu introducing Tang Tian to the significant figures present that day. That old man with the white beard is Yun Xiuji, the Grand Elder of Nanpeak. A being at the pinnacle of tribulation, he typically oversees most matters concerning Nanpeak, Wang Ziyu explained. Tang Tian glanced over. Yun Xiuji occupied the highest seat. His eyes closed in meditation, exuding an air of authority, surrounded by several other elders. As Tang Tian glanced over, he abruptly opened his eyes and cast a fleeting, emotionless gaze in this direction. Tang Tian quickly averted his eyes. Such an ancient being possessed an extraordinarily keen sense of perception. It's nothing. Elder Yun appears stern and unsmiling, yet he is unwavering in his principles. As long as one does not transgress the sect's regulations, he will remain indifferent. Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile. He then gestured towards another figure, saying, the one clad in black is Mo Xiao, one of the two esteemed daughters of the South Peak. Her temperament is rather peculiar, capricious in nature. It is advisable to limit interactions with her. Tang Tian stole a glance at Mo Xiao, who sat alone atop a prominent boulder, dressed in a flowing black gown. Beneath the stone, several similarly garbed cultivators appeared to be her attendants. What about the other one? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu replied. Chun Sairu seldom makes an appearance. Mo Xiao manages external affairs. Do not underestimate them. When the two daughters unite, even Lu Chang'e must show them some deference. Their status in South Peak is nearly on par with Elder Yun. With a deep breath, Tang Tian acknowledged that this group represented the pinnacle of Qinghua sect. warranting cautious engagement. After a brief exchange, the assessment for the inner disciples commenced, and Tang Tian stepped into the ranks of the competitors. Yet, regardless of where he stood, he remained the sole focal point of the day. 100 million spirit Jade, I have it secured, exclaimed someone, boldly declaring their intent. However, he was soon covertly targeted by many more gazes, marking him as the primary competitor in today's assessment. Under the proclamation of the Grand Elder Yun Xiuji, the evaluation commenced in earnest. Above, 10 colossal screens illuminated with various images, each depicting different locales within the dense forest. Subsequently, at the Elder's command, Tang Tian and several other contestants surged into the forest before them. Chapter 36. Ignorance and foolishness. As all participants entered the thicket, their figures promptly materialized upon the screens. It remained uncertain who would emerge victorious this time, who would seize the coveted first place. Truly, this was a grand assembly of heroes, some lamented. Yet, they were soon met with many bewildered glances. What are you lamenting for? It is no longer a matter of discussion. Is there any suspense regarding who will claim the king's flag today? That is worth 100 million spirit gems. How regrettable that I had already passed the assessment last year, he sighed repeatedly. But someone quickly retorted with a chuckle, do not lament so. Even if you participated in this assessment, the king's flag would not be yours to claim. I truly do not understand why someone who ascended with a copper flag possesses such confidence. The crowd buzzed with chatter. The impact of the 100 million spirit gems was undeniably profound. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxue and Lan Yu were attentively observing the images from the forest, searching for Tang Tian's silhouette. Suddenly, Lan Yu softly inquired, why does young Master Tang choose to do this? He clearly possesses sufficient strength. During this period, Tang Tian frequently engaged in profound discussions with them, sometimes exchanging insights on cultivation through practical experience. They were well aware of Tang Tian's true prowess. At the foundation establishment stage, few could rival him. Contemplating this matter, Gu Xiaoxue remarked, he is, in fact, quite unassuming. Although he appears ostentatious, with expenditures in the millions, he remains remarkably discreet in certain aspects. Lan Yu pondered this statement, but failed to grasp its full meaning. Could Tang Tian truly be considered low-key? She began to doubt her understanding of the term. Regardless, he has his own methodology. We merely need to focus on our responsibilities and refrain from making baseless conjectures. Gu Xiaoxue asserted. Lan Yu nodded in agreement, finding this sentiment comprehensible. Gu Xiaoxue let out a gentle sigh. Despite being older and more powerful, these two sisters often treated her as the leader, seeking her counsel on numerous matters. She could not fathom the reason. However, she soon set aside her musings as Tang Tian's figure appeared on the luminous screen amidst the towering trees. He ambled forward leisurely. The vast expanse of the forest was dotted with numerous flags, making the search relatively straightforward. He intended to casually acquire a flag, lest unforeseen circumstances arise and jeopardize his qualifications for advancement. After wandering for a while, Tang Tian keenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of Taoist energy emanating from within a large tree ahead. Quite effortless, indeed. Tang Tian stepped forward and gently waved his fingers, causing a piece of bark from the grand tree to slide away, revealing a bronze-colored flag, indeed, a copper banner. Mission accomplished. He reached out to retrieve the copper flag. However, at that very moment, a cold voice emanated from behind him. Put it down. That belongs to me. Turning around, Tang Tian beheld a woman with a stern countenance. Her piercing gaze fixed upon him, her foundation-building cultivation unabashedly radiating. He was not particularly surprised by this turn of events. There would always be those who were not swayed by the allure of wealth or who possessed a clear understanding of their limitations, recognizing that they could not ultimately break free from their constraints. Yet, he had not anticipated that someone would confront him so swiftly. I acquired it first. Tang Tian replied with a faint smile. The woman scoffed, asserting, this is not merely a matter of who arrived first. Tang Tian shook his head. Then name your price. He was reluctant to engage in conflict over such an item. Nevertheless, the woman remained even more indifferent, retorting, do not think that a handful of money makes you remarkable. In the realm of cultivators, power speaks volumes. If you do not relinquish it, do not blame me for being ungracious. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. The tone of her words reminded him of another individual, Lin Yu. Do you truly believe you can take the banner from me? He inquired, his patience waning. The woman huffed. I have encountered many like you. Beyond a bit of filthy lucre, you possess little of value. You are nothing but a mere buffoon. Let me conclude with one final statement. Hand over the banner to me, or else you shall be eliminated prematurely. During the assessment, life and death struggles are permissible, and the elders outside are observing intently. Should anyone find themselves in peril, they will be teleported away. Naturally, this signifies that the disciple is ousted early and has failed to ascend. So, this is your intention. Tang Tian's tone turned icy. This woman, to put it bluntly, simply seeks to prey upon the weak, believing him to be an easy target, a mere trifling fool. If that is the case, then you may as well be the first to exit. With that, Tang Tian struck first. In an instant, his figure appeared before the woman, and a large hand reached directly for her head. The woman was immediately struck with terror, as she had barely comprehended how Tang Tian had moved. In her panic, she raised her long sword, attempting to fend off the impending crisis. Yet, Tang Tian remained unfazed, accustomed to battling talents like Gu Xiaoxua. The movements of this woman seemed to him akin to a child's brawl, filled with flaws and devoid of any strategy. With a mere flick of his finger, he sent her sword flying into the depths of the dense forest. Subsequently, with no hindrance, his other hand grasped her slender neck, lifting her effortlessly. A trifling fool, you say? Tang Tian's grip tightened gradually, causing the veins on the woman's face to bulge, her eyes wide with disbelief and horror. It turned out that not all esteemed disciples are so easily vanquished. At that moment, a tremendous aura descended from above, enveloping the woman within its grasp. Tang Tian felt a stirring within, loosening his grip. In an instant, a flash of light illuminated the space, and the woman's figure vanished without a trace. Quite timely. Indeed, Tang Tian shrugged. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the only thing that would have been sent away would have been a lifeless body. This outcome was preferable, sparing him the burden of yet another cruel and bloodthirsty moniker. After securing the bronze flag, he resumed his leisurely demeanor, wandering through the dense forest. In the myriad realms, a radiant light flickered, and the woman reappeared before the gathering. Awakened by the elder's call, her face flushed with indignation, she departed the scene without a backward glance. This Tang Tian possesses a modicum of strength. Indeed, he had not exerted his full capabilities. Otherwise, his opponent would have had no opportunity to resist. A few elders engaged in conversation, while the disciples outside buzzed with excitement. That fellow thought he could easily pick on the weak, only to find himself against an iron wall. They truly believed Tang Tian to be a mere buffoon. But he was far from the sort who could barely scrape together 50,000 spirit jade to purchase a junior honorary disciple status. Ignorant and foolish, they mused about his immense wealth, asserting that anyone with such resources could certainly cultivate a formidable warrior. Even if not among the elite, they would surely not be lacking. The crowd lamented the ignorance of that particular disciple. Nevertheless, this was merely a minor interlude. The assessment continued unabated. Finally, after approximately half an hour had passed, a voice rang out in astonishment. The royal flag had been found. Everyone quickly turned their attention to the source of the exclamation. Chapter 37. The chaos of the royal flag. Following the earlier incident, Tang Tian encountered no further individuals who sought to challenge him directly. Many who recognized him instinctively chose to alter their paths. Some individuals approached to inquire whether Tang Tian required assistance in ensuring his safety. Tang Tian resolutely declined, fully aware that according to the rules of the flag-snatching contest, forming private alliances was grounds for immediate disqualification. He had no desire to be eliminated without cause. After a while, Tang Tian suddenly observed a multitude of disciples rushing fervently in a singular direction. Upon stopping one for clarification, he discovered that the sole royal flag had been unearthed. Curiosity piqued, he decided to follow the crowd. Soon, they arrived at a relatively gentle valley. The sparse trees allowed for a broad vista, revealing a gathering of over 100 competing disciples. At the heart of the valley lay a shallow pool of crystal-clear water, adorned with a blooming lotus. Above the lotus floated a flag embroidered with two majestic dragons, fluttering gracefully in the breeze. Several powerful disciples surrounded the pool, yet none dared to make the first move. Tang Tian found a vantage point with an unobstructed view, leisurely observing the unfolding scene. Tang Tian has arrived. Before long, someone spotted him, and the crowd erupted into excitement. His presence instantly transformed the atmosphere. Gentlemen, prolonging the stalemate serves no purpose. The number of onlookers will only increase. It would be prudent to determine the rightful owner of the royal flag sooner rather than later, said a lean young man by the water's edge. Oh, and how do you propose we come to such a decision? Inquired a man clad in blue, his tone contemplative. The lean young man replied, to put it plainly, we are all after that 100 million spirit jade. That is certainly not a trivial matter. Rather than engaging in a life-and-death struggle, why not allow me to seize the flag first? After acquiring the spirit jade, we can divide it equally upon our exit. Trust me, I shall not renege on my word. No sooner had he spoken than a burly disciple burst into laughter. Trust you? I might as well believe a sow can climb a tree. When you obtain the spirit jade, what guarantee do we have that you won't turn your back on us? The lean youth, undeterred by the ridicule, retorted with a sardonic tone. Oh, is that so? Then, Shall I hand over the flag to you? You can safeguard it for everyone. How does that sound? The stout disciple hesitated, unwilling to accept such a responsibility. Each individual harbored ulterior motives. Who could assure that they would not be besieged by others upon seizing the flag? No one placed faith in the lean youth's words, nor dared to unilaterally claim the flag. Thus, a stalemate ensued in the valley below. Tang Tian could not help but shake his head. If they continued to remain at an impasse, the number of disciples drawn by the commotion would only increase, making the flag's acquisition all the more arduous. At that moment, a shadow darted across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the flag at the center of the pool vanished from sight. Stop him! The crowd quickly noticed the figure, and both the lean youth and the burly disciple launched a powerful attack, forcing the individual from the sky and bringing him down to the ground. The others rushed forward to encircle the figure. It was then that they discerned the person's appearance, a woman clad in black attire. "Hey, you lack martial ethics," the slender youth remarked with so many individuals present. "Do you still wish to act covertly and seize the 100 million spirit jade for yourself? What do you think you are doing?" The woman in black, her expression austere, snorted disdainfully, "I care not for any spirit jade. My singular aim is to seize the king's banner. Do you wish for battle? Then let us engage." With one hand grasping the banner and the other wielding her sword, she exhibited no signs of trepidation, even when surrounded by dozens. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, surprised to witness such a refreshing spirit emerge. This was, after all, to be expected. There are always those who remain unperturbed by wealth, driven solely by their ideals. It mattered little to him. After all, it was not his hands that would be stained, and the king's banner was not an absolute necessity. He simply anticipated a good spectacle. Meanwhile, the spectators outside were abuzz with chatter. Who is she? What an impressive young lady. Nia Wushuang, who just entered last year, is among the foremost disciples of the outer sect. Her prowess is formidable. Indeed, I have heard that she successfully established her foundation in just 4 short months. And her combat strength is remarkable. Many ordinary inner sect disciples cannot contend with her. However, the others are not to be underestimated. Facing so many alone is exceedingly difficult. She may have acted a tad too impulsively. The discussions were fervent. Yet, it was undeniable that Nia Wushuang's earlier actions had successfully captured the attention of the crowd, including the elders, who now focused their gaze upon her. At that moment, the valley was on the brink of chaos. "Put down the king's banner. This is your final chance," the slender youth commanded sternly. However, what no one anticipated was that Nia Wushuang, without uttering a word, charged directly towards the lean youth. With a swift motion, her longsword cleaved through the air, exuding a formidable aura that instantly drained the color from the boy's face. "Are you out of your mind?" he shrieked, hurling 2 circular blades that collided fiercely with her sword, creating a shower of sparks. Although the circular blades were swiftly repelled by Nia Wushuang, the lean youth managed to evade her strike in the process. Simultaneously, others in the vicinity sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of spiritual artifacts and techniques towards Nia Wushuang, effectively sealing her every escape route. While her prowess was exceptional, her adversaries were certainly not inept. Those who dared to target the king's flag possessed their own formidable skills. Under the relentless onslaught, Nia Wushuang swiftly found herself in a precarious predicament, struggling to catch her breath. Within mere moments, numerous wounds had appeared upon her body, and even her complexion had turned slightly pale. If this continued, it would not be long before she was forced to withdraw. In desperation, Nia Wushuang made the difficult decision to temporarily abandon the king's flag. Yet, as she relinquished it, she hurled the flag with great force, sending it soaring through the crowd towards a distant hillside. Upon witnessing this, the others promptly shifted their focus, redirecting their pursuit towards the flag. A myriad of tactics emerged. As each individual sought to claim the flag for themselves, the scene descended into utter chaos. Tang Tian stood elevated, observing the commotion with an air of leisure, unable to suppress his admiration. The skills displayed by the top disciples were indeed incomparable to those of the female disciple who had first attempted to seize his copper flag. Though their mastery of the Tao is still riddled with imperfections, they have essentially reached a level of proficiency, with some even nearing minor accomplishments. Furthermore, their combat experience is quite extensive, making their battles rather thrilling. Whenever one individual seizes the king's flag, the others immediately unite to launch an assault, causing the flag to change hands in an instant. What follows is a flurry of attacks and chaotic skirmishes as the flag dances from one contender to another, with no one able to secure it completely. It is truly captivating, worth every bit of the million spent, Tang Tian observed with a chuckle. However, at that moment, a mass of dark green vines suddenly sprouted beneath Tang Tian's feet, growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped his entire body, leaving only his head exposed. Chapter 38. The final claim Tang Tian never anticipated that while he was casually enjoying the spectacle, he would inexplicably fall victim to a sneak attack. The assailant was exceptionally cunning, employing a seed from a mystical herb that had concealed its presence, silently making its way to Tang Tian's feet. Then, driven by sorcery, the seed erupted, ensnaring Tang Tian securely. Tang Tian lowered his gaze. Who is this? What do they want? As he pondered, a diminutive figure emerged from beneath him. Haha, young Master Tang, my apologies for the inconvenience. Before him stood a boy with a cherubic face, grinning mischievously, exuding the air of someone whose scheme had succeeded. What do you intend to do? Tang Tian inquired, betraying no sign of anxiety. The boy replied with a smile, Why? I intend to capture you. Do not entertain thoughts of rebellion. This is the indomitable vine. Once fully ensnared, even those in the advanced stages of foundation establishment would find it impossible to break free, only tightening their bonds with every struggle. Tang Tian chuckled and remarked, If you possess such prowess, why not contend for the king's banner? What benefit do you gain by trapping me? The youth replied, How can you say there is none? You are the unequivocal focus of today's banner snatching contest. Should I succeed in capturing you, I too would attract the attention of the elders. Is that not far easier than vying for the king's banner? I do not possess absolute confidence in seizing the banner amidst so many competitors. Tang Tian was enlightened. It appeared the youth had devised this strategy. Indeed, it was rather astute. If he could eliminate the instigator, he would undoubtedly become the topic of conversation for some time. However, do you truly believe you have secured my defeat? Tang Tian inquired with a smile. The youth smirked and said, It cannot be denied that those of your affluent class often possess considerable strength. Hence, I began my preparations the moment you arrived, strategically placing the indomitable vine. And this is but one of my traps. Tang Tian was taken aback. This young lad, despite his age, displayed a commendable level of cunning. It was no wonder he had initially overlooked the presence of the indomitable vine. What a pity. Tang Tian shook his head. The youth paused, perplexed. What a pity about what? Tang Tian responded with a smile, Your methods are indeed impressive, ensnaring others without their awareness. If you were to target an ordinary disciple, they would certainly fall victim to your scheme. Yet, regrettably, you have chosen the wrong target. The youth was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, his complexion changed dramatically, and he formed a peculiar gesture with his hands, channeling all his spiritual energy. Yet, to his astonishment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. If I am not mistaken, the technique you are employing should be a form of the wood summoning technique. Coincidentally, I have also mastered such an incantation, Tang Tian stated calmly. As he spoke, the indomitable vines entwined around him began to unravel on their own, swiftly dispersing and gracefully swirling around Tang Tian. The youth's face was now flushed with embarrassment, desperately attempting to reclaim control over the vines, only to discover that no matter how hard he tried, he could not succeed. What a pity, Tang Tian remarked softly, raising his hand. Instantly, all the vines redirected their course, ensnaring the youth completely. The tables had turned. Tang Tian manipulated the tendrils to slip beneath the youth's garments, retrieving a golden flag. Indeed, you possess some skill. You even managed to locate the golden banner. Tang Tian chuckled. The youth's face turned crimson. The earlier struggle for control had nearly caused him to lose his composure, and upon realizing the futility of his situation, he finally conceded. I was overly arrogant. Tang Xiao, I merely sought to garner more attention. I meant no harm. Please, have mercy and do not eliminate me, he pleaded. Observing his woeful demeanor, Tang Tian could not help but chuckle softly. This young man truly embodied the art of adaptability. Upon recognizing his misstep, he immediately sought forgiveness without a trace of hesitation. Such individuals indeed do not evoke thoughts of extermination. However, some measure of retribution is still necessary. Tang Tian took the golden flag and subsequently tucked the copper flag he had previously acquired into his attire. Considering your awareness of the situation, I shall not expel you. Nevertheless, during this period, keep a vigilant watch by my side. Should anyone attempt to conspire against me again, inform me immediately. The youth nodded vigorously, as if pounding garlic. Absolutely, no problem at all. If you grant me this chance, I will exert every effort to ensure your safety. Tang Tian replied, somewhat exasperated. Just a simple word will suffice. I do not wish for the elders to misconstrue our alliance. With that, he gently raised his hand, dispersing the indestructible vines from the youth's form, transforming them back into several golden green seeds, while also confiscating his instruments of mischief. The youth's face contorted in pain at the loss of such valuable items, yet he refrained from further protests and dutifully assumed the role of lookout for Tang Tian. After inquiring, Tang Tian learned the youth's name. Gongqi having resolved this matter, he turned his gaze once more to the central arena of the waters. At that moment, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. The number of assembled disciples continued to swell, with more individuals joining the fray. Meanwhile, those who had initially instigated the conflict, such as Niao Wushuang and the lean young man, had vanished from the main battlefield. Some were gravely injured and unable to participate, while others, recognizing the futility of the situation, had chosen to withdraw. The circumstances were dire. The intensity of the combat had driven everyone to unleash their full potential in a frenzy. Wang Qi found himself unable to settle on a single contender despite the relentless chaos surrounding him. This scene elicited exclamations of exhilaration from the onlookers. I have never witnessed such an intense spectacle. Today's attendance was truly worthwhile. Many attributed the fervor to Tang Tian, remarking that without his generous bounty of 100 million spirit gems, such a frenzied competition would never have occurred. Do the elders have any objections? Someone scoffed. The more intense the battle, the more delighted the elders become, for it is through such trials that the true champions are discerned. The disciples engaged in fervent discussions. And indeed, the elders were engrossed in observing the clash, offering evaluations and exchanges that starkly contrasted with previous occasions. A few astute individuals noted the recent turn of events on Tang Tian's side, nodding in acknowledgement. Though Gong Qi is young, he possesses a certain cunning. Alas, his luck seems to have faltered. Tang Tian's mastery of wood manipulation surpasses his own. The elders, with keen eyes, quickly identified the root cause of Gong Qi's defeat. Suddenly, amidst their discourse, a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. What transpired? Wang Qi appeared to have vanished. What is happening? Who has taken the flag? The expressions of the people were filled with astonishment. In the midst of the frenzied melee, the flag had inexplicably disappeared, and no one seemed to notice who had seized it. In the valley, the situation mirrored that of the crowd. As they fought, they abruptly realized that their coveted target had vanished. Who could it be? A bald, muscular man bellowed, blood still trickling down his forehead. Unfortunately, the gathered individuals exchanged bewildered glances, as if none among them had taken it. Damn it, who among these deceitful scoundrels is it? Could it be you? It is evident that you are no good. The burly man set his sights on a youth with a somewhat furtive appearance. The boy, instantly incensed, retorted loudly. Do not cast accusations at random. I suspect it is you who is the culprit, crying thief while committing the act. The burly man shot him a steely glare and promptly chose to engage in combat. Meanwhile, the other disciples began to harbor suspicions toward one another, and soon chaos erupted once more. However, this time it was true pandemonium, and Wang Qi had yet to make an appearance. Tang Tian overlooked the tumultuous scene before him and turned his gaze toward the distant thicket, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Quite intriguing. Chapter 39. Silent reflection. The melee raged on, yet regrettably, after much effort, Wang Qi remained elusive. Some individuals opted to withdraw from the fray, seeking instead to locate other banners to pass the assessment. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Without Wang Qi, the conflict here had lost its significance. Tang Xiao, will you continue to wait? Gong Qi inquired cautiously. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before responding. Never mind, since that individual has concealed himself. It is unlikely he will re-emerge. You should also depart. Remember to prepare adequately when selecting your opponents in the future. Gong Qi, as if granted a reprieve, expressed his gratitude profusely before swiftly vanishing from sight. Tang Tian shook his head and cast one last glance at the chaotic battlefield before gracefully departing. Time flowed swiftly, and soon the conclusion of the assessment loomed near. Still, no one knows the whereabouts of Wang Qi, as everyone awaits the conclusion of the assessment to uncover the identity of this formidable figure. Deep within the dense forest, in a thicket of shrubs, a dark silhouette sits quietly between two boulders. It is Niao Wushuang. Her complexion is pale, with faint traces of blood lingering at the corners of her mouth, clearly indicating she has endured considerable injury. Cradled in her arms is a flag, partially revealing a corner that emanates a soft golden glow. It is indeed Wang Qi. As the end of the assessment draws near, Niao Wushuang finally displays a hint of relief. However, at that moment, a voice resonates before her. Is it the illusionary spirit technique? I never expected you could master it to such an advanced level. Truly impressive. Under Niao Wushuang's vigilant gaze, Tang Tian's figure gradually materializes. Did you see it? Niao Wushuang inquires, her brow furrowed in disbelief. Tang Tian nods. The illusionary spirit technique is a superior yellow-level spell, once mastered. It can transform into various ethereal entities, making it difficult to discern reality from illusion without careful scrutiny. Amidst the chaos of the recent battle, no one would have noticed a spirit sword of unknown origin, allowing Niao Wushuang to effortlessly acquire Wang Qi and subsequently utilize the illusionary spirit technique to escape the battlefield, retreating into the distance. When you first struck, you had already devised your subsequent plan, hadn't you? After sustaining injuries and exiting the battlefield, even if doubts arose, it would be challenging to pin them on you. Quite clever indeed, Tang Tian remarked. Nia Wuxuang wore a complex expression, for she had not anticipated that the stratagem she believed would allow her to deceive the heavens would be so thoroughly discerned by Tang Tian. Was he not merely a reputed disciple who indulged in pleasures? What do you intend to do? Nia Wuxuang inquired coldly. Tang Tian replied with a smile. My objective aligns with yours, the Wangqi. Despite the loud declaration, it ultimately bore no fruit, rendering him rather embarrassed. If you hand over the Wangqi, I will consider the bounty fulfilled, 100 million spirit jade. Nia Wuxuang's brows furrowed instantly as she resolutely declared, impossible. I demand the Wangqi. No amount of spirit jade will suffice. Tang Tian was taken aback, astonished by her unwavering determination even at this juncture. Nonetheless, he was resolute regarding the Wangqi. I am not negotiating with you, he stated. In your current state, do you believe you can still guard the Wangqi? I possess a golden flag here. We may exchange it, and you may choose whether to accept the spirit jade or not. My dear, you surely do not wish to be eliminated just before the conclusion of the assessment, do you? Nia Wuxuang fell silent, seemingly engaged in a final mental struggle. Suddenly, however, an overwhelming aura erupted from her, and dozens of sword blades materialized out of thin air, encircling Tang Tian and lunging toward him. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tang Tian's eyes as the surrounding space abruptly stagnated. The blades were extraordinarily sharp yet failed to breach the invisible barrier. Nia Wuxuang stood frozen, her face a mask of disbelief. How is this possible? She exclaimed. You have quite a few hidden cards. Tang Tian smiled softly, waving his hand to shatter all the sword blades. I shall take this as your final decision. He then raised his hand slightly. A force so overwhelming that Nia Wuxuang could not resist, yanked the royal flag from her grasp and into Tang Tian's possession. I trust your performance has been duly noted by the elders. With a farewell, Tang Tian swiftly departed. Nia Wuxuang's expression was complex. She had believed her victory was certain. Yet she found herself ensnared by Tang Tian. This was a turn of events she had never anticipated. This young master was indeed different from those disciples who only indulged in pleasure. As she pondered, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping her form. And moments later, she vanished from that place. The assessment had officially concluded. When Tang Tian emerged into the outside world, a dazzling golden light immediately enveloped him. Subsequently, the royal flag in his hand was drawn by a powerful lo, and behold, the tone you adopt is steeped in a hint of acidity. If you possess the means, why not offer a bounty of 100 million spiritual jade? The disciples engaged in fervent discussions. Although the assessment process yielded some unexpected turns, the outcome remained largely anticipated. After all, few can resist the alluring temptation of such vast wealth. Congratulations to Brother Tang on your triumphant return, remarked Wang Ziyu with a smile. Tang Tian shrugged nonchalantly, stating, there were minor hiccups, yet it went relatively smoothly. Wang Ziyu chuckled, your name has certainly made waves on South Peak. However, even with the acquisition of the royal flag, I suspect those elders will not seek you out. They pride themselves on being the elite, looking down upon us, the so-called disciples of renown. Tang Tian responded dismissively, it matters not, it was merely a game. I harbor no interest in being a favored disciple. A little more expenditure can procure everything one desires. After a brief exchange, Tang Tian prepared to depart, only to find his path obstructed by a woman clad in a flowing black gown. Tang Tian, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, she declared. The woman, tall and poised, exuded an air of authority, unmistakably one of the two prominent daughters of South Peak, Imo Xiaoxiao. Is there something you require? Tang Tian inquired. His brow furrowed. Imo Xiaoxiao replied, as you reside in the purple bamboo courtyard, you are considered one of us on South Peak. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, simply invoke my name. Tang Tian, taken aback, stammered, such audacity. Thank you. He found himself at a loss for words. It seems this is our first encounter, is it not? Imo Xiaoxiao, however, felt no surprise and continued. You have only recently become an honorary disciple and are still unfamiliar with the dynamics of the 5 peaks. In a month, there will be an exchange conference at the main peak. You should attend. Tang Tian fell silent once more. Beside him, Wang Ziyu appeared visibly excited, subtly urging Tang Tian to agree. All right, Tang Tian replied, but how do I get there? Is there no need for an invitation? Imo Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly. Just mention my name. With that, she turned and departed. Tang Tian couldn't help but be astonished. Is your name truly that powerful? As he watched in disbelief, Imo Xiaoxiao left with her entourage. Among her followers, Tang Tian recognized a familiar figure, Nia Wuxuang, who had just completed her assessment. You are quite formidable. if the opportunity arises. I eagerly anticipate a fair duel with you, Nia Wushuang declared, before following Imo Xiaoxiao. Tang Tian rubbed his nose, realizing that birds of a feather do indeed flock together. The demeanor of those two was as if they had been cast from the same mold. Shaking his head, he too departed, accompanied by Gu Xiaoxiwei and the others. Chapter 40. The Five Peaks Exchange Conference. What exactly is the Five Peaks Exchange Conference? On the way, Tang Tian inquired of Wang Ziyu. Had it not been for his earlier words, he might not have agreed so readily. This is the gathering of the highest-ranking disciples of Qingwei sect. Wang Ziyu exclaimed with enthusiasm. All 5 young masters and the 2 prominent young ladies will be in attendance. In addition, the renowned core disciples of the sect, alongside the young master, will also gather here. Those of lesser stature lack even the qualification to enter the venue. To receive a personal invitation from Mo Xiaoxiao places you far ahead of over 90% of the disciples from Qingwei sect. Observing his excitement, Tang Tian remarked with a hint of exasperation, "You still haven't explained what this exchange meeting is specifically about." Wang Ziyu elucidated, the 5 prominent young masters. The 2 distinguished young ladies, along with the young master, represent the pinnacle of the younger generation's leadership within Qingwei sect. Entering this echelon signifies that you have genuinely ascended to the upper echelons of the sect. The discussions they engage in will shape the future of the sect. Once involved, your perspective will be vastly broadened, and the experiences you encounter will diverge significantly from your current reality. Tang Tian scoffed slightly, concluding that it sounded akin to entering high society. For many, this is a cherished aspiration. However, Tang Tian's ambitions lie elsewhere. His sole desire is to grow stronger. Deeming everything else as mere illusions, he felt little allure in this prospect. He believed that the time could be better spent honing his skills. Wang Ziyu was momentarily taken aback, staring at Tang Tian in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and said, "You truly are an enigma. In a place where others flock eagerly, you remain utterly uninterested, fixated solely on cultivation. Given this, why then do you still choose to embrace the identity of a distinguished disciple?" Tang Tian offered an awkward smile but refrained from providing an explanation. His choice to take on the role of an honorary disciple was, in truth, a decision born out of necessity. At that time, his cultivation was far too feeble. Without the protection of such a title, he would have likely been incessantly harassed by a host of inexplicable individuals. Alas, it is futile to force matters. Wang Ziyu sighed, remarking that upon reflection, the content of the exchange meeting held little intrinsic value. In essence, it was merely a gathering of individuals engaging in trivial banter, albeit on more elevated topics. The only spectacle worth witnessing was the tribute conference, where a congregation of eminent figures would showcase their wealth, a rather rare sight. Tang Tian abruptly halted his steps. Showcasing wealth? Wang Ziyu nodded. Every year during the Wufeng exchange meeting, there is a tribute conference, at which these magnates exchange spiritual jade for sect merits. Jing Heng, Mo Xiaoxiao, and Lu Chang'e will all participate. And the scale of their contributions is beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. The scene resembles a celestial battle. Tang Tian fell silent. Is there truly such a thing? What is sect merit? He inquired further. Wang Ziyu elucidated. It is the highest honor bestowed by the Qingwei sect. The greater the merit, the more significant the contribution to the sect. Otherwise, do you think Jing Heng and the others wield such formidable power? They have exchanged it for spiritual jade. However, the pursuits of those individuals are exceedingly advanced and bear little relevance to us. If you truly wish to abstain from attending, then by all means, do not go. Tang Tian remained contemplative. Initially, one might assume that purchasing an identity with spiritual jade was an audacious maneuver. Yet it is astonishing that the Qingwei sect has devised a method to procure power in a similar fashion. They appear utterly unperturbed by the implications of such a power imbalance. According to Wang Ziyu, the amount of spiritual jade required for sect achievements must be substantial. If it could trigger the consumption system, why not seize the opportunity? Tang Tian suddenly exclaimed. This rare and invaluable chance to broaden one's horizons and genuinely ascend into the upper echelons of society is not one to be missed. Brother Wang, your vision needs expansion. Wang Ziyu responded, what on earth are you saying? I've been urging you for ages, and you showed no interest. How has it suddenly become my perspective that is lacking? He was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had inadvertently miscommunicated something that led Tang Tian to misunderstand. Clearing his throat, Tang Tian quickly interjected, we can bring guests to the exchange conference, right? Wang Ziyu nodded, indeed, as long as you possess the qualifications to attend. You may bring whomever you wish. However, it is generally advised not to bring too many individuals, as those who are eligible for the exchange are of noteworthy status. A larger entourage may appear rather petty. No need to worry about safety. With the presence of the young sect master, no one would dare to cause trouble. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Very well. Then would you be interested, Brother Wang? We could attend together. This fellow was exceedingly knowledgeable, essentially a repository of information, and having him along would surely be advantageous. Upon receiving the invitation, Wang Ziyu beamed with delight. I was waiting for you to say that. As the two walked and conversed, they eventually parted ways at the foot of the southern peak, promising to attend the Wufeng Exchange Conference together next month. Subsequently, Tang Tian returned to Zizhu Courtyard. Having passed today's assessment, he officially became an inner disciple of Qinghua sect. However, this status was of little consequence to him. He neither required the elders to elucidate the techniques nor needed the specialized training facilities allocated for inner disciples. It merely served to placate his minor obsession. Upon returning to Zizhu Courtyard, Tang Tian resumed his cultivation routine. It was not rigorous training, but it was diligent and earnest. With a seventh ring talent and the blessing of the celestial crane physique, his progress during the foundation establishment phase was no less remarkable than during the Qi refinement stage. Within a mere fortnight, he successfully advanced to the mid-foundation establishment stage, a pace that astonished Lan Yu and the others, who remarked that their own cultivation speed had never approached such a rate. Yet, just 2 days later, an event occurred that left even Tang Tian astounded. Gu Xiaoxue, who had broken through at the same time as him, had also made a leap, reaching the mid-core formation stage. That was the realm of core formation. The spiritual energy and comprehension of Tao required were incomparably beyond that of the foundation establishment stage. How did you achieve this? Tang Tian felt an overwhelming urge to scrutinize her from head to toe. Could the talent of a child of destiny be so terrifying? Gu Xiaoxue, somewhat bashful, replied. I don't really know. When I broke through to the mid-golden core stage, it took me 3 months. I never expected to inexplicably advance to the mid-core formation stage. Tang Tian could only shake his head in disbelief. This is truly extravagant. Your speed of cultivation in the nascent soul stage matches mine in the foundation establishment stage, and then you throw in some inexplicable phenomena. What exactly is your talent? Tang Tian inquired. It is the talent of a child of destiny, Gu Xiaoxue replied. When I first entered, the elder specifically assessed my potential and mentioned that if all goes smoothly, I could successfully undergo transformation before the age of 30. The sudden acceleration in my progress. Perhaps it is due to the environment of the purple bamboo courtyard. Tang Tian scoffed. Environment, my foot. We all reside in the same courtyard. Why do I not feel the same? Could it be that Gu Xiaoxue's chamber is particularly unique? No. Tang Tian shook his head, hastily dismissing that perilous thought. After all, she is merely 15. One must not harbor such beastly notions. After considerable contemplation, it must be a matter of talent. Perhaps being a child of destiny inherently grants such traits? It appears I must procure more consumption points, allowing myself to experience the exhilarating sensation of rapid cultivation. Perhaps responding to Tang Tian's discontent, an old acquaintance graced the purple bamboo courtyard that afternoon. Qin Hai. Chapter 41. 8-ring talent. Qin Hai's arrival instantly dispelled Tang Tian's inner grievances. The long-awaited consumption points. This time, Qin Hai did not disappoint. He brought with him a substantial assortment of medicinal pills of grade 7 and above. Rare treasures of heaven and earth, as well as earth-level techniques and spiritual artifacts, all packed into a reasonably sized Shumi ring. After tallying up the total, it amounted to over 230 billion. Are you gambling your career again? Tang Tian jested. Qin Hai quickly waved his hands, chuckling, No. After the previous transaction, I have gained the trust of the headquarters, and the resources I can allocate have increased exponentially. I have meticulously selected these, hoping that young Master Tang will find them to his liking. Tang Tian nodded and remarked, You have put in considerable effort. However, in the future, there is no need for such careful selection. I am open to receiving practically anything you bring. He continued, Let us proceed with the transaction. Using the same method as before. Qin Hai's face brightened with joy. Young Master Tang remains as generous as ever. The total price for this batch of resources amounts to 237,900 million. Given the substantial sum you are purchasing, I am authorized to offer you a 5 discount. So your total payment will be 226 billion. Tang Tian stroked his chin. A discount, you say? Qin Hai replied with a smile. Certainly, for esteemed clients like yourself, we at Jinyu Tang provide numerous preferential policies. Tang Tian responded with an intrigued then inquired, Is there a possibility of a 20 discount? Qin Hai was momentarily taken aback. Young Master Tang, have I failed to satisfy you in some way? He feared he had inadvertently offended Tang Tian, prompting such a statement. However, the reality was far from his assumptions. I am serious. Is there any possibility of a discount? After all, your journey here was not without its challenges. I am willing to offer a higher price for the resources, Tang Tian stated earnestly. Qin Hai. Both amused and exasperated, replied, "Young Master Tang, it is my duty to engage in transactions with you. There is no question of ease or difficulty in this matter. Moreover, Jinyu Tang does not adhere to such regulations. If such a transaction were to occur, I would find myself at a loss upon my return." Tang Tian nodded in disappointment, conceding, "Very well, let us forego the 20% discount. Please do not offer me any 5% discounts either, as I have a particular aversion to discounted items. Let us proceed with the purchase at the original price." Initially, he had contemplated raising the price within the system's permissible limits, but alas, that was not to be. "As long as you are satisfied." Although Qin Hai did not fully grasp Tang Tian's mindset, he opted for a transaction at the original price. After all, the customer is paramount. Furthermore, this was a lucrative deal. To decline would seem rather unwise. Following several rounds of negotiations, all resources, along with the Shumi ring, found their way into Tang Tian's possession. Qin Hai let out a subtle sigh of relief, for this transaction involved a substantial amount of resources, and failing to sell a significant portion would make reporting back to the headquarters rather daunting. The transaction concluded successfully, raising Tang Tian's net worth to a staggering 260 billion, with over 23 million in consumption points. Both the 8-ring talent and the 8-tier physique could now be exchanged simultaneously. By the way, why is there not a single resource exceeding the 7th tier among these? The highest cultivation technique is merely of the earth-level supreme quality. Does Jinyu Tang possess no better offerings? Tang Tian inquired. Qin Hai paused momentarily before explaining, "Young Master Tang, the 7th tier supreme and earth-level supreme resources are already the most exceptional offerings available prior to ascension. Resources of the 8th tier and above, such as those required for becoming an immortal, are predominantly utilized post-ascension and are exceedingly difficult to access beforehand." Tang Tian furrowed his brow in disbelief. Could such a notion truly exist? It is indeed the case that lower-tier cultivators possess an understanding and comprehension of the great Tao that remains in its nascent stage. Even with access to premier resources, they may struggle to fully harness their potential. Unless one is an extraordinary being, most resources are bound by this limitation. Consider the meditation chambers at the dojo for a chi refinement stage cultivator. The efficacy of training in a primary meditation chamber is nearly indistinguishable from that in a Tao-level chamber, yielding only negligible improvements. However, what Tang Tian truly cared about was whether these resources could be obtained. His sole interest lay in their availability. "Just tell me, does your Jinyu Hall possess such items, and are they for sale?" Tang Tian inquired. The sudden display of dominance and grandeur left Qin Hai momentarily stunned. Before he meekly replied, "Yes, of course we have them for sale. However, the higher the level of the item, the more significant the price variation. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Tang Tian responded slowly, "By all means, procure them. Whether it be 8th tier, 9th tier, or even true immortal artifacts. As long as you possess them, I am prepared to acquire them. I grant you one last opportunity to question my financial capacity," Qin Hai repeatedly affirmed, internally breaking into a cold sweat. Each time, he endeavored to gauge Tang Tian's wealth to the fullest extent, yet each time he discovered he had been excessively conservative. It appeared that next time, he must truly exert every effort to negotiate for resources from the main hall. It was once again a moment to gamble his career. This sensation was truly exhilarating. "Rest assured, I shall do my utmost," Qin Hai declared, before swiftly departing from the purple bamboo courtyard. In the evening, within the tranquil meditation chamber of the main residence, Tang Tian sat cross-legged, surrounded by 8 ethereal rings of innate talent. His cultivation speed had once again surged, and he estimated that in approximately 1 month, he would successfully break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Such a rapid advancement would surely leave even the most gifted progeny of heaven shaking their heads in astonishment, feeling a sense of inferiority. Moreover, Tang Tian chose to expend the remaining 10 million consumption points to exchange for an 8th-tier physique, the golden-winged rock body. Additionally, he acquired a secret technique of inheritance known as Soul Devour. This technique bestowed upon him the extraordinary ability to consume spiritual entities, allowing him to dissolve medicinal pills during his cultivation, transforming them into the purest essence of celestial energy for swift absorption by his body. Furthermore, he could also devour various other spiritual treasures, and to his astonishment, even a top-tier earth-grade spirit sword could be ingested, converting it into spiritual power and sharp intent, merging seamlessly within him. It was utterly astounding. In essence, this inheritance technique of the golden-winged rock significantly broadened Tang Tian's repertoire, facilitating the conversion of more spiritual energy and enhancing his cultivation of various Taoist arts. He also discovered that when combined with the techniques of the Azure Python, the effects were even more remarkable. Thus, even with his current 8 rings of talent, His cultivation speed rivaled that of prodigies possessing 9 rings or more. However, he remained uncertain about the ultimate heights he could achieve. For instance, Gu Xiaoxue. She was an anomaly, defying all logic. Who else could cultivate faster as their realm ascended? Truly a freak of nature. As his thoughts spiraled, Tang Tian gradually descended into a state of deep meditation. Under the influence of the 8-fold talent rings, his cultivation steadily advanced. Chapter 42. Entering the venue. Half a month swiftly passed. Through diligent practice, Tang Tian had firmly established his mid-foundation realm, continuously progressing towards the late foundation stage. In addition, he had mastered dozens of different techniques. And in terms of comprehension and insight into the Tao, he was now on par with the prodigious Gu Xiaoxue. Occasionally, during discussions on the Tao, he could even point out details she had overlooked, which filled Tang Tian with a sense of exhilaration. However, this girl possessed exceptional learning abilities, and her rate of growth was equally impressive. Tang Tian often teased her for being overly competitive, suggesting that she should balance work and rest. After saying this, he plunged headlong into the meditation chamber, immersing himself in intense practice. In such a fervent atmosphere of cultivation, even the sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu found themselves compelled to strive harder, rapidly enhancing their abilities. Although they only possessed 9 rings of talent, a mysterious connection seemed to exist between them, enabling them to cultivate at a pace surpassing that of ordinary 9-ring practitioners, and their understanding of the Tao was remarkably smooth. I truly have become overly confident. Even 9-ring talent now feels like only. Tang Tian silently criticized himself. Today marked the day of the 5 Peaks Exchange Conference. The few individuals from Zijou Courtyard rarely set aside their competitive spirit and began playing a game beneath the old locust tree. They played a game called Nian Dao Pai, in which 2 players teamed up to collaboratively attack another pair, requiring profound understanding of the Tao and seamless cooperation. Tang Tian partnered with Gu Xiaoxue, while Lan Yu and Lu Zhu formed another team. The losing team would have to stick a note on their faces. Before long, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue found themselves in a predicament, their expressions obscured by the metaphorical curtain of defeat. Although they possessed a profound understanding of their respective arts, their synergy paled in comparison to that of the twin sisters, Lan Yu. It was as if they shared a singular consciousness, their collaboration seamless and devoid of any discord, leaving Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue bewildered in the latter stages of their encounters. Goodness, have you misplaced your faculties? I am clearly employing the art of fire. Yet you douse me with water. If you wish to eliminate me, just say so. Tang Tian exclaimed, exasperated at finding himself in yet another unfavorable position. However, in this game where victory was at stake, Gu Xiaoxue was equally relentless, retorting, I began my strategy with the water art from the 3rd move. How could you have failed to perceive it? I even offered you a subtle hint last turn, only for you to extinguish my efforts. You accuse me of countering you. Yet you are the true adversary from my past life. With a cold scoff, Tang Tian, upon reflection, recognized Gu Xiaoxue's strategic placement, acknowledging his oversight. Yet, he would never easily admit to his faults. One could perish, but one's pride must remain unyielding. What a foolish ally you are. No wonder we cannot triumph. He lamented. Gu Xiaoxue, undeterred, shot back. You are the true fool. To be your teammate is to suffer a calamity of epic proportions. The two continued their playful banter, each affixing a slip of paper to their foreheads as a symbolic gesture of their rivalry. Let us go again, Tang Tian declared, unwilling to concede defeat. Eager to resume their battle. Just then, an external force triggered the formation surrounding them. With a wave of his hand, Tang Tian dismantled the array, and a familiar figure stepped into view. It was none other than Wang Ziyu. Brother Tang, the Woofing Exchange Conference is about to commence. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Tian and his companion's peculiar appearances left him speechless. What are you all doing? Tang Tian hastily tore off the note from his face and approached him, offering a forced smile as he said, nothing, just playing a game. Wang Ziyu looked perplexed, glancing at the 3 enchanting beauties nearby and then back at Tang Tian. He whispered, Brother Tang, are you all right? Spending time with those 3 stunning ladies and engaging in such trivial games? After speaking, he scrutinized Tang Tian as if doubting his capabilities. Tang Tian cleared his throat twice. I've indulged in too many rich dishes. Occasionally, one craves something light, don't you think? By the way, I've been waiting for you. Let us head to the exchange conference. He swiftly changed the topic, primarily because playing poker in such a large group could lead to account bans. Subsequently, the group quickly tidied up their surroundings and departed from the Zijou Courtyard. This conference appeared to be distinctly different from the usual ones, with an increased number of participants. It seemed that everyone of any repute had arrived. On the way, Wang Ziyu remarked, what is different this time? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu shook his head, it's hard to say. but I sense it may be related to the Hundred Gates War. Tang Tian responded with an O. Over the past month, although he had been diligently cultivating at the Daoguan and Zizhu courtyard, the outside world had not been idle. Li Hong had amassed a wealth of information for him, and he had finally come to understand the fundamental aspects of the Qinghua sect. Established over 400 years ago, it is regarded as a relatively new sect. However, he did not rise from humble beginnings. Rather, he swiftly ascended with the support of a far more formidable sect known as the Cloud Summit Heaven Mansion. This sect, a superlative entity housing genuine immortals, boasts an expansive and boundless sphere of influence, rendering it exceedingly powerful. In a certain sense, the Qinghua sect merely serves as a subordinate sect beneath the Cloud Summit Heaven Mansion. This revelation dispelled the doubts that had lingered in Tang Tian's heart. Why could the Qinghua sect purchase status and identity without concern for the shifting of power? With such a colossal entity as the Cloud Summit Heaven Mansion in existence, the so-called power struggles within the Qinghua sect are, to put it bluntly, nothing more than children playing house. As long as the Cloud Summit Heaven Mansion remains intact, even if the power structure of the Qinghua sect were to undergo complete transformation, it would bear little consequence. They could simply reassert control if necessary. This exemplifies the oppression of absolute strength. The 100 Sects competition, mentioned by Wang Ziyu, is in fact the disciple promotion conference held every 5 years among all the affiliated sects beneath the Cloud Summit Heaven Mansion. Disciples who achieve remarkable results have the opportunity to ascend into the Cloud Summit Heaven Mansion, entering a broader and grander stage. However, this competition bears little relevance to Tang Tian, as it has exceedingly stringent participation criteria, the foremost being the exclusion of honorary disciples. Upon hearing this news, Tang Tian fell into a prolonged silence, ultimately letting out a deep sigh, acknowledging the whims of fate. Yet, he soon resolved to accept the situation, recognizing that as long as he could indulge himself, it mattered little where he did so. With just over a year remaining until the 100 Sects competition, the young sect master would undoubtedly have something to say. Wang Ziyu remarked. Tang Tian nodded slightly, refraining from any commentary. What does it matter to me? His sole purpose today was the so-called merit conference. Should he successfully trigger the system's return, he would undoubtedly indulge in a lavish expenditure of points. As they chatted, the group ascended to the main peak, arriving at the venue of the conference. Approaching the summit, the location resembled a celestial paradise, with pavilions and mist swirling gracefully around them. Just as Tang Tian was about to step inside, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Shintu Feng? He has come to attend the conference as well? Observing Shintu Feng entering smoothly, Tang Tian expressed his surprise. Wang Ziyu chuckled, saying, "See, I told you today would be bustling with activity. Many have come." Tang Tian scoffed. If even the most ordinary individuals can gain entry, I suddenly feel this qualification has lost its luster. Wang Ziyu's expression turned awkward. Let us not be dismissive. After all, he is affiliated with Lu Changge. His presence here is quite justified. Do not underestimate this conference. Many honorary disciples possess backgrounds that are not necessarily inferior to yours. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, they registered under the name Mo Xiao Xiao and successfully entered the venue. Chapter 43. The path to promotion. Mo Xiao Xiao's name indeed holds great significance. Once inside, Tang Tian marveled. The guard at the entrance had previously worn a haughty expression. However, upon hearing the name Mo Xiao Xiao, his demeanor instantly transformed into one of cordiality, warmly ushering them in. The contrast was striking. Is he not concerned that we might be impostors? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu smiled, recounting, indeed, similar incidents have occurred in the past, where individuals exploited the name of Mo Xiao Xiao to deceive others. Yet, within a few days, they all vanished without a trace. After that, no one dared to impersonate her again. Tang Tian could not help but feel a sense of awe. That individual was truly decisive and formidable, appearing rather daunting. In fact, the highest echelons of power were quite similar. Wang Ziyu continued. They wield immense authority, possess vast influence, and enjoy nearly boundless wealth. None of them are to be trifled with. It is wise to avoid provoking them unless one is sufficiently confident. Tang Tian shrugged. I am not one to instigate trouble. I am not foolish. If I were to charge forward recklessly like an impetuous youth, seeking conflict with everyone, I would have long ago found myself entangled in a shroud. As the two conversed, they made their way into the main venue. This was a grand garden, replete with exquisite scenery. Even the flora possessed a touch of ethereal charm, far surpassing the commonplace beauty of a typical spring garden. They arrived somewhat late, as many attendees had already gathered, some seated, others standing, engaged in lively discourse. Tang Tian listened intently, relieved to find that the conversations were devoid of the nonsensical flattery often found in high society. Instead, The discussions revolved around matters of substance. With many individuals exuding a formidable presence, their entourages equally distinguished, clearly indicative of their elevated status. Nevertheless, Tang Tian still felt out of place, prompting him to seek refuge in an unoccupied gazebo, where he and Wang Ziyu took a seat. "When does the awards ceremony commence?" he inquired. Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, replied, "Why are you in such a hurry? The skill demonstration will only commence at the conclusion of the exchange meeting. It is the final highlight of the event. Prior to that, the young master will share some insights, followed by the guests engaging in discussions. Additionally, there will be several other activities, such as martial arts exhibitions by the disciples, free challenges, and the treasure trading event." Tang Tian's ears perked up. Treasure trading? What is that? Wang Ziyu elucidated. It is akin to the Spring Appreciation Garden's unique treasures fair. But this time the focal point is treasures, whose quality and value far surpass those of the unique treasures fair. Suddenly, Tang Tian slammed his hand on the table, startling Wang Ziyu. "Why didn't you mention that earlier? Had I known there was a treasure trading event, even a moment's hesitation would have been a disservice to the exchange meeting. Whether the skill demonstration can trigger the system is still uncertain, but treasure trading undoubtedly falls within the realm of conventional transactions." Wang Ziyu was taken aback for a moment. Then, with a bemused expression, remarked, "Brother Tang, why does your perspective always seem so unconventional? The treasure trading is merely an embellishment of the exchange meeting. The crux lies in the sharing of information and techniques. That is the main event." He found it challenging to keep pace with Tang Tian's train of thought. Tang Tian shrugged and asked, "All right then, tell me about those earlier martial arts exhibitions. What are they all about?" Wang Ziyu gazed at Tang Tian, who displayed an air of indifference, rubbed his forehead, and spoke. "The martial competition among the guest disciples pertains to the contest of skills among the esteemed disciples' retainers. The core disciples' competition, however, specifically refers to the duels among the pure disciples. As for the free challenges, they involve battles between the retainers and the pure disciples, representing the most intense and exhilarating contests. The aforementioned competitions primarily serve to assess the combat prowess of this year's core disciples, thereby preparing for the impending 100 Sects War." Tang Tian, lounging casually with his legs crossed, nonchalantly remarked, "It feels rather disconnected from me. When it comes to battles, nothing compares to the thrill of spending lavishly and quietly accumulating points." Wang Ziyu shook his head and replied, "Brother Tang, do you not intend to advance further and pursue deeper studies at the Cloud Summit?" Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. It said that honorary disciples lack the qualification to participate in the 100 Sects War and thus cannot ascend to the Cloud Summit? Wang Ziyu elucidated. While honorary disciples cannot enter through the 100 Sects War, there are alternative pathways. The sect has very explicit requirements for the promotion of honorary disciples. The first condition is to make contributions to the sect, accumulating sufficient contribution points. The second requirement is to have at least 3 retainers successfully pass through the 100 Sects War and enter the Cloud Summit. Regardless of their cultivation level or the time taken, fulfilling these 2 criteria will enable promotion. Tang Tian could not help but be astonished. He truly had no knowledge of this matter. Perhaps Li Hong overlooked certain details while gathering information, as he is not a distinguished disciple himself. If that is the case, Tang Tian does not possess a fervent obsession regarding promotion, yet should an opportunity arise, it would certainly be worth pursuing. After all, it represents a more expansive stage. The opportunities for consumption and the levels of engagement there would undoubtedly far exceed those available at Qingwei Gate. How many contribution points are required? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu replied, 1,000. There are numerous methods for assessing contribution points, such as participating in sect construction and management. However, the most straightforward approach remains the offering of merits. One can exchange 10,000 spirit jade for a single contribution point. Tang Tian was taken aback. Is it truly so little? Wang Ziyu chuckled. When discussing matters of this caliber, the term spirit jade typically refers to premium spirit jade. Tang Tian acknowledged this with a sound of understanding, then began to calculate. 10,000 premium spirit jade equates to 100 billion inferior spirit jade. And 1,000 contribution points totals an astounding 100 trillion. That is indeed a significant sum, especially considering his current wealth is merely over 2 billion. It appears that the affluent are plentiful. 100 trillion is a challenge he could manage. Yet, as for his disciples, with a full count, Tang Tian currently possesses only 4 disciples, none of whom are particularly exceptional, and he has no immediate plans to expand his ranks. With just over a year remaining until the next 100 Gates War, he wonders if he can find suitable candidates before it commences. Where should he begin his search? After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian cleared his mind of the chaotic thoughts. Never mind, let us proceed step by step. Upon returning, I shall first inquire with Xiaoxue and the others whether they are inclined to participate in the 100 Doors competition. Should they be disinclined, I shall seek alternatives. Conversely, if they express willingness, I shall devise methods to expedite their enhancement in strength. Tang Tian is confident that, given sufficient resources, solutions can indeed be conjured. As he pondered, the number of individuals within the garden steadily increased. Before long, the exchange meeting commenced officially. Chapter 44. The young master guided by a designated attendant. Tang Tian entered a magnificent hall. The hall permitted only a duo to accompany him, so he instructed the Lan Yu sisters to remain outside, entering with Xiaoxue and Wang Ziyu. The interior was exceedingly spacious, adorned with over 100 seats arranged in various positions. Tang Tian casually chose a seat that was neither too distant nor too close, settling down with Xiaoxue and the others. Soon, the hall was filled to capacity. With most individuals in contemplative silence, even conversations were conducted in hushed tones, each person exuding a demeanor of solemnity. Shortly thereafter, several distinguished figures entered through another entrance, taking their places at the foremost seats. Among them was Mo Xiaoxiao. Beside her sat Jing Hong, a familiar visage, occupying the leftmost position. Chen Xiao was notably absent today. Wang Ziyu whispered, "You should be acquainted with Jing Hong and Mo Xiaoxiao. The other four are the four young masters." The individual clad in a blue long robe to the right of Mo Xiaoxiao is Lu Chang'e, one of the two most powerful young masters within the sect. To the right of Lu Chang'e is Tian Yanxing, who is comparable to Lu Chang'e in prowess. This individual possesses a rather fiery temperament, necessitating caution in interactions with him. Adjacent to Tian Yanxing is Du Yuanqing from Shifeng, the youngest of the prominent heirs, endowed with substantial financial resources. The person furthest to the right is Guan Meng from Beifeng, who exudes a mature and composed demeanor, rich in depth and extensive in connections. He introduced them to Tang Tian, who diligently etched their appearances into his memory. In a certain sense, these individuals represent the pinnacle that the esteemed disciples of Qin Yue sect can aspire to attain. What of the vacant position in the center? Positioned between Lu Chang'e and Tian Yanxing, it remains unoccupied, awaiting the arrival of our young sect master, Yun Kong. Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile that regardless of the changes among others, the highest position among the younger generation will eternally belong to the young sect master. Tang Tian nodded in agreement, such as fitting for one of his stature. Before long, a youth clad in a simple gray robe entered, making his way directly to the central seat. This marked Tang Tian's first encounter with the sect's young master, and he appeared somewhat different from his expectations. Yun Kong exuded an air of ordinariness. If seen amidst the common folk, he would hardly stand out. Throughout their conversation, a gentle smile graced his lips, devoid of any haughty demeanor. In essence, he emanated a remarkably gentle aura. How could one command such a multitude of prodigies and heirs? Tang Tian pondered silently. Once the young master settled, he officially declared the commencement of the exchange meeting. Greetings to all esteemed friends. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your presence. Every one of you is an indispensable cornerstone of our sect. As fellow disciples, we should join hands to forge a more splendid and harmonious realm for cultivation. Just as Tang Tian envisioned, Yun Kong spoke with a deliberate cadence, his voice as warm and gentle as jade, exuding a tranquil demeanor that enveloped all in a refreshing spring breeze. Yet, within the grand hall, every individual, including the esteemed young masters, maintained a posture of solemnity and reverence, their expressions grave and attentive, fully engaged in the discourse without a hint of impudence or discourtesy. The authority of the young sect master remained undiminished despite his amiable nature. The essence of Yun Kong's discourse mirrored that of Prince Yu, primarily focusing on the impending 100 schools battle set to unfold in over a year's time. At that juncture, the myriad subordinate sects under the auspices of Yun Ding Tian Fu shall dispatch their most exceptional core disciples to partake in a pinnacle contest among prodigies. Those who distinguish themselves will be selected for more profound levels of cultivation within Yun Ding Tian Fu. Given that Qin Yu sect is relatively nascent, its past performances in the 100 schools battles have been rather dismal, often finding itself at the bottom ranks. However, since Yun Kong ascended as the young sect master, over the course of 2 decades, Qin Yu sect's achievements have surged, now standing at a commendable position above the average. This transformation is nothing short of miraculous, for among the affiliated sects of Yun Ding Tian Fu, many boast histories spanning thousands of years. To triumph over them is a testament to Qin Yu sect's exceptional prowess. Consequently, Tang Tian began to grasp why Yun Kong, despite his seemingly ordinary demeanor, garnered such profound respect from others. To achieve such a remarkable feat undoubtedly signifies an extraordinary individual. The conversation was lengthy, yet it failed to induce boredom or drowsiness among the listeners. Yun Kong spoke with precision, offering commendations to core disciples, honorary disciples, and guests alike, while also presenting an optimistic vision for the future. It is believed that, through the collective efforts of all, the sect is destined to ascend to even greater heights. In conclusion, Yun Kong wrapped up the meeting. After his words, he departed from the grand hall, followed by Mo Xiao Xiao and several prominent young masters, after which the remaining attendees gradually dispersed. Upon exiting the hall, Tang Tian exhaled deeply. This was, after all, his first experience of witnessing a leadership meeting in this world. What is the matter? Wang Ziyu inquired. Tang Tian shook his head slightly. It's nothing. Just different from what I had imagined. I thought gatherings of the younger generation would be more lively. His words hinted at a more boisterous atmosphere he had once envisioned, akin to the lively spring gatherings where people would compete fiercely. With tables overturned and benches smashed as commonplace occurrences, it will surely become more animated soon. Wang Ziwen, however, did not grasp Tang Tian's implication and remarked, the young master and the esteemed young masters hold such high status. They surely won't behave like ordinary disciples. When the martial arts competition occurs, it will be other stage, and it will undoubtedly be more interesting. Tang Tian nodded in agreement, preparing to leave with Lan Yu and the others. Just then, a figure clad in blue obstructed his path. It was Lu Chang'e. Are you Tang Tian? Lu Chang'e asked in a flat tone, devoid of discernible emotion. Tang Tian furrowed his brow and inquired, is there something amiss? Lu Chang'e replied, a month ago, I heard there was some misunderstanding between you and one of my subordinates, resulting in some unpleasantness. I hope you do not take it to heart. As the young sect master mentioned, as members of the same clan, we must unite and forge ahead together. That is the path to progress. Let the grievances between you come to an end here. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, initially believing Lu Chang'e had come to confront him, only to discover that he was there to mend their discord. However, despite Lu Chang'e's relatively courteous tone, there was an undeniable air of authority in his words that left Tang Tian somewhat unsettled. Nevertheless, he deemed it a trivial matter and chose not to dwell on it. It's nothing. I have already forgotten, Tang Tian replied. Lu Chang'e nodded. That's good to hear. With that, he turned to depart with his subordinates and guests. Tang Tian observed and indeed noticed Shin Tufeng among Lu Chang'e's entourage. To his greater surprise, he also spotted Fang Fei, whom he hadn't seen in over a month. What was even more unexpected was that she seemed to be closer to Lu Chang'e rather than Shin Tufeng. Tang Tian frowned inwardly. This was not a favorable development. He couldn't help but wonder what means Fang Fei had employed to align herself with someone of Lu Chang'e's stature. She appeared to possess a certain cunning. After Lu Chang'e left, Wang Ziyu expressed his astonishment. Why did he suddenly come to seek you out? That trivial matter hardly warranted his personal intervention, did it? Tang Tian shook his head, remaining silent, yet a conjecture began to form in his mind. Fang Fei. Chapter 45, The Little Demon and an Unexpected Encounter with Lu Chang'e. Upon seeing Fang Fei, the lightness in his demeanor was somewhat subdued. Should Fang Fei indeed secure the favor of Lu Chang'e, it would hardly bode well. After all, the animosity between the two was quite profound. However, after a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian swiftly dismissed the thought. As long as he remained within the confines of Qingwei sect, he faced little danger. Moreover, he was now affiliated with the Southern Peak. Alongside Mo Xiao Xiao, there were no pressing concerns. Once the conversation concluded between the young sect master and others, Tang Tian, along with Wang Ziyu and Xiao Xue, proceeded to the designated area for honorary disciples. The martial competition for the guests was about to commence. Tang Tian was eager to observe the prowess of those preparing to participate in the 100 sects battle. Choosing a seat at random, he was soon presented with spiritual fruits and fragrant tea. The level of service was undoubtedly impeccable. However, during the wait, Tang Tian noted that while some honorary disciples were accompanied by guests, a number of them stood alone, devoid of any subordinates or attendants. This piqued his curiosity, prompting him to inquire with Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu elucidated, the distinctions among honorary disciples are quite significant. The three categories I previously mentioned were merely general classifications. Some seek to secure a future for their descendants. Others aspire to elevate their standing within Qingwei sect, while certain individuals aim to serve external families. In truth, only a small fraction harbors ambitions to ascend to Yunding Tianfu. Indeed, whether it is amassing contribution points or nurturing 3 prodigies, neither task is a trivial endeavor. Tang Tian suddenly realized the truth. Indeed, setting aside the matter of contribution points, gaining entry into the cloud-top paradise through the 100 sects battle is an arduous challenge, as there exists an abundance of talented individuals. Firstly, participants in this grand competition must be core disciples below the age of 25. Secondly, their prowess must reach at least the divine transformation stage. Strictly speaking, only a select few who have attained the pinnacle of the divine transformation stage stand a chance of emerging victorious and successfully advancing during the battle. Such geniuses are exceedingly rare, even among core disciples. After some casual conversation, the gathering of individuals here had nearly reached its peak. Soon, some began dispatching their attendants to engage in discussions of Tao and practical combat in the arena ahead. Tang Tian observed several bouts, and indeed, the combatants displayed remarkable strength. The attendees were predominantly above the divine transformation stage, possessing the potential to achieve commendable results in the 100 sects battle a year from now. Their auras were formidable, their Tao profound, and their strikes were both fierce and methodical, undeniably the Sea Army de la Sea Army of elite practitioners. In contrast, Gu Xiaoxue and the Lan Yu sisters, who were still in the nascent soul stage, were far from being their match. However, they were still quite young, particularly Gu Xiaoxue, who had yet to reach 16 and possessed a brighter future ahead. After a while, Wang Ziyu rose to leave, stating he would go check on the core disciples. The honor-bound disciples and core disciples have always been in a subtle rivalry, with the pure disciples looking down upon those who choose to serve as attendants, believing such a choice would compromise their steadfast resolve in the Tao. The honored disciples believe that they lack flexibility, choosing to forego superior resources readily available to them. Both sides adhere to their perspectives, unwilling to yield. However, Tang Tian is indifferent to this conflict. How one chooses is their personal affair. If the pure disciples look down upon him, he simply won't seek them out. It's a trivial matter. One need not press their warm face against a cold bottom. Thus, he chose not to accompany Wang Ziyu, opting instead to leisurely sit and observe the unfolding drama. Truly impressive. Much stronger than I am. Even Gu Xiaoxue couldn't help but express her admiration as she watched the battle. Tang Tian chuckled. Do not underestimate yourself. You are merely younger and less advanced in cultivation. When it comes to understanding the principles of Tao, you are certainly not inferior to them. I have already noticed several flaws in their techniques. In terms of sheer strength, Gu Xiaoxue may indeed fall short, yet in terms of talent, Tang Tian believed she could effortlessly outmatch two opponents. Their disciples are so formidable. I must strive even harder upon my return, Gu Xiaoxue declared, clenching her small fist earnestly. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing her thoughts. This girl, truly. The martial exhibition of the disciples lasted approximately an hour, and judging by the expressions of the onlookers, it seemed they were quite satisfied with the prowess displayed by this cohort. Once it concluded, Tang Tian prepared to seek out Wang Ziyu. However, at that moment, a group of unfamiliar honorary disciples approached him. Tang Tian, the leader, a tall youth with a stern expression, inquired from a superior position. Tang Tian slightly furrowed his brow. And you are? The youth replied softly, my name is Ding Xiao, and I am also affiliated with Nanfeng, tasked with assisting Miss Mo in maintaining order there. Tang Tian responded with a mild acknowledgement, realizing that Ding Xiao was associated with Mo Xiao Xiao. Is there something you need? He inquired. Ding Xiao replied, now that you are a member of Nanfeng, you should refrain from acting alone. Come with me to our designated area. Tang Tian smiled and said, no, I prefer solitude. I appreciate your kindness. He expressed politely. However, Ding Xiao frowned directly. Tang Tian, since you have joined Nanfeng, you are required to adhere to its regulations. Follow me. I do not wish to repeat myself a third time. Tang Tian's smile faded, recognizing the assertiveness of this individual. He despised being coerced. I have not heard of such a rule. I shall go wherever I please. No one can confine my personal freedom, Tang Tian replied coldly. Ding Xiao's brow furrowed deeply. Tang Tian, do not presume that a mere possession of spirit jade renders you invincible. If you continue to act obstinately, you may as well leave Nanfeng and seek your fortunes elsewhere. Tang Tian gazed silently at him, asking, is this your directive? Or does it originate from Mo Xiao Xiao? He had never intended to join any faction. He had only entertained Mo Xiao Xiao's suggestion. If this were indeed Mo Xiao Xiao's intent, he would depart immediately, for even a moment's hesitation would constitute a disrespect to his own integrity. Yet, it was evident that this was not the case. Ding Xiao opened his mouth, yet he refrained from directly addressing the statement. Ultimately, he coldly remarked, very well. You may continue to remain as you are. I shall duly report your attitude to Miss Mo. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Tang Tian stroked his chin, offering a faint smile. This is clearly an attempt to establish authority over the newcomers. Gu Xiaoxue interjected with a huff. What an arrogant demeanor. As if he is so formidable. In the end, he still needs to report to someone else. Tang Tian chuckled softly. Let him be. We are not compelled to join any particular faction. Besides, Qingwei sect has more than just one South Peak. He suggested, Let us see how Wang Ziyu is faring. As they made their way towards the core disciples, they fortuitously encountered the returning Wang Ziyu. His expression was one of excitement as he seized Tang Tian's arm and began to speak. Brother Tang, you won't believe it. This cohort of core disciples is remarkable. Several are at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, each more formidable than the last. Moreover, there is a prodigy among them, a 16-year-old at the peak of the nascent soul stage, who has even bested those in the early transformation stage. That young genius is incredibly arrogant, claiming he will crush the honorary disciples and their peers into the ground. Haha, it's utterly delightful. Tang Tian cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "What are you so excited about? Have you forgotten who you are?" This fellow, it seems, has lost sight of his own identity as an honorary disciple. Nevertheless, Wang Ziyu laughed heartily, fanning himself with a folding fan. Me? I am merely here for amusement. Wherever there is amusement, there too shall my presence be felt. The time for the free challenge has arrived, and undoubtedly, there will be a splendid spectacle to behold. Tang Tian shook his head in disbelief. This fellow seemed utterly indifferent to the honor of being a distinguished disciple, with his reputation in tatters. However, upon hearing Wang Ziyu's words, he too became intrigued by the forthcoming challenges. What might be the extent of power possessed by a 16-year-old at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage? How would they compare to Gu Xiaoxua? Chapter 46. Arrogance. After a brief respite, the free challenge commenced at last. Honorary disciples, guests, and core disciples gathered once more. This time, Imo Xiaoxiao and Lu Chang'e were also present, seated high above, quietly observing the contest. At their designated positions sat several formidable individuals, exuding an extraordinary aura. They were undoubtedly the leading figures among the core disciples. Under the watchful gaze of these esteemed personages, the free challenge officially began. The first to take the stage was a late-stage transformation god disciple from the core group, who appeared haughty and made no specific challenge, declaring instead that any guest who dared to step forward would suffice. His disdainful demeanor instantly ignited the ire of the honorary disciples. A disciple from the Western Peak promptly sent forth his own guest, equally skilled in the late-stage transformation god realm. As both contenders entered the arena, the battle was poised to erupt. Tang Tian observed that this confrontation was far more intense than the previous skirmishes among the guests, with both parties seemingly revealing their trump cards. It appeared that there had long been a simmering animosity between them, and their frustrations were now laid bare. The prowess of this guest was indeed remarkable, with their techniques as elusive as a visual feast. However, the core disciple, despite having only mastered 3 or 4 techniques, had each reached a level beyond minor success, demonstrating no signs of inferiority. Ultimately, the guest was narrowly outmaneuvered, caught off guard by his opponent, and suffered defeat. What is the use of all those flashy displays? Mastery is the true essence. It seems that some individuals were correct. You guests are indeed mere FA-aids. Following his victory, the core disciple became even more arrogant, demanding to continue the challenges. How could the esteemed disciples tolerate this? Soon, they dispatched an even more formidable guest. Though both were at the late stage of transformation, this one proved to be significantly stronger. In a short span, he vanquished the prideful core disciple. It appears your prowess lies only in words. Such flamboyance. After reclaiming a victory, the guest returned the earlier taunts. Subsequently, another challenger from the core disciple's side emerged. With a variety of techniques on display, Tang Tian found himself utterly dazzled. Brother Wang, you were indeed correct. These free challenges are remarkably more thrilling. Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Wang Ziyu replied, indeed. These individuals have long harbored disdain for one another. Their grievances run deep. This rare opportunity for direct confrontation is not one they wish to squander. Tang Tian nodded, recognizing the situation. Both parties were, in fact, core disciples. One had chosen to leverage external resources while the other relied solely on personal strength. It is difficult to determine who is right or wrong, as each individual's circumstances are unique. However, Tang Tian observed that the overall strength of the core disciples was indeed superior, as the guests would frequently regain a foothold only to be swiftly countered by their opponents. In the grand scheme, the guests suffered more defeats than victories. Despite having access to greater resources, he had expected them to exhibit a stronger performance. Tang Tian remarked. Wang Ziyu smirked and replied, while the resources are abundant, they come with an influx of additional trivialities. In terms of genuine combat prowess, they cannot possibly compete with those relentless cultivators who are wholly devoted to their training. Essentially, in every free challenge, the guests invariably found themselves on the losing end. This time was relatively fortunate, at their worst. They had been pressed so hard that they scarcely had the opportunity to catch their breath. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Those with a singular focus on cultivation possess a greater chance of ascending to higher echelons. The subsequent events unfolded much as Wang Ziyu had described. Although the guests initially managed to stand on equal footing with the core disciples, they gradually began to show signs of fatigue as time progressed. In contrast, the core disciples continued to emerge, one after another, each more formidable than the last. Defeat had become an inevitability. Yet, Tang Tian noticed that the honorary disciples appeared quite composed, suggesting they had grown accustomed to such circumstances. Once the victor and vanquished were determined, the ensuing battles took on a more entertaining nature. Mid-stage and early-stage transformation experts, as well as several prodigies at the nascent soul stage, began to make their appearances. Finally, Tang Tian beheld the young prodigy Wang Ziyu had mentioned, Huang Chong, a 16-year-old at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. He exuded an air of arrogance that surpassed even that of the other core disciples, treating the guests with an indifference that barely acknowledged their presence. "Feel free to come at me. I will take you all on," Huang Chong exclaimed, his nostrils flaring as he gazed defiantly at the sky, causing many esteemed disciples and guests to scowl in displeasure. This young man was utterly audacious. Nevertheless, they maintained their composure and refrained from overwhelming him with numbers, dispatching only those within the nascent soul stage. Yet Huang Chong was not only articulate but also possessed remarkable prowess. Almost every challenger was ruthlessly crushed beneath his might. Even those practitioners who had spent years mastering the nascent soul's pinnacle found themselves barely holding their ground against him. This only served to inflate Huang Chong's arrogance further. Pathetically weak. What audacity, you have to share the title of core disciple. To be associated with you is a disgrace. He jeered mercilessly. The faces of the esteemed disciples darkened further, yet they found themselves at a loss for a suitable response. After all, he was merely 16. And sending someone in their 20s to confront him would be laughable. Even if a transcendent stage expert were to defeat him, it would yield no honor, only ridicule. What could they do? They could only close their ears and pretend not to hear. At this level, who didn't he possess a modicum of patience? Xiaoxue, what is your impression of him? Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoxue pondered for a moment before replying. He is indeed formidable. However, his arrogance may lead to some oversights, thus presenting opportunities. Tang Xiao, should I take my turn? Tang Tian immediately waved his hand. We are newcomers. It is best not to partake in this spectacle. Besides, there is no benefit to be gained. It is advisable to refrain from seeking the spotlight, lest one attract unwarranted envy and trouble. He particularly detests complications. Yet, it seems as though someone has overheard his thoughts, for trouble has come knocking at his door. Is there truly no one brave enough to contend with me? What a bunch of cowards, proclaimed Huang Chong. Tang Tian, I hear you are quite affluent and have managed to charm one of our talented junior sisters. What say you? Are you bold enough to let her come forth and spar with me? Tang Tian was taken aback, exclaiming, What on earth? I was merely a bystander today. How did this conflict find its way to me? Am I truly that well known? Perplexed, he felt compelled to respond now that his name had been mentioned. Are you referring to me? He inquired. Huang Chong cast a derisive glance in his direction and scoffed. I have no interest in you. Did you not steal away our talented junior sister? Are you brave enough to let her come forth? I intend to make it clear that aligning with you esteemed disciples leads only to a futile path, devoid of any benefits. Tang Tian fell silent. Was this truly Huang Chong's perspective? Perhaps. He glanced towards the upper echelons before replying. You must be speaking of Xiaoxue. She is merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Do you not think that would be somewhat unfair? As he finished speaking, Xiaoxue quickly communicated with him telepathically, assuring, Young Master Tang, it's fine. I am confident I can defeat him. Tang Tian subtly shook his head, signaling her to refrain from speaking. Since they dared to create trouble, let them receive a proper lesson. It was indeed somewhat oppressive. Huang Chong waved his hand dismissively. In that case, I shall limit my own cultivation to the mid or even early stage of the nascent soul. Against such weaklings as the attendants, within the same realm, I could easily crush them with just one hand. So, do you have any other excuses? Tang Tian smiled faintly. Very well. Xiaoxue, why don't you go and have some fun? Chapter 47. Just this under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Gu Xiaoxue stepped onto the arena, standing opposite Huang Chong. This marked one of the most captivating battles following the formal challenges. Both participants were among the youngest, and Huang Chong's audacious choice to name her implied deeper meanings. Perhaps he intended to strengthen the resolve of the younger core disciples through this event. Do you need me to use just one hand, my former junior sister? Huang Chong arrogantly declared. The word former directly undermined Gu Xiaoxue's status as a core disciple. However, she remained unfazed, instead responding with a radiant smile. Do as you wish. Tang Tian sat below, observing quietly. This girl, Xiaoxue, was entirely different in demeanor during daily interactions compared to when she was in battle. She resembled an unparalleled sword, sheathed within a seemingly ordinary and harmless scabbard. Once unleashed, she would undoubtedly radiate an undeniable brilliance. All right, let the battle commence. Huang Chong faced Gu Xiaoxue, tucking one hand behind his back, completely disregarding her as a worthy opponent. Gu Xiaoxue's gaze underwent a gradual transformation, and the aura surrounding her rapidly shifted. Suddenly, her long sword was drawn, and she resembled a startled swan soaring across the sky, arriving before Huang Chong in the blink of an eye. The sharp blade was poised to touch his brow. Huang Chong was instantly alarmed, retreating swiftly, his palm transforming into a fist that struck out. However, he found nothing but emptiness. The sword before him slowly dissipated, while simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger creeping along his back. Huh! Huang Chong exclaimed in panic, abandoning any pretense of restraint. He unleashed all of his cultivation, and several streams of dragon-shaped spiritual energy surged from him, barely averting the crisis. Observing this, Tang Tian smiled and remarked, "Why is Xiaoxue so fierce right from the start?" He was aware of Xiaoxue's strength, knowing she was on par with Huang Chong at his most formidable. Yet he did not anticipate her unleashing her full power in a single move, rendering Huang Chong utterly disarmed. What use is holding back one hand? I've suppressed my cultivation, only to have it all thrown away, leaving me in a state of disarray, he mused. Xiaoxue fights with unwavering commitment. Lan Yu spoke softly from the side. During this time, Tang Tian and the others had engaged in numerous sparring matches. Their exchanges mainly revolved around the understanding of Dao, while Gu Xiaoxue and Lan Yu had engaged in genuine combat. Initially, when Gu Xiaoxue broke through to the nascent soul stage, she found herself at a disadvantage against either Lan Yu or Lu Zhu, often being overpowered in their encounters. However, this mischievous girl exhibits an astonishingly rapid rate of progress in her studies. With each bout, she presents a completely transformed state. In the mere span of a fortnight, she has already reached a level where she can stand toe-to-toe with any of them. After Gu Xiaoxue broke through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, the Lan Yu sisters found themselves incapable of suppressing her alone. Only through their combined efforts were they able to restrain her once more. It is worth noting that when united, the Lan Yu sisters, whose minds are in perfect harmony, could potentially rival even those in the god transformation stage. Yet they could only barely keep Gu Xiaoxue in check. She continues to grow at an astonishing pace. A month has passed, and Gu Xiaoxue's strength has elevated beyond just one tier. Huang Chong stands no chance against her. On the battlefield, due to Huang Chong's pride and carelessness, he lost the initiative, and despite exerting all his strength, he remains at a disadvantage. Gu Xiaoxue's attacks are relentless and flawless, leaving no openings and denying Huang Chong a moment's respite. Several times, he attempted to leverage his superior cultivation to break free from his predicament, yet each time, Gu Xiaoxue skillfully thwarted his efforts, preventing him from gaining any ground. As the battle progressed, his anxiety grew, leading to more and more vulnerabilities, and the situation became increasingly perilous. This unforeseen turn of events caught the attention of the higher-ups, who could not help but take notice. Indeed, a prodigy. Alas, she has become a guest disciple, aligning herself with the so-called honorary disciples. I have heard that Tang Tian is quite lascivious. This young junior sister may have already fallen prey to his nefarious intentions, leading her down a dark path. What a remarkable talent she is. The honorary disciples truly represent a malignant presence within the sect. The core disciples all displayed expressions of regret. They believed that no matter how talented Xiaoxue was, her future would inevitably be ruined by associating with a disciple of mere reputation like Tang Tian. However, the esteemed disciples exhibited an entirely different demeanor. Xiao, a remarkable talent has emerged from Nanfeng, Lu Chang'e remarked with a slight smile. I've heard that Tang Tian possesses considerable financial resources. What is your impression of him? Mo Xiao replied, I am uncertain. He has just arrived. This fellow seems to adopt this attitude towards everyone. At that moment, Jing Heng interjected. I have encountered this young Master Tang once, and his generosity was indeed quite impressive. However, he appears to be rather indulgent. The dispute he had with the Shinta Peak stemmed from a single Yongang Tingyun branch. Lu Chang'e acknowledged with an O, remaining silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Tian Yangsheng let out a faint hum, stating, it matters not. If he can suppress the arrogance of the core disciples, that is a good thing. If opportunities arise in the future, let us extend some consideration. The group nodded in silent agreement. The contrasting reactions from the higher echelons reflected their differing priorities. The core disciples focused solely on the disciples themselves, while Lu Chang'e and his companions had a more intricate perspective. Below, the battle raged on. Gu Xiaoxue consistently denied Huang Chong any opportunity to turn the tide, maintaining an overwhelming advantage from start to finish. Her fierce offensive tactics left Huang Chong struggling to defend himself, revealing more and more vulnerabilities. Ultimately, after a thunderous crash, Huang Chong was sent flying, landing on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Gu Xiaoxue still wished to pursue the attack, but was halted by Tang Tian's words. Xiaoxue, that is enough. This is not a battle of life and death. It suffices to determine a victor. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxue halted, cast a sidelong glance at Huang Chong, and then rolled her eyes in disdain. Is that all? She sheathed her sword and turned away, striding toward Tang Tian with the grace of a triumphant swan returning from battle. Tang Tian chuckled lightly, recognizing her fierce competitive spirit. Yet, upon her return, she resumed her usual demeanor, playfully inquiring, "How was that? Did I embarrass you?" Tang Tian silently gave her a thumbs up, delighting in her exuberance and pride. Meanwhile, the esteemed disciples finally managed to regain some dignity. Keep pretending. Why the sudden silence? Did you truly believe you were invincible? Is this all you've got? Return to your arduous training, for you seem utterly unaware of the immense value that resources can hold. Gu Xiaoxue's resounding victory allowed them to recover some pride, no longer needing to feign defeat. The free challenges continued for a while, though interest waned significantly. Following the conclusion of the challenges, the crowd took a moment to rest before embarking on the next event, the treasure exchange. Chapter 48. Is wealth everything? Come forth. This is the true domain of the esteemed disciples. Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile. After every round of free challenges, the esteemed disciples harbor a pent-up frustration. The treasure exchange is their opportunity to vent. Tang Tian inquired, perplexed. Why is that? Wang Ziyu replied, just wait and see. Soon, the treasure exchange commenced in earnest. A dedicated individual presented an array of exquisite treasures, inviting all to appreciate and engage in trade. As Prince Yu remarked, the exchange of these treasures is vastly superior to the rare gem fairs of the Spring Appreciation Garden, with a distinctly different emphasis. The artifacts showcased were predominantly associated with cultivation, boasting high ranks, with an abundance of 6th and 7th grade celestial materials and earthly treasures, and even some of the 8th grade, which Tang Tian had never encountered. Their prices were exorbitant, with the least valued at tens of millions, while the most expensive approached nearly 10 billion. Yet, for Tang Tian, this figure felt somewhat conservative. It was disappointing. The total value of all items combined hardly sufficed to double his assets, even at such a prestigious trading event. After surveying the surroundings, Tang Tian comprehended why Prince Yu claimed this venue belonged to the honorific disciples. These treasures possess a remarkably potent auxiliary effect on cultivation, encompassing various aspects such as spiritual growth, comprehension, manifestation, and divine consciousness. Acquiring even a few would significantly enhance one's own practice. However, the core disciples lacked the financial means. Their sustenance, shelter, and necessities were all provided by the sect, and possessing even a few tens of millions would categorize them among the affluent. They could only watch helplessly as the honorific disciples carried the treasures away. Furthermore, they understood that these invaluable artifacts would be utilized by those guests who had struck agreements with the honorific disciples. To claim indifference would be disingenuous. True resilience in the face of poverty is a rarity. Alas, Brother Xiao, this set of earth-returning banner formation is perfectly suited for your cultivation technique. Though the sum amounts to 3 billion, you are undoubtedly worthy of it. Purchased. Some honorary disciples intentionally raised their voices, eliciting eye rolls from the core disciples, truly a pair of adversaries. After perusing the offerings, Tang Tian also decided to take action. Having resolved to ascend to the Cloud Summit through the cultivation of guests, preparations were in order. These treasures exhibited commendable efficacy. Thus, Tang Tian commenced his negotiations. Lin Dao flower, one branch for 18 billion? Would you consider 28 billion? He inquired. Xiongjiang fruit, a single piece demands 9 billion. I offer 13 billion for the lot. Tang Tian navigated the boundaries of the system, acquiring all items at the utmost permissible price. This peculiar bargaining style drew the attention of surrounding honorary disciples. Brother, we understand you may possess considerable wealth, but we have never witnessed such extravagant spending. They mused. Is such profligacy truly acceptable? Observing Tang Tian's cheerful demeanor, they could not help but shake their heads. Every family has its own burdens. Perhaps in Tang Tian's household, refraining from spending incurs familial repercussions. The transactions continued for a while. Like a torrential downpour, Tang Tian cast out over 1,000 billion, leaving some core disciples utterly astounded. It was their first realization that the amounts spent within the sect could be so staggering. As time progressed, the treasure trading concluded. At last, They arrived at the grand finale of the Five Peaks Exchange, the Merit Conference. The young sect master, Yun Kong, made his appearance once more, serving as the host of the event. Firstly, he recognized and commended those who had made significant contributions to the sect over the past year. Subsequently, he converted each individual's contributions into merit points, which were then distributed. The importance of these merit points cannot be overstated. For honorary disciples, merit points equate to power and status, enabling them to undertake numerous endeavors, including the promotion to the esteemed Yunding Tianfu. For core disciples, merit points represent substantial amounts of spiritual jade and special qualifications. With merit points, they can access superior cultivation resources and serve as tickets to exclusive training venues, further enhancing their strength. In summary, this is something that everyone fervently desires. Tang Tian also yearned for it. Yet his contributions to the sect were insufficient to earn a single merit point. Thus, he could only await the final stage, the offering of contributions. The so-called offering of contributions is essentially akin to making a donation. One could purchase merit points with monetary means. 10,000 premium spiritual jade, equivalent to 1 billion spiritual jade, could be exchanged for a single merit point. How convenient. Tang Tian appreciated such straightforwardness. After a period of time, the calculations of each individual's contributions from the previous year were finally completed, with those falling short of a single merit point being disregarded. Once concluded, it was time for Tang Tian's most anticipated segment. The young sect master, Yun Kong, wore a faint smile and directed his gaze towards the honorary disciples. As if to say, what are you waiting for? Several prominent young masters took the lead. Lu Chang'e offered 200 merit points. Tian Yangsheng, 200 merit points. Mo Xiaoxiao and Chen Xiyo, each 100 merit points. Jing Heng, 150 merit points. Guan Ming, 150 merits. Du Yuanqing, 100 merits. Truly, they are formidable figures, contributing hundreds, which amounts to trillions of spirit jade. They are indeed extraordinarily wealthy. Tang Tian nodded to himself, finally recognizing that there were a few capable individuals among them. After the esteemed figures set the precedent, other honorary disciples began to step forward. However, their contributions were significantly lower, mostly recorded in single digits. Whenever someone exceeded a two-digit contribution, it would elicit gasps of astonishment from the others. Moments later, Tang Tian also approached. Tang Tian, this should be your first time participating in merit contribution, correct? How much do you wish to offer? Yun Kong inquired. Tang Tian pondered for a moment, deciding to test the waters. He produced 10,000 high-grade spirit jade and declared, a modest contribution. Yun Kong nodded, swiftly processing the transaction and handing him a finely crafted jade token. Your contribution points are stored here, along with an explanation regarding the contribution points, Yun Kong stated. Tang Tian nodded, accepting the token but refraining from examining it immediately. Instead, he directed his attention to the system. This transaction falls under normal consumption, granting you 1 million consumption points. A smile of delight appeared at the corners of Tang Tian's mouth. Indeed, the success of triggering this was evident. Could it be that he could amass consumption points in this manner? There should be no limit to merit contributions, after all. While Tang Tian reveled in his secret joy and contemplation, a mocking voice interrupted him from the side. Hee, I thought you were truly wealthy. Yet you offer only a mere point of merit. Have you exhausted your funds at the treasure exchange? Upon lifting his gaze, Tang Tian found that the speaker was none other than Ding Xiao from South Peak, a disciple under Mo Xiaoxiao. This fellow seems to harbor a disdain for himself. After Ding Xiao finished speaking, he approached Yun Kong, presenting a Shumi ring, and stated, Young master, I am Ding Xiao, here to offer 20 merits. The moment his words fell, a wave of astonished gazes ensued. Ding Xiao of Nanfeng, a capable subordinate of the esteemed Miss Mo, truly remarkable, people marveled. Such praise was certainly gratifying for Ding Xiao. After concluding his matter, he turned to face Tang Tian, looking down upon him, and remarked, I initially thought you possessed some strength, but it appears I overestimated you. With that, he prepared to depart. Wait, Tang Tian's voice suddenly rang out. Ding Xiao raised an eyebrow and inquired, Oh, what is it? Tang Tian offered a faint smile. This fellow, it seemed, was determined to make an enemy of him. However, he had just been contemplating how to present his merits once more. Ding Xiao's behavior provided him with the perfect pretext. Are you questioning my financial resources? From the sound of it, you wish to challenge me. Do you possess the capability to compete with me, Tang Tian? He chuckled. Ding Xiao furrowed his brow, a cold smile gracing his lips. Very well, let us indeed collide. Tang Tian beamed, then let us proceed. With that, he walked directly towards Yun Kong, declaring, Young master, I wish to continue offering my merits. Subsequently, He retrieved 300 billion from the system. 30 merits. Chapter 49 Ruthless Domination. Tang Tian. Offering contributions to the sect is commendable, yet one must not act out of spite. When Tang Tian proposed to continue his contributions with an additional 30, Yun Kong gently advised against it. Tang Tian shook his head, asserting, "Young master, a gentleman knows when to act and when to abstain. Since I am so openly belittled, I cannot simply let it slide." He spoke with righteous indignation, yet internally, he could not help but criticize Yun Kong, thinking, if you wish to accept donations, just do so. Why the superfluous chatter that only delays my spending? Yun Kong, shaking his head, chose not to pursue the matter further and accepted Tang Tian's spirit jade. Once matters were settled, Tang Tian turned to face Ding Xiao, casting a challenging gaze. "Well, do you still wish to challenge me?" Ding Xiao coldly scoffed. 300 billion. Quite the extravagant sum, I must say. Surely you have exhausted it all? What you have depleted from your savings is merely my starting point. Today, I shall demonstrate what it truly means to be a prestigious disciple. With that, Ding Xiao stepped forward and addressed Yun Kong, "Young master, I wish to accrue another 30 merits." His declaration incited a wave of astonishment. Truly, Ding Xiao is remarkable. His financial prowess must rank just below the prominent heirs. There are indeed hidden talents among the esteemed disciples. The crowd marveled, and upon hearing such a claim, Ding Xiao could not help but puff out his chest with pride. 500 billion, though it caused him considerable discomfort, was nonetheless a worthy price to pay to establish his name in the presence of esteemed figures and disciples. As for defeating Tang Tian, that was merely a secondary consideration. He had never regarded this newcomer as a threat. However, reality proved to be somewhat divergent from his expectations. Witnessing Ding Xiao promptly add another 300 billion, Tang Tian was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, it was impressive. But what made him think that this additional 300 billion would deplete my funds? The depth of my resources is something you could never fathom. With that, Tang Tian turned to Yun Kong and declared, "Young master, I shall contribute an additional 600 billion. Upon the revelation of this figure, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. My goodness, this newcomer is truly formidable. No wonder he is capable of nurturing such powerful disciples. His financial prowess is evident. 900 billion already. He is swiftly catching up to several of the prominent heirs." The focus of everyone's discussion immediately shifted from Ding Xiao to Tang Tian. Ding Xiao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Tang Tian could produce such a substantial amount of spirit jade in one go. Wealth and cash are entirely different concepts. Yun Kong, though resigned, proceeded to assist Tang Tian in finalizing the arrangements. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow at Ding Xiao, his provocation unmistakable. Anger flared within Ding Xiao. Yet he refrained from retaliating, seemingly grappling with his thoughts. After all, 900 billion was no trifling sum. Should he choose to match it, the total would surpass 1 trillion, a truly staggering amount. After his provocation, Tang Tian paid Ding Xiao no further heed, instead directing his gaze towards the system interface. After his total assets surpassed 1 trillion, an unprecedented object appeared within the consumer rebate system. It was a piece of jade, slightly larger than the finest spirit jade, perfectly rounded, with a mysterious aura swirling gently within, dotted like stars, reminiscent of the Milky Way. What could this be? Tang Tian scrutinized it closely and ultimately confirmed that when spirit jade reached 1 trillion, or when superior spirit jade amounted to 1 million, it would automatically amalgamate into this peculiar jade. Could it be a currency of a higher grade? He could not ascertain. As Tang Tian pondered, Ding Xiao seemed to have reached a final decision. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I shall add another 500 billion. Ding Xiao's eyes were reddened. It was evident that parting with this 1 trillion would undoubtedly be a significant strain on him. He then turned to Tang Tian and nearly howled, "Bring it on. Let us see how far you can go. Come on." Tang Tian waved away the spittle flying from Ding Xiao's fervor, maintaining his composure. "I never said I wouldn't add," he replied. After a moment's contemplation, he produced the extraordinary jade. "Do you recognize this?" Upon seeing the jade, Ding Xiao's eyes widened in shock. "Innate Dao Jade," he exclaimed. "What? Innate Dao Jade? Goodness, Tang Tian possesses such a thing? That is an unparalleled divine object for cultivation." Although the ratio of innate Dao Jade to superior spirit jade was approximately 1 in a million, it was an entity that was priceless yet unattainable. This is indeed my first encounter with such a sight. My goodness, it is as flawless as the physique of the foremost beauty of Qingwei Gate. Tang Tian was taken aback, as if he had witnessed her form himself. However, amidst their exclamations, he began to grasp the essence of this object. Merely as a currency, it equated to 1 million exquisite spiritual jades. Yet, Its value seemed to transcend mere monetary worth. It appeared to hold significant efficacy in cultivation. Tang Tian, are you certain you wish to employ for merits? Like spiritual jades, it can be exchanged for 100 points of achievement, Yinkong remarked. Tang Tian paused briefly. Then with a nonchalant demeanor replied, it's fine, I'll use it. Having an excess of spiritual jades could be rather cumbersome. Upon saying this, he directly handed over the innate Tao Jade. There was little choice, as the system had synthesized it for him, making it impossible to refuse. Yinkong nodded in acknowledgement. Accepting the innate Tao Jade. On behalf of the sect, I express my gratitude. The innate Tao Jade is immensely beneficial to us. Tang Tian responded with indifference. Thus, his points of achievement had risen to 109, and the system's inventory now contained 2 innate Tao Jades. Shall we continue? He provocatively challenged Ding Xiao. At that moment, Ding Xiao was somewhat bewildered. He had never anticipated that Tang Tian would nonchalantly produce an item as rare as the innate Tao Jade. Most critically, the speed at which you escalated the bidding was astonishing. Even in a contest of fortunes, increments were typically minimal. Your approach of doubling the stakes was simply intolerable. The corners of Ding Xiao's eyes twitched, yet he refrained from responding directly. Oh dear, it seems Ding Xiao is at his wit's end. Indeed, I also share the sentiment. Tang Tian nonchalantly produced the innate Tao Jade. Who wouldn't feel a tremor of unease? His audacity is truly remarkable. As it appears, Tang Tian is poised to vie for the position of the 6th young master of Qinghua sect. If he cannot, he might as well step down, merely adding to the amusement of the onlookers. The crowd, reveling in the spectacle, chuckled amongst themselves. Upon hearing their derision, Ding Xiao's eyes blazed crimson with fury. Who dares to say I cannot? He retorted. A mere 10 trillion, is it? I can certainly muster that. His rationality began to slip, and he produced another storage ring. Slamming it down before Yinkong with a fervent declaration, I shall add another 10 trillion. Yinkong, initially inclined to offer counsel, chose to remain silent upon witnessing Ding Xiao's fervent demeanor, accepting the offering without further ado. Aha, who still dares to underestimate me? Ding Xiao boasted. Then turned to Tang Tian, challenging, if you possess the capability, come forth once more. Tang Tian deflected the spittle and offered a subtle smile. That was your proclamation. He then opened his palm, revealing 2 pieces of innate Tao Jade resting quietly within. Might I trouble the esteemed young master to add 200 merits? The moment Ding Xiao beheld the 2 pieces of jade, his countenance shifted from crimson to pallid, and he staggered backward. His lips trembled, yet no words emerged. He realized he was utterly incapable of matching that. In contrast, Tang Tian remained remarkably composed, even displaying a hint of delight. Is that all? Weren't you eager to demonstrate what it truly means to be an esteemed disciple? How quaint. Now, prepare to witness. Upon finishing his words, Tang Tian once again reached out, revealing 4 pieces of innate Tao Jade. Young master, here are an additional 400 merits. Chapter 50. The invitation from Lu Chang'e. Watching Tang Tian produce another 4 pieces of innate Tao Jade, Ding Xiao's complexion turned pale, his body swayed, and he collapsed onto the ground. His expression was fraught with anxiety, and he dared not cast another glance at Tang Tian. With a beaming smile, Tang Tian remarked, Did you not see clearly just now? Let me show you once more. Young master, I wish to acquire an additional 800 merits. With that, he produced another 8 pieces of innate Tao Jade. Having stumbled upon a rare opportunity for extravagant expenditure, he was determined to seize it. At this moment, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Were those not rare treasures, nearly impossible to encounter? Yet, in Tang Tian's hands, they appeared as commonplace as cabbages, effortlessly amassed in heaps. Lu Chang'e and the others looked on in astonishment. Such an extraordinary display was sufficient to warrant their equal regard. Even the young master, Yinkong, was taken aback. As he gazed at the innate Tao Jade extended by Tang Tian, Yinkong shook his head and said, Enough, Tang Tian, you have already triumphed. The innate Tao Jade is immensely beneficial for your future cultivation. It is best to keep it. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned and quickly responded, No. I have plenty of these at home. Please accept them. However, Yinkong once again declined, stating, Keep them, should you wish to cultivate disciples in the future. Such treasures will be invaluable. Tang Tian became anxious. Why would he not accept them? If he did not, how could he acquire more innate Tao Jade and continue his spending spree? Oh dear, it's truly nothing. Today, I find myself in high spirits. It would be unsettling not to spend a little. Let this be a contribution to our esteemed sect, for I, as a newcomer, have yet to offer any assistance. As Tang Tian spoke, he fervently endeavored to stuff the innate Tao Jade into Yinkong's embrace. This scene left the surrounding disciples utterly astonished. What an extraordinary occurrence! Here he was, offering money with such fervor, The level of his enlightenment is so profound that it renders me utterly humbled. Indeed, while many strive to acquire resources within the sect, Tang Tian solely seeks to dedicate himself to its advancement. The disparity is staggering in comparison to his character. I feel as insignificant as an ant. The onlookers marveled at Tang Tian's grand vision, his image instantly elevated to unimaginable heights. However, Yinkong ultimately did not acquiesce to Tang Tian's wishes. He unleashed a gentle, yet insurmountable force that compelled the innate Tao Jade back. Tang Tian, Yinkong said, I recognize your eagerness to contribute to the sect, yet moderation is essential. Today is merely an ordinary merit meeting. There is no need to exert yourself so vigorously. If your intentions are sincere, I encourage you to focus on the sect's development in the future. Tang Tian's expression turned to one of resignation. But upon seeing Yinkong's determination, he had no choice but to relent. What a pity. He was on the verge of surpassing 10 trillion. Very well. Will there be similar events in the future? Tang Tian inquired. Yinkong chuckled softly. The construction of the sect necessitates a considerable amount of spiritual jade. If you truly wish to take action, I shall notify you when the time comes. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Very well, let us conclude for today. In the future, should such fortunate opportunities arise, do not forget to include me. Opportunities like today, which can lead to a surge in wealth and consumption points, are indeed rare. In truth, Tang Tian had contemplated seeking out a high-end venue for a lavish spending spree. However, this was not a realistic endeavor. Without sufficient strength or assurance, rashly departing from Qingwei Gate would only expose his wealth, resulting in dire consequences. The foundation of all actions must be predicated on the safety of one's life. Rest assured, I shall inform you. Yinkong was both amused and exasperated. He had never encountered someone so fervently enthusiastic. Thus, an unexpected contest of wealth concluded in a manner that none had anticipated. The rapid pace and overwhelming nature of the events played a significant role. As Ding Xiao had remarked, depleting your savings merely serves as the starting point for others. Yet, it was he who had become that person. With 700 merit points, he was now merely 300 points shy of the elevation to Yunding Tianfu. Furthermore, within the confines of the system space, Tang Tian's spiritual jade had soared past 80 trillion, and he possessed 8 pieces of innate Tao Jade. His consumption points had reached 800 million, and he had successfully acquired both the 9 rings talent and 9-tier physique. As the merit conference concluded, Tang Tian noticed a shift in the attitudes of those around him, who now extended goodwill towards him. Nevertheless, he remained humble and reciprocated their kindness, garnering numerous communication jade talismans in return. Brother Tang, your prominence today was truly remarkable. On the way out of the conference hall, Wang Ziyu managed a wry smile and remarked, I am aware of your wealth, but I never imagined you would possess such an extraordinary fortune. It nearly rivals that of the illustrious young masters. Why have you remained so obscure until now? Tang Tian chuckled softly, casually responding, I merely wish to experience the hardships of the common folk. Now that I have done so, I shall return to my former way of life. Wang Ziyu nodded earnestly. I suppose that is plausible. The wealth you possess cannot simply be attributed to sheer luck. Tang Tian smiled without further comment. As long as one is sufficiently extraordinary, even the most absurd excuses will find credence, and some may even deem them insufficiently outrageous, fabricating elaborate tales to bolster them. This scenario, oddly enough, was advantageous for Tang Tian. The two continued their conversation as they walked, but before long, they were approached by others. Young Master Tang, came the voice of several formidable honorary disciples, their presence exuding an undeniable authority, certainly above the spirit transformation stage. With serious expressions and somber tones, they stated, Young Master Lu requests your presence. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. The only person who could be addressed as Young Master Lu here was Lu Chang'e. What could this individual want with him? A sense of foreboding washed over him, reminiscent of his previous encounter with Feng Fei. Could this not wait for another day? I have matters to attend to. He thought to decline the invitation. However, the individual persisted, I believe it would be in your best interest to accompany me. With that, they subtly encircled Tang Tian and his companions. Xiao Xue and Lan Yu immediately fell into a state of vigilance, their expressions grave, while Tang Tian stealthily held a few purple orbs in his hand. The Thunder Pearls, capable of summoning celestial lightning, wielded a power equivalent to the full force of a tribulation-transcending cultivator's strike. In his previous dealings with Qin Hai, Tang Tian had acquired numerous similar items precisely to guard against such unforeseen circumstances. Observing Tang Tian and his companions in their defensive stance, the man chuckled softly and remarked, Do not be overly anxious. You are in the domain of the young master, and no harm shall befall you. Moreover, To oppose us with merely a handful of your subordinates is utterly insufficient. Please do not make our task difficult. Young Master Lu has merely requested your presence, not to seize you. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes but ultimately decided to temporarily stow away the thunder pearls. Indeed, they were still within the venue of the exchange. And even Lu Chang'e would not dare to act excessively. Furthermore, he had just gained notoriety. Should the situation worsen, he possessed means of self-preservation. Very well, I shall accompany you, Tang Tian acquiesced. Chapter 51. The death of Fang Fei. A moment later, Tang Tian was led by several honorary disciples to an elegant courtyard. Passing through the garden in front of the courtyard, he arrived at the main reception hall. A young man clad in a blue long robe sat in the principal seat, leisurely sipping tea. It was none other than Lu Chang'e. Upon seeing Tang Tian enter, Lu Chang'e smiled gently and said, "Young Master Tang, please take a seat." Tang Tian stepped forward and settled into the seat beside him. "What is it that young Master Lu seeks from me?" he inquired directly. Yet, Lu Chang'e remained unhurried, pouring himself a cup of hot tea and graciously presenting it before Tang Tian. The audacity displayed by young Master Tang at the recent merit conference had left quite an impression. Our Qingwei sect is indeed in need of individuals like you, who possess formidable strength and are wholly committed to contributing to the sect. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Lu Chang'e chose to bring this up. Could it be that his display of merit overshadowed Lu Chang'e's own, provoking an unwelcome sentiment? That seemed unlikely. One would assume that someone of Lu Chang'e's stature would not dwell on such trivial matters. Even if he did, it would surely not be overtly expressed. However, if there were those who sought to sow discord from the shadows, the situation could take a turn for the worse. What exactly are you trying to convey? Tang Tian was reluctant to engage in further speculation. Lu Chang'e shook his head and rose to his feet. What I wish to express is that as disciples of the Qingwei sect, whether one holds the title of honorary disciple, guest, or is a core disciple, we must support one another to foster the flourishing of our sect. The strength of the sect ensures our collective prosperity. Lu Chang'e gazed at Tang Tian, letting out a soft sigh. Yet, there are always individuals who relish in whispering behind others' backs, inciting discord and undermining this beautiful harmony. With that, he snapped his fingers gently. Moments later, several subordinates emerged from the back hall, escorting a disheveled woman, her attire in tatters, and her hair unkempt. They unceremoniously cast her before Lu Chang'e and Tang Tian. The woman collapsed to the ground, trembling violently, her tattered garments stained with blood, a pitiful sight. She lifted her head. Lu Chang'e spoke softly. The woman trembled slightly, and then slowly raised her head. Tang Tian was immediately taken aback. Beneath the cascading hair was an exceedingly familiar face, Fang Fei. At that moment, she no longer bore the arrogant and spiteful expression nor the feigned allure she once exhibited. Instead, her countenance was one of sheer despair, her eyes betraying an abyss of terror. When her gaze met Tang Tian's, Fang Fei shuddered once more and quickly lowered her head, not uttering a single word. "Young Master Lu, what is this?" Tang Tian found it difficult to gauge Lu Chang'e's intentions. The reality starkly contrasted with his expectations. Lu Chang'e smiled lightly and said, "You should have recognized her by now. A mere inner sect disciple, trading her charms to deliberately approach Shintapeak. Then, she tampered with the invitation letter from Shintapeak meant for you, weaving a few beguiling words to instigate conflict between you and Shintapeak. When she realized the situation was untenable, she sought to draw near to me, attempting to incite opposition between us as well. Young Master Tang, how do you think such a person should be dealt with?" Tang Tian was utterly astonished, the weight of the revelation overwhelming him. He needed a moment to process. The altercation with Shintapeak had indeed been instigated by Fang Fei from behind the scenes. Yet, he had not anticipated that she had also manipulated the invitation letter from Shintapeak. No wonder he had felt that Shintapeak's invitation to witness a dance performance had been rather irrational. What was the original content of that letter? Never mind. That was of little consequence. The conflict with Shintapeak ultimately concluded with Jing Heng's intervention. At that moment, Fang Fei must have realized that relying solely on Shun Tufeng would not suffice to resolve her predicament. Consequently, she began to approach Lu Chang'e. While her intentions were commendable, alas, Lu Chang'e saw through her motives and dealt her a reprimanding lesson, subsequently inviting her to join him. The entire sequence of events likely unfolded in such a manner. Yet, one might ponder why Lu Chang'e acted in this way. Was it a veiled gesture of goodwill towards him? After some contemplation, Tang Tian remarked, "Such matters fall beyond my jurisdiction. The law enforcement hall shall address her." Lu Chang'e replied with a smile. "However, she is targeting you, young Master Tang." Tang Tian shook his head. "Yet, I have not been adversely affected, have I? Moreover, even if such petty schemes were to succeed, I would harbor no fear." He remained uncertain of Lu Chang'e's true intentions, but he understood that one must never lightly incur a debt of gratitude. It was evident that Lu Chang'e sought to leverage this situation to extract a favor from him. Upon hearing Tang Tian's response, Lu Chang'e smiled faintly and said, "Indeed. Such vile individuals merely evoke disgust and cannot inflict any substantial harm. They are akin to those ubiquitous pests." He continued, "I find it quite difficult to comprehend why some individuals would wager everything for an utterly ludicrous objective, even betraying their closest friends." With that, he snapped his fingers once more, and another group emerged, accompanied by another acquaintance of Tang Tian's from the past. It was indeed his childhood companion, Lin Yu. Lin Yu appeared unscathed, yet she bore an aura of profound weakness, her complexion pale. Upon approaching, Lin Yu cast a glance at Tang Tian and then at Fang Fei, who lay collapsed on the ground, her expression laden with intricate emotions. In her pursuit to draw closer to me, Fang Fei had offered Lin Yu to Shin Tu Feng, thereby securing an opportunity for recommendation. Lu Chang'e remarked, "How pitiable," until she was rendered unconscious. She remained oblivious to the fact that she had been betrayed by her dearest friend. Had I not intervened in time, she would have lost her status as a pure disciple. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Lin Yu, however, continued to gaze at Fang Fei. Disbelief etched upon her face. "Why? How could you have become this way? We were such close friends." Lin Yu pressed her lips tightly together and spoke. Fang Fei sat there, disheveled, her shoulders trembling with suppressed emotion. He. Why? She suddenly lifted her head, her blood-red eyes glaring at Lin Yu. Her countenance twisted in rage as she bellowed. "How dare you ask me why? When we first met, I took such care of you, guiding you in your cultivation, introducing you to more accomplished individuals. Your talent surpasses mine, yet without my assistance, could you have progressed so swiftly? And what about you? You received better resources. But did you ever consider me, even once? You care only for yourself. You have always cared only for yourself." Fang Fei screamed in a frenzy. Lin Yu furrowed her brow even deeper. "Is this really your justification for destroying everything I hold dear?" Fang Fei responded with a cold smile. "Indeed, it seems excessive. Yet, you were the one who first obliterated my prospects. Had you not informed me of Tang Tian's relentless pursuit of you, would I have dared to confront him that fateful day at Jinyutang? When I lost the bet and knelt before everyone, stripped of my dignity, what did you do? Even a single word on my behalf would have sufficed. You stood there, doing nothing, while I was subjected to humiliation by all." Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. Fang Fei continued, "From that day forth, I vowed to ascend to the upper echelons, regardless of sacrificing my identity as a pure disciple." She slowly turned to gaze at Tang Tian. "Yet again, I chose the wrong target. I have lost all my savings and my dignity. But I refuse to accept this fate. Why must I endure such treatment? Therefore, I swear, no matter the cost, I will ensure you face retribution. I will cast you, Lin Yu, into the depths of hell. And you, Tang Tian, shall lose everything and never rise again. I will see you all perish." Fang Fei had completely lost her sanity, struggling to rise and lunging towards the nearest Tang Tian. However, at that moment, a flash of light occurred, and Fang Fei was instantly severed, her scorching blood spraying at Tang Tian's feet. How utterly tiresome. Lu Chang'e glanced disdainfully at the fan in his hand before casting it directly onto Fang Fei's lifeless body. It was with this very fan that he had just taken her life. Subsequently, Lu Chang'e wiped his hands, wearing a smile as he turned his gaze towards Tang Tian. "Never mind, let us continue." Chapter 52. A fractured facade. Fang Fei's corpse, along with the bloodstains on the floor, was swiftly cleaned up. Yet, the air remained thick with the pungent scent of blood, which left Tang Tian feeling quite unsettled. His discomfort did not stem from Fang Fei's demise, but rather from Lu Chang'e's demeanor. Although Lu Chang'e had maintained a courteous facade since their initial encounter, he had been subtly targeting Tang Tian all along. Initially, he sought to curry favor with Tang Tian by exposing Fang Fei's machinations. When Tang Tian remained unresponsive, Lu Chang'e resorted to invoking his childhood companion, Lin Yu, and before Tang Tian's very eyes, orchestrated Fang Fei's brutal end. This was a show of power, a clear message that Lu Chang'e held the authority to dictate life and death even in the presence of the young sect master, Yun Kong. Tang Tian abhorred the feeling of being manipulated. However, Lu Chang'e remained oblivious to the shift in Tang Tian's demeanor and remarked with a smile, "I recall that you and Lin Yu were once the closest of childhood friends, weren't you?" Tang Tian furrowed his brow and rose to his feet. "Lu Chang'e, I am uncertain about your intentions in summoning me today. However, I must make it clear that my relationship with Lin Yu has long since ended. We have each embarked on our separate paths and maintain no connection. As for Fang Fei, she has never held any significance in my eyes. Regardless of whom she ultimately clings to," he remarked casually. Lu Chang'e was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Tang Tian's reaction and demeanor were somewhat unexpected. Tang Xiao, could you truly be so heartless? After all, you have known each other for quite some time, Lu Chang'e said with a smile. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. This is a personal matter of mine. If you have other business to discuss with me, feel free to speak plainly. If not, I shall take my leave. As for Lin Yu and Fang Fei, you may handle them as you wish. It bears no relation to me. He no longer wished to engage in idle pleasantries with Lu Chang'e. Lu Chang'e observed Tang Tian silently, pondering his thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Yu wore a complex expression, seemingly taken aback that Tang Tian would sever ties with her so decisively. Was this still the same person who once toiled tirelessly for her future, even at the cost of his own? Since that is the case, I shall speak candidly. Lu Chang'e finally retracted his facade, resuming an air of indifference. Do you know what the primary function of merit is? Lu Chang'e inquired. Tang Tian answered, to ascend to Yin Ding Tian Fu. Lu Chang'e shook his finger. No. The greatest purpose of merit is power. As long as one possesses sufficient merit, one can attain a significant status within Xingyu sect, whether it be managing a few disciples, or overseeing a department, or even rising to the position of a peak master. All are intricately linked to merit. Even after meeting certain stringent conditions, one could indeed find themselves beneath one, yet above countless others. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. This was indeed information previously unknown to him. But, so what? What follows? Tang Tian inquired. Lu Chang'e chuckled softly. Certain individuals within the sect have long since fulfilled all prerequisites for ascending to the Cloud Summit. But can you guess why we remain here? Tang Tian fell silent. The certain individuals must refer to the 5 esteemed heirs, including Lu Chang'e, along with the 2 prominent young ladies. Undoubtedly, given their wealth and influence, they could effortlessly meet the 2 requirements necessary for elevation to the heavenly abode. Therefore, in light of his earlier remarks, it implies that these individuals have set their sights on that very position, beneath one yet above countless others, essentially placing the entirety of Qinghua sect within their sphere of influence. I comprehend now, Tang Tian remarked. But what do those matters pertain to me? Lu Chang'e shook his head. Perhaps your aspirations do not lie in this direction. Yet the wealth you have displayed cannot be easily overlooked. A few pieces of innate Tao Jade, and even we few cannot casually present them all at once. Thus, I hope that in the future, even if you cannot stand by my side, you shall not become an obstacle in my path. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian finally grasped Lu Chang'e's intentions. Essentially, it was akin to forming an alliance, albeit through the leverage of certain other matters, which Tang Tian found rather unappealing. My apologies. Tang Tian spoke softly. I will take charge of my own affairs, so there is no need for you, young Master Lu, to concern yourself with them. If your intention is to use Fang Fei and Lin Yu to disrupt my plans, I must say you have miscalculated. He did not conceal his thoughts, directly exposing Lu Chang'e's intentions. Lu Chang'e gazed silently at Tang Tian, and after a prolonged moment, he smiled lightly, saying, I must admit, I have indeed underestimated you. With that, he turned and returned to his seat, sighing, You are aware, at times, the incompetence of subordinates can be exceedingly vexing. They actually inform me that you are a debauched and pleasure-seeking dandy. How amusing. I apologize for their foolishness. Tang Tian remained silent. The label of being debauched and pleasure-seeking was, in fact, a fade he had deliberately crafted, even encouraging Li Hong to spread such rumors. This was intended to mislead others' judgment, leading them astray. It appeared that his strategy had borne fruit today. Lu Chang'e was a man of profound insight and numerous schemes. Had he known the true nature of Tang Tian, he would certainly not resort to using Fang Fei and Lin Yu as pawns, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. Since this has been a misunderstanding, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Tang Tian stated. Lu Chang'e chuckled, and at some point, he had once again taken up a pristine fan. Since you are here, why rush to depart? Speaking of which, your rise has been astonishingly swift, until now. I was entirely unaware of your existence. Seizing this opportunity, why not engage in a heartfelt conversation, allowing me to understand you better? This statement, though seemingly an invitation, was laced with an undeniable authority in Lu Chang'e's tone. Tang Tian squinted his eyes. Are you attempting to compel me to stay? Lu Chang'e shrugged slightly. I deem this to be a beneficial course of action. Of course, it ultimately hinges on your decision. You may choose to remain, or be compelled to stay. Tang Tian chuckled instantly. The gentle approach proved ineffective. Was it now time for a more forceful tactic? Yet, regrettably for them, he was resolute and impervious to both soft and hard coercion. If you displease me, then do not expect to find pleasure yourself. You may attempt to see if you can keep me here. Xiao Shue, Let us depart." With that, he turned on his heel and strode away. Lu Changa's fan hesitated momentarily, as several formidable figures promptly advanced to obstruct Tang Tian's path. However, Tang Tian had long been prepared, with dozens of potent spiritual artifacts at his disposal, encompassing offense, defense, and transportation, all at the level of tribulation cultivators. Should the situation turn unfavorable, they were ready to welcome a spectacular display of fireworks. Without even slowing his pace, he charged straight toward the exit. Behind him, Lu Changa narrowed his eyes, watching as Tang Tian drew ever closer to his subordinates. Conflict loomed, ready to ignite. At that moment, a flustered monk rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "Young Master Lu, Mo." Before he could finish, a fierce force surged in from outside, violently propelling several individuals standing at the entrance. Had it not been for Tang Tian's quick reflexes, they too would have suffered the consequences. Immediately following, a tall woman clad in a black gown entered with an icy demeanor. "Lu Changa, are you seeking death?" It was none other than Nanfeng Mo Xiao. Chapter 53. Schemes and Counter-Schemes. Mo Xiao stormed into the reception hall, accompanied by a formidable entourage. Each individual exuded an aura of intimidation, their presence almost palpable. "Are you attempting to provoke the people of Nanfeng, Lu Changa? Do you wish to declare war upon me?" Mo Xiao uttered coldly. Tang Tian regarded the heiress with astonishment, having not anticipated her abrupt entrance at such a moment. Lu Changa appeared equally taken aback, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. Smiling as he replied, "You jest. I would not engage in battle with you, nor with anyone else." Mo Xiao scoffed, casting a glance at Tang Tian. "What then do you imply by this?" Lu Changa responded, "Today, young Master Tang has distinguished himself remarkably, restoring honor to our esteemed disciples in the free challenge and presenting several innate Dao Jades to our sect. Such a remarkable talent is someone I naturally wish to become acquainted with." Mo Xiao tilted her head slightly. "His name is Tang Tian. And you, Lu Changa? Very well. We are now acquainted. Is there anything else?" Lu Changa. Tang Tian. "This fellow truly possesses an air of elegance." Lu Changa shook his head. "It's enough to simply be acquainted." Mo Xiao let out a disdainful snort, then subtly gestured to Tang Tian before turning away with decisive grace. After a moment's reflection, Tang Tian followed suit. It was fortunate they had not engaged in a true conflict. At least, they remained unaware of each other's hidden strengths. Before departing, Tang Tian cast one last glance at Lu Changa. Their eyes met, and although the thoughts of each remained shrouded in mystery, both understood that a rift had undoubtedly formed today. Tang Tian felt no fear. After all, they were all distinguished disciples, none more noble than the other. The heights that Lu Changa could ascend to, Tang Tian too would eventually reach. In the end, Lu Changa refrained from uttering another word, watching as Mo Xiao and Tang Tian departed. However, unnoticed by anyone, Lin Yu quietly followed in their wake. Moments later, the group returned to the garden of the exchange meeting. "Miss Mo, I sincerely thank you," Tang Tian said, taking the initiative to speak. Regardless of the circumstances, she had indeed come to his aid. Otherwise, a spectacle would surely have ensued. Mo Xiao waved her hand dismissively. "No need. You are a perceptive individual. I trust you possess means of self-preservation. I merely disapprove of Lu Changa's methods." Just as Tang Tian was about to respond, Mo Xiao continued. "There is no need for explanations. Nie Wushuang has already informed me of the events that transpired during the assessment. I can comprehend your disguise." Tang Tian was taken aback. So that was the case. Indeed, lacking sufficient capability, he would have been unable to locate Nie Wushuang's hiding place that day. Moreover, he had effortlessly deflected Nie Wushuang's final strike. "How did you know I was with Lu Changa?" Tang Tian inquired. Mo Xiao replied, "I have been searching for you." Subsequently, she waved her hand, and a familiar face approached Ding Xiao, who had previously engaged in a contest of wealth with Tang Tian. At this moment, Ding Xiao had regained his composure, yet he appeared dejected, as though he had been reprimanded. He stepped before Tang Tian, slightly bowed, and murmured, "Young Master Tang, I apologize. I should not have said those things, nor should I have intentionally argued with you. I hope you can overlook it." Tang Tian was immediately taken aback. What was this about? Where had his previous arrogance gone? How had he suddenly transformed into this demeanor? Mo Xiao's ability to educate was quite impressive. Was it a whip or a candle? While he was lost in such thoughts, Mo Xiao continued. "Ding Xiao's character is like that. However, he harbors no ill intentions. I have already given him a stern lesson. As fellow disciples of Nanfeng, we should unite. Purposely arguing with you only serves to make us the laughingstock of outsiders. In light of my request, I hope you will not pursue the matter further." Tang Tian paused briefly and quickly replied, "No pursuit, certainly not. To be honest, I am quite grateful to him. Otherwise, I would still be pondering how to achieve more merits. He spoke from the heart, had it not been for Ding Xiao competing with him in wealth. How could he have easily acquired such a plethora of innate Dao Jade and contribution points? It was indeed peculiar for one to seek additional merit alone. Did you not observe how Yun Kong intervened forcefully? Mo Xiao inquired. Are you aiming to amass 1,000 merits to ascend to the heavenly mansion? Tang Tian nodded yes. But alas, I'm still 300 short. Mo Xiao reassured him. Do not fret. There will be numerous opportunities ahead. In recent years, Qingyue's sect has excelled increasingly in the 100 Sects War, and consequently, the scale of the sect has expanded rapidly. Many areas require development. Should your financial resources suffice, opportunities to earn merit abound. Tang Tian nodded in agreement, recalling that Yun Kong had mentioned he would be notified regarding sect construction in the future. He hoped that day would arrive soon. His restless hands longed for action. After a casual exchange, Mo Xiao prepared to take her leave. Before departing, she cautioned Tang Tian. That Lu Chang'e is not a good person. Be cautious in your dealings with him henceforth. But do not worry. With me, Mo Xiao, by your side, you are safe. Once Mo Xiao had departed, Tang Tian let out a soft sigh. Thanks to Mo Xiao's overt handling of the situation, his relationship with Nanfeng was essentially solidified. Even if Tang Tian chose not to assist Nanfeng, the other young masters would need to weigh the consequences of offending Mo Xiao when attempting to win Tang Tian over. Lu Chang'e, Mo Xiao, one embodies a scheme, the other a strategy. These individuals are certainly not to be underestimated. Tang Tian sighed. Wang Ziyu wholeheartedly concurred. They cannot be judged solely by their appearances. If you still harbor some feelings for your childhood sweetheart, today you are likely to fall victim to Lu Chang'e. Tang Tian nodded. Fortunately, Lu Chang'e's judgment of him had some discrepancies. In the future, he must be more cautious when dealing with this group of individuals. Moreover, he needed to swiftly elevate his standing within the Qingyue sect. Once he achieved a position where he stood above others yet below none, any scheming or plotting would unravel on its own. While pondering this, Tang Tian walked toward the garden. In the reception room, after Mo Xiao and Tang Tian departed, Lu Chang'e remained seated in silence, lost in thought. Suddenly, he waved his fan. Before long, a person was brought forth and knelt before Lu Chang'e. It was Shin Tufeng. Lu Xiao, I truly realize my mistakes. Shin Tufeng stammered. Pleading for mercy, Lu Chang'e's tone was indifferent. A penchant for the opposite sex, an impulsive temperament, a proclivity for grudges, deep-seated insecurities, and an attachment to childhood companions. Not one piece of information you provided was accurate. Shin Tufeng's body trembled, whispering, everyone says so. Indeed, it was that wretched Feng Fei. She told me precisely this. It's all her fault. Lu Chang'e gazed at him quietly and responded, very well. Then go and inquire of her if there are any further omissions. Having said that, he extended his finger, and a bloody hole suddenly appeared in Shin Tufeng's forehead. Blood splat with a gesture to his subordinates to remove Shin Tufeng's lifeless body. Lu Chang'e remarked, the great battle of the 100 Gates is fast approaching, and the time to determine the ultimate ownership of that position is nearly upon us. All of you, suppress your usual demeanor. I do not wish to witness such ineptitude again. The subordinates fell silent, bowing deeply in acknowledgement. Soon, a trusted confidant stepped forward and quietly inquired, young master, what about Tang Tian? Lu Chang'e sighed softly. Due to a misjudgment, a rift has already been established. The confidant furrowed his brow. Should we? Lu Chang'e pondered for a moment before shaking his head. For now, let us not act rashly. I am not yet prepared to stand in opposition to Mo Xiao. Our primary adversary remains Tian Yangsheng. He is a madman. As for Tang Tian, time has rendered it impossible for him to reach my level. Thus he poses no threat, provided he does not align himself with Tian Yangsheng. Unless, of course, his financial resources surpass ours combined, which seems highly improbable. The confidant chuckled. That is simply inconceivable. Beneath the cloud summit's celestial abode, no one can be compared to you. Young master, Lu Chang'e nodded. This time, surely, the judgment would not be erroneous. Chapter 54, Subjugation. As evening approached, Tang Tian finally departed from the venue of today's conference. In summary, he had garnered quite a substantial amount. Innate Dao Jade, consumption points, and merit points, all remarkable gains. Moreover, he had finally discerned the nature of the pursuits of Lu Chang'e and his companions. In a position that stands above the masses, who would not feel envious? Especially for those who yearn for power, such a position could compel one to pay any price. However, Tang Tian harbored little interest. His singular ambition remained consumption. As for other matters, he merely needed to meet the requirements for ascending to the cloud-top mansion. With this in mind, Tang Tian inquired of Wang Ziyu. Is it true that a guest must engage in the 100-gate battle to ascend to the mansion? Are there no alternative paths? He understood that to elevate a disciple status, one must cultivate 3 guests for promotion. Currently, Tang Tian had only 4 guests, and since Li Hong had surpassed the age of 25, he was ineligible for the 100-gate battle. This rendered the margin for error rather slim. Tang Tian was reluctant to indiscriminately increase the number of his guests. Wang Ziyu pondered for a moment before replying. There is indeed another way. If one is under 50 years of age, they may ascend through the 10,000 Demons Trial Tower. However, this path is even more challenging than the 100-gate battle and is generally reserved for those rare, late-blooming disciples. Tang Tian acknowledged this with an O. Having an alternative option provided a greater sense of assurance. Wang Ziyu leaned closer and whispered, "Brother Tang, are you planning to cultivate all your current guests for promotion?" Tang Tian nodded, expressing uncertainty about their willingness. Wang Ziyu assured him they would certainly be eager. No disciple would reject the prospect of ascending to the mansion, especially someone like Li Hong, who has already lost hope for promotion and would undoubtedly be fervently motivated. However, I believe it would be wise for you to seek out more exceptional disciples, as they are easier to nurture. To be honest, even with the Lanyu sisters, the resources required to truly elevate them to the pinnacle of excellence could be incalculable. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing the oversight in his considerations. Had he known earlier, he would have specifically sought those with less outstanding talents. Such individuals are generally more obedient, and cultivating them tends to be more engaging. As for expenses, well, the more exceptional the person, the more unruly they tend to be. I simply lack the energy to cultivate emotional bonds with them. Spending money is the simplest solution, Tang Tian remarked. Wang Ziyu shrugged. Well, your choices are always quite unconventional. However, with your innate Dao Jade, it is not entirely impossible. That artifact is a divine object. Intrigued, Tang Tian inquired about the capabilities of the innate Dao Jade. Under Wang Ziyu's explanation, he gained a clearer understanding. The innate Dao Jade is revered as a miraculous item for cultivation, not only aiding in training, but possessing a fearsome ability to connect with the will of the heavenly Dao, thereby gazing directly into the essence of the world and enhancing one's innate cultivation talent. If sufficient innate Dao Jade is available, it could even elevate an ordinary talent cultivator to the pinnacle. Such a power is indeed extraordinary. However, this revelation further dissuaded Tang Tian from pursuing additional disciples. He merely requires those who are obedient and possess strong capabilities. Through this period of acquaintance, he found Li Hong to be quite commendable. In a moment of contemplation, Gu Xiaoxue suddenly stepped forward and said, "Tang Xiao, that woman has been following us closely." Tang Tian was taken aback, then turned to look. Indeed, a familiar figure was trailing them, having departed from the venue some time ago. It was Lin Yu. Tang Tian halted in his tracks and regarded Lin Yu as she approached, quietly inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Lin Yu's expression was intricate. She pressed her lips together and replied, "Tang Tian, we may have had some misunderstandings before. I truly appreciate your help today." Otherwise, Tang Tian swiftly raised his hand, interrupting her. "There is no need for you to say this. Since that day at Jinyutang, we have ceased to have any relationship. My actions today are entirely my own. You need not attribute any gratitude to me." He wished to avoid further entanglement with Lin Yu. Their values diverged significantly, rendering any social interaction unnecessary. Lin Yu furrowed her brow, gazing at Tang Tian with a hint of melancholy, and asked, "Are you truly this heartless? If today, Lu Chang'e intended to harm me, would you intervene?" Tang Tian shook his head. "I do not entertain what-ifs and have no desire to respond to you. Once more, I reiterate, we share no connection any longer. You may pursue your own path, while I shall tread mine. That is all." With that, Tang Tian turned and walked away. "Tang Tian." Lin Yu's voice rang out behind him, yet this time, he had no intention of pausing. As Lin Yu gazed at Tang Tian's retreating figure, her emotions shifted from complexity to resentment. "Haven't you struck it rich? Without me, you'd still be a mere woodcutter fretting over basic sustenance. What is so remarkable about your current status? In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and without talent, you shall never truly stand at the pinnacle. I have already transcended to the golden core stage and am on the verge of becoming a genuine core disciple, a status that no amount of money could procure for you. My future will undoubtedly eclipse yours. Do you dare to wager against me, Tang Tian?" Her voice echoed, growing fainter, while Tang Tian continued his stride without pause. Strength, talent, a wager, how amusing. Perhaps Lin Yu held a modicum of truth in her words, yet at this moment, Tang Tian existed on an entirely different echelon. She was unqualified to challenge him, her influence on his mindset utterly negligible. She was, in essence, nothing. Before darkness fell, Tang Tian returned to the Zizhu courtyard, where Li Hong awaited his arrival, having been informed during his journey. Young Master Tang, is there something of great importance? Li Hong inquired. Tang Tian nodded. Let us discuss it inside. Subsequently, the group entered the Zizhu courtyard and seated themselves at the stone table beneath the ancient locust tree. I shall speak plainly. Tang Tian addressed the four of them. Do you wish to leverage my status as a guest of the Tang family to gain entry into the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion? As the words left his lips, three individuals were momentarily taken aback. The Lan sisters exchanged glances, while Li Hong wore a look of astonishment. As for Gu Xiaoxue, she remained blissfully unaware of what the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion entailed. Young Master Tang, Li Hong began. Shouldn't this question be directed elsewhere? Tang Tian maintained a stoic expression. Why shouldn't it be asked? Is it due to your age, or perhaps your innate talent? He continued, I am well aware of your circumstances. All I require is a simple answer. Do you wish to pursue it, or do you not? Li Hong offered a wry smile. Who wouldn't yearn for a grander stage? However, I am acutely aware of my limitations. My 7th-tier talent pales in comparison to those prodigies. Tang Tian quietly produced a piece of innate Dao Jade, inquiring, do you recognize this? Li Hong was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Tang Tian with disbelief. Upon receiving an affirmative nod, he promptly rose and bowed deeply to Tang Tian. If that is the case, I am willing to dedicate my utmost efforts to serve you. Tang Tian's face broke into a satisfied smile. After all, he was a perceptive individual who not only grasped Tang Tian's intentions but also altered his form of address. He then turned his attention to the Lanyu sisters. They exchanged a glance and stood, bowing deeply as well. We shall honor you above all, young master. Tang Tian nodded slightly before finally glancing at Gu Xiaoxue, who was idly playing with her hair. Huh. Oh. Gu Xiaoxue looked at the other three, scratched her head, and asked, are you also going to that heavenly abode? Tang Tian replied with a smile. Of course, my elevation is contingent upon yours. Then I shall join as well, Gu Xiaoxue said, before hesitantly adding, but, may I refrain from calling you young master? It feels a bit distant. Tang Tian was immediately filled with joy. Very well, you may call me by my name. Chapter 55, The Helpless Qin Hai. That evening, Li Hong also took residence in the Zizhu courtyard. Following the recent oath, the bond between him, the Lan sisters, and Tang Tian transcended mere contractual obligations, evolving into a relationship of allegiance. The vows of practitioners are nearly unbreakable from this day forth. They would forever be under Tang Tian's command. Tang Tian, not one to withhold generosity, bestowed upon each of them a piece of primordial Tao Jade. With the formidable capabilities of the primordial Tao Jade and ample cultivation resources at their disposal, their strengths would undoubtedly surge to new heights. As for Gu Xiaoxue, this girl, as always, was content as long as she could stay. Tang Tian did not enforce an oath upon her. After all, her status was unique, and there were likely other interests at play behind the scenes. He decided to observe further. Having determined his Gs, Tang Tian returned to the main house. In the quiet chamber of cultivation, he awakened the system and directly opted for redemption. The 9-element talent required 100 million consumption points, while the 9-grade physique also demanded an equal sum. The augmentation of his talent would elevate his cultivation speed once more, and he believed he would soon reach the golden core stage. Furthermore, the 9-grade physique granted him an exceptionally extraordinary body, the vermilion bird physique. This was a divine beast. Tang Tian's physique experienced another significant enhancement, and he also acquired certain traits of the vermilion bird. The trait of incineration would further refine the spiritual energy absorbed into his body, greatly enhancing its quality. After the expenditure, over 600 million consumption points remained. Tang Tian continued to utilize them to elevate the realms of various techniques, advancing hundreds of methods to perfection. His comprehension of the essence of Taoism had reached an astonishing level. The rapid growth of his power also brought about subtle shifts in his mindset. Previously, his myriad disguises had stemmed from his inherent weakness, compelling him to adopt such measures. However, if his cultivation were to increase further, and he exchanged for several higher-level talents and physiques, perhaps he would no longer need to tread so cautiously. He pondered about the situation over in Qinhai. In a city of unparalleled prosperity, at its very heart stood an octagonal pavilion, soaring into the clouds. The pavilion, resplendent in gold and jade, radiated brilliance that could be perceived even from outside the city. At the foremost entrance, an imposing plaque hung, bearing 3 bold and vigorous characters, Jin Yutang. This was the main hall of Jin Yutang. Within an elegant chamber on the upper level of the main hall, Qin Hai sat obediently, occasionally glancing towards the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. Moments later, the door was pushed open from the outside, and an elderly man with a pallid visage entered. Elder Tian. Qin Hai promptly rose to his feet. The old man, expressionless yet exuding an air of authority, took his seat at the foremost position. Qin Hai approached cautiously and inquired, "Elder Tian, may I ask about the status of my items?" Elder Tian lifted his eyelids and cast a fleeting glance at him, then resumed perusing the documents in his hand before speaking. "Manager Qin, do you know why celestial artifacts are referred to as such?" Qin Hai paused, taken aback, and cautiously replied, "Is it because they are resources utilized by celestial beings?" Elder Tian let out a faint scoff. "Precisely. The Yuaning Dan is also a resource for those in the Yuaning stage. But do you truly believe that every practitioner at that level consumes them like mere candies?" Confronted by Elder Tian's sudden reprimand, Qin Hai found himself at a loss for words. "Elder Tian, I don't quite understand." Before he could finish, Elder Tian forcefully slammed the jade plaque onto the table. "Celestial artifacts, even for true celestial beings, are exceedingly precious. And you intend to sell them to a mere qi refinement stage cultivator? A sum of 10 trillion? Do you genuinely believe that young practitioner can afford such a price?" Qin Hai was momentarily dumbfounded and quickly attempted to clarify. "Elder Tian, Tang Tian is truly not an ordinary honorary disciple. His financial capabilities, as we have previously witnessed, allow him to purchase items worth billions without hesitation, and he was still dissatisfied." Elder Tian retorted with disdain, "Can a few 100 billion be compared to 10 trillion? Do you comprehend the extent of greed that the appearance of celestial artifacts incites? You, a mere transformation god stage cultivator, wish to transport such a vast array of celestial artifacts for trade? Are you courting death?" Qin Hai felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. Indeed, when compared to such abundant resources, his strength appears rather feeble. Even with the protection of the esteemed Jin Yutong, it is unlikely to deter the insatiable greed of certain individuals. In such a case, losing one's life would be a trivial matter. However, if one were to suffer the loss of a staggering 100 trillion in goods, the consequences would be far more dire than mere survival. After regaining his composure, Qin Hai inquired, "Does that mean the steward Tian believes?" The steward Tian shook his head and replied, "In my humble opinion, the risks associated with this transaction are insurmountable. It is bound to explode. That Tang Tian, I have never heard of him. He cannot possibly possess the financial prowess akin to that of Luchanga. You are most likely being deceived, as there are those who are willing to pay a hefty price to ensnare you in their trap. It would be prudent to abandon this transaction." Upon hearing this, Qin Hai urgently exclaimed, "Do not dismiss it. Steward Tian, Tang Tian is indeed exceptional. He is genuinely wealthy. I have encountered numerous individuals of substantial means, and I can discern their wealth at a glance. This is a monumental deal worth 100 trillion. If it comes to fruition, my standing within Jin Yutong will be irrevocably secured." Steward Tian regarded Qin Hai with a somber expression and remarked, "Can you truly bear the risks of this transaction? Do not stake your life as collateral. It is hardly worth a penny." With a bitter countenance, Qin Hai pondered, if his life holds no value, what could he possibly offer as assurance? His career? Please, that was merely jesting with Tang Tian. Alas, given his humble status, he possessed little that could serve as a guarantee. Very well, he resigned. Steward Tian sighed softly and said, "Seeing your demeanor, I am merely concerned for your well-being. For many years, you have diligently served Jin Yutong and have garnered a degree of trustworthiness in terms of character. Therefore, I shall personally accompany you on this transaction. If Tang Tian indeed possesses the financial means, then all will be well. However, if it is merely a fade and a trap, Jin Yutong is not easily deceived." Qin Hai was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing everything. It turns out that Steward Tian intends to seize this transaction line from him. 100 trillion is no trifling sum. Even for the main hall, if this deal materializes, it would undoubtedly bring honor to Steward Tian, especially since it is a long-term venture. He must certainly be tempted. After all, he is not the only steward in the main hall. How ironic that he offered so many grandiose reasons. Qin Hai inwardly scoffed, yet outwardly he dared not reveal his thoughts and could only bow in gratitude. "I am grateful for Steward Tian's trust." Steward Tian nodded. "Then you should contact him promptly. I am eager to see what kind of person Tang Tian truly is." Qin Hai sighed inwardly, realizing how the weight of rank can overshadow one's achievements, with even merit being ruthlessly usurped. However, he truly had no recourse. Perhaps Tang Tian also wished to engage with individuals of a higher echelon. Subsequently, he retrieved his communication jade talisman. "Li Daoyu, I am now prepared on my end." Chapter 56, Unforeseen Intentions. Finally ready. Tang Tian mused upon receiving the news brought by Li Hong. More than half a month has passed since the Woofing Exchange Conference, and only now has Qin Hai prepared himself. It appears that he has indeed put forth considerable effort this time. One can only hope he manages to procure some remarkable items. Under the auspices of the 9 Rings talent and various physical endowments, Tang Tian's cultivation has soared, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment and poised to break into the golden core realm. At last, he has managed to surpass Gu Xiaoxue, preventing her from being the first to advance to the late stage of the nascent soul. A contributing factor to this is the innate Tao Jade. Ever since the girl acquired it, she has been acting rather peculiar, often speaking in a trance-like state, claiming to have seen her mother within the Jade, not the one from their small village, but something of a spiritual essence. In any case, her behavior has been quite abnormal as she has immersed herself in it, consuming a significant portion of her training time. This has afforded Tang Tian the opportunity to take the lead. Simultaneously, it has incited his curiosity regarding the talent of the innate child, which, it seems, is a notch above the 9 rings talent. Is it truly so extraordinary? Perhaps after trading with Qin Hai, this mystery will unravel. When will he arrive? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong replied, this afternoon. However, he mentioned that he is bringing a considerable amount of resources this time, so to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, he has come alongside a senior member of Jinyu Tang. Tang Tian nodded. This is to be expected. As long as the transaction is not delayed, everything will be fine. Very well, let him be swift, Tang Tian said with a smile, rubbing his hands together. My wallet is already yearning with anticipation. Li Hong's expression was peculiar. Throughout this period of acquaintance, he had discerned that the young master of his household often exhibited erratic mental states, particularly concerning financial matters, where the severity was especially pronounced. In the afternoon, after a prolonged wait, Qin Hai finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Tang Tian, filled with delight, personally approached the entrance to open the formation. You certainly made me wait, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Qin Hai promptly clasped his hands in greeting and explained, I prepared a considerable number of items this time, which caused a slight delay. I hope young Master Tang will not take offense. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, no matter, as long as there are good items. He then gestured for Qin Hai to enter the courtyard. However, he was taken aback when he noticed another individual attempting to follow Qin Hai inside. Tang Tian extended his hand to block the entrance, politely stating, this is my private residence. I hope you understand. I shall conduct the transaction with him alone. Upon hearing these words, the individual's eyes widened in surprise. Qin Hai hurried to Tang Tian's side and whispered, young Master Tang. This is Elder Tian Feng from our main hall, my superior's superior. Might it be possible to allow him to join us? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian ultimately acquiesced, recognizing that after so many previous transactions, it was reasonable to extend this courtesy. However, once inside, he was surprised to discover that the actual party for the transaction was not Qin Hai, but rather Elder Tian Feng. Once seated, Qin Hai obediently stood behind Tian Feng, who casually surveyed the courtyard and commented, the courtyard is quite acceptable. However, given your financial capabilities, you should be able to find a more suitable place, shouldn't you? Tang Tian immediately furrowed his brow. Why does this fellow always carry himself with such an air of superiority? Is there something wrong with him? Let us proceed directly to the matter of our transaction. Tang Tian's demeanor shifted to one of indifference. Tian Feng stroked his long beard and remarked, there is certainly no issue with the transaction, but are you certain you can handle what I have brought today? Tang Tian was somewhat speechless. Was this fellow truly here to conduct a transaction? He lightly tapped the table and replied calmly, I have already informed Qin Hai numerous times. Never question my financial resources. No matter what you bring, I can acquire it all. Tian Feng chuckled. Indeed, a hero emerges from youth. In my previous dealings with Du Yuanqing of Qingyue Gate, I never witnessed him boast with such bravado. Tang Tian paused slightly. Du Yuanqing of Shifeng. Why did this fellow suddenly bring him up? In a certain sense, there should be a hint of rivalry between them. What exactly is he trying to achieve? I believe it would be prudent for you to present your goods for my inspection. Tang Tian stated coolly. Tian Feng let out a slight hum, retrieving a shumi ring and placing it before Tang Tian. Tang Tian took it in hand, probing with his consciousness, and instantly, all the treasures within were revealed before his eyes. The quality of this batch of treasures was indeed remarkable, with 8th and 9th ranks plentiful, and in addition, there were genuine celestial artifacts among them. Everything combined amounts to a staggering 127 trillion. Can you handle it? Tian Feng remarked enigmatically. Tang Tian did not respond. Retracting his consciousness, observing Tian Feng's inscrutable gaze, Tang Tian replied indifferently, is that all? I expected something of greater magnitude. Tian Feng paused momentarily, squinting as he inquired, can you truly manage that? Tang Tian chuckled lightly. Of course, it's merely a trifling sum. However, he suddenly shifted his tone, addressing Qin Hai. I prefer to engage with those I am familiar with. Let Qin Hai handle this transaction. Qin Hai abruptly raised his head, while Tian Feng stood there in shock. Tang Tian, are you not jesting? Can your financial capacity truly rival that of those affluent young masters? Tang Tian, losing his patience, retorted, "This does not concern you. This transaction has no bearing on you whatsoever. Either let Qin Hai negotiate with me, or you may leave. I will seek others." Observing Tang Tian's unwavering demeanor, Tian Feng's expression wavered, as if contemplating the implications. Ultimately, however, he smiled and said, "Why do you speak so? I am a businessman after all. How could I forgo a deal? Since you are so insistent, let Qin Hai come. Please activate the array. I shall wait outside." He decisively chose to relinquish everything and stepped out to await further developments. Yet, the more this was the case, the more Tang Tian felt that Tian Feng's visit today surely harbored ulterior motives. As he watched Tian Feng depart the courtyard, Qin Hai hurriedly approached him. "Young Master Tang, I sincerely apologize. Deacon Tian insisted on accompanying me, and I had little recourse. I never anticipated he would exhibit such an attitude. I am truly sorry. This is my responsibility." Qin Hai expressed his apologies repeatedly. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "His visit today is likely not significantly related to you. He is clearly here for me." Qin Hai was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Tang Tian's implication. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian inquired, "What is the relationship between Du Yuanqing and your Jinyu Tang? And what is his connection to Tian Feng?" He instinctively felt that this matter was undoubtedly intertwined with Du Yuanqing. Qin Hai furrowed his brow and replied, "Young Master Du is one of the major clients of Jinyu Tang. Deacon Tian is likely the one who has interacted with him the most. However, this is merely what I have heard. My position does not afford me the opportunity to engage with clients of that caliber." Tang Tian pondered for a moment and asked, "Will your standing be elevated upon the completion of this transaction?" Qin Hai responded, "Certainly. This is a transaction worth trillions. Deacon Tian has scarcely completed a handful of such deals. If I were to succeed, even if my status does not match his, I would no longer feel as powerless as I do today." Tang Tian smiled slightly. "Very well." Chapter 57. The path of all methods. After the transaction was completed, Tang Tian escorted Qin Hai out of the Zizhu courtyard. He assigned Qin Hai a task, one that was quite simple, to elevate his standing within the Jinyu Tang as much as possible and to uncover the nature of the relationship between Du Yuanqing, Tian Feng, and the Jinyu Tang. Tian Feng's demeanor was exceedingly peculiar. It was hardly the conduct expected in business dealings. Even if there existed a collaboration with Du Yuanqing, there should be no reason for him to treat Tang Tian with such disdain. Business is business, after all. Thus, there must be some underlying intrigue at play. Following the recent Woofing Exchange conference, it appeared that he had truly entered the circle of the 5 prominent young masters. It was rather exasperating. Was it truly so difficult to simply exist in peace, to be a tranquil and handsome figure? He had no desire to become entangled in power struggles. Yet it seemed that complete avoidance was impossible. Lu Chang'e was caught up in it, as was Mo Xiaoxiao, and it appeared that Du Yuanqing was similarly implicated. Nevertheless, he did not fear confrontation. Should anyone dare to provoke him, they should be prepared to face the repercussions. However, clarity was essential before proceeding. Tang Tian shook his head, temporarily casting aside these matters. With the recent transaction, his consumption points had finally surpassed 1 billion. He exhaled deeply, for he was now poised to unveil the enigmatic veil surrounding the innate child. Upon returning to the meditation chamber, he immediately chose to exchange his points. An arcane aura began to manifest within the chamber, signifying that Tang Tian's innate talent was undergoing a rapid transformation. In times past, he could sense this transformation, albeit in a vague manner, akin to perceiving through a thick veil of mist. However, this time, he had finally dispelled some of the fog and beheld the essence of the metamorphosis. It was the primordial source of the heavenly way. Countless threads of this divine essence emerged from the unknown, nurturing Tang Tian's spirit and body, continuously engaging in meticulous refinement. This transformation resembled a leap on the plane of existence, harmonizing Tang Tian more profoundly with the heavenly way and fostering a greater unity with the world around him. After a considerable duration, the innate halo surrounding Tang Tian gradually faded, transforming into countless twinkling stars, which, from the outside in, melded into his limbs and bones. Subsequently, Tang Tian opened his eyes. So, this was the sensation. In that moment, he felt as though he was immersed in the cosmos, establishing delicate connections with myriad principles of the heavenly way. The insights he had previously gleaned regarding these principles became vividly clear at this instant. Elevating his comprehension to a new pinnacle, he contemplated trying the innate Tao Jade, curious to discover whether it would evoke the sensation that Xiao Shui had described. With this thought, Tang Tian retrieved a piece of innate Tao Jade. Under the guidance of his consciousness, the jade levitated before his spiritual platform, emanating a soft, luminous glow. Within the Jade, the galaxy began to spin with accelerated fervor, its starlight growing ever more resplendent. Tang Tian closed his eyes, dedicating himself entirely to the experience. In an instant, he found himself in a brand new realm. It was void of all substance, yet he could feel an intrinsic connection to everything within this expanse. Suddenly, a minuscule star flickered by from a distant point in the cosmos. The stars were too diminutive for Tang Tian to discern their exact nature. Yet he was acutely aware that they represented a mundane level of Tao that he had mastered to perfection. A soft gasp escaped his lips as he pondered the inexplicable presence of these celestial bodies before him. In a fleeting moment, hundreds of stars flickered and vanished from his sight. As he gazed upon those familiar perfected Tao, a profound realization gradually dawned upon him. He gently closed his eyes, tracing the trajectories of all the stars, entering a state of absolute tranquility as he continuously deduced their patterns. Eventually, upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back in the tranquility chamber of his cultivation. The Tao of myriad laws. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Tang Tian's eyes. Initially, he had intended to utilize the innate Tao Jade in hopes of uncovering the maternal sensation described by Gu Xiaoxue. However, while he did not attain that maternal feeling, he inadvertently comprehended a brand new principle of Tao. This principle amalgamated all ordinary Tao, exhibiting an infinite array of transformations, nearly encompassing the entirety of existence. Tang Tian had only just begun to graze its surface, with a long and arduous journey ahead before he could truly master it. The Tao of myriad laws encompasses all and evolves everything. Tang Tian silently chanted, his right hand slowly forming a fist. In an instant, the lights in the room flickered violently, and a formidable energy surged forth, crashing forward with tremendous force. Boom! The entire cultivation chamber quivered momentarily. Had it not been for the specialized power stones Tang Tian had strategically placed for his cultivation, the chamber might have crumbled under the sheer force. Gazing at the shattered remnants of the power stones, Tang Tian was taken aback. Those were intermediate power stones capable of withstanding the assaults of a Yuaning stage cultivator. Yet, he merely attained the consummate foundation. How terrifying it was. Tang Tian found himself at a loss for precise adjectives. The level of the myriad paths was undoubtedly beyond imagination, as Tang Tian had yet to even reach the threshold. It was indeed a remarkable trump card, he mused. Subsequently, he delved into the innate Tao Jade, discovering that the essence of a single piece of innate Tao Jade could sustain approximately 100 uses. Once again, he beheld the fleeting stars, yet they bore no significance to the myriad paths. After some contemplation, Tang Tian retrieved several techniques he had recently acquired, exchanging his points for insights, and subsequently elevated them all to the realm of great accomplishment. Indeed, upon his third foray into the innate Tao Jade, he discerned some entirely new stars, larger than the previous ones. This was likely due to the elevated level of the newly learned techniques. Entering a transcendent state, Tang Tian perceived the operational trajectories of these techniques and integrated them into the myriad paths, soon realizing that the myriad paths had indeed advanced slightly. So it was thus. Tang Tian understood that by continuously cultivating new techniques, he could facilitate the enhancement of the myriad paths. Once a certain level of Tao was accumulated, this self-created path would inevitably ascend to an extraordinarily formidable height. It appeared that future expenditures should focus more on techniques. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian resolved to inform Qin Hai to pay special attention to resources related to techniques. Moreover, there exist entities that can assist in one's cultivation, not only enhancing the speed of personal advancement, but also expediting the training of one's disciples. Subsequently, Tang Tian exhaled deeply and brought forth all the cultivation techniques he had accumulated over time, including those that had already reached a significant level of mastery. The number approached 1,000. Let us proceed. The myriad paths of cultivation are destined to become one of his strongest trump cards in the future. With his eyes closed, Tang Tian exchanged a substantial amount of consumption points and began to fervently comprehend the techniques. As he persisted, his cultivation quietly advanced, and at this moment, he officially attained the Golden Core stage. Chapter 58. Leadership Inspection. It was not until the following morning that Tang Tian gradually emerged from his state of cultivation. Through a night of practice and research, he gained a preliminary understanding of the innate talent known as the Child of Destiny. Indeed, it was remarkably powerful, capable of sensing the elusive laws of the celestial path, distinctly different from the talents within the 9 circles. However, he did not believe that such a talent could enable Gu Xiaoxue to elevate her cultivation speed to such a terrifying degree. Nor had he experienced the maternal sensation she described. Could it be that even among the children of destiny, disparities exist? Or perhaps there was an error during her talent assessment? Tang Tian swiftly dismissed this notion, considering the likelihood of such an occurrence to be exceedingly slim. After all, Qingwei sect was not an ordinary mortal sect. Its main sect housed genuine immortals within the Cloud Summit Celestial Mansion. Within the Cloud Summit, there were numerous unparalleled prodigies who transcended the Child of Destiny, making it impossible for any testing to yield erroneous results. Perhaps, there are other underlying reasons yet to be uncovered. Tang Tian shook his head, deciding to set aside his thoughts for the moment. His foremost objectives remained twofold: consumption and cultivation. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he hope to unravel certain mysteries. After a night of diligent practice, he had firmly established himself in the Golden Core stage and had comprehended a unique technique of his own, the path of all loss. If he continued in this manner, his progress would be boundless. For a period thereafter, Tang Tian led a remarkably stable existence, engaging in cultivation, philosophical discussions, and enhancing his combat experience. Gu Xiaoxue, the Lan sisters, and Li Hong all provided substantial assistance, propelling him forward on his path of cultivation. Following another bout of combat, Li Hong found himself defeated. His expression one of astonishment. "Your techniques are truly exquisite, master. I am utterly outclassed," he remarked in admiration. Tang Tian chuckled, replying, "You weren't holding back, were you? In the beginning, you certainly had the upper hand." Li Hong shook his head vigorously. "Aside from suppressing my cultivation, I have exerted my utmost in every other aspect. Initially, I triumphed through sheer battle experience, but as time has passed, your tactics have grown increasingly sophisticated. Now, I am no match for you." At this, the Lan sisters nodded in agreement, affirming, "You are indeed becoming stronger, master." Tang Tian smiled, but remained silent. In truth, he too sensed his own growth throughout the cultivation process, transforming almost daily. The innate child not only brought about an enhancement in his cultivation speed, but also sharpened his spiritual perception, elevating his learning ability and insight to an entirely new echelon. At present, he could effortlessly overpower Li Hong within the same realm, and even when faced with the combined prowess of the Lan sisters, he could engage in a stalemate. As for Gu Xiaoxue, that individual is an anomaly, best left unmentioned. I believe that with the young master's strength, he is already worthy of ascending to the Golden Core talent rankings, Li Hong remarked. Indeed, the Lan sisters concurred. However, Tang Tian appeared momentarily bewildered and inquired, "What is that?" Li Hong elucidated, "Within the Qingwei sect, there exists a talent ranking for every realm beyond the Golden Core stage. This list is exclusive to cultivators under the age of 25, and there are only 100 spots available on each ranking. Should you decide to participate, you would undoubtedly secure a position on the list." Tang Tian nodded in understanding. Since becoming an honorary disciple, his interactions had predominantly revolved around the circle of honorary disciples, leaving him somewhat unfamiliar with the realm of ordinary disciples. The talent ranking, indeed, is precisely the sort of accolade that ignites the fervor and ambition of youth. It is a staple within the sect. Regrettably, Tang Tian felt little enthusiasm for it. Perhaps, but I certainly wouldn't rank highly. Although Tang Tian was aware of his rapid ascent in strength, he remained cognizant of the reality. This world is replete with prodigies, and he is still merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core. Without employing the myriad methods of the Tao, it would be exceedingly challenging to compare himself to the most elite of talents. To ascend the prestigious ranks is already a remarkable feat. Li Hong remarked with a smile. Even if one barely makes it, it is a glory that ordinary disciples can scarcely aspire to. I truly believe you should give it a try. Unbeknownst to him, the existence of the myriad paths was concealed during his practical training with them. Tang Tian merely employed conventional techniques. Upon hearing his words, Tang Tian shook his head, his gaze suddenly deepening, and he mused, "Never mind. That kind of glory has never been my desire. The radiance of wealth suffices. In terms of strength, should the day arise when I must reveal myself before others, I hope by then to have established myself at the pinnacle, unafraid of anything." Li Hong was momentarily taken aback, for in Tang Tian's eyes, he perceived a glimmer of ambition. Yet, Tang Tian's thoughts were quite simple. Until he possessed sufficient trump cards, he intended to conceal his true capabilities from the public eye. Wealth can sometimes be a source of original sin, although he currently enjoys the innate protection of Qingwei sect. Perhaps in the future, Yunning Tianfu might also be counted among his safeguards. However, once wealth reaches a certain level, it may attract the attention of even more formidable forces. At that point, even Yunning Tianfu might not be able to protect him. Yet he could not cease his expenditures for such reasons. Thus, it is prudent to remain cautious. Let us not dwell on this. Tang Tian inquired, "How are things on Qin Hai's side? Have you uncovered any news?" Li Hong replied, "The investigation is quite challenging. We can only preliminarily ascertain that the relationship between Tian Feng and Du Yuanqing is indeed rather intimate. However, Qin Hai mentioned that he has recently discovered a means to connect with the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce above Jinyutang, and he is currently cultivating this relationship. If successful, the ensuing investigation will undoubtedly be much more convenient. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Through his recent inquiries, he has come to realize that Jinyutang is merely a subsidiary of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Should Qin Hai succeed in establishing this connection, the subsequent matters will indeed progress more smoothly. He assured him, if there are any economic hardships you face, do not hesitate to reach out to us. Li Hong responded affirmatively. Soon after, the group gathered around the stone table and commenced their usual discourse. However, it was not long before the formation outside the courtyard was triggered. After Li Hong went out to inquire, he returned to inform Tang Tian that the visitor was a subordinate of Mo Xiaoxiao. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian instructed Li Hong to bring the individual in. Shortly thereafter, Li Hong returned with a young man clad in the attire of an esteemed disciple. Young Master Tang, he greeted. This young man exuded an air of elegance, his demeanor markedly different from the previous Ding Xiao. Please, take a seat, Tang Tian said, inquiring, how may I address you? The young man clasped his hands together and replied, I am Yin Ku. I have long heard of young Master Tang's remarkable abilities, and today, upon meeting you, I find you truly extraordinary. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively and directly asked, what matter brings Miss Mo to you? Yin Ku smiled and explained, in 3 days, the young sect master will be visiting Niafeng to assess its development and the status of the disciples. Miss Mo has sent me to inquire whether you would like to attend this inspection meeting. Tang Tian was taken aback. Is this not merely a routine inspection by the leadership? Even the cultivation realm engages in such peculiar antics? Chapter 59. I'll handle everything inspection meeting? Tang Tian stroked his chin and inquired, what is its primary purpose? Yin Ku elucidated. It is to observe the development of Nanfeng and to oversee the work being conducted here. Additionally, it is also an opportunity to extract a little something from our pockets. Tang Tian paused, bewildered. What do you mean? Yin Ku sighed softly, what else could it be? They want money. The Qingwei sect has experienced rapid growth in recent years. Every aspect requires construction or expansion, leading to a significant shortage of spiritual jade. Consequently, they have set their sights on us honorary disciples, devising ways each year to extract some resources. Tang Tian could not help but be astonished. So this is how it is. The leadership not only neglects to show concern for their subordinates, but also expects them to contribute financially to the sect's development? Goodness. Such practices, even in the realm of capitalism, would be considered quite audacious. Yet, the cultivation realm operates differently. Honorary disciples rely on the Qingwei sect, harnessing its resources and influence to achieve their diverse objectives, which indeed necessitates greater sacrifices. Does Miss Mo wish for me to participate as well? Tang Tian asked. Yin Ku chuckled. Miss Mo merely asked me to gauge your thoughts on the matter. However, it must be noted that every year during the inspection meeting, it is indeed a time when we honorary disciples experience considerable financial strain. The construction of a sect necessitates a substantial amount of spirit jade, and currently, the Azure Peak sect has expanded its operations to such an extent that the demand for spirit jade increases annually. Over the years, many honorary disciples have found themselves in dire straits. Were it not for their numerous attachments, they would likely seek to evade the inspection assembly by any means possible. Yin Ku remarked pointedly. Tang Tian comprehended his meaning. Mo Xiaoxiao likely did not wish for him to participate. However, as a subordinate, Yin Ku could not directly express Mo Xiaoxiao's intentions to avoid misinterpretation by those with ulterior motives, hence his roundabout explanation. Why would she do this? Merely to spare him the expense? Tang Tian was uncertain, as this young lady's actions were invariably unconventional. Nevertheless, Tang Tian could not pass up a legitimate opportunity for expenditure. It sounds, rather intriguing, he said. I shall also broaden my horizons. Yin Ku was momentarily stunned. You find spending money for nothing intriguing? Young Master Tang, I believe you may have misunderstood me. This year's inspection assembly will undoubtedly require a significant amount of spirit jade, and many honorary disciples have already been lamenting to Miss Mo due to this matter. Miss Mo even conferred with the young sect leader and secured several quotas for returning home to visit relatives. I trust you understand, Yin Ku reiterated, even providing concrete examples in the hope of enlightening Tang Tian. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Tang Tian was remarkably more alert than usual. Now I see, he mused, stroking his chin. Just as Yin Ku finally exhaled in relief, Tang Tian spoke again. Tell me, if someone were to pay all the spirit jades on behalf of those honorary disciples, would there be anyone left to complain to Miss Mo? Yin Ku was taken aback. Young Master Tang, what do you mean? Tang Tian cleared his throat and replied, you see, the sect is currently in need of funds, and the honorary disciples are also facing difficulties. Miss Mo has been tirelessly running around due to this matter. What if, hypothetically, there was someone who paid off all the debts for everyone? Wouldn't all the problems and worries simply vanish? What do you think? This notion left Ku in a state of astonishment for quite some time. After a long pause, he finally managed to articulate, such a possibility certainly exists. However, over all these years, no one has ever taken such an initiative. Young Master Tang, you cannot possibly be contemplating. Observing Tang Tian's expression, Ku received a confirmation and then sighed with a wry smile. Young Master Tang, this is truly no small sum. The total construction cost for the southern peak this year, allocated to us honorary disciples, will likely approach 20 trillion. Moreover, Miss Mo's intention is actually for you two. Tang Tian waved his hand, interrupting him. I understand Miss Mo's intention. She specifically summoned you today to address this matter. Given her previous care for me, how could I possibly stand idly by? Feel free to return and inform her that I have firmly committed to participating in this inspection meeting. Even the young master cannot impede my decision. Ku's mouth fell agape, his expression reaching the pinnacle of astonishment. Was it truly his manner of expression that led to such a profound misinterpretation by Tang Tian? We genuinely do not wish for you to go alone to resolve this issue. Furthermore, Meng Xiaoxiao has only just become acquainted with you. When has she ever provided such care in the past? Master Tang, Ku attempted to salvage the situation, saying, have you truly considered this? Over 20 trillion. Even if Miss Mo and Miss Qin were to shoulder half of that burden, the shortfall would still be considerable, far beyond what one person can manage. Thus, we genuinely do not seek your assistance in solving this problem. Do you understand? Tang Tian suddenly slammed his hand on the table, startling Ku. I understand. He replied with utmost seriousness. Over 20 trillion. How could we possibly allow the two young ladies to bear half of this? Inform them that I will cover the entire amount, and let Miss Mo refrain from running about making arrangements for others. I assure you that we will successfully fulfill our mission at Nafeng this time. Tang Tian's tone was resolute and unwavering. Ku gazed deeply at Tang Tian, momentarily rendered speechless by his commanding presence. Indeed, it was imposing. Yet, we truly did not mean it in that way. Is it not said that despite his youth, Tang Tian possesses a meticulous mind and is indeed a clever individual? Might those who utter such sentiments have misconstrued the essence of intelligence? After a prolonged silence, Ku exhaled deeply, suppressing his smile, and earnestly inquired, Young Master Tang, I represent Miss Mo with full authority to pose this question once more. Were your previous statements made in earnest? Tang Tian replied with a smile. I never utter falsehoods regarding such matters. Simply convey to Miss Mo that should any issues arise, I shall bear the responsibility. Ku solemnly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Tang Tian, stating, if that is truly the case, then on behalf of Miss Mo and all the esteemed disciples of Nafeng, I extend my gratitude to you, young Master Tang. They will be immensely appreciative of your kindness. Tang Tian's smile lingered. Gratitude was of little significance to him. A consumption of 20 trillion was certainly an opportunity not to be overlooked. Subsequently, their conversation ceased, and Ku hurriedly departed, for such a significant matter necessitated prompt reporting. Once he had left, Tang Tian leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. The inspection meeting was undoubtedly not exclusive to Nafeng. The circumstances faced by the other major peaks were likely similar. Perhaps there exists even greater room for maneuverability. Chapter 60, Ascending Nafeng after Ku's departure. Tang Tian instructed Li Hong to investigate the details regarding the inspection meeting. This gathering, one of the most pivotal meetings held annually among the East, South, West, North peaks. And the main peak requires attendance from the peak leaders, the esteemed elders of each peak, the presiding elders, and numerous honorary disciples, barring any extraordinary circumstances. The primary agenda of the meeting revolved around the development of various peaks, with the ultimate goal being fundraising and allocation. Fundraising, in this context, refers to the moment when the esteemed disciples open their wallets. As Ku remarked, in recent years, due to the rapid expansion of the Qingwei sect, there has been considerable strain on construction funds, a significant portion of which is sourced from the esteemed disciples of each peak. Consequently, the policies governing these disciples at Qingwei sect are considerably more lenient compared to those of other affiliated sects of Yunding Tianfu. Essentially, as long as one possesses wealth, an admirable status and position can be attained. How remarkably humane. I am utterly enamored. Tang Tian mused once more. Fortunately, he found himself within the Qingwei sect. Had it been another affiliated sect, not only would the hierarchy be firmly established, each position meticulously filled, but his vast wealth, with its ambiguous origins, would surely have warranted scrutiny from the sect. While such investigations might yield little, they nonetheless pose a nuisance. Within the Qingwei sect, however, such troubles are significantly mitigated. Even if inquiries were made, they would rarely delve too deeply. At worst, Yunning Tianfu would provide a safety net. It seems that the closer one is to the upper echelons, the more opportunities for expenditure abound, Tang Tian reflected. Had it not been for the Five Peaks exchange meeting, Imo Xiao might not have taken the initiative to remind him, and he would have undoubtedly missed this inspection meeting. The same principle applies in other respects. The standards of consumption within Yunning Tianfu are undoubtedly unparalleled by those of Qingwei sect. This further solidified Tang Tian's resolve to ascend to Yunning Tianfu. Gu Xiaoxue has already made a breakthrough to the later stage of the nascent soul, while the Lanyu sisters, through their diligent efforts and the substantial allocation of resources in recent days, have also stepped into the initial stage of the transformation stage. Even the least gifted individual, Li Hong, has made considerable progress, and it will not be long before he transcends to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Before the imminent 100 Gates battle and the trial of the Myriad Demons Tower, their strength is certain to ascend into the ranks of the First Legion. However, such a level of prowess does not wholly assuage Tang Tian's concerns. The world is vast, teeming with formidable and extraordinary talents. And breaking through the encirclement is no simple feat. It is imperative to seek out additional resources to further elevate Li Hong and his companions' overall strength. Within the Qingwei sect, there exist some exceedingly precious secret locations specifically designated for nurturing the promising core talents. Of course, there are also opportunities beyond the sect. However, they are currently not within Tang Tian's considerations. It is essential to first seize the resources available within the sect. The Dragon Transformation Pool, under the old locust tree. Tang Tian and Li Hong sat facing each other. Over the past few days, he had instructed Li Hong to discreetly inquire about relevant information, and to his surprise, he received news rather swiftly. Indeed, Li Hong remarked, I have heard some exceptional core disciples mention that the Dragon Transformation Pool is among the sect's most treasured secret locations. It appears to be a place of ascension crafted by the celestial beings of Tianfu for the Qingwei sect. The specifics elude me, but they claim that merely entering it will result in a remarkable enhancement of one's inherent potential, significantly broadening future prospects. Tang Tian nodded thoughtfully and inquired, how does one gain entry to this Dragon Transformation Pool? Li Hong replied, I have yet to ascertain the details. The status of the Dragon Transformation Pool seems particularly elevated. Even those outstanding core disciples have only heard of it but have not ventured there themselves. I am endeavoring to connect with the most esteemed core disciples. Yet it may take some time. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian remarked, let us set this aside for now. I will attend the inspection meeting tomorrow, which will provide an opportunity to inquire about this matter. He then turned to Li Hong and said, your primary focus at this moment should remain on cultivating your skills and enhancing your abilities as swiftly as possible. Is there any issue concerning resources? Upon hearing this, Li Hong immediately straightened his posture. The resources are ample, and I would never dare to disappoint your expectations, Master. Alas, my aptitude is rather lacking, and I have yet to make any significant breakthroughs. Tang Tian chuckled softly and waved his hand dismissively. Do not be so grave. Just put forth your best effort. Placing excessive pressure upon oneself is not always beneficial. Strive to do your utmost. Li Hong bowed his head and nodded earnestly. Tang Tian sipped his tea, appreciating his subordinate's commendable attitude. It was evident that Li Hong was eager to seize this rare opportunity to alter his destiny. As for his talent, it could be said that Tang Tian valued individuals who were diligent and capable of action. He intended to nurture such potential gradually. The day passed swiftly. On the following day, Inku arrived early at the Purple Bamboo Courtyard to escort Tang Tian to the inspection meeting. He brought along only Gu Xiaoxue, allowing Li Hong and the sisters Lanyu to continue their training, primarily to expose her to broader horizons. As they ascended the mountain, Tang Tian noticed that Inku appeared somewhat peculiar today, lacking his usual composure and seemingly exhibiting signs of anxiety. What troubles you? Tang Tian inquired. Inku cast a glance at Tang Tian, then sighed softly, saying, Miss Imo has placed her trust in your words. Tang Tian immediately broke into a smile. Isn't that a good thing? Inka offered a bittersweet smile. But she genuinely believed what you said and has ceased her efforts to request a family visit from the young master. Furthermore, she has summoned back those who had already secured visiting privileges. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, Miss Imo will undoubtedly suffer a significant loss this time. Tang Tian, taken aback, inquired, why is that? Inka sighed. If, at that moment, you are unable to cover the construction costs, Miss Imo will certainly have to dip into her own pockets. A one-time expenditure of over 20 trillion spirit gems, even for her, cannot be considered a trifling sum, as she has numerous pressing financial needs. Young Master Tang, he continued, turning to face Tang Tian with utmost seriousness, you are not jesting, are you? Tang Tian fell into a momentary silence. He had not anticipated that, in Inku's eyes, Mo Xiaoxiao would be perceived in such a manner? Would a single misjudgment lead to her bearing the entire burden? Inku's certainty suggested that Mo Xiaoxiao must have engaged in similar acts before. No wonder both Inku and the earlier Ding Xiao held her in such high regard. Meeting Inku's earnest gaze, Tang Tian nodded. Rest assured, I shall ensure that Miss Mo is not placed in a difficult position. Inku exhaled lightly, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, let us hope so. If you truly deceive Miss Mo, to be frank, you may find it quite impossible to reside in the Zijou courtyard. This is not a threat. Some esteemed disciples have become so zealous that even Miss Mo cannot restrain them. However, if you truly manage to accomplish this, you will undoubtedly become the most cherished honorary disciple within the entire Southern Peak. Tang Tian curled his lips in response. It seems that Mo Xiaoxiao holds considerable esteem throughout the Southern Peak. I wonder if her ultimate goal is to ascend to the position of the second-in-command at Qingwei sect. I shall wait and see. Let this be considered a gift for my inaugural visit to the Southern Peak, Tang Tian remarked. Chapter 61. The inspection meeting commences. Accompanied by Inku, Tang Tian ascended towards the summit of the Southern Peak. Along the way, he observed numerous senior honorary disciples making their way in the same direction, presumably to attend the inspection meeting. Some bore expressions devoid of emotion, while others appeared tormented, seemingly wishing to retreat 10 steps for every step they took forward. What is the matter with them? Tang Tian inquired, bemused. Inku explained, most honorary disciples are ordinary individuals, burdened with numerous constraints, having nearly exhausted their wealth for this identity. Each inspection meeting marks their most challenging day, which is why they dread attending. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that in any realm, the affluent and powerful are ultimately a minority. As they continued their ascent, the group eventually reached the summit, arriving before a magnificent grand hall, the main hall of the Southern Peak. To Tang Tian's astonishment, Mo Xiaoxiao was there, waiting specifically for him. I had hoped to dissuade you from coming, she stated, her opening words catching Tang Tian off guard. He chuckled lightly, replying, it matters not. As a member of Nanfeng, I deem that some insignificant. What truly matters is alleviating everyone's concerns. Naturally, he could not utter the truth. Mo Xiaoxiao shook her head, stating, this offers little advantage. Is your intention merely to secure that position? Tang Tian, taken aback, shook his head and chuckled. That is not the case. I possess little desire for power. Mo Xiaoxiao replied candidly. Desire, regardless of its magnitude, proves futile. After next year's 100 Doors battle, the allocation of that position will be determined, and you will not have sufficient time. If your aim is merely to ascend to the Tianfu, such expenditures are unnecessary. Meeting the requirements suffices. Thus, I advise you to contemplate this matter further. Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words. Even at this juncture, she was still advising him. He had never held others in overly high regard, yet Mo Xiaoxiao's actions appeared to possess no ulterior motives. No worries, I have already made my decision. After all, I cannot allow you to be placed in a difficult position, can I? Tang Tian smiled. Observing his steadfastness, Mo Xiaoxiao sighed lightly and said, then act within your means. Do not concern yourself with the rest. I can fill the gaps. Come, I shall guide you inside. With that, Mo Xiaoxiao led Tang Tian through an alternate entrance into the main hall of the Peak Leader. The interior of the hall was quite spacious, reminiscent of the arrangement during the last 5 Peaks Exchange Conference. However, this time, Tang Tian was no longer just an inconspicuous bystander in the corner. He accompanied Mo Xiaoxiao to the highest vantage point. He settled closely beside her, while Inku took the seat on her other side. As for Ding Xiao, he occupied the edge of the uppermost area. It appeared that Inku was one of Mo Xiaoxiao's most trusted aides. On the other side, a woman clad in a delicate pink gauze dress sat quietly beside Mo Xiaoxiao. Judging by her demeanor, she was likely the seldom-seen daughter of the Nanfeng clan, Chen Xiao. This young lady presented a stark contrast to Mo Xiaoxiao. One exuded a commanding presence, while the other was marked by profound restraint. A classic juxtaposition, indeed. Further along that area lay the section designated for the elders of Nanfeng. Among them was the Grand Elder, Yin Shouqi, whom they had encountered previously. Moreover, 2 seats remained conspicuously empty in the center, presumably reserved for the young lord, Yun Kong, and the leader of the Nanfeng clan. The leader, Tan Yushan, was one of the most powerful figures within the sect, possessing formidable strength, at least at the transcendent stage, above the tribulation realm. He was truly a figure of considerable stature. After a brief observation, and without much delay, Yun Kong and Tan Yushan made their entrance. A hushed silence enveloped the entire venue. Once seated, Tan Yushan was the first to speak. Esteemed elders and elites, over the past year, Nanfeng has experienced remarkable growth, thanks to everyone's unwavering dedication. Following a customary leadership opening address, Tang Yushan ceded the floor to Yunkong. The sky remains as familiar as ever. Its demeanor gentle, and the discourse is exceedingly pleasant to hear. He first acknowledges Nan Feng's achievements, then praises the efforts and abilities of the members, before pointing out several areas for improvement. Following this dialogue, he initiates a discussion regarding the future development and construction plans for Nanfeng. The elders, along with Mo Xiao and others, actively participate in finalizing various developmental details. These topics bear little relevance to Tang Tian, who can only assume the role of an observer and listener. However, after listening, he gains a more profound understanding of the current situation of Qin Yu sect. The pace of development is indeed remarkably swift. Just last year, the number of new disciples joining Qin Yu sect nearly doubled, and the scope of their influence has expanded significantly, having integrated numerous external factions, both large and small. Yet, the rapid development necessitates an increasing expenditure of spirit jade. At this juncture, the elders lament, expressing that the resources for cultivation and training facilities are insufficient, lamenting that many disciples, despite possessing considerable talent, cannot receive adequate training, ultimately wasting their potential. In contrast, the honorary disciples observe with detached interest, occasionally engaging in minor disputes, arguing that certain areas do not require such abundant resources. They are acutely aware that the majority of spirit jade required for resources and facilities must be sourced from them. The meeting drags on, and after a while, Tang Tian begins to feel drowsy, only aware that the debate between the elders and the honorary disciples intensifies. Suddenly, beside him, Inku slams his fist onto the table, startling Tang Tian. What is happening? Tang Tian inquired softly. Inku, his face a portrait of indignation, had long since shed his previously composed demeanor during their earlier debate. Damn it, these old fellows have insatiable appetites. They want to raise the disciples' stipends across the board. With nearly 10 million disciples in Nanfeng, that means an increase of 5,000 spirit jade per person. That's 500 billion a month, totaling several trillion a year. And this is just a conservative estimate. Do they genuinely believe they have to contribute financially? I truly wish I could take down this group of old geezers. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback by Inku's outburst. What a transformation from the gentlemanly demeanor he had exhibited. However, he personally found the elders' proposals quite reasonable. As the sect grew stronger, the benefits for the disciples should naturally keep pace. Wouldn't you agree? As the conference progressed, the exchanges between the elders and the honorary disciples intensified, reaching a near boiling point of confrontation. Fortunately, the senior figures remained composed, refraining from becoming embroiled in the fray. Yunkong, seemingly accustomed to such scenarios, managed to mediate, gradually finalizing certain expenditure aspects. In the end, the figures soared, surpassing 20 trillion and settling at an astonishing 24,768 billion. This sum darkened the faces of many honorary disciples, while Tang Tian straightened in his seat, recognizing that it was finally his moment to take the stage. Chapter 62. The scope is vast now. Let us deliberate on the allocation of expenses. With the construction directions and financial investments established, Yunkong proceeded to the next phase. As soon as the statement was uttered, the entire assembly was once again enveloped in silence. The elders maintained a stoic demeanor, their gazes fixed inward, while the esteemed disciples wore expressions of discontent, each reluctant to voice their thoughts. If you have any opinions or suggestions, feel free to express them, Yunkong addressed the esteemed disciples, knowing that the nearly 25 trillion spirit stones would need to be divided among them. Below, the esteemed disciples wore faces of despair. The plan had already been finalized. What opinions could they possibly offer? Even if they did voice their concerns, would it diminish the allocated funds for development? Since that was not the case, remaining silent seemed preferable to avoid being noted by Yunkong and the elders, which would only lead to further troubles. After a while, no one had stepped forward with any opinions, and Yunkong smiled with satisfaction. However, just as he was about to continue speaking, a hand was raised high. I have an opinion, Tang Tian said slowly. This declaration instantly captured everyone's attention. The elders furrowed their brows, pondering who would dare to court trouble by offering dissent after the plan had been solidified. Did they wish to jeopardize their standing at South Peak? Meanwhile, the other esteemed disciples looked up, curious to see which brave soul had the audacity to disrupt the prevailing consensus. Regardless of the outcome, this individual was a commendable friend. At that moment, Yunkong also turned his gaze toward the speaker. Upon recognizing it was Tang Tian, he was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and remarked, "Ah, it is junior brother Tang Tian. You certainly left a lasting impression at the recent Five Peaks Exchange Conference. What do you think about the aspect we just discussed?" Tang Tian placed his hand down and smiled, saying, "Of course, it pertains to the financial matters." As soon as he uttered those words, the elders' expressions darkened. and they straightened their postures, preparing for the next round of verbal jousting. Their confidence was palpable. After all, they were only facing a single opponent. However, Tang Tian's subsequent remarks left them choking on their words. I have attentively listened to your plans. Perhaps due to my previous seclusion, I had not realized how swiftly the sect has progressed. This is indeed a splendid development. The stronger the sect becomes, the greater the benefits we disciples shall reap. Therefore, I believe your earlier development plan is somewhat conservative. 25 trillion is insufficient. We should align with the Elder's vision and ensure that all requisite benefits are fully implemented to maximize the growth of our southern peak. What do you think, young master? Tang Tian declared, his voice resonating with conviction. As his words settled, an astonished silence enveloped the room. The elders were taken aback, having braced themselves for battle only to find their own stance unexpectedly reinforced, leaving them momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the honorary disciples were left bewildered. What is happening? Are we truly advocating for increased funding, as if our situation is not dire enough? Have you mistaken your position? Some honorary disciples flushed with indignation, gritting their teeth, eager to unleash their frustration upon Tang Tian. However, Imo Xiao Xiao and Yin Ku remained silent, choosing to temporarily set aside their anger. Yet, their minds were already racing, plotting to demand an explanation once the inspection meeting concluded. They had never encountered such incompetent allies. Even the peak leaders, Tan Yushan and Yu Kong, regarded Tang Tian with a peculiar expression. Tang Tian, is that truly how you feel? Yu Kong inquired. Tang Tian nodded affirmatively, of course. As a member of the Southern Peak and the sect, it is my duty to contribute to the sect's advancement to the best of my abilities. Thus, I calculated that 25 trillion is undoubtedly insufficient. To achieve optimal growth, we require at least 40 to 50 trillion. Yun Kong's eye twitched. He was astonished by Tang Tian's audacity. Observing the crowd below becoming restless at this staggering figure, Yun Kong hastily cleared his throat and remarked, Tang Tian, the amount we discussed is final. If we were to follow your suggestion, it would impose a considerable burden on both the sect and esteemed disciples. I understand your intentions and sentiments, but let us adhere to the previously established funding. Is there anyone else who wishes to voice their opinions? He felt concerned that the hard-won plan might once again devolve into chaos, so he quickly bypassed Tang Tian to redirect the conversation. However, Tang Tian disregarded his attempt to shift the topic and remarked leisurely, plans can be altered, you know. Moreover, who says I intend for the sect and esteemed disciples to bear this burden? Yin Kong was momentarily taken aback, asking, what do you mean? Tang Tian smiled lightly and remarked, I have been observing the recent debates among you all. On one hand, I find solace in your collective efforts for the advancement of our sect. Yet, on the other hand, I am disheartened to witness such fervent disagreements over mere spiritual jade. Unity and cooperation are among the most crucial elements for development. Therefore, I have decided to personally cover all developmental expenses. This way, we can focus solely on collaborative strategies for progress, without the encumbrance of external disputes that could lead to discord. Upon hearing his words, the assembly fell into a profound silence once more. Save for a few, no one anticipated that Tang Tian would express such sentiments. The breadth of his vision was astonishing. The elders bowed their heads, feeling a deep sense of shame as they recalled their earlier attempts to extract more spiritual jade from the pockets of their esteemed disciples, employing every tactic in their arsenal to attack one another. In stark contrast, Tang Tian's grand perspective aimed solely at maximizing the sect's development, even at the cost of his own finances, addressing the most contentious issue among them. The difference was glaringly evident. Meanwhile, the esteemed disciples were equally taken aback, realizing their misunderstanding of Tang Tian's intentions. To single-handedly assume the entire financial burden for the development of the Southern Peak was an unprecedented act. They could scarcely fathom such generosity. Even if they possessed the means, they would not have taken such a step, as it seemed akin to squandering money. Yet, Tang Tian had indeed chosen this path, and before the Peak Master and the young sect master, they did not perceive his actions as mere attempts to seek attention. Everyone was plunged into profound contemplation due to Tang Tian's extraordinary maneuver. Yun Kong was momentarily stunned, and after a while, incredulously inquired, Junior brother Tang Tian, are you certain? Tang Tian smiled broadly, replying, if it can alleviate everyone's difficulties, why not embrace it? Simply elevate the development and welfare to the highest level, without any concern for funding. Just calculate the amount, and I shall provide it all. It would be best to do so immediately, he urged, for he truly wished to avoid the necessity of delivering grandiloquent platitudes. The longer he spoke, the more he feared he might become nauseated. However, he had no choice but to find a plausible justification. Moreover, he indeed intended to take full responsibility. The others were unaware of Tang Tian's true intentions. They merely felt that today, in terms of ambition, they were being thoroughly overshadowed by him. To directly assume hundreds of billions in developmental funds, who wouldn't be bewildered by such an audacious move? Yun Kong remained silent for a considerable time, ultimately engaging in a detailed discussion with Tan Yushan before slowly speaking. We shall re-establish the development plan. Chapter 63. The Dragon Transformation Pool Quota, unprecedentedly. The development plan that had just been formulated during the inspection meeting was entirely overturned. The sole catalyst for this upheaval was merely a few words from Tang Tian. Yun Kong was unconcerned that Tang Tian would deceive them regarding such matters. During the previous Woofing Exchange Conference, Tang Tian had already demonstrated formidable financial prowess. Discussions regarding the development of Nanfeng resumed, and this time, the atmosphere was far more harmonious. Freed from financial apprehensions, everyone expressed their thoughts freely, no longer obstructing one another, and the planning proceeded remarkably smoothly. Not long after, the new development plan was finalized, and the necessary funding was re-established. A staggering 2,547 trillion. This amount exceeded the previous figure by a whole 10 trillion. Tang Tian listened attentively from beginning to end, finding each proposal remarkably reasonable. Before Yun Kong and Tan Yushan, no one dared to engage in any underhanded dealings. This figure differed somewhat from Tang Tian's expectations. He had anticipated a potential doubling. Once the discussions concluded, the crowd's gaze returned to Tang Tian, a mix of apprehension and anticipation in their hearts, uncertain whether he could shoulder the responsibility. However, Tang Tian's expression remained unchanged as he gently nodded, assuring them, "No problem. Leave it all to me." Instantly, their worries dissipated. The elders were elated. With the funds secured, they could promptly set their plans into motion. The better the development, the greater their achievements, which would naturally elevate their standing within the sect. Meanwhile, the esteemed disciples shed their previous grim expressions, some gazing at Tang Tian with gratitude, for the annual construction cost would provide them with a significant respite. In summary, it was a situation that brought joy to all. Junior brother Tang Tian, may I inquire how long you anticipate it will take to gather this construction funding? Yun Kong asked. Tang Tian smiled, replying, "I can provide it now. I'll start with 10 trillion and will complete the rest shortly." As he began to reach for the funds, Yun Kong quickly interjected, "No rush, no rush. Let's wait until the meeting concludes. Should you require the reallocation of funds from other sources, it suffices to gather them within a span of 3 months." He was genuinely impressed. Tang Tian was undoubtedly the most straightforward person he had ever encountered. "Well, let us postpone that discussion for later," Tang Tian remarked. Subsequently, the inspection meeting continued. Following Tang Tian's forthrightness, the ensuing topics were imbued with harmony. The enthusiasm among the participants surged, leading to an array of ingenious ideas that left Tang Tian in awe. Ultimately, amidst a delightful atmosphere, the inspection meeting concluded officially. After the gathering dispersed, Mo Xiaoxiao accompanied Tang Tian to the guest hall of the sect leader, where Tan Yushan and Yun Kong awaited their arrival. "You truly keep your word," Mo Xiaoxiao remarked during their journey. Tang Tian smiled and replied, "Isn't that the fundamental principle of being a person?" Mo Xiaoxiao nodded, stating, "Indeed, one ought to conduct oneself with the integrity of Master Tang. Unfortunately, the world is rife with complexities, and there are always matters that compel one to make disingenuous decisions." Tang Tian remained silent. He could not claim to embody integrity. To put it plainly, his actions were primarily for his own benefit. After a moment of reflection, Tang Tian suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Miss Mo, are you familiar with the transforming dragon pool?" Mo Xiaoxiao responded affirmatively, "Yes, that is the site established by Yunding Tianfu at Qingwei Gate, known as the Land of Ascending Dragons. It is a celestial technique that connects with the grand principles of heaven and earth, harnessing fortune to bestow immense quality of dragon energy. Under the auspices of dragon energy, the potential of practitioners can be significantly enhanced, broadening their future paths. It is indeed a rare and precious divine object. The Dragon Transformation Pool opens once every 2 years, with only 50 slots available each time, restricted to those at the integration stage or below. However, only the most outstanding disciples, or those who have made the greatest contributions to the sect, can secure a coveted spot." Tang Tian nodded slightly, as this information aligned closely with what he had learned from Li Hong. "What manner of attainment is required to obtain such a position?" Tang Tian inquired. Mo Xiaoxiao turned her gaze toward him. "Does young Master Tang also wish to visit the Dragon Transformation Pool?" Tang Tian smiled gently. "Though I possess considerable family wealth, my own cultivation remains my greatest peril. Furthermore, I aspire to ascend swiftly to the cloud summit. Thus I wish for both myself and my followers to possess greater assurance." Mo Xiaoxiao paused for a moment before responding, I have indeed heard that earlier this year, young Master Tang was still at the Qi refinement stage. However, I believe you need not worry excessively. As long as you do not leave the Qingwei sect, with your current resources and reputation, you shall face no mortal danger. The rules of the Qingwei sect are stringent, and as long as you adhere to them, even the sect master cannot impose harm upon you. There was once a high-ranking official who, in greed for wealth, attempted to undermine a prestigious disciple, and the outcome was that this official was uprooted entirely, never to be heard from again. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing why the prestigious disciples of the Qingwei sect sometimes appeared rather audacious. Nevertheless, his considerations extended beyond mere concerns for safety. It is impossible for me to remain within the Qingwei sect indefinitely. Moreover, are you certain it is truly safe? After all, Fang Fei was slain by Lu Chang'e right before my eyes, Tang Tian remarked. Mo Xiaoxiao paused momentarily before sighing. That incident was rather exceptional at that time. Fang Fei had already pledged her allegiance to Lu Chang'e. However, you are correct in asserting that nothing is absolute. Possessing sufficient strength for assurance is always prudent. The quota for the Dragon Transformation Pool was established early last year, with a total of 21 honorary disciples, which I and Lu Chang'e will share equally, while the remainder is reserved for those elite core disciples. Today, young Master Tang has made such a significant contribution to the sect's advancement. Perhaps he might secure a spot for himself. Yet, your disciples seem to have little chance. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly, as this outcome did not align with his expectations. After some contemplation, he inquired, what if the contributions were to increase? I mean, if I were to take on the development of several other peaks, could I possibly contend for additional quotas? Mo Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Tang Tian for an extended period before slowly responding, young Master Tang, your disciples do not possess exceptional strength, do they? Is it truly worth such a considerable sacrifice? Tang Tian chuckled lightly. It is not a matter of worth. It is simply my desire to proceed in this manner. Mo Xiaoxiao exhaled. I wish I could be as carefree as young Master Tang. Taking charge of the entire sect's development should indeed allow for the pursuit of additional quotas. It ultimately depends on how you negotiate with the young sect master. However, even with a quota, one may not necessarily reap substantial benefits. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Why? Mo Xiaoxiao elucidated. The Dragon Transformation Pool differs from other resource sites. The dragon energy within is limited and must be fiercely contested. Moreover, the method of competition is rather unique. It does not consider strength or talent, but rather the rarity of one's physique. The higher the level of physique, the greater the share of dragon energy one can acquire. I have heard that among the core disciples vying for a spot in this round, there is an extraordinary individual possessing the devouring lion physique, who has also awakened the secret arts of the devouring lion lineage, a rarity even in the esteemed Cloud Summit. A considerable portion of the dragon energy available this time will undoubtedly be claimed by him. Young Master Tang, I urge you to ponder this carefully. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian was left in a state of astonishment. Such circumstances existed. He glanced at the system. Above the 9th grade physique lies the celestial body, requiring merely 1 billion consumption points. Chapter 64. What is enlightenment with more than half a month remaining until the opening of the Dragon Transformation Pool? Tang Tian still had some room to maneuver. Shortly thereafter, he and Mo Xiaoxiao made their way to the Peak Master S reception hall. Tan Yushan and Yun Kong were already waiting there, and upon seeing Tang Tian enter, they stood to greet him. Young Master Tang, Tan Yushan said with a smile playing on his lips. Tang Tian clasped his hands in salute, addressing him respectfully, Master Peak Lord. This was his first interaction with a figure of such high stature as Tan Yushan. There is no need for such formalities. Tan Yushan smiled, saying, I have long heard of the arrival of a distinguished gentleman at Nanfeng. Today, upon meeting you, it is indeed evident that you are extraordinary. Please have a seat. Subsequently, they all settled down together. Young Master Tang, your significant contributions to the development of Nanfeng today shall not be forgotten. In the future, should you require anything, simply seek me out on the mountain. I will strive to accommodate you, as long as it is within the bounds permitted by the sect, Tan Yushan remarked. His tone was gentle and unhurried, easily endearing him to others. Tang Tiandao replied, as a disciple of Nanfeng, it is our duty to do so. There is no need for the Peak Master to take it to heart. Such formalities must be observed. Tan Yushan waved his hand dismissively, stating, that is a separate matter altogether. From this point forward, your rights and status at Nanfeng will be equivalent to that of the supervising elder. Whether it pertains to sect development or disciple arrangements, you shall directly partake in decision-making. Simply notify me of any major matters. The supervising elder is, in fact, the highest tier of management at Nanfeng, with authority and standing just below the Peak Master, the Grand Elder. as well as Mo Xiaoxiao and Shinxiu. In essence, with Tan Yushan's words, Tang Tian could essentially navigate Nanfeng with ease, provided he adhered to the sect's regulations. Thank you, esteemed Peak Master, Tang Tian said, no longer deferring. Tan Yushan nodded gently. This is what you rightfully deserve. Upon finishing his words, he rose, adding, now, you may converse with the young sect master. Xiao. Please come and discuss our future development plans with me. Subsequently, Tan Yushan escorted Mo Xiaoxiao out of the reception room, leaving only Tang Tian and Yun Kong. Junior brother Tang Tian, you have truly alleviated a significant burden for me today, Yun Kong stated with a sense of gratitude. Tang Tian, puzzled, inquired. Why do you say that? Yun Kong sighed softly. It is well known that the position of the young sect master is one of great prestige. Yet few comprehend its inherent challenges. Every matter, no matter how trivial, requires my careful consideration and management. As you are aware, the sect is expanding rapidly, necessitating substantial financial resources in numerous areas. However, the funding provided by the heavenly capital is quite limited. The majority must be sourced independently. It is indeed a burdensome task. Yun Kong expressed his grievances, yet Tang Tian remained silent, merely listening without offering any opinions. After all, if the position of young sect master were so arduous, why not relinquish it to another? Furthermore, to have elevated Qinghua sect to its current stature in just over 20 years indicates that he possesses considerable capability. Financial matters surely cannot pose an insurmountable challenge for him. Initially, I was concerned that during this inspection meeting, we would encounter significant obstacles, Yun Kong continued. Fortunately, with your assistance, the meeting has proceeded harmoniously, leaving everyone in high spirits. Yet, it seems you bear the full weight of the financial responsibilities alone. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for the young sect master to worry. This is a responsibility I willingly accept. Now, let us return to the main topic. He was eager to avoid excessive pleasantries and focus on the tasks at hand. Yun Kong smiled and replied, just call me senior brother. The scale of this construction funding has already reached a state of saturation. Therefore, there is no need to rush. Simply prepare the funds within the 3-month time frame, as I previously mentioned. Tang Tian shook his head, asserting, the sooner the money is in place, the sooner we can proceed. I can provide it to you now. However, he added, I will give you 100 trillion first, and the remaining amount will follow shortly. Yun Kong was momentarily taken aback, pondering the nature of this transaction. Nevertheless, he dismissed any further speculation and smiled. It would indeed be better to prepare in advance. Tang Tian nodded and directly retrieved 10 pieces of innate Dao Jade from his system space, handing them to Yun Kong. Yun Kong sighed in resignation. Why is it once again innate Dao Jade? The practical value of such items far exceeds that of spiritual jade. Using them solely as currency is truly a waste. Perhaps you could reconsider? Tang Tian replied nonchalantly. It's no problem. As I mentioned before, I have plenty of these. Just accept them. Reluctantly, Yun Kong acquiesced, stating, very well. I will accept them for now, and will discuss their specific use with Master Tan later. During this period, I will remain at the sect, closely monitoring the implementation of the construction. Please inform me when you have prepared the remaining funds. What Yun Kong did not anticipate was that Tang Tian would subsequently produce 25 additional pieces of innate Dao Jade, offering them without the need for preparation or further arrangements. The moment Yun Kong accepted the previous batch, the transaction had been completed. His wallet not only remained unchanged, but had also returned 10 pieces of innate Dao Jade. Adding the remaining amount from before, it amounts to exactly 25 pieces. Gazing at the gleaming primordial Dao Jade, Yun Kong was momentarily taken aback. I had assumed that when you mentioned giving it later, it would require some time to gather. Tang Tian chuckled and replied, this is merely a quirk of my spending habits. I hope you won't take offense, senior brother. Yun Kong shook his head and smiled. I have indeed heard of your tendencies, but I did not expect such behavior in the context of such a substantial expenditure. With that, he accepted the primordial Dao Jade. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Tang Tian's mind, signaling that the transaction was complete. 50 pieces of primordial Dao Jade now lay quietly within the system space, while the count of consumption points surged to nearly 4 billion. The ethereal physique was now firmly within reach. I will certainly keep a record of your contributions when I return. Should you require anything else, feel free to inform me at any time, Yun Kong said with a smile. It was evident that he was quite pleased to have gathered all the necessary funds. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian pondered for a moment before stating, in that case, I do have a small request, and I wonder if you might assist me. Yun Kong laughed. Speak freely. As long as it falls within my capabilities, I will certainly do my utmost to help. Tang Tian nodded. Then I shall be straightforward. After today's inspection meeting, I realized that financial resources significantly impact the development and construction of our sect. If I had not taken it upon myself to cover the costs, we would have had to resort to the most basic development strategies. Is it the same for the other main peaks as well? Yun Kong was taken aback, uncertain of what Tang Tian intended to convey. It's about the same, he remarked. Aside from the main peak, the situation at the other peaks is quite similar, all facing financial concerns. Tang Tian responded with an intrigued "oh," and continued, what if I were to secure the funding that the other main peaks lack? Would that not enable our sect to flourish more rapidly and effectively? Yun Kong was momentarily speechless. He had anticipated that Tang Tian might voice demands related to power or other matters. However, what was this? Not content with merely securing the southern peak, he aspired to encompass the construction funds of the other main peaks as well. Such a mindset was nothing short of extraordinary. After a prolonged silence, Yun Kong cautiously inquired, Junior brother Tang Tian, is that truly your intention? Chapter 65. The deputy's demands. Following an extensive discussion, Yun Kong was finally convinced that Tang Tian was not jesting. He genuinely intended to assume responsibility for the construction funds of all main peaks to ensure the sect's seamless development. This level of commitment left Yun Kong feeling inadequate. No, you must articulate some demands. Otherwise, I fear I cannot manage these funds, Yun Kong insisted. Tang Tian repeatedly shook his head, yet Yun Kong remained resolute. Ultimately, Tang Tian could only smile and say, if I must propose something, there is indeed one request, though it may prove quite challenging. Yun Kong replied, challenges are welcome. If you were to suggest something too simple, I might suspect ulterior motives. This was precisely why Yun Kong was adamant about Tang Tian stating his demands. Any specific request is not as challenging to fulfill as one might think. Tang Tian nodded and said, I shall speak frankly. I have heard that our sect possesses a celestial site, personally arranged by an immortal, known as the Transformation Dragon Pool. Yun Kong raised an eyebrow, suddenly enlightened. So that is the reason, he remarked. Indeed, such a place exists, Yun Kong replied with a smile. Tang Tian continued, it is a splendid location, and I would rather not miss the opportunity. However, I have heard that the quotas for the Transformation Dragon Pool were already determined at the beginning of last year. Therefore, Yun Kong smiled slightly. So that is the matter at hand. What difficulty does this pose? With your current merits, you have long been eligible for a quota. Even if you did not bring it up, I would have pursued it on your behalf. Since you now hold this intention, it is easily arranged. Tang Tian shook his head and said, actually, I am not solely considering myself. As you are aware, the 100 sect battle is approaching, and my few disciples are still lacking in strength. Thus, I wish to secure additional quotas so that my disciples can also participate. Yun Kong stroked his chin thoughtfully. I see. Your plan is to achieve success in this 100 sect battle and subsequently ascend to the Cloud Summit? Tang Tian chuckled. It seems I cannot hide anything from you, brother. Yun Kong replied, that is quite natural. There is no need for secrecy. However, do you not think you might be a bit too hasty? You are still young. If you can wait for the next 100-gate battle, success will surely be within your grasp. Tang Tian shook his head, saying, I merely wish to strive for it as much as possible. It would be ideal to advance to the heavenly mansion sooner. Yun Kong smiled and replied, I understand. You wish for all 4 of your attendants to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool, correct? Tang Tian nodded, affirming, yes. The more preparation I have, the greater my chances. Yun Kong responded with a thoughtful hum before continuing. The quotas can certainly be arranged. However, 5 individuals may be a bit excessive. I do harbor some concerns about gaining everyone's approval. After all, the accomplishments of others over the years cannot be dismissed lightly. Tang Tian immediately grasped Yun Kong's implication. To secure more quotas, one must continue to invest. It is but a trivial matter when it comes to funding. As long as the sect has needs, I shall undoubtedly fulfill them, Tang Tian declared with confidence. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Kong remarked, I suddenly recalled that there is indeed a substantial plan for the coming years. As you know, our sect currently comprises only 5 principal peaks. Yet, in addition to these 5, there are numerous new secondary peaks. The secondary peaks have been developing rather slowly due to a lack of sufficient financial support. Therefore, the sect intends to establish a new principal peak to unify and organize the other secondary peaks, which would be beneficial for development. This plan has existed for quite some time, but securing the necessary funds has proven challenging, as the required amount is exceedingly vast. The planning for merely the first phase has already surpassed $1 trillion, and if it is all realized, it may approach 10 trillion. While speaking, Yun Kong had been closely observing Tang Tian's expression. To his astonishment, rather than showing any signs of difficulty, Tang Tian's eyes grew increasingly bright, eventually nearly laughing out loud. No problem, Tang Tian declared with a grand gesture. It's on me. I have no particular hobbies, but I do take pleasure in contributing to the sect. Is one peak sufficient? If not, shall we construct a few more for future use? Yun Kong stared in disbelief, rendered speechless for quite some time. He always believed he had sufficiently overestimated Tang Tian, yet he was continually met with greater astonishment. Construct a few more? Is that even a sensible proposition? Managing a single peak is already overwhelming. The notion of additional ones is simply beyond comprehension. Yet, considering Tang Tian's abundant resources, perhaps he was indeed unperturbed. Junior brother, do you genuinely intend this? Given the immense implications, Yun Kong felt compelled to confirm. Tang Tian nodded earnestly, indeed. Let us proceed with the highest specifications. I will cover all expenses. Yun Kong could not suppress a wry smile, pondering how he wished he had recognized Tang Tian as potential sooner, as it would have spared him sleepless nights filled with worry. Very well, Yun Kong replied, after the inspection meeting concludes. I will arrange for you to meet with the new peak master. At that time, we shall thoroughly discuss the construction of the new peak. Tang Tian, taken aback, inquired, is there already a peak master in place? Yun Kong nodded, stating that the arrangements had long been set, with candidates already selected for the upper echelon of the 6th main peak. The only issue that remained was funding. The new peak master had been impatiently urging him multiple times. If you could resolve the financial matter, he would undoubtedly be immensely grateful to you, and you would surely become the most esteemed honorary disciple of the 6th peak, just like Mo Xiao Xiao and her companions. Tang Tian suddenly realized that Mo Xiao Xiao and the others had achieved their positions through similar endeavors. Indeed, financial strength was paramount. Rest assured, I will manage it. Tang Tian reassured Yun Kong once more. Yun Kong nodded but soon sighed softly, saying, what a pity you came out of seclusion too late. Otherwise, you could have contended for that position as well. Tang Tian was taken aback, fully understanding what Yun Kong meant, the second in command of the Qinghua sect. Previously, Mo Xiao Xiao had remarked similarly, claiming that Tang Tian was already too late to vie for it. After some contemplation, Tang Tian inquired, what specific requirements are there for that position? Yun Kong replied, there are many, but fundamentally, there are 3 main aspects: the contributions of disciples to the sect, the sect's influence, and external influence. With your financial resources, you could barely keep up with the sect's contributions. But influence is something that requires a significant amount of time to accumulate. Unfortunately, time is indeed insufficient. Tang Tian fell silent. While he had no fear of financial strength, he recognized that his overall power and influence were indeed far removed from someone like Lu Chang'e. However, he did not harbor any obsession with this matter. To ascend to the pinnacle of Yunding Tianfu and to enjoy a stable existence is sufficient. I am content to let fate take its course, Tang Tian remarked. Chapter 66. The Secret Art of Gluttony. After voluntarily undertaking the construction of the 6th main peak, Tang Tian successfully secured 5 quotas for the dragon transformation pool. Yun Kong specifically informed him that among the core disciples, there exists a prodigy with a 9th rank physique, advising him to maintain a distance from that individual. However, unbeknownst to him, Tang Tian himself possessed a 9th rank physique, and a celestial grade constitution was already within his grasp. The two conversed about various topics. And then Yun Kong suddenly inquired, Junior brother Tang, has anything transpired between you and your young attendant? Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. You mean Gu Xiaoxue? Yun Kong nodded. I am uncertain whether it is too late to mention this, but if you have not yet crossed that line, it would be wise to refrain from such thoughts. And if something has already occurred, it is best not to pursue it any further. At the very least, do not hinder her cultivation. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. From the moment Gu Xiaoxue arrived, he sensed that something was amiss. How could a child of destiny be so recklessly thrust into his perilous situation? His second exchange with Zhongyang further corroborated his suspicions. Gu Xiaoxue being assigned to him as a guardian was no mere coincidence. What exactly was the underlying truth? Tang Tian inquired. Yun Kong sighed and replied, though the Qinghua sect strictly prohibits internecine strife among its members, clandestine skirmishes have never ceased. Gu Xiaoxue is entangled in the schemes of her fellow disciples, as well as the power struggles among certain higher-ups. You should have merely been inadvertently drawn into this situation. However, I believe those who orchestrated this affair did not anticipate your swift ascendance. Rest assured, as long as your actions are not excessively egregious, there should be no significant issues. Your current position is not easily trifled with by anyone. Tang Tian remained silent. Despite speaking at length, he still did not elucidate the matter at hand. Given that Yun Kong was so reticent, it seems that the so-called high echelons involved are indeed not ordinary individuals. Upon returning, it would be prudent to have Li Hong inquire further. Although he did not truly wrong Gu Xiaoxue, it never hurts to be cautious. I understand, Tang Tian replied. Yun Kong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, their conversation did not linger much longer, and Yun Kong took his leave. After departing from the reception room, Tan Yushan and Mo Xiaoxiao approached to discuss the forthcoming plans and the extent of Tang Tian's authority, after which both parties parted ways. Tang Tian then escorted Gu Xiaoxue back to Zizhu Courtyard. This inspection meeting yielded significant rewards. The quantity of innate Taoist jade reached 50, and the consumption had multiplied several times, ample enough for exchanging for an immortal-grade physique. Furthermore, he secured a spot in the dragon transformation pool, enhancing his status once more, and was granted full authority to oversee the construction of the 6th main peak. Everything is progressing favorably. Upon returning, Tang Tian summoned Li Hong to investigate matters concerning Gu Xiaoxue. Although Yun Kong had already indicated that there were minimal concerns, he felt compelled to ascertain the true nature of the situation. Moreover, regarding Zhong Yang, having amassed such a substantial sum of money from him, the notion of casting him into the abyss cannot simply be overlooked. Previously, due to insufficient strength, the matter had to be temporarily set aside. However, now, he possesses ample confidence. At the very least, a mere Zhong Yang is certainly not worthy of his regard. After accomplishing these tasks, Tang Tian returned to his secluded cultivation chamber. He would never lose sight of the fact that all endeavors are aimed at enhancing his own strength. This is the essence of it all. Gazing at the consumption points within the system, Tang Tian promptly opted for redemption. Immortal-grade physique, 1 billion consumption points. Redemption successful. You have acquired the immortal-grade physique, the body of Tao Tai. A familiar sensation surged within him once again, this time more intense than ever before, as a profound transformation unfolded at the very core of his being. In a moment of disorientation, Tang Tian felt as though he had entered a realm of primordial chaos. With a gentle exhale, a tempest arose, chaos roiling around him, and the signs of cataclysmic devastation were evident in every direction. Yet, as he inhaled, an even more terrifying phenomenon occurred. The boundless chaos, as if drawn by an irresistible force, coalesced into a colossal chaotic vortex, surging into Tang Tian's abdomen. After a prolonged moment, Tang Tian gradually awakened. Tao Tai secret art, swallowing the heavens. He had once again acquired a legacy secret art, and the Tao Tai secret art surpassed the previous Qing Mang secret art by an immeasurable magnitude. But what astonished Tang Tian even more was the clear annotation that appeared following the Tao Tai secret art. This inherited secret art can utilize sacred-level epiphanies to elevate its realm. 1 sacred-level epiphany, 1 billion consumption points. After redeeming the gluttonous body, Tang Tian was left with over 3 billion consumption points, sufficient to elevate his prowess to a realm of mastery. However, after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to temporarily forego this option. The efficacy of the dragon transformation pool increases with the elevation of one's physical constitution, while the inherited secret techniques merely serve as supplementary aids. Should he manage to surpass 100 billion consumption points in the forthcoming inspection meeting, he would then be able to exchange for a saintly constitution, thereby ensuring his success with even greater certainty. Having made his decision, Tang Tian focused his mind and resumed his tranquil cultivation. As the child of destiny, coupled with various enhancements to his constitution and the assistance of premium elixirs, his rate of advancement in cultivation remained largely unimpeded compared to the foundation-building phase. Merely 10 days later, he achieved a breakthrough, advancing to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. At this juncture, Gu Xiaoxue also experienced a breakthrough, standing at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, with the support of the innate Tao Jade, her progress in Taoist techniques accelerated at an astonishing pace, prompting Tang Tian to seriously question whether her talent was as simple as that of a mere child of destiny. Consequently, he sought out Yun Kong for clarification. The response he received confirmed that Gu Xiaoxue was indeed a child of destiny. Had she been even more exceptional, the sect would certainly not have allowed such a prodigious talent to become a pawn in high-level power struggles. Faced with these undeniable facts, Tang Tian could only accept that not all children of destiny are created equal. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous that his rate of growth had become so rapid that Li Hong could no longer provide substantial assistance to his development, and the Lan Yu sisters could only match him in combat by joining forces. Only Gu Xiaoxue consistently maintained her lead, a situation that allowed Tang Tian's overall strength to experience a remarkably swift growth. From the moment he embarked on his cultivation journey until now, Gu Xiaoxue had indeed provided him with substantial assistance, though it had yet to fully manifest. She was certainly no mere ornament. After several days of cultivation, the inspection meetings led by Yun Kong continued to convene. At the sect's main peak, with Lu Chang'e and Tian Yanxing present, there were no financial concerns. However, Several other main peaks had vacancies. Ultimately, at the eastern peak, Jingheng, Tang Tian supplemented with 200 trillion spirit jade. At the northern peak, Guanming received 150 trillion. In stark contrast, the western peaks to Yuanqing rejected Tang Tian's goodwill, leaving him quite displeased. It appeared that this individual was intent on opposing him. Tang Tian smirked. Meanwhile, the investigation on Qin Hai's side had yielded some progress. It seemed that Tian Feng's actions were indeed instigated by Du Yuanqing. You initiated this conflict, Tang Tian thought. Then just wait and see. He committed this matter to memory. With 350 trillion acquired, he still had a considerable distance to reach 100 trillion. Unable to exchange for a sacred-level physique, Tang Tian ultimately opted to elevate the realm of the Taotai secret technique. The progression of the technique consisted of 5 stages: entry, proficiency, mastery, minor completion, and major completion. However, the Taotai secret technique possessed a 6th stage, inheritance. Tang Tian opted to exchange for 6 instances of sacred-level enlightenment in one go, advancing the Taotai secret technique to its highest realm. Once unleashed, it was akin to devouring the heavens. With this secret technique, his journey to the dragon transformation pool would undoubtedly not be in vain. After a few more days, Li Hong's investigation finally yielded results. There was indeed something amiss regarding Gu Xiaoxue. Chapter 67. The opening of the dragon transformation pool in the purple bamboo courtyard, beneath the old locust tree. Li Hong reported to Tang Tian the information he had gathered. 6 years ago, Han Hai, the elder, had brought both Hong Yuan and Xiao Shui back to the sect. Han Hai, one of the 7 principal elders of the sect's main peak, held a position of considerable influence. A chill ran through Tang Tian. The principal elders at the main peak wield significant authority within the Qingwei sect, their status only second to that of the sect leader and the Grand Elder, surpassing even that of the peak masters of other main peaks. It was no wonder that Yun Kong had indicated that this matter involved a struggle among the higher echelons. Despite Han Hai's esteemed position, he had been in a subtle rivalry with another principal elder known as Hong Yuan. Through my investigations, I have discovered that the elder in charge of Xiaoshui's allocation, Zhang Yang, maintains a very close connection with Elder Hong Yuan. This relationship can be described as one of subordination, Li Hong stated. Tang Tian lightly tapped the surface of the table. This implies that Zhang Yang indeed orchestrated the placement of Gu Xiaoshui by his side, with the intention of depriving Elder Han Hai of a promising disciple. This hardly qualifies as a major conflict. At most, it is a minor conspiracy. Unfortunately, he himself has become a casualty of this small scheme. Tang Tian was unconvinced that if he were to ruin Gu Xiaoshui, Elder Han Hai would simply overlook him upon his return, unaware of the circumstances. Moreover, at that time, Zhang Yang could easily distance himself, claiming he was merely fulfilling his duties, unaware of the subsequent developments. At the very least, Elder Hong Yuan would be there to provide protection. The only one sacrificed was Gu Xiaoxue, along with Tang Tian, an upstart with no notable background. They were treated as insignificant pawns. Tang Tian stroked his chin. If he were merely a nouveau riche, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences in due time. Yet, regrettably, his ascent was too rapid. Even a figure of Elder Han Hai's caliber could not easily thwart him. Moreover, he had not truly wronged Gu Xiaoxue. A mere explanation would suffice. Nevertheless, being inexplicably ensnared in a plot left Tang Tian quite displeased, particularly with Zhang Yang, who, despite receiving ample support from him, had the audacity to secretly entrap him. It was utterly intolerable. After some contemplation, Tang Tian inquired, "Doesn't Xiaoxue have a senior sister? What is her situation?" Another enigma surrounding this incident was indeed Gu Xiaoxue's senior sister. The incident originated from her suggestion to Gu Xiaoxue that breaking through to the nascent soul stage required a nascent soul pill, and if funds were lacking, she should consider becoming a guard. Yet in reality, Gu Xiaoxue did not utilize a single nascent soul pill during her breakthrough. Xiaoxue's senior sister, named Luodanya, was one of Elder Han Hai's direct disciples. Li Hong remarked, after Xiaoxue became the young master's guard, she entered seclusion, striving to attain the fusion realm, presumably in preparation for the forthcoming trial of the 10,000 Beasts Tower. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. The timing of this seclusion was rather peculiar. It appeared strange, yet was difficult to pinpoint any faults. Still, instinctively, Tang Tian sensed that this senior sister was also suspicious. What is their relationship like? Tang Tian asked. Li Hong pondered for a moment before saying, based on what I understand, the situation is quite favorable. Since entering the sect in elementary school, it has been Luodanya who has been looking after her. However, 4 years ago, an incident occurred during the last 100 schools battle. At that time, Luodanya had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm and was among the most promising prodigies to advance to the heavenly mansion. Unfortunately, she performed rather mediocrely and fell just short of making the breakthrough. Consequently, she retreated to Cultivate, aiming to seize the opportunity presented by the Tower of All Demons trial. Tang Tian contemplated for a while. Although he lacked substantial evidence, he remained convinced that Luodania was undoubtedly involved in this matter. If that were indeed the case, it would not merely be a conflict between opposing sides, but also an internal ugliness. After a moment of reflection, Tang Tian slowly inhaled. Regardless of the circumstances, he could no longer remain passive. He could not merely plod in the shadows while safeguarding himself. Such a notion was illusory. He needed to devise a strategy to ensure that none of the participants could escape unscathed. For now, he would set this matter aside and find a solution on his own. Tang Tian said, "Prepare well. In a few days, the dragon transformation pool will open." Li Hong was momentarily taken aback. The dragon transformation pool? He suddenly exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he cautiously inquired, "Young master, do you mean?" Tang Tian smiled and nodded. "I have secured some spots. When the time comes, you shall shui. In the Sisters' Lawn you will all have the opportunity to enter the dragon transformation pool and acquire fortunes." Li Hong stared blankly, overwhelmed by the revelation. The information regarding the dragon transformation pool was gathered through his inquiries, and he was acutely aware of the formidable challenges associated with securing that coveted position. Even the most elite core disciples might not necessarily succeed. He had never entertained the notion that he could possess such qualifications. Li Hong fixed his gaze upon Tang Tian for a prolonged moment before rising to his feet and offering a profound bow. "I am eternally grateful for your kindness. My lord, I am at a loss for how to repay you." Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Simply seize this opportunity. I am counting on you to achieve commendable results in the Tower of Trials for 10,000 beasts." Li Hong clenched his fists tightly and declared earnestly, "I will not disappoint your expectations, my lord." A few days swiftly passed, and ultimately, Tang Tian did not receive any news regarding the investment activities at the Ninth Peak. Thus, he prepared to participate in the Dragon Transformation Pool, equipped with his Celestial-level gluttonous body and the Heritage-level gluttonous secret techniques. Yun Kong had conveyed the news to him early on and even sent someone to extend a personal invitation. Subsequently, Tang Tian, accompanied by Li Hong and Xiao Shui, ascended to the main peak. As they climbed, they eventually reached a point near the summit, where a precipice awaited them. Above the cliff, a relatively flat area was situated, and upon Tang Tian's arrival, he found numerous individuals had already gathered. Several young core disciples emanated formidable auras, including Lu Chang'e, Tian Yangxing, and Jing Hong, who stood alongside Yun Kong. "Young Master Tang, over here," Yun Kong called out with a smile, beckoning him. Tang Tian approached, exchanged a few casual words with Yun Kong, and then took his place, awaiting the commencement of the Dragon Transformation Pool. At that moment, Jing Hong approached with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. He remarked, "I have yet to express my gratitude to young Master Tang for the recent inspection meeting. You have certainly alleviated our concerns at Dongfeng. From now on, you shall be our most esteemed guest here. Do not hesitate to reach out to me whenever you require assistance." Tang Tian shook his head and replied, "We are all striving for the development of our sect. There is no need for you to dwell on it, young Master Jing." There was no animosity between them. They had previously engaged in a pleasant exchange and maintained a cordial relationship. After conversing with Jing Hong, Guanming also approached, similarly expressing his gratitude to Tang Tian. This individual seemed rather reserved, and their conversation was brief, merely a formality of acquaintance, as they were now all part of the same circle. After a while, Mo Xiao arrived fashionably late, and shortly thereafter, the Four Peak Masters made their entrance. Under the guidance of Yun Kong and the sect's Grand Elder, the Dragon Transformation Pool was officially unveiled. Chapter 68. Provocation. As the Grand Elder wielded his powers, a fissure suddenly opened in the sea of clouds beneath the precipice, revealing an awe-inspiring spectacle. Blinding golden light shot forth from the depths of the cloud sea, overwhelming the spectator's senses. Once their vision adjusted, Tang Tian beheld two majestic golden dragons coiling in midair, exuding an aura of formidable power. At the center of these dragons lay a shallow pool of water, shimmering with golden brilliance, radiating an entrancing glow. An enigmatic essence emanated from the waters. Even a single breath of its fragrance invigorated the soul, as if every fiber of one's being rejoiced in rapture. This was the essence of dragon energy, Mo Xiao remarked from the side. She then pointed towards the core disciples and whispered, "Focus on that boy with the flowing hair. He is the one who possesses the 9-grade physique, the body of the devouring lion, and has also acquired a secret inheritance technique. Once inside, remember to keep your distance from him, or else he will siphon away a substantial portion of the dragon energy." Tang Tian glanced over to see a haughty young man, his thick hair cascading like a lioness mane. Additionally, He recognized another familiar face, the talented youth, Huang Chong, who had been defeated by Xiaoxue at the Five Peaks Exchange. What is his name? Tang Tian inquired. Mo Xiaoxiao replied. His name is Xiangze, but everyone usually calls him Little Lion King. Tang Tian nodded, committing his appearance to memory. Moments later, the Grand Elder began to announce the rules. Once inside, each of you should find your own position. You have 1 hour. How much fortune you attain depends on yourselves. I will transport you first, and once the barrier dissipates, the timer will commence. With that, the Grand Elder exerted his powers once more, lifting all who entered the Huolong Pond and sending them into the sea of clouds, Tang Tian included. As he pondered how the Grand Elder had identified all these individuals, the scene shifted, and he found himself on a golden platform. Before him loomed a vast golden barrier, beyond which lay the Huolong Pond, encircled by 2 colossal golden dragons. While he had not fully grasped their enormity atop the cliff upon entering, Tang Tian realized just how immense the 2 golden dragons truly were. In the midst of the Huolong Pond, which resembled a small lake, measuring several dozen meters in width, one might question whether it could accommodate 50 individuals. Tang Tian smirked. In some amusement parks, 5,000 people could easily fit within such a space. As he pondered this, a voice emerged from behind him. Tang Tian, young Master Tang. Turning around, he was surprised to see a familiar face, Niao Wushuang, the one who had seized the banner during the flag-snatching competition. Observing her formidable aura, it was evident that she had ascended to the Golden Core stage. No wonder she had caught Mo Xiaoxiao's attention. She was indeed remarkable. This is our second encounter, Niao Wushuang remarked. Though our statuses have diverged, I still wish to engage in a fair battle with you, should the opportunity arise. You are certainly no weakling. Tang Tian offered a slight smile. Perhaps another time. The disparity in their standings made the likelihood of a rematch quite slim. Niao Wushuang said no more, after exchanging a brief glance. She returned to the side of Mo Xiaoxiao's other 2 subordinates. Yet before Tang Tian could collect his thoughts, another voice resonated behind him. Are you Tang Tian? This voice was rather brusque, rife with hostility. Tang Tian furrowed his brows and turned to face the source. To his astonishment, it was the Little Lion King, Xiangze, whom Mo Xiaoxiao had previously mentioned, known for his 9th-grade physique. A throng of core disciples surrounded him, all casting unfriendly glances at Tang Tian, including the mischievous Huang Chong. Is there something you need? Tang Tian inquired coolly. Xiangze let out a cold snort, scrutinizing Tang Tian from head to toe. So, you are the one who snatched the spots from several of my fellow disciples. Hee, it is not that impressive. Tang Tian suddenly realized. No wonder they are so unfriendly. This is the reason. Indeed, there are only 50 slots in total, and they were already predetermined. Tang Tian burst onto the scene and snatched away 5. One must wonder from whom these slots were taken. Given the situation, it certainly wouldn't be from the honorary disciples. This matter should be taken up with those who secured the slots, not me, Tang Tian remarked. Xiangze shot him a sideways glance. If not for you, how could we possibly have lost 5 slots? Who else should we seek if not you? Tang Tian could only shake his head in resignation. Having been accustomed to the demeanor of honorary disciples, he found it difficult to adjust to the ways of the core disciples. This group preferred to be straightforward. They would confront anyone they disliked without much pretense. To apply the reasoning of honorary disciples in this context would certainly be futile. So what do you propose? In any case, the slots have already been taken, Tang Tian shrugged. Xiangze scoffed. Rest assured, with the sect's rules in place, I won't do anything to you. I merely came to identify the one who seized our slots. Once we enter the dragon transformation pool, you had better find a discreet corner to hide. If I catch you, I will ensure you absorb not a single trace of dragon energy. Tang Tian remained silent. At that time, I would advise you to keep your distance from me. Consider this my kind warning. Upon hearing this, Xiangze burst into hearty laughter, his long hair swaying with the movement. You wish. Today, even if I accomplish nothing, I shall closely follow you, ensuring that your efforts are rendered futile. And as for your subordinates, it is quite absurd how even the most inconsequential can ascend to the dragon pool. None of you shall leave here with even a trace of fortune. With that, Xiangze flared his nostrils and led Huang Chong and the others away. Tang Tian mused. Having dealt with cunning old foxes like Yun Kong, I find Xiangze, with his youthful exuberance, rather endearing. However, should you insist on courting trouble, do not blame me for the consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian addressed Li Hong. Once we enter, you few will follow my lead, and we shall assess the situation thereafter. He was not particularly concerned about Xiangze, but if Li Hong and the others attracted attention, it could become quite troublesome. As time passed, the golden veil enveloping the dragon pool began to fade rapidly. Finally, at a certain moment, the veil vanished entirely. Those quick to react immediately leaped into the dragon pool. In the blink of an eye, dozens were seen swimming vigorously, seeking a favorable position. Observing this, Tang Tian did not hesitate and, accompanied by Li Hong and the others, jumped into the dragon pool. Chapter 69. You had better not give up upon entering the dragon pool. Tang Tian finally comprehended why no one chose to fly, but instead opted for swimming. Within this pool, it seemed a peculiar rule existed, restraining all cultivation levels. Whether one was at the foundation establishment stage or the god transformation stage, here, they were akin to mere mortals, relying solely on the strength of their bodies to navigate. It is no wonder they say that in the dragon pool, physical prowess is of utmost significance. At the very least, one can seize the initiative. Observing his disciples tirelessly swimming towards the horizon, Tang Tian remained remarkably composed, allowing himself to relax and attune to the surrounding energies. As he settled his mind, he suddenly became aware of a myriad of profound forces delicately weaving through the waters and permeating his limbs and bones. This extraordinary energy swiftly transformed every aspect of his being, enhancing his overall vitality. Yet, a greater portion of this power quietly retreated within him, promising to perpetuate a metamorphosis even beyond the confines of the dragon transformation pool. This was the essence of dragon qi. The more dragon qi one absorbed, the longer its effects would endure, and the greater the benefits reaped. So it is, Tang Tian realized. However, he soon discerned another intriguing phenomenon. The dragon qi within the pool did not seem to be evenly distributed. In certain directions, the concentration of dragon qi was markedly higher than in others, increasing as one ventured further in that direction. No wonder they had begun swimming upon entry. Someone must have informed them of this beforehand, Tang Tian mused. With this insight, he resolved to follow the trail of dragon qi in pursuit of the area with the highest concentration. Just as he set off, he noticed Xiangze approaching with a mischievous grin, clearly intent on usurping his dragon qi. Tang Tian shook his head, choosing to ignore him for the moment. After confirming his intended path, he swam deeper into the dragon transformation pool. Almost immediately, Xiangze altered his course to follow closely behind. Trying to evade me? Huh. The pool is but so vast. Let us see where you think you can hide. With that, he closely pursued Tang Tian. Tang Tian remained speechless, choosing to disregard him as he continued his search for the ideal location. The situation within the dragon transformation pool was observed keenly by the onlookers outside. This Xiangze was rather intriguing. The young man still possessed a certain audacity, even if it meant squandering some of his own time. He was determined to oppose Tang Tian. It was commendable. The youth should indeed harbor a fearless spirit. A few elders from the core disciples chuckled as they discussed the matter, while the honorary disciples also took note of the unfolding events. Tang Tian expended such considerable resources to secure these few spots. Yet, it appears that the money was spent in vain, one individual remarked gleefully. This was none other than Du Yuanqing, who had rejected Tang Tian's offer of supplementary spiritual jade. However, his words immediately sparked discontent from another. Master Du, one cannot articulate it in such a manner, Jing Heng said languidly. Young Master Tang has selflessly invested in the development of our sect, making such significant contributions, therefore. Acquiring these spots is only fitting. Without our investments, how could the other disciples enjoy such favorable conditions for cultivation? Xiangze did not comprehend. Did you not grasp this principle? He elevated the discussion to encompass the entire group of honorary disciples, leaving Du Yuanqing momentarily speechless, unsure of how to retort. The others merely smiled faintly, recognizing that Du Yuanqing had held this position for too brief a time, lacking the verbal finesse of a seasoned veteran like Jing Heng. Young Master Jing speaks with reason, they concurred. At this moment, Yun Kong intervened to mediate the situation, stating that core disciples represent the future of the sect, while honorary disciples serve as the foundation for its development. The absence of either is utterly unacceptable. This oversight was mine. I should have forewarned Xiangze and the others. Once the dragon transformation pool concludes, I shall seek an opportunity to make amends with young Master Tang. In the future, I will certainly consider your perspectives more thoroughly when similar situations arise. Jing Heng hastily waved his hand, claiming he merely spoke offhandedly. The others, however, exchanged knowing smiles, for they were all cunning foxes of the trade, well aware of each other's motives. Wasn't it true that Yun Kong simply wished to prevent the precious dragon energy from falling into the hands of those of mediocre talent? Thus, he had intentionally refrained from advising Xiangze. Jing Heng, echoing Du Yuanqing's sentiments, highlighted this matter while subtly reminding Yun Kong of his questionable integrity. Yun Kong's response, however, provided them with a measure of assurance. As for Tang Tian, misfortune was merely misfortune, it bore no relation to them. The group of honorary disciples, after all, was far from united, each harboring their own ambitions. After this brief interlude, the focus of the gathered individuals shifted back to the dragon transformation pool. At this juncture, Tang Tian had reached the central area of the pool, precisely between the two golden dragons, their mouths facing each other. Here, Tang Tian observed that the concentration of dragon energy was exponentially greater than at the pool's edge, at least tenfold. Absorbing it from this location would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. When he arrived at this location, several others had already gathered at the central spot, standing face to face, each unwilling to relinquish this prime position easily. Upon Tang Tian's arrival, their brows furrowed slightly. However, upon noticing Xiangzhe gliding toward him, their expressions shifted abruptly, and without much contemplation, they voluntarily vacated the area. Conceding the coveted spot, Tang Tian was taken aback. Was Xiangzhe's imposing presence, or rather the aura of his ninth-tier physique, truly that formidable? How astute you are in selecting your ground. Xiangzhe approached, hovering beside Tang Tian, a mocking smile adorning his face. Truly, one's greed knows no bounds, he remarked. You dare to covet such a prime location merely on your own merit? But very well, no need for me to follow you anymore. If you possess any courage, then practice here. Tang Tian cast him a sidelong glance, choosing not to respond. Engaging in a debate with someone like him would only serve to drag one down into his realm, where he would subsequently leverage his extensive experience to achieve victory. It was unnecessary. Steadying his mind, Tang Tian swiftly entered a meditative state, opening himself to absorb the dragon energy. Instantly, a torrent of dragon energy flooded into his being from all directions, transforming every aspect of his body. This sense of metamorphosis felt akin to when Tang Tian exchanged for a physique upgrade from the system. It represented a transcendence at the very essence of life. However, before he could fully commence his absorption, he sensed a formidable force that seized all the dragon energy surrounding him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the direction from which the dragon energy had fled. It was directed towards Xiangzhe. At that moment, his long hair flowed gently, radiating a golden glow. Resembling a true king of beasts, exuding an air of majesty and grace. Perhaps sensing Tang Tian's gaze, Xiangzhe opened his eyes and flashed a grin at him. I have vowed to follow you. The onlookers outside bore witness to this scene. The elders among the core disciples erupted into hearty laughter. Jingheng shook his head slightly. Young Master Tang is in a difficult position. If Xiangzhe wishes it, he will undoubtedly be unable to absorb the dragon energy normally. Mo Xiaoxiao observed the unfolding tableau with a tranquil demeanor, her eyes devoid of emotion. Yet, suddenly, her gaze shifted, revealing a look of astonishment. Within the dragon pool, observing the spirited and self-satisfied Xiangzhe, Tang Tian spoke calmly. If that is the case, then stay close to me. Do not waver along the way. As his words fell, a formidable aura, reminiscent of an ancient primordial force, erupted violently at the center of the dragon pool. Chapter 70. Sweeping the arena. What? The sudden commotion immediately captured the attention of those outside. Was that Tang Tian? Standing atop the cliff, the spectators could clearly see that the dragon energy, which had been drawn towards Xiangzhe moments ago, abruptly reversed course and converged around Tang Tian. This phenomenon could only imply one possibility. Tang Tian's constitution was of a higher grade than Xiangzhe's. I have never heard of young Master Tang possessing such an extraordinary physique, Jing Heng remarked in astonishment. Lu Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, there have been no such reports. His strength, talent, and constitution had always been regarded as that of a mere servant disciple in the past. Jing Heng sighed, pondering that even with ample resources for cultivation, one could merely expect a slightly accelerated enhancement of skills and realms. However, it now appeared that the reality was far more profound. His astonishment was palpable. For so long, people had merely acknowledged Tang Tian's accumulation of wealth while neglecting the strength he possessed. Today, a sudden display of power elicited astonishment from nearly everyone present. With one notable exception, Mo Xiaoxiao maintained her composure and remarked nonchalantly that Lord Tang's prowess had always been overlooked. During the last external disciple assessment, as the event was nearing its conclusion, he confronted Niao Wushuang, who had secured the King's flag. Although Niao was reluctant to relinquish the flag, their brief confrontation ensued. Yet, despite her fervent efforts, she was unable to make any impact. With a mere gesture, Lord Tang effortlessly neutralized her assault and claimed the flag. Eyes turned towards them, the astonishment in the crowd deepening. They had indeed heard of that incident. But the narrative circulating among them centered around Tang Tian offering a bounty of 100 million spirit jade, which added considerable excitement to the flag contest, ultimately leading to his success. However, no one had ever mentioned the details that Mo Xiaoxiao had just revealed. Lord Tang, had concealed his capabilities remarkably well. Deceiving us all, Jing Heng mused, though his gaze subtly drifted towards Yun Kong. The Grand Elder of the sect frowned slightly and inquired, Yun Kong, how could such an exceptional disciple be relegated to the status of an honorary disciple? Yun Kong, suddenly feeling embarrassed, hastily responded, it was my oversight, esteemed elder. Young Master Tang has always maintained a modest demeanor, concealing his remarkable talents, which is why no one has taken notice of this matter. The Grand Elder let out a faint scoff. Must one's talents be displayed for others to acknowledge them? What purpose do you administrators serve then? Over the years, although the sect has flourished rapidly, its ethos has gradually deteriorated. I have heard numerous accounts of gifted disciples being overlooked or even deliberately sabotaged. As the young master of the sect, you ought to reflect on this matter earnestly. In the face of the Grand Elder's admonishment, Yun Kong repeatedly expressed contrition. Indeed, in the pursuit of swift advancement, numerous latent dangers have emerged. Observing Yun Kong being reprimanded, Jing Heng maintained an impassive demeanor, yet a subtle smile betrayed his amusement. The others mirrored this sentiment, appearing indifferent to the unfolding drama. The relationships among the upper echelons are not as harmonious as one might imagine. After the interlude, attention once again turned to the dragon transformation pool. At this moment, a vast expanse in the center of the pool had become almost entirely infused with the dragon aura, drawn in by Tang Tian. Feeling the shift in the dragon energy, Xiangze stood rooted in disbelief. How could this be? His expression was one of incredulity. After all, he possessed a 9th-grade physique, an exceedingly rare existence within the Qinghua sect. How could he be outmatched by an honorary disciple? Or, if Tang Tian truly possessed such an extraordinary physique, why would he choose to be an honorary disciple? I refuse to accept this, Xiangze suddenly shouted. You must be employing deceit. You have used some kind of divine artifact, Haven to you? Such a person as you is undoubtedly capable of obtaining such things. Humph. Let me tell you, it is futile. In the face of absolute power, no external force can endure for long. Return the dragon energy to me, he bellowed, his long hair billowing as an even more formidable aura erupted, sweeping across the dragon pool. The secret technique of the devouring lion. A gasp escaped the lips of one in the dragon pool. They quickly distanced themselves from that area, even if they had never witnessed the power of a heritage technique. They had heard of its might. If Xiangze were to completely lose his sanity, it was likely that a significant portion of the dragon energy within the dragon pool would belong to him. Yet, what astonished them more was the question of what Tang Tian had done to provoke Xiangze into unleashing a heritage technique. Moreover, despite this, Tang Tian exhibited no signs of panic. What was his source of confidence? Under the influence of the devouring lion's secret technique, Tang Tian indeed sensed a slight delay in the dragon energy converging towards him. Some of the energy that was relatively close to Xiangze had already begun to drift slowly in his direction. This development filled Xiangze with delight, prompting him to push the heritage technique to its limits, and his gaze toward Tang Tian transformed once more, tauntingly asking, Are you capable? Tang Tian merely shook his head slightly. While mischievous children can occasionally seem endearing, if they persistently bounce around before you, one may feel compelled to kick them away. It is unwise to become arrogant just after regaining a slight advantage, is it not? Just moments ago, Tang Tian had merely tested the power of the gluttonous body, achieving not even a tenth of its potential strength. As for the heritage-level gluttonous secret technique, he had not employed it at all. Tang Tian, in a moment of disinterest, chose to disregard him entirely. With a mere thought, he fully unleashed the power of the gluttonous body. Instantly, a terrifying storm of spiritual energy engulfed the entire dragon transformation pool. The dragon energy, which had briefly slowed, suddenly seemed to find its purpose, surging eagerly toward Tang Tian. No matter how hard Xiangze tried to retain it, his efforts proved utterly futile. The disparity between an immortal-grade physique and a 9th-tier physique was laid bare at that moment. Not only was Xiangze bewildered, but the disciples positioned at various points around the pool were equally astonished. They could distinctly sense that even the dragon energy in their vicinity was gradually converging toward Tang Tian. Observing this, Tang Tian decided to fully embrace it, directly activating the gluttonous secret technique. In the next instant, the dragon pool erupted into a frenzy. Countless streams of dragon energy coalesced into a golden torrent, rushing toward Tang Tian. Even the golden waters of the pool became crystal clear in an instant. The onlookers were left speechless, gazing at the transparent water. Feeling a surge of despair, they had come seeking fortune, not for a swim. Yet, they were powerless, for the rules dictated that the stronger the physique, the greater the authority. Sensing the complex gazes of those around him, Tang Tian fell into silence. At last, he had revealed his true strength. However, This was precisely what he had intended. After all, this was the realm of cultivation. While bearing the title of a reputed disciple was immensely convenient, it ultimately barred him from entering the true world of cultivation. Previously, his weakness and lack of status had been a hindrance. Now, having attained the golden core and risen within the ranks of the Qinghua sect, it was only natural for him to enact some changes. Moreover, the gluttonous body is merely the tip of the iceberg of his current hidden strength. Chapter 71. The magnanimity of Tang Tian. This may be somewhat inappropriate, right? Observing the events unfolding in the dragon transformation pool, several elders among the core disciples furrowed their brows. While they were astonished by Tang Tian's sudden display of power, had he drained all the dragon energy, what would be left for the others? Elderly, what do you think about this? They gestured towards the Grand Elder. They had invested considerable effort for these quotas, and now they were witnessing Tang Tian seize them all for himself. How could they possibly tolerate such an injustice? However, the Grand Elder merely cast them a dispassionate glance. What is the matter? Is there anything inappropriate? The Grand Elder coldly remarked. Rules are rules. They cannot be altered at whim due to special circumstances. Everything is determined by one's capability. If Tang Tian can claim as much dragon energy as he wishes, that is his merit. What is there to contest? Just moments ago, Xiangzhe had deliberately attempted to seize Tang Tian's dragon energy, yet they remained silent then, only to now voice their grievances. Each one of them, having lived for centuries, had become utterly insufferable. It was evident that the Grand Elder was genuinely incensed. First it was Yun Kong, and now this group of elders, all of whom had provoked his dissatisfaction. Indeed, at that moment, Lu Chang'e languidly interjected. Years ago, when the fairy Ling Luo participated in the dragon transformation pool, she also monopolized all the dragon energy, much like today. I recall that back then, none of the elders raised any objections. Moreover, we all tacitly accepted that outcome. How could you not endure the role reversal? Upon hearing this, others were reminded of that incident. In those years, as the representative of the core disciples, the illustrious fairy Ling Luo stood alone in brilliance, while the elders displayed their arrogance, hurling derisive remarks at the honored disciples and guests. Now, it was time for them to face the consequences. The reprimands from the Grand Elder, along with Lu Chang'e's sarcastic remarks, cast shadows over the elders' faces, rendering them as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. In this comparison, they indeed found themselves in a position of inferiority. The Grand Elder coldly snorted. After the dragon pool concludes, you are all to report to the Master-S Hall. The prevailing atmosphere of these years must be properly rectified. When a true authority expressed their wrath, the crowd fell silent. Even Yun Kong dared not make a move. However, Lu Chang'e and the others felt considerably at ease. Although there were their subordinates present in the dragon pool, they were not lacking in talents. In contrast, having the opportunity to vent their frustrations upon their adversaries was exceedingly rare. All of this was thanks to Tang Tian, who had provided everyone with such a grand surprise. Within the dragon pool, after employing the secret technique of the gluttonous beast, the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. Observing the surging and majestic dragon energy, Tang Tian contemplated for a moment, then pointed his hand, dividing 4 streams of dragon energy from within and sending them to Li Hong and the others. Indeed, the dragon energy was extraordinary, yet to be frank, it held little significance for Tang Tian. Potential? Talent? These were the very qualities he possessed in abundance. Behind the innate child and the secret technique of the gluttonous beast lay many even more formidable entities, waiting for him to exchange with them. Rather than keeping it all to himself, it would be more prudent to bestow it upon Li Hong and his companions, as they would ultimately be instrumental in his ascent to Tianfu. Upon sensing a surge of dragon energy, Li Hong and the others quickly held their breath and focused their minds, entering a state of cultivation to absorb this rare divine creation with all their might. Observing their concentration, Tang Tian scanned the surroundings and fixed his gaze upon Nye Wushuang. A total of 6 individuals, including Nanfeng Mo Xiaoxiao and Shenxi Rou, had been brought in, all in close proximity. Since he was currently affiliated with Nanfeng, and given their amicable relationship, he decided to extend his assistance. With this thought in mind, Tang Tian once again directed a stream of dragon energy toward the area occupied by Nye Wushuang and her companions. The group was instantly taken aback, and upon realizing Tang Tian's intention, expressions of gratitude blossomed on their faces. Thank you, young Master Tang, for your generosity. They understood the significance of this gift for their future and knew they could not feign modesty. Nye Wushuang also showed her appreciation with a slight bow and promptly seized the opportunity to enter a state of cultivation. As they witnessed others receiving dragon energy, the surrounding disciples couldn't help but express envy. lamenting internally why they were not part of Nanfeng. Tang Tian observed their expressions and sighed, shaking his head. Alas, given that you are all esteemed followers of the young master, and we share a common path, it would be unjust for you to leave the dragon transformation pond empty-handed. With that, he waved his hand, and several streams of dragon energy coalesced into ethereal dragons that settled in their respective areas. The gratitude of the crowd was palpable, as they marveled at the magnanimity of young Master Tang, leaving them in awe. Thank you, my lord. I shall never forget the kindness bestowed upon me today. The crowd expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. In truth, it was indeed inconsequential. There was an abundance of dragon energy, far more than he could utilize, and it was not something one could carry away. Moments later, all the disciples of reputation had entered a state of cultivation, beginning to absorb the dragon energy. This scenario left the core disciples watching enviously. Yet they found themselves powerless to act, for, in a strict sense, they were rivals to Tang Tian. However, there is always someone willing to take the first leap into the unknown. Brother, Tengu, it is I, your younger brother. A youthful figure swam into view before the crowd. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. It was a familiar face. It was Gong Qi, the very boy who, during the flag-grabbing contest, had attempted to ambush him, only to be thwarted and forced to serve as a guard for a time. Do you have the audacity to show your face here? Tang Tian chuckled in disbelief at the boy's brazen nature. Gong Qi wore a broad smile. Tengu, our past misadventures have forged a bond between us. Once a younger brother, always a younger brother. Considering that I once served as your guard, would you kindly grant me a share of the dragon energy? Please, brother. Tang Tian was amused. He genuinely did not expect Gong Qi to step forward at such a moment. There was plenty of dragon energy, yet he was reluctant to simply distribute it to this group of core disciples. However, how could he deny someone who addressed him as brother in such a manner? Very well, you are indeed a disciple of Nanfeng. Take it. Tang Tian waved his hand, casting a portion of dragon energy toward him. Gong Qi's face instantly radiated joy as he repeatedly exclaimed, Thank you, my brother. From now on, I shall remain your most loyal little brother. Tang Tian merely shook his head, dismissing the exuberance. Observing Gong Qi successfully obtain the dragon energy and begin its absorption, the remaining core disciples could no longer remain idle. Moments later, a few of them, fidgeting with hesitance, approached and opened their mouths, ultimately managing to utter a single word. Brother. Tang Tian sighed, placing a hand on his forehead, feeling goosebumps rising on his skin. Gong Qi calls him brother, and now they do too? Did they truly believe that Gong Qi received the dragon energy merely for addressing him as such? Tang Tian found it futile to analyze the convoluted thought processes of these individuals. He waved his hand, distributing a portion of dragon energy to them as well. The core disciples expressed their gratitude profusely, and even Huang Chong, who had previously clashed with Tang Tian, regarded him with a transformed gaze. Thus, nearly everyone had reaped the benefits of the dragon energy, save for Xiangze. Naturally, Tang Tian had no intention of sharing any with him. Even calling him grandfather would be in vain. Furthermore, the amounts of dragon energy allocated differed. Li Hong and his companions received a saturation amount. Nie Wushuang and her 6 disciples received a sufficient amount, while the honorary disciples barely scraped by. As for the core disciples, well, having any at all was already a considerable boon. After completing this distribution, Tang Tian began to absorb the remaining dragon energy himself. After all, having made the journey, he could not return empty-handed. The occurrences within the dragon transformation pool did not escape the notice of those outside. Tang Tian's actions elicited a wave of admiration, even causing the usually stoic Grand Elder to exhibit a subtle change in expression. What a remarkably expansive heart he possesses. To possess such a disciple is indeed a blessing for our Qinghua sect. You, mere mortals, pale in comparison to him. The Grand Elder could not restrain himself from admonishing the assembly of elders once more, then turned to Yun Kong and said, after the conclusion of this event, Take Tang Tian to the back hall of the sect leader. I wish to meet him personally. Yun Kong promptly complied. Chapter 72. A conversation with the Grand Elder. What began as a tense standoff at the dragon transformation pool suddenly transformed into a scene of harmony. Everyone diligently maintained their own dragon energy, earnestly absorbing its essence. Even in close proximity, no dissent arose. All of this was due to Tang Tian's unexpectedly adept maneuvering. Young Master Tang seems to excel at orchestrating such affairs. Jing Heng approached Mo Xiao and chuckled softly. The Spring Appreciation Garden, the Flag Season Contest, the 5 Peaks Exchange, the Inspection Conference, and now today's Dragon Transformation Pool. He consistently performs the most astonishing feats, rendering each event uniquely special. Mo Xiao Xiao cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Speak your mind." Jing Hung chuckled awkwardly. This fellow is indeed straightforward. I shall be forthright, then. Regarding that position, does young Master Tang have any thoughts? Mo Xiao Xiao raised an eyebrow. What? Do you wish to contend for it as well? Jing Hung quickly waved his hand. I lack the capability for that. Merely maintaining my position on the eastern peak has already left me utterly exhausted. How could I possibly compare with you all? I simply wish to understand young Master Tang's future intentions, so I may be adequately prepared. Mo Xiao Xiao let out a faint hum and remarked, why not simply ask him directly? Jing Hung offered a wry smile, pondering that if he could inquire directly, he would not have sought her counsel. His acquaintance with Tang Tian was rather superficial. Posing such an inexplicable question might easily lead others to suspect ulterior motives. Yet, Mo Xiao Xiao seemed disinclined to elaborate further. With no other choice, Jing Hung bowed and took his leave. However, just as he was about to depart, Mo Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke. Tang Tian is a complex individual. His objectives appear to diverge significantly from ours. Nevertheless, I can assure you that as long as you do not take the initiative to confront him, he is unlikely to regard you as an adversary. Jing Hung paused, contemplating her words for a moment before bowing to her once more and turning to leave. The hour was drawing to a close, and many within the dragon transformation pool had absorbed a considerable amount of dragon energy, their faces aglow with evident fortune. Some individuals even managed to break through their realms on the spot. However, each person who received such fortune had to face Tang Tian, bowing respectfully and sincerely uttering, "Thank you, my brother." Tang Tian was left speechless, his scalp tingling with exasperation. I truly do not possess such a penchant. Once again, I extend my gratitude to young Master Tang. At last, a more reasonable voice emerged. It was Nia Wushuang. Judging by the aura she exuded, she appeared to have advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Her talent was likely quite remarkable. Fortunately, he was no longer weak himself. After a slight nod of acknowledgement, suddenly, a powerful presence erupted beside him. It was the Lanyu sisters. During this period, they have continuously utilized the innate Tao Jade to assist in their cultivation, and with the addition of the dragon aura absorbed today, their innate talent has undergone a profound transformation, elevating from the 9 rings of talent to that of an innate sun. The subsequent path of cultivation shall be significantly smoother. Following the metamorphosis of the Lanyu sisters, on the other side, Li Hong also made remarkable progress. The 8 rings of talent now hovered around him, and his cultivation finally broke through to the mid-stage of spirit transformation. Li Hong's face was alight with excitement, while Tang Tian smiled encouragingly, urging him to continue his cultivation and make the most of the remaining time. However, Tang Tian was taken aback by the fact that Gu Xiaoxue exhibited no remarkable performance during this excursion to the dragon transformation pool. It seemed she was merely an ordinary innate sun, her cultivation only slightly more stabilized at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Tang Tian shook his head, recognizing that this girl had always been somewhat unconventional. After some time, the journey to the dragon transformation pool officially concluded. Drawn by an irresistible force, everyone was transported out of the pool, returning to the precipice. As soon as they emerged, Xiangze sought out his elder, passionately expressing his grievances. However, before he could utter more than a few words, the elder sternly silenced him, leaving the young Lion King visibly dejected. Seemingly perplexed by the sudden change in his usually affectionate elder, Tang Tian paid no heed to the commotion and returned to the designated area for honorary disciples. "We are grateful for your generous act, young Master Tang," Jing Hung and Guan Ming expressed with cupped fists, while Lu Chang'e and the others smiled in acknowledgement. Regardless of the circumstances, Tang Tian had indeed assisted them today and had graciously bestowed them with considerable honor. Even if there were past grievances, it would be inappropriate to display them at this moment. Tang Tian responded, then returned to Mo Xiao Xiao's side. "I will find a way to make it up to you," Mo Xiao Xiao said. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "It was merely a matter of convenience. There is no need to take it to heart. What has happened to those people? They appear as if they have been struck by frost. It cannot be that dire. As I even shared some of my dragon energy with them," Tang Tian remarked, looking perplexed at the elders among the core disciples. Mo Xiao Xiao chuckled. They were reprimanded by the Grand Elder and will soon face another lecture at the upcoming meeting. The events that transpired on the precipice earlier were quite thrilling. Tang Tian was taken aback, eager to inquire further, but he noticed Yin Kong approaching. Understanding the situation, Mo Xiao Xiao discreetly stepped aside. Yin Kong approached and remarked, "Young Master Tang, your performance today has truly astonished everyone. A celestial physique, even within the Yunding Tianfu, is an exceedingly rare phenomenon." Tang Tian smiled, but remained silent. Although some of his strength had been revealed, he he was wise enough not to divulge all the specifics to others. Noticing Tang Tian's reticence, Yun Kong continued, "The Grand Elder wishes to meet you. He is in the back hall of the sect leader. Do you have other matters to attend to?" Tang Tian paused momentarily. Realizing that the Grand Elder referenced by Yun Kong was indeed the esteemed figure within the sect, second only to the sect leader. What could he possibly want with him? After a brief contemplation, Tang Tian replied, "I have no other pressing matters at the moment. It would be unthinkable to refuse a summons from someone of such stature." "Very well, then follow me," Yun Kong said. Moments later, Tang Tian and Yun Kong arrived at the Grand Hall of the sect leader, situated behind a serene garden. The Grand Elder was seated under a pavilion, and upon their arrival, Yun Kong bowed and withdrew. Disciple Tang Tian respectfully greeted the Grand Elder, bowing deeply. "Oh." The Grand Elder acknowledged, gesturing for him to sit. Once settled, the Grand Elder directly inquired, "Why did you opt to become an honorary disciple?" Tang Tian hesitated for a moment before responding. "At that time, I was not well acquainted with the sect's rules. To ensure my safety, I chose the identity of an honorary disciple." This was a response he had meticulously prepared. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder sighed softly. The sect has ultimately lost sight of ordinary disciples. Over the years, there have been too many disciples like you, possessing considerable talent, yet veering off course for various reasons. Had you not unexpectedly acquired a significant fortune, you might have remained forever obscured among the menial disciples. Tang Tian fell silent, acknowledging the truth in the Grand Elder's words. The Qingyue sect was vast, and it was inevitable that some talents would be overlooked. The criteria for identifying an exceptional disciple extended beyond mere talent. However, did the Grand Elder's final remark carry a deeper implication? Contemplating this, Tang Tian replied, "I came upon an opportunity by chance." Yet, before he could finish, the Grand Elder raised his hand to interrupt. "There is no need to disclose what you have obtained. The sect does not covet the opportunities of its disciples. You need only adhere to the sect's regulations and fulfill your role as a disciple of the Qingyue sect. Today, you have excelled in this matter, setting a commendable example for others. Many individuals, traversing the path of rapid advancement, have gradually lost their true selves." Tang Tian could not help but fall silent. Indeed, the perspective of such a prominent figure on issues is markedly different from that of the average person. Yet, he could not restrain himself and posed the question that had long lingered in his mind. Is the sect not concerned about being exploited by those with ulterior motives, leading to potential betrayal? Upon hearing this query, the Grand Elder burst into laughter. "Do you think we, the old-timers, are merely idle? If such a situation were to arise, it would signify our dereliction of duty, and the seats beneath us would rightfully be filled by others. Do not overthink it. As long as you harbor no guilt, there is no need to fear the ghost hunters." Tang Tian nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Indeed, a complete sect is akin to a nation, with each individual performing their designated role to ensure the smooth operation of this grand machinery. Internal strife undoubtedly exists, yet it remains within an unspoken limit. Should anyone dare to overstep, they would face dire consequences. Continue to strive. A celestial-level physique is exceedingly rare. Do not squander it, the Grand Elder advised. "I have heard from Yun Kong that you have secured the entire funding for the construction of the sixth peak on behalf of the sect. I extend my gratitude to you. Should any matters arise in the future, feel free to consult with me directly." Tang Tian promptly expressed that it was his duty to do so. However, suddenly, he recalled a particular matter. I wonder if it would trouble the Grand Elder to mark my innate Tao Jade? It should remain undetectable by the average person. It is prudent for me to prepare in advance regarding the matter with Zhangyang. Chapter 73. The pregnancy. The Grand Elder consented to Tang Tian's request. Tang Tian promptly produced a piece of innate Tao Jade and requested the Grand Elder to engrave a unique mark within it. This mark would render it nearly imperceptible to cultivators beneath the celestial realm, and moreover, Tang Tian would be able to trace the Jade's ultimate whereabouts through the guidance of the mark. Whenever he wished, he could forcibly summon it back. This ability could only be utilized once, but it would suffice for his needs. "Thank you, Grand Elder." Tang Tian expressed his gratitude. "Do not mention it. It is but a trifling matter," the Grand Elder replied. "I shall refrain from probing into your motives. Yet remember, you must not engage in actions detrimental to the sect." Tang Tian quickly acquiesced. In truth, his intention was merely to leave a contingency with Zhangyang. If Zhangyang could withstand temptation, then it would be of no consequence. Yet, could he truly resist? A subtle smile played at the corners of Tang Tian's lips. "By the way," the Grand Elder suddenly remarked, "you are still an inner disciple of the sect, are you not? Do you have any aspirations of advancing to a core disciple?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Not at present. I am already an honorary disciple and have no particular desire for that status. My participation in the flag contest was merely a fleeting whim. It held little significance. However, the Grand Elder let out a gentle sigh and said, "You should participate after all. The current atmosphere within the sect is evident. Xiangzhe, despite possessing remarkable talent, has been molded into a being that is impulsive, irritable, and arrogant. It is as if he believes that his gifts render him invincible. There are numerous disciples within the sect who share his demeanor, which is why I wish for you to take action to bring them to their senses. Otherwise, once they step outside the sect, their arrogance may cost them their lives." Tang Tian was taken aback, surprised that the Grand Elder would express such sentiments. Although his desire to engage was not particularly strong, he felt compelled to act. Considering the assistance he had received earlier, it was a trivial matter after all. "Very well, I shall heed your words, Grand Elder," Tang Tian responded. "However, if I am to intervene, I will exert my utmost effort." To this day, he was ready to reveal a portion of his true power, provided he kept some trump cards in reserve. The Grand Elder smiled and said, "That is precisely how it should be. A thorough lesson will surely temper their arrogant spirits." Tang Tian smiled as well, appreciating the Grand Elder's unique perspective on matters. With that, their conversation came to an end, and Tang Tian took his leave. Descending from the peak, he found Li Hong and the others waiting for him. Upon his return, they immediately knelt before him. "We vow, in gratitude for your life-giving grace, to never forget this for all eternity." Their emotions were unmistakably evident. The journey to the dragon transformation pool had bestowed upon them immense fortune, marking a profound transformation in their lives. Tang Tian smiled as he helped him up, saying, "I have already mentioned that there is no need for such formality. Simply focus on your cultivation." He did not place great emphasis on oaths. Every action he undertook was driven by his own intentions. "Let us return." The group began their descent down the mountain. Along the way, Tang Tian observed several esteemed elders hastily ascending the mountain, their expressions grave, leaving him puzzled about the unfolding events. After a brief while, they arrived at the Zizhu courtyard. Tang Tian settled beneath an ancient locust tree, contemplating for a moment before summoning Gu Xiaoxue. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, he disclosed all that had transpired. Though Xiaoxue was innocent, she was not foolish and quickly grasped the underlying implications. "Are you suggesting that my senior sister intentionally arranged for me to serve as a guard?" she murmured softly. Tang Tian sighed gently. "I have inquired and discovered that the innate talents of a child of destiny do not require any medicinal assistance to break through realms prior to the tribulation phase. I believe your senior sister should be aware of this. However, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of alternate circumstances." With her head bowed, Gu Xiaoxue fell into silence for a moment before softly responding, "I understand. Ever since my senior sister's defeat in the last 100 schools battle, the elders have shown her considerable neglect." Tang Tian remained silent. This girl possessed a keen intellect. Often, she was not truly ignorant, but merely feigned unawareness. "I shall not interfere in matters between you two. You must handle them yourself going forward. However, since Zhongyang has implicated me as well, I must make some preparations," Tang Tian stated. Gu Xiaoxue nodded and inquired, "What do you intend to do? Is there anything you require of me?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment, his hesitation evident as he replied, "Well, I do have a plan in mind, but it may necessitate a sacrifice on your part." Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback, asking, "What kind of sacrifice?" Tang Tian gestured for her to come closer and then whispered something in her ear. Upon hearing it, Gu Xiaoxue's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her neck, and her bashful demeanor almost stirred a sense of guilt within Tang Tian. "But, I'm only 15. I won't turn 16 for another 2 months. Her voice was as faint as a whisper. Tang Tian cleared his throat twice, saying, "It will only spread within a limited scope, primarily to ensure that Zhongyang hears this rumor. Of course, if you are unwilling, I can devise a different plan." Gu Xiaoxue remained silent for a considerable time, leaving Tang Tian in a state of discomfort as he awaited her response, ready to concede when she finally spoke softly. "It's fine. I'm willing." Tang Tian exhaled deeply, the previous moments having been nothing short of torment. With her affirmative response, he quickly sent her back to her room. The girl walked back, her face still aglow with embarrassment. After taking a deep breath, Tang Tian sought to calm his own emotions and called for Li Hong. "I need you to help me spread a piece of news." He relayed his arrangements to Li Hong. Li Hong paused for a moment, then asked, "Is that true?" Tang Tian's expression darkened. "Of course it's not true. What are you thinking? I merely seek a pretext to present a gift to that old curmudgeon, Zhongyang. Alas, it is a pity for Xiaoxue, as her reputation may be tarnished. Remember, it suffices that Zhongyang hears of it. There is no need for widespread dissemination." Li Hong nodded and, with a smile, remarked, "In truth, you may be overthinking this. Given your prior repute, Xiao Shue's assignment to your side implies an unspoken understanding of what may transpire. Tang Tian scoffed slightly yet. The reality is not as such. Let us proceed with this plan, but ensure it remains discreet. Li Hong acquiesced and subsequently departed from the purple bamboo courtyard. Tang Tian reclined against the back of his chair, gazing into the distance, his expression tranquil, lost in contemplation. 2 days later, while en route to the meritorious hall, Zhongyang fortuitously overheard a piece of news. Gu Xiaoshui is with child. After a brief moment of astonishment, a subtle smile graced his lips. How delightful! Elder Han Hai, it seems, shall soon emerge from his seclusion. He chuckled softly to himself, quickening his pace toward the meritorious hall. Chapter 74. Greed. 3 days later. Tang Tian, accompanied by Li Hong, ascended the main peak and arrived at the meritorious hall. Upon entering the Hall of Reputation, Tang Tian encountered Zhong Yang for the 3rd time. Young Master Tang, what brings you here? Zhong Yang inquired. However, Tang Tian could distinctly sense a shift in Zhong Yang's demeanor compared to their previous encounters. He appeared to be deliberately distancing himself. Tang Tian smiled and replied, I happened to be passing by and thought to pay you a visit. After all, you are the one who altered the course of my destiny. Zhong Yang lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at Tang Tian, subsequently adjusting his posture to sit more comfortably. This is merely my duty. There is no need for such formality, young Master Tang. Should you require anything, feel free to express it. Tang Tian chuckled inwardly. Perceiving that Zhong Yang believed he had fulfilled his obligations and wished to distance himself from him. At this juncture, his heart was as clear as a mirror. Then I shall speak plainly, Tang Tian said with a smile. As you are aware, my current status differs significantly from what it once was. The retainer I previously accepted is no longer fitting for my standing. Therefore, I seek to recruit a few exceptional disciples. With the same criteria as before, they should be obedient, striking in appearance, well-proportioned, and possess commendable abilities, pure disciples. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Tang Tian for a moment before stating, the physique of youth is indeed robust. However, it appears you have misunderstood a matter. If you seek courtesans, you should venture to the flower lane. This is the Hall of Reputation. His unreserved tone underscored Zhong Yang's stance. Tang Tian paused momentarily, then replied with a smile, Elder Zhong, you did not convey it this way before. Zhang Yang tempered his expression, responding coolly, one may indulge in various dishes, but one must not speak carelessly. I have always conducted my affairs in accordance with the sect's regulations, with propriety and impartiality. Your prior dealings here were no exception, and none could find fault with them. Tang Tian smiled, feigning ignorance, and produced a delicate little box from his robe, placing it before Zhong Yang. I understand. A token of my appreciation, though modest, is offered with respect. Zhong Yang gazed at the small box, remaining utterly still as he remarked, Is this what you intend to use to test the elder? To be frank, I shall never accept gifts under any circumstances. Furthermore, just days ago, the sect issued a stringent decree prohibiting any such occurrences. In light of this, do you seek to ensnare me? Tang Tian looked at Zhong Yang, and with a gentle sigh, he acquiesced, very well. If that is the case, let it be as though I never set foot here today. Rising from his seat, he prepared to depart the elegant chamber. Take the item with you, Zhong Yang stated nonchalantly. Tang Tian turned his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Xiaoxue is with child. Perhaps the elder deems this matter irrelevant to you, yet I still wish to express my gratitude. Do take a look inside. If you find it necessary, feel free to keep it. If not, you may dispose of it as you see fit. Rest assured, I shall not breathe a word to anyone. With that, Tang Tian departed the chamber. Zhong Yang stared at the exquisitely crafted small box, hesitating for a long moment before finally prying it open just a crack. Inside lay an assortment of ordinary spirit fruits and a piece of jade radiating a soft, ethereal glow, breathtakingly beautiful, as if it were a celestial artifact. With a decisive motion, Zhong Yang slammed the lid shut, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Yet ultimately, he quickly tucked the box away. The innate Taoist jade, even for an elder of his standing, was an exceedingly rare and precious treasure. Should he let this chance slip by, he could not fathom when the next opportunity would present itself. After securing the box, a cold smirk crept upon Zhong Yang's lips. Do not disclose it to anyone, for it may not be entirely within your control. Yet, what does it matter? As long as I do not acknowledge it, who could possibly know if you have gifted me anything? He chuckled softly, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the merit hall, Tang Tian called out to Li Hong and beckoned him to depart together. The innate Tao jade was precisely what he had requested from the elder. In his possession was a small jade talisman, which allowed him to clearly observe that the innate Tao jade had never left Zhong Yang's private quarters. A person inherently consumed by greed could hardly resist such temptation. If you wish to cast me into the abyss, do not be surprised when I retaliate by sending you plummeting down instead. Having completed these thoughts, Tang Tian returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. He had already set his plans in motion. When the opportune moment arises, they shall undoubtedly bear fruit. All he needed to do was wait. In the following days, Tang Tian immersed himself once more in his cultivation. During the expedition to the dragon pool, he had absorbed the most dragon energy. In fact, more than a third of it had been consumed entirely by the Tao secret technique, integrating into his very limbs and bones. With each session of cultivation, wisps of dragon energy dissipated, enhancing his progress. Merely a few days had elapsed when he experienced another breakthrough, reaching the later stage of the Golden Core realm. With over a month remaining until the selection of core disciples, he was certain to achieve the Yuan Ying stage by then. Young disciples, prepare yourselves. For your elder brother Tang is ready to impart a lesson. That does sound somewhat peculiar. Oh well, if it is peculiar, so be it. His reputation has already been established. A few days later, Tang Tian successfully reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage and could now commence his endeavor towards the nascent soul realm. However, at this moment, Qin Hai, who had not made contact for quite some time, finally relayed a message. Beneath the old locust tree, Tang Tian listened attentively to Li Hong's report. Qin Hai had discovered new leads. Indeed, there was someone behind Tian Feng's actions that day, though it remained uncertain whether it was Du Yuanqing. Furthermore, he had established contact with the upper echelons of the Tingyun Merchants Association. If he could successfully navigate these connections, everything could be thoroughly investigated. Nevertheless, this task did not seem to be an easy one. Qin Hai mentioned that he might require assistance from Tang Tian. Li Hong conveyed this, and Tang Tian inquired softly, "What does he wish me to do?" Li Hong replied. Qin Hai indicated that to gain the complete trust of the Tingyun Merchants Association's high-ranking officials, he must demonstrate his worth. The value of a merchant lies in trade. If possible, he will bring the association's leaders to engage in a transaction with you. However, the amount involved will be exceedingly substantial. Tang Tian chuckled heartily. Is that all? If we are to have a transaction, let it be a grand one. Assure him that no matter the sum, he is welcome to proceed. Li Hong hesitated, saying, according to Qin Hai, it may exceed 100 trillion. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. Tell him the more, the better. By the way, when selecting resources, advise him to prioritize those related to cultivation techniques and supplementary training materials. The higher the level of auxiliary cultivation methods, the better. As for the techniques, any level will suffice, and one can have as many as desired. The resources for auxiliary cultivation are primarily prepared for Li Hong and his companions, while the techniques serve to expand the myriad paths of cultivation. Tang Tian harbored an unsettling premonition. Should the myriad paths he had created be cultivated to their zenith, they would undoubtedly rival any celestial means. Chapter 75. Voting and Equity. Qin Hai acted with remarkable swiftness. Within days of the news reaching him, he had meticulously arranged everything. Expressing his intent to visit Tang Tian, his eagerness was palpable in his words. Tang Tian did not delay in sending an affirmative response. That very afternoon, Qin Hai arrived at Zizhu Courtyard, accompanied by a young man clad in opulent attire. Master Tang, this is the individual I mentioned to you. Lord Qibin of the Tingyun Merchant Association, Qin Hai introduced. Qibin lived up to his name, exuding an air of refined politeness as he clasped his hands together and smiled. I have long heard of Master Tang's illustrious reputation. Meeting you today, I find it truly exceptional. Tang Tian graciously returned the compliment and invited them into Zizhu Courtyard. Once seated, Qibin surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Master Tang, are you familiar with the Bamboo Grove Taoist? Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Are you referring to the one who constructed this bamboo grove in Zizhu Courtyard? Qibin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there was a time when I had the privilege of meeting him. He was an exceptionally kind elder, though alas, his fate was not so fortunate, he lamented. Tang Tian fell silent. The Bamboo Grove Taoist had passed away a century ago. In other words, the seemingly youthful Qibin before us is, in fact, over a century old. In the realm of cultivation, this is quite commonplace. For instance, figures like Lu Chang'e and Mo Xiao, though referred to as young masters and young ladies, are likely not as youthful as they appear. However, such matters bear little relevance to him. Let us return to the main topic. Tang Tian inquired, what have you brought with you this time? Qibin smiled faintly. Though this is our first meeting and transaction, Manager Qin holds your financial prowess in high regard. Hence I have brought a considerable assortment. He gestured for Tang Tian to take a look. Upon saying this, he produced 3 shumi rings and placed them before Tang Tian in succession. Tang Tian immediately began his examination. The first shumi ring contained an array of commonly sought cultivation resources, all of exceptionally high grade. many surpassing celestial quality. The second ring housed a collection of resources and equipment specifically designed to aid in cultivation, such as combat puppets, sword formations, and illusion arrays, all of which could significantly enhance practical combat abilities. Such items typically command a hefty price. Finally, the third Shumi ring was filled with various jade slips of techniques. Qin Hai had indeed collected an extensive array of techniques, ranging from the most rudimentary to the highest celestial level, with a rough estimate nearing 10,000. While many of these techniques were rather obscure and seldom considered by ordinary cultivators, Tang Tian was not one to be picky, no matter the nature of the technique. The more, the merrier. The 3 storage rings clearly outlined their corresponding value. Altogether, it amounts to a staggering 170 trillion spirit gems. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. During the recent inspection meeting, he had garnered several billion consumption points, all of which had been expended on upgrading the realm of the gluttonous secret technique. Now, there remained but a scant few. With today's acquisitions, he still lacked 10 billion consumption points to simultaneously exchange for a saint-level talent and a saint-level physique. How could these individuals be so precisely calibrated? Observing Tang Tian's frown, Qin Hai's heart leapt into his throat. Qi Bin, however, chuckled softly. I may have indeed prepared in excess, primarily due to my ignorance of young Master Tang's preferences. You may select from among them as you wish. It is already a privilege for me to conduct a transaction with you. His words were measured, clearly aimed at sparing Tang Tian any embarrassment. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. Select? Tang Tian replied, exasperated. What is there to choose from? There is so little. I will take it all. Let us settle this now. With that, he began to retrieve the money from his pocket. Qi Bin was momentarily taken aback. He was, after all, a well-known figure, having encountered countless wealthy young masters over the past century. Yet, he had never witnessed anyone quite like Tang Tian. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out the money, as if fearing the seller might change their mind. Brother, this is 170 trillion, not just 170. As Tang Tian produced a plethora of innate Dao Jade, Qi Bin's eyelid twitched, leaving him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qin Hai let out a long sigh, finally feeling a sense of relief. Soon, Tang Tian displayed dozens of innate Dao Jades and remarked, I have a rather peculiar way of consuming resources. Let us conduct a portion of the transaction now, and we shall address the remainder later. The system space accommodates only this quantity. Beyond that, there is none. Qi Bin nodded coldly. Everything shall proceed according to your wishes, my lord. He then added, are you truly not going to examine them closely? A significant portion of those techniques is rather unconventional. Immediately after, Qi Bin reprimanded himself internally. What was he doing? Was he not accustomed to such a smooth transaction? Was he being overly cautious? However, Tang Tian's response once again exceeded his expectations. Are you suggesting that the unconventional techniques are scarce and warrant an additional fee? No problem. Tell me how much more you require, Tang Tian said while stroking his chin. Qi Bin opened his mouth, then placed a hand on his forehead. No. That is not what I meant. My intention was, never mind, I do not mean much by it. Let us adhere to the originally agreed price. Tang Tian was momentarily speechless. What was the essence of this convoluted exchange? Regardless of his intent, after several transactions, all resources were acquired by Tang Tian. At that moment, the innate Dao Jades within his system had surpassed 200, and the number of consumption points had risen to over 17 billion. The divine-grade talent was now firmly within his grasp. The surplus of over 70 billion would be allocated towards comprehending the techniques, in hopes of advancing his understanding of the myriad paths. But those considerations were matters for another time. The successful completion of the transaction brought a sense of relief to several individuals. Particularly for Qin Hai, it was as if he had narrowly escaped the calamity, prompting Tang Tian to glance at him several times. The financial prowess of young Master Tang truly commanded admiration. Even young Master Du from the esteemed family had never engaged in a transaction of such magnitude all at once. Qi Bin remarked with a smile. Tang Tian felt a stir of curiosity and inquired, does Du Yuanqing frequently collaborate with you? Qi Bin nodded. Young Master Du has established a long-term agreement with our Tingyun Commerce Association. His resource needs from your esteemed family will be prioritized through our association. At critical moments, we will also choose to support him, perhaps even casting a vote in his favor. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. Vote? Qi Bin chuckled. The Qingyue sect and other affiliated sects under the Yunding Tianfu share a somewhat similar structure. We have previously supported certain honorary disciples in other sects to ascend to such positions. Tang Tian suddenly understood. Previously, Yun Kong had informed him that there were 3 factors to consider when aspiring to attain the second-in-command position: merits, internal influence within the sect, and external influence beyond the sect. It seemed that Tingyun Commerce Association represented a form of external influence. Moreover, according to Qi Bin, they even possessed voting rights. Yet, with Du Yuanqing's capabilities, did he also aspire to contend for that position? It was certainly a possibility that could not be dismissed. Could it be that Du Yuanqing had deliberately sent Tian Feng to test him due to this very matter? Was he concerned that Tang Tian posed a threat to him? Tang Tian shook his head, expressing his reluctance to engage in that matter. Nevertheless, no one could impede his desire to indulge in consumption. Let us discuss the next transaction, he stated. I hope you can procure more resources. Qi Bin was taken aback momentarily before responding with a wry smile. Young Master Tang, to speak candidly, the resources allocated by the Chamber of Commerce for each region are, in fact, limited. The recent transaction has already exhausted half of our inventory. Thus, the next transaction cannot exceed this quantity. Tang Tian was astonished. Had he essentially emptied the chamber's stock? It appeared that 100 trillion had become the upper limit for this region, and surpassing it was no longer as effortless as before. This was far from encouraging news. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Observing his apparent displeasure, Qi Bin hastily added, if you truly require more, there is, in fact, another approach. Tang Tian inquired, what approach? Qi Bin explained, in a few months, the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce will undertake a redistribution of certain equities. If you can acquire sufficient shares, you will be able to allocate resources yourself. Moreover, I suspect young Master Du will also choose to act during this redistribution. Securing some shares would certainly stabilize the voting situation. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and asked, how does one obtain these shares? Qi Bin replied, generally speaking, the most straightforward method is through purchase. However, the sum required would be considerable. To achieve your goal, I estimate you would need to prepare at least 10 trillion. After speaking, even he discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. A trillion, indeed an astonishing figure. However, Tang Tian smiled radiantly, finding it quite amusing. I shall ponder this thoroughly. Chapter 76. The fundamentals of all methods. Tang Tian did not leave Qi Bin with a definitive answer. To partake in the upcoming equity distribution of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, one must depart from the Qingyue sect and venture forth personally. This was hardly a favorable prospect. Lacking sufficient assurance, Tang Tian preferred to forego those consumption points rather than jeopardize his own life. Venturing into the outside world meant relinquishing the formidable innate protection of the Qingyue sect, plunging into a harsh realm characterized by the survival of the fittest, rife with bloodshed. Moreover, Qi Bin's remarks regarding Du Yuanqing seemed laced with ulterior motives. It was imperative to discern his true intentions. Fortunately, it appeared there were still several months until the equity distribution, allowing ample time for contemplation. During this interval, engaging in several more transactions would provide an opportunity to evaluate Qi Bin's character. As for Qin Hai, alas, the pace at which Tang Tian's appetite for growth surged was simply too rapid. It had become increasingly difficult to meet his demands. Henceforth, he would serve merely as a liaison, responsible for other matters. Upon the completion of their transaction, Qin Hai expressed profound gratitude to Tang Tian. The situation with Tian Feng had irreparably strained their relationship, and should this transaction fail to meet Qi Bin's expectations, he would be cast aside without hesitation, with uncertain repercussions. Thus, when Tang Tian seized all the resources, his demeanor reflected his triumph. Now, having earned the trust of Qi Bin, he faced Tian Feng with unwavering confidence. Rest assured, young Master Tang, I will thoroughly investigate him. Qin Hai exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Tang Tian nodded, advising him to exercise caution. Subsequently, Qi Bin and Qin Hai departed together, while Tang Tian returned to his secluded meditation chamber. With over 17 billion consumption points at his disposal, he was poised to exchange for a sacred-level talent or physique. After much contemplation, Tang Tian opted for the talent, recognizing the paramount importance of cultivation. Destined Son, 10 billion consumption points. Upon completing the exchange, a profound sensation enveloped him. As if he were adrift in the vastness of the cosmos, immersed in the essence of the Tao, countless laws and principles flowed past him, vividly discernible. Consequently, his comprehension of the Tao deepened remarkably. Uncertain of how long he lingered in that ethereal realm, he eventually returned to the confines of his meditation chamber, only to find that night had fallen. Unbeknownst to him, he had transcended, transforming his essence into a nascent form, thereby truly entering the Yuanying realm. This newfound power stirred a subtle awakening within him, as the path that belonged to him began to manifest, faint yet discernible. At last, he was no longer a weakling. Tang Tian exhaled deeply. Since his arrival in this world, he had traversed myriad challenges, and his cultivation had always been a significant source of frustration. Though esteemed as an honorary disciple, He had relied on the protection of retainers and guests to maintain his facade in the presence of core disciples. Yet, in this moment, he had finally caught up. In the early stages of the nascent soul, although he was not yet comparable to the elite core disciples, he nonetheless occupied a prominent position within their ranks. Moreover, his true strength transcended merely being at the initial stage of the nascent soul. It was quite unexpected for him to achieve a breakthrough so swiftly. During this core disciple selection, he anticipated a delightful experience. A smile graced Tang Tian's lips. Considering it an opportunity to assist the Grand Elder in assessing the caliber of this group of core disciples. After a brief respite, Tang Tian retrieved the Shumi ring filled with cultivation techniques. With nearly 10,000 varieties of techniques, many exceeding the celestial grade. The consumption points amounting to 70 billion might scarcely suffice. He decided to take his time, selecting a mundane level technique. He began to exchange it for corresponding insights into its practice. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Tang Tian hardly left his secluded cultivation chamber. With such a plethora of techniques, even a single upgrade required an extensive investment of time. Fortunately, through Tang Tian's relentless efforts, he eventually expended over 70 billion consumption points, elevating the majority of techniques to a consummate level. As his repertoire of cultivation methods expanded, subtle transformations began to unfold in the myriad paths of the Tao. In an expanse of boundless space, Tang Tian found himself suspended in midair. Beneath him lay a vast, resplendent sea of stars, shimmering with celestial lights of varying sizes, each twinkling brightly. Each star represented a cultivation technique at the consummate level. Among them, the brightest one was the previously mastered Tang Tian secret art, its brilliance far surpassing the others, standing out as a beacon in the starry tapestry. Moments later, Tang Tian's figure vanished from this space, returning to the serene chamber for cultivation. This should be considered an initiation, perhaps. The way of 10,000 methods, though a self-created technique, was one whose shifts in realm Tang Tian could distinctly perceive. He was no longer comparable to the novice he once was. Gazing at the force stone ahead, Tang Tian clenched his fist slightly. Instantly, a formidable aura surged from the western expanse, converging within the palm of his hand. However, he soon relinquished the notion of experimentation. A premonition stirred within him. Should he dare to conduct an experiment here, the cultivation chamber, capable of withstanding the full force of a merging phase practitioner, would likely be obliterated by his power. The rank of the way of 10,000 methods far surpassed any martial arts he had encountered thus far, perhaps reaching an unfathomable realm. This shall be my greatest trump card, he mused inwardly. After a moment, Tang Tian rose and exited the cultivation chamber. The sunlight was blinding, with the old locust tree's canopy conveniently not obscuring his door, bathing him in warm rays. Stretching luxuriously, Tang Tian seated himself at the stone table. He then summoned Li Hong. Has anything noteworthy occurred recently? Having been engrossed in his training, he had not paid heed to the outside world. Not much, Li Hong replied. There have been no visitors in recent days, and everything else remains normal. However, a rumor seems to be circulating that you intend to participate in the core disciple selection, with the intention of decisively overpowering others. Surely, that cannot be true? Tang Tian cast a glance at him and replied, Indeed, I intend to participate. However, I never uttered such foolish words about pressing others into the ground. Li Hong chuckled. Rumors are often embellished. Yet, some disciples seem to have taken it to heart. Several formidable inner disciples have emerged, clamoring to temper your spirit. Tang Tian felt speechless inwardly. This incident was undoubtedly instigated by the Grand Elder. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had no intention of holding back. In that case, he would thoroughly appreciate the so-called prowess of these elite inner disciples. It was hardly a concern. Is there anything else? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong pondered for a moment before stating, By the way, Xiao Shui broke through to the initial stage of transformation yesterday. It was truly astonishing. She is the fastest learner I have ever encountered. Well, of course excluding you. Tang Tian smirked slightly. He still found it difficult to comprehend Gu Xiaoshui's talent. He had experienced the prodigy of innate gifts and found them lacking in extraordinary performance. Yet, she undeniably was a child of destiny, which remained perplexing. However, Tang Tian did not intend to dwell on it. Everyone possesses distinct opportunities. And the cultivation world is rife with prodigies, some even more outrageous than Gu Xiaoxue. Very well. You all should strive diligently and make good use of what I have provided you. Just then, Tang Tian's communication talisman suddenly stirred with activity. This talisman was not something just anyone could use to contact him. Upon inspecting it, he discovered it was the young sect master, Yun Kong. The message was straightforward and clear. The day after tomorrow, in the morning, the main hall of the sect will convene to discuss matters concerning the sixth peak. Tang Tian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Finally, it has arrived. In the 2 days that followed, Tang Tian thoroughly reflected upon the results of his recent cultivation. The outcome of this introspection revealed that, in the realm of discourse, the 4 individuals were no longer his adversaries. The roles had entirely reversed. In terms of combat techniques, even when they collaborated, they could not withstand Tang Tian's overwhelming prowess. Moreover, in practical scenarios, as long as he refrained from employing powers beyond the divine transformation stage, he could effortlessly subdue them all. My lord, such prowess is too precious to remain unrecognized within the sect, Li Hong remarked with a wry smile. Just moments prior, he had resorted to techniques from the divine transformation stage, yet he still found himself outmatched by Tang Tian, leading to an abject defeat. Can brilliance be consumed like food? Tang Tian shook his head, fully comprehending Li Hong's sentiments. If he were to be a purely core disciple, it would undoubtedly attract the sect's attention, and ascending to the upper echelons of the core would become significantly easier. However, he had no desire for such recognition. True strength was of paramount importance. Furthermore, there was little necessity to draw attention to himself, as it bore minimal advantages. One cannot dismiss the point entirely, Li Hong countered. Should one gain the favor of the sect's higher-ups and become a symbolic figure among the disciples, the benefits would be considerable. Numerous secret locations, akin to the dragon transformation pool, are typically not accessible to the general populace. Only those who genuinely represent the future of the sect can avail themselves of the most exceptional cultivation resources and environments. Tang Tian fell into silence. Indeed, the finest treasures are destined for the most exceptional individuals. Many things cannot be acquired merely through monetary means. While the Qingyue sect may not possess anything that would pique Tang Tian's interest, the Yunding Tianfu is altogether different. It is truly a realm of immortals. Should one gain entry into Yunding Tianfu, it would be worthwhile to contemplate Li Hong's suggestion. Let fate decide, Tang Tian remarked. Subsequently, the group exchanged insights on their combat experiences when the formation outside the Zizhu courtyard was triggered. Upon investigation, it was revealed that a representative from the Yunkong sect was present, inviting Tang Tian to the Lord's inner hall. Wasting no time, Tang Tian departed with him. Moments later, they ascended to the peak of the sect, where Yunkong awaited them outside the grand hall. Young Master Tang, he greeted. Young Master of the sect. Tang Tian replied, and they proceeded towards the inner hall. Young Master Tang, I heard from the Grand Elder that you also intend to participate in the upcoming selection for core disciples? Yunkong inquired as they walked. Tang Tian nodded, once. My greatest aspiration was to ascend to a core position. Given this opportunity, I cannot let it slip away. He spoke truthfully. In the past, Tang Tian had indeed envied the inner and core disciples, often dreaming of sharing in their glory. Regrettably, he never realized that dream before closing his eyes for the last time. Perhaps this time, he could fulfill that aspiration vicariously. Yunkong smiled. Your participation will undoubtedly provide a valuable lesson to those younger disciples. The Grand Elder is quite dissatisfied with the current state of the sect, so do not hold back during the selection. Tang Tian offered no response. Indeed, he is a young man. Well, I shall do my utmost. Let us discuss the matters of today. Tang Tian preferred not to dwell on that topic. Yunkong nodded and said, Today is merely a preliminary discussion. The master of the sixth peak, along with several esteemed elders, has arrived. They have formulated a few initial construction plans. We shall examine each one in turn and deliberate on which plan is most suitable. Ultimately, it boils down to financial considerations. As the required investments for the various plans differ significantly, let us assess your acceptable range. Furthermore, we must discuss your forthcoming position at the sixth peak and certain specific rights. I have perused this in advance. It bears little distinction from what Mo Xiaoxiao and her associates have. Tang Tian nodded, understanding that if he were to complete the overall investment at the sixth peak, he would essentially stand on equal footing with Mo Xiaoxiao and her group. As for the finances, that is hardly a concern. As the two conversed while walking, they soon arrived at the garden of the rear hall. Just as they stepped into the garden, a robust figure suddenly descended from above, landing heavily before Tang Tian and Yunkong. This was a burly bald man, towering over Tang Tian by a head, clad in a short shirt, with arms as thick as a man's thigh, his muscles rippling with untamed vigor. His face was adorned with a multitude of folds, and his large eyes were fixed on Yunkong as he bellowed, Little Kong, whereas my benefactor? Tang Tian. Little Kong? Yunkong, with a face full of helplessness, remarked, Uncle Chi, did we not agree to refrain from such titles in public? The burly man shot him a fierce glance, declaring, This is Qingyue's sect. I shall address you as I please. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry and bring me the financier. We have long spoken of constructing the sixth peak, yet what has come of it? Year after year, the promise remains unfulfilled. If you dare to deceive me once more today, I shall not hesitate to dismantle your dwelling. The man's furious roar left Tang Tian's ears ringing. Yun Kong replied with resignation, I truly have not deceived you this time. He then gestured towards Tang Tian. This gentleman is the one wishing to invest in the construction of the 6th peak, Mr. Tang Tian. Mr. Tang, this is our future peak master of the 6th peak. Master Qi Yuan. Upon hearing Yun Kong's introduction, Qi Yuan abruptly turned his head, his eyes wide with astonishment as they fixated on Tang Tian. Tang Tian found himself at a loss, merely returning the gaze. The two locked eyes, momentarily ensnared in an odd silence. Uncle Qi. Yun Kong attempted to break the stillness, but was abruptly seized by Qi Yuan, who flung him 10 meters away. A booming laughter erupted like thunder in Tang Tian's ears. Qi Yuan stepped forward, his robust arm draping over Tang Tian's shoulder as he bellowed, So, you are the illustrious Jade. I have long perceived your exceptional demeanor, truly. You are a phoenix among men. Even while you were still at the foot of the mountain, I could see your brilliance. Tang Tian, dare to be a bit more extravagant? Ever since I arrived, you haven't even spared me a glance. Furthermore, I do not bear the surname Jin. Master Qi. Your flattery is misplaced, Tang Tian remarked. Qi Yuan burst into hearty laughter, saying, Not at all. I haven't even begun to extol your virtues properly. Come. Brother Jin, let us retreat indoors for a thorough discussion. With that, he took hold of Tang Tian and led him forward. Tang Tian felt an irresistible force propelling him onward, as if it were fearful of him escaping. Fear not, Qi Yuan reassured him as they walked. The construction of our 6th peak will not require a substantial investment. I have already instructed those dim-witted elders to calculate the costs meticulously. A modest initial sum will suffice. Truly, do not be alarmed. As Tang Tian sensed the overwhelming force that seemed to bind him, he could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Brother, who exactly is afraid here? Moreover, your words bear not a shred of credibility. The two swiftly made their way into the inner garden. At that moment, Yun Kong approached from a distance, tidying his disheveled hair and shaking his head before joining them. Chapter 78. My patron brother in the serene and elegant abode of the sect master's rear hall, Tang Tian, Yun Kong, and Qi Yuan sat opposite one another. Behind Qi Yuan, several elders were seated, presumably the future governing elders of the 6th peak. These governing elders represented the highest echelon of Qingwei sect, typically stern and solemn, exuding an air of authority and gravitas. Yet, before Qi Yuan, they appeared exceedingly cautious, causing Tang Tian to privately ponder the true ferocity of this boisterous, robust man who had laughed heartily throughout their journey. Ha. Brother Jin, shall we commence our discussion? Qi Yuan said, rubbing his palm as if it were a fan. Tang Tian, feeling disinclined to correct him, replied, Everything is at the discretion of Peak Master Qi with a grand gesture. Qi Yuan declared, Excellent. Without turning his head, he extended his hand backward, prompting an elder in charge to promptly place a jade token into his palm. Let me see. It is thus, Qi Yuan remarked as he examined the contents of the jade token. Brother Jin, once the 6th peak is established, you will hold the highest status among its ranks, on par with me. You will have a say in all matters pertaining to the main peak, including, the allocation of disciples, the management of resources, the planning of infrastructure, and also. He went on to list a multitude of privileges granted to Tang Tian, which sounded nearly equivalent to the authority of a peak master. However, it was evident that these words were not his own. He was merely reciting them and appeared rather unpracticed. As he continued, he suddenly faltered and turned to inquire. Why is there no mention of the appointment of the elder in charge? The several elders present were momentarily taken aback and replied, Peak Master, this may not be appropriate. Qi Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What is inappropriate about it? Do I not possess the authority to appoint or dismiss you? Do you comprehend the concept of being on par with me? Hurry and grant me that. The elder in charge felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. And under the fierce gaze of Qi Yuan, cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. Observing this, Yun Kong swiftly interjected, Uncle Qi. The appointments of the elders in charge of each peak must ultimately receive the approval of the Grand Elder. This is truly against protocol. Qi Yuan shot him a sideways glance, asserting, Have Li Tianhua personally come before me to articulate that? Do you truly believe I fear him? Witnessing Qi Yuan's blatant disregard for the Grand Elder's authority left Tang Tian astounded. What kind of formidable character is this? Perceiving the atmosphere had become awkward, he quickly added, There is no need for you to be so stern. Peak Master Qi, I am neither skilled and nor particularly interested in the management of affairs. Let us instead discuss the specific plans. Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words. This individual had approached without preamble, laying all the benefits upon the table as if fearful of his departure. Qi Yuan huffed at Yun Kong before turning to Tang Tian, immediately donning a cordial smile. It's all right. No need to concern yourself with them. I have already conferred this authority upon you. Now, shall I present to you the preliminary plans for the sixth peak? Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Qi Yuan reached into his robe and retrieved another intricately crafted jade talisman. As he scrutinized the information contained within, he addressed Tang Tian. Well, the construction of the Peak Master's Hall requires moonlight stones, Yunli rock, and the 7 mountains of the unfathomable. The celestial rotation wood of the 7 mountains? What on earth is this? Tang Tian. Master Qi, allow me to take a closer look. At this rate, with his stammering, he might not finish reading even 1,000,000 words. Qi Yuan appeared somewhat reluctant, yet ultimately handed the jade talisman to Tang Tian, settling down with an anxious gaze fixed upon him. Ignoring his scrutiny, Tang Tian began to examine the contents. Within the jade talisman lay a meticulous plan for the construction of the 6th peak, detailing various materials and resources, along with their corresponding price ranges, everything accounted for in exhaustive detail. If all of this were inscribed on paper, it could likely form a small mountain. The sheer magnitude of this undertaking made Tang Tian reflect on the challenges faced by the senior elders in charge. After a cursory review, he turned his attention to the final summary of the total funds, less than 90 trillion spirit jade. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. This was a principal peak's construction. How could the budget be so meager? However, he soon discerned the source of the issue. The preliminary construction plan only encompassed the most fundamental elements, essentially providing a rudimentary framework that was woefully inadequate. Master Qi, this. Tang Tian pulled his gaze away. Qi Yuan had been closely observing Tang Tian's expression and felt a jolt upon seeing him frown. Hearing Tang Tian's remark, he hastily replied, "Is it too much? Not to worry, we can streamline it further. The main hall can be omitted. I can make do with a tree hollow. Moreover, regarding the living quarters of the presiding elders, it would suffice to dig a pit for them to squat in, for at that level of existence, they require neither sustenance nor rest." Tang Tian could not help but feel embarrassed. Master Qi Feng, that is not my intention. What I meant to convey is, while this is our preliminary plan, could it not be a tad simplistic? Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Tang Tian replied with a smile. I previously heard from the young master that you have devised several different plans based on the range of investment funds. Might I have the opportunity to review the others as well? Qi Yuan was momentarily dazed, casting a glance at Yun Kong. Upon receiving an affirmative nod, he cautiously extracted another jade talisman from his robe and handed it to Tang Tian. Upon a cursory examination, Tang Tian noted that this plan indeed encompassed a greater array of essential facilities. However, the projected costs had subsequently escalated to 130 trillion. Nevertheless, Tang Tian remained unsatisfied. Master Qi Feng, I approach the investment in the construction of the 6th peak with utmost seriousness. Therefore, I do not wish to treat this matter with haste. If we are to undertake this endeavor, let us pursue excellence. Present the most ambitious budget you have. Do not concern yourself with the financial implications. Tang Tian stated decisively. Qi Yuan was taken aback for a considerable duration, seemingly unable to fathom the gravity of what he had just heard. After a long pause, he cautiously inquired, "Is this truly how you feel?" Tang Tian solemnly nodded. Qi Yuan glanced at Yun Kong, then turned to his fellow elders before once more producing a jade talisman to present to Tang Tian. As Tang Tian examined the information, Qi Yuan observed his expression intently. Eventually, he noticed a subtle smile gracing Tang Tian's face. 400 trillion, not too shabby. With a smile, Tang Tian set down the jade talisman and remarked to Qi Yuan, "However, I still believe your plan is somewhat conservative. I suggest you deliberate further and incorporate any enhancements you can. The more refined it becomes, the better it will be. As for the financial aspect, you need not harbor any concerns. I shall bear the entire burden." Tang Tian spoke with earnestness. Qi Yuan gazed at him in a daze for a considerable time. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet, clasping Tang Tian's hands tightly, shaking them fervently. "My benefactor, from this day forth, you shall be my brother, though we share different fathers and mothers." His voice resonated like thunder. Following another affirmation from Tang Tian, he promptly rallied several elder officials to revise the plan anew. Witnessing his exuberance, Tang Tian felt a sense of astonishment. After all, he was the leader of a peak. Such a display of unchecked excitement seemed uncharacteristic. Sensing Tang Tian's bewilderment, Yun Kong shook his head and remarked, "The peak Master Qi has always been this way. There is no need for you to take offense. Moreover, he has not merely waited a few decades for this position. If we were to account for it, it has indeed been several centuries." Subsequently, Yun Kong recounted the historical tales of the Qingwei sect to Tang Tian, gradually illuminating him about its storied past. Centuries ago, the region where the Qingwei sect is located was merely a desolate wilderness. The powerful celestial beings of Yunding Tianfu personally intervened to transform this place into an exceptional environment for cultivation. Subsequently, the Qingwei sect was established. Many individuals flocked here. Some were warriors, while others possessed formidable management skills. With the support of Tianfu, within just a few decades, the Qingwei sect ascended to become one of the most powerful sects within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Eventually, most of the senior leadership gradually departed, leaving only a handful to continue the administration. Among them were the rarely seen supreme elders, the sect master of Qingwei, Elder Li Tianhua, and Qi Yuan, whom we encountered earlier. They were part of the initial senior leadership from that era. While several leaned towards management, Qi Yuan was primarily responsible for the martial aspect. Over 300 years ago, when Qi Yuan contended for the position of sect master against the former leader, he suffered defeat. More than 200 years ago, he lost again in his bid for the position of elder against elderly. As the era of great development dawned, he had hoped to at least secure a position as the master of a main peak. However, over a century ago, he made a grievous error that nearly led to the ruin of the Qingwei sect. Yin Kong sighed. Tang Tian remained silent, reflecting on Qi Yuan's unfortunate fate. What error? Tang Tian inquired. Yun Kong shook his head with a smile. This incident is well known among many. Over 100 years ago, a terrifying power struggle erupted within the Qingwei sect. The origin of this conflict lies with Master Qi Feng. At that time, he was still unwilling to merely serve as the leader of a single peak, constantly aspiring to attain the position of deputy sect master within the Qingwei sect, a rank equal to that of the Grand Elder. However, his ambition was exploited by those with ulterior motives, unleashing a monumental storm of power struggles. Many lives were lost, including several high-ranking officials from the Heavenly Mansion. Among them was the Bamboo Forest Taoist, who had come from the Heavenly Mansion and made significant contributions to the early development of the Qingwei sect. Known for his kindness and aversion to conflict, he sought only to enjoy his twilight years in peace. Tragically, he too became embroiled in the turmoil and met his demise. Tang Tian could hardly believe it. Was he the same Taoist who had planted the grove of purple bamboo and established the purple bamboo courtyard? Yun Kong nodded, affirming that it was indeed his residence. Since that incident, the purple bamboo courtyard had remained sealed. Yet, for reasons unknown, it was reopened at the end of last year. Had it not been for the reservations of others, it surely would not have waited for you to rent it. Yun Kong remarked with a smile. Tang Tian nodded, recalling that Wang Ziyu had mentioned this matter previously. Furthermore, upon moving in, he had noticed that the facilities and arrangements within the purple bamboo courtyard were reminiscent of a retirement home. By the way, it has been a while since I last saw Wang Ziyu. I wonder what he has been preoccupied with lately, and what happened thereafter. Tang Tian inquired. Yin Kong continued. The events unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Under the instigation of those with ulterior motives, by the time Master Qi realized he had been manipulated, it was already too late to salvage the situation. Ultimately, Master Qi, alongside Elder Li, collaborated with a cadre of formidable senior members to strive towards quelling the chaos, thereby sparing Qingwei sect from annihilation. In the aftermath of this turmoil, Tianfu dealt with a substantial number of high-ranking sect officials. Even the old sect master was removed from his position due to negligence, and a new sect master was appointed. Although Master Qi was the catalyst for this upheaval, he also played a pivotal role in its resolution, leading to a balance of merit and demerit that resulted in minimal punishment for him. However, following this incident, aspirations for the vice master position were dashed, and he was excluded from the leadership of the four principal peaks. It was only with the imminent construction of the sixth peak and a lack of suitable candidates that he was reinstated. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian finally understood. No wonder Qi Yuan appeared so eager for this position. If delays persisted, more suitable candidates could emerge, and the next opportunity might be a long time coming. Yet, he found it puzzling that Qingwei sect, being a subordinate sect of Tianfu, had faced such a significant crisis without intervention from Tianfu. Surely, a response from a higher echelon would have swiftly quelled the turmoil. Yin Kong let out a wry smile and replied, Tianfu oversees hundreds of subordinate sects, to put it bluntly. They are indifferent to the fate of Qingwei sect, compared to the future of the Qingwei sect. Those in higher echelons are primarily concerned with whether they can cultivate individuals of greater capability through certain endeavors, just like the Qingwei sect. I have held the position of deputy sect master for many years, although I have achieved some accomplishments. The mistakes I have made are as numerous as the stars in the sky, impossible to count. These errors have altered the fates of many disciples and even shattered the destinies of some. However, the sect master and the elder rarely inquire, silently observing as I tread upon the path of missteps, allowing me to gain a deeper understanding of my errors. Only when a mistake becomes so egregious that it elicits their intervention do they choose to act. Recently, following the incident at the Dragon Transformation Pool, The elder convened a high-level meeting to sternly criticize the current atmosphere of cultivation within the sect. Tang Tian remained silent, uncertain of what to say. The perspectives of ordinary individuals diverged significantly from those in high positions. This divergence is not a matter of right or wrong. As the saying goes, one's position shapes one's thoughts. Regardless of one's standing, one can only strive to fulfill their responsibilities as best as possible. Sometimes, even if one does not change, the broader environment will compel a shift in direction. With a long sigh, Tang Tian shook his head and smiled, saying, "If you put it that way, I can almost understand." Master Qi Yinkong replied with a smile. Aside from external factors, his character has always been this way. Moreover, there have indeed been instances where investors, upon witnessing such vast construction funds, were frightened into fleeing. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement of this understanding. After a brief interlude of casual conversation, Qi Yuan returned, accompanied by several principal elders. They further refined the initial plans, charting numerous avenues for future development, thereby augmenting the financial scale to exceed 6 quadrillion. Upon Tang Tian's ready assent, Qi Yuan was elated, nearly moved to embrace and kiss him. Ha ha ha. Esteemed brother Jean, henceforth, wherever you may find yourself, should you encounter any adversity, simply invoke my name. Within this expanse of hundreds of thousands of miles, few dare to disregard Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan proclaimed boisterously. Tang Tian responded with a candid smile. It is settled, then. Esteemed brother Jean, it is merely a form of address. Subsequently, he commenced extracting innate Dao Jade from his pouch, dispensing 200 initially, followed by another 200, and then presenting the remaining 400 in one fell swoop. This peculiar sequence of actions left Qi Yuan somewhat bewildered. Esteemed brother Jean is indeed unconventional. It matters not. My sworn brother is at liberty to act as he pleases, Qi Yuan declared loudly. Tang Tian's lips twitched as he finalized the transaction. Within the system's space, the innate Dao Jade surpassed 800, while the accumulated expenditure points reached over 60 billion. A saint-grade physique was finally within reach. Chapter 80. Saint-grade Divine Phoenix Physique. Subsequent to descending from the sect's main peak, Tang Tian returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. Now, privy to the sect's history, he regarded the tranquil and serene abode with a sense of poignant reflection. From the information he had gleaned, the Bamboo Grove Taoist was undoubtedly a benevolent and amiable old cultivator, averse to conflict and of a gentle disposition. Yet, such individuals are inevitably ensnared in the brutal and sanguinary struggles for power, ultimately meeting their demise. This world has never truly known peace. Only through relentless striving towards greatness, achieving unparalleled strength, and standing atop the pinnacle of existence can one genuinely confront all adversities and pursue their desires unimpeded. There remains a long road ahead. Persevere, young one. Tang Tian sighed contemplatively before returning to the meditation chamber. With over 60 billion consumption points at his disposal, he deemed it sufficient to exchange for the saint-level physique. Without further hesitation, he summoned the system and opted for the exchange. Saint-level physique, 10 billion consumption points. You have acquired the undying divine phoenix body. A familiar sensation engulfed him once more. This feeling was akin to absorbing dragon energy in the dragon transformation pool, yet it transcended that experience profoundly. One was like a gentle stream, while the other roared like a tempestuous ocean. In a daze, Tang Tian found himself in a realm of chaos, transformed into a colossal gray egg. Time passed unmeasured until suddenly, the surface of the egg began to crack. In the next moment, a divine phoenix soared upward, its wings churning the chaos before vanishing in an instant. After a considerable interval, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. The divine phoenix secret art. Surely, I shall not become an egg? Tang Tian grimaced, for during his recent experience, he had not witnessed any formidable Taoist techniques. Rather, he was left with a vivid impression of the gray egg. Nevertheless, he could distinctly sense that his body had undergone a monumental transformation, as if every cell within him was brimming with boundless vitality. After thoughtful contemplation, Tang Tian brought his fingers together, unleashing a fierce sword aura. He then directed it towards his other arm, making a shallow incision. Instantly, a sharp pain surged through him, and a vivid crimson line appeared on his arm. However, to Tang Tian's astonishment, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Within mere breaths, it returned to its pristine state, leaving no trace of injury. The function of the Divine Phoenix secret technique is healing? Tang Tian glanced at the description of the technique. Behind it, a line of small print was clearly inscribed. This inherited secret technique can utilize divine level enlightenment to elevate one's realm. The cost for a single divine level enlightenment, 10 billion consumption points. Contemplating for a moment, Tang Tian directly exchanged for a divine-level enlightenment, applying it to the Divine Phoenix secret technique. Instantly, his body underwent another profound transformation. Once the changes subsided, Tang Tian triggered the sword aura again, creating another cut on his arm. This time, the crimson line appeared for just a fleeting moment before completely healing in the blink of an eye. After some reflection, Tang Tian wielded the sword aura and decisively severed a portion of his finger. Then, to his astonishment, a plume of blood mist erupted from the severed end. And shortly thereafter, a brand new finger sprouted, identical to the one before. Regrowth of severed limbs? Tang Tian could not help but be astounded. Such feats could typically be achieved by cultivators above the nascent soul stage after practicing certain life-related doctrines. However, that method, regardless of its sophistication, invariably incurs a loss of a portion of one's life essence. However, the Divine Phoenix art remained completely unscathed, developing entirely of its own accord. To possess such capabilities at the novice level suggests even greater potential in the future. With fervent anticipation, Tang Tian expended the remaining 30 billion merit points on Divine Enlightenment. Divine Phoenix Art, Proficient Realm. Tang Tian observed that upon reaching this stage, wounds healed instantaneously, and the rate of limb regeneration accelerated significantly. Even a severed arm could be fully restored within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Furthermore, his internal organs, meridians, and dantian all possessed the same restorative abilities. A shattered heart could be mended, and an exploded dantian could be reconstructed. Tang Tian proceeded to exchange again. Divine Phoenix Art, Adept Realm. This time, in addition to the augmentation of all previous abilities, Tang Tian discovered that his nascent soul and spiritual essence had undergone substantial transformation. These are the most vital aspects of a cultivator. Damage to either can be exceedingly troublesome, requiring extensive recuperation. Yet, for Tang Tian, these concerns were now obsolete. He could even extract his nascent soul and hurl it at adversaries for amusement. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian utilized his final Divine Enlightenment. Divine Phoenix Art, Minor Completion Realm. Upon completion, Tang Tian sensed that the deepest, most fundamental source of life within his body was undergoing rapid metamorphosis. If the preceding abilities were naturally occurring, they were now all interconnected with the very essence of life, forming a unified whole. Moreover, the essence of his life seemingly connected with the enigmatic Tao of heaven. The Tao is eternal, and thus, the essence remains indomitable. In other words, should anyone aspire to utterly vanquish Tang Tian, they must also obliterate the very laws of the Tao. Otherwise, one day, Tang Tian shall inevitably restore his life essence and be reborn from the void. This is astonishingly defiant. Tang Tian gazed in a daze. This was merely the rudimentary stage of the Divine Phoenix secret technique. Beyond this lay the advanced stage, as well as the realm of inheritance specific to the secret arts. It is unfathomable to contemplate what transformations the Divine Phoenix secret technique will undergo at that pinnacle. It appears that I may finally step beyond these confines. Tang Tian murmured to himself. Since the day of his transmigration, apart from his initial visit to the Golden Jade Hall, he had not ventured beyond the Qinghua sect even once. He had not even explored the more secluded areas within the sect, remaining confined to the main peaks. Lacking strength while harboring substantial wealth is a grave sin. He could not challenge the moral boundaries of others, placing himself in jeopardy. However, with the minor completion of the Divine Phoenix secret technique, such concerns have dissipated. Now, Tang Tian has reached a state that is, in a sense, immortal. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian suddenly shook his head, casting aside the thoughts in his mind. One must not be overly hasty. Although the minor completion of the secret technique allows for eventual resurrection after death, the duration of such a wait remains uncertain. Furthermore, upon resurrection, he would possess nothing. Returning to square one, it would be prudent to seek additional assurances. Gradually, Tang Tian regained his composure. The Divine Phoenix secret technique encompasses 2 additional realms, requiring merely 20 billion consumption points. The 6th peak has plans for further development, and other main peaks also require advancement, presenting numerous opportunities to acquire consumption points. Moreover, there exists the possibility to enhance the relationship with Qiyuan. According to Yun Kong, he is but a step away from becoming an immortal. If one were to venture forth, having such a guardian by one's side would ensure that, at the very least, significant issues would not arise within the confines of Qinghua sect. It is prudent to proceed with caution. Soon Tang Tian pondered. Chapter 81. Enrolling in a tutoring class in the following period. Tang Tian immersed himself once more in his cultivation. The speed of the Son of Destiny's training has not diminished in the slightest compared to before. It is anticipated that he will break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul before the selection of core disciples. Additionally, he continued to utilize the remaining consumption points to exchange for enlightenment sessions to refine his techniques. The path of myriad laws is progressing steadily and gradually. Once the financial resources were fully allocated, the construction of the sixth peak commenced with great fervor. Qi Yuan frequently contacted Tang Tian, inviting him to witness the construction progress. However, Tang Tian held no interest and did not attend even once. Nevertheless, Qi Yuan remained enthusiastic, visiting Tang Tian several times to engage in casual conversation. What astonished Tang Tian was Qi Yuan's aversion to even approaching the purple bamboo courtyard, despite the availability of secluded corners. After inquiring with Yin Kong, Tang Tian learned that the person who remained most troubled by that incident from years past was none other than the bamboo forest Taoist. He believed that it was due to his own fault that the bamboo grove Taoist suffered an undeserved calamity, such as the nature of a sentimental person. Subsequently, Tang Tian ceased to dwell on the matter, and whenever Qi Yuan sought him out, he felt free to go wherever he wished. After all, it was merely conversation, and the location mattered little. As their interactions became more frequent, the bond between them swiftly deepened. When Tang Tian expressed his desire to venture out and requested Qi Yuan's protection, Qi Yuan readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. Old Jin, you are being too formal. In the future, feel free to express any desires. Even if you wish to procure the undergarment of a certain saintess, I would be more than willing to retrieve it for you, Qi Yuan boasted, patting his chest confidently. Tang Tian quickly asserted that he had no such inclinations. As time passed, the news of Tang Tian's participation in the core disciple selection began to gain momentum. More and more elite inner disciples emerged, clamoring to teach Tang Tian a lesson, asserting that in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and that those who purchase their status as honorary disciples can never compare to true disciples. Behind these events, certain core elites and elders were providing their support. It was needless to say that, even with his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, he was already at a significant advantage in the core disciple selection. After mastering the myriad paths of cultivation, his true prowess had reached a truly terrifying level. Within the purple bamboo courtyard, after yet another fierce confrontation, Gu Xiaoxue was narrowly defeated by a single move. The young master's strength truly evolves by leaps and bounds, Li Hong exclaimed in admiration. More than half a month ago, they were still able to leverage their cultivation at the transformation stage and their ample combat experience to defeat Tang Tian. However, once Tang Tian ascended to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Even with all his efforts, Li Hong found himself at a disadvantage against Tang Tian, being outmatched at every turn until his eventual defeat. The once formidable Gu Xiaoxue was no longer a match for Tang Tian either. The only duo capable of posing a slight challenge to him were the Lanyu sisters, whose minds were in perfect harmony, allowing for seamless cooperation. Yet, should either sister be confronted individually, they would still succumb to Tang Tian's prowess. If they continue to grow, the young master will undoubtedly become the foremost figure in the sect. Lanyu couldn't help but exclaim, how could this be? Tang Tian, having just defeated Gu Xiaoxue, descended from the sky and approached them. It is simply that you are too weak. If this continues, how will you stand out in the 100 sects competition? The group immediately bowed their heads, acknowledging the truth in his words. The 100 sects competition is a gathering of elites, and they indeed lacked confidence. However, they did not consider themselves weak. Observing their downcast expressions, Tang Tian smiled gently and said, do not fret. There is no need for excessive worry. I am planning to enroll you in a supplementary training program. Li Hong was taken aback. A supplementary training program? Tang Tian nodded. Recently, through his exchanges with Qi Yuan, he had uncovered many previously unknown matters. Within the Qingwei sect, there exists a plethora of precious secret locations designed to cultivate disciples' cultivation, techniques, and combat skills. Moreover, such places abound even more beyond the confines of the Qingwei sect. Regrettably, Tang Tian lacked both the time and the energy to personally oversee each individual, including Li Hong. Thus, he entrusted Qi Yuan with the responsibility of guiding and systematically training these individuals. Qi Yuan readily agreed, exclaiming, what problem could there possibly be? You see, my dear brother, I hail from a background of coaching. I have trained several batches of elite disciples at Qingwei sect. Simply provide them to me, and I shall assuredly return with a few capable subordinates. However, my methods tend to be rather rigorous, so you must prepare them psychologically. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement, stating, I will discuss this with them. Furthermore, do not concern yourself with the resources for cultivation. We shall utilize only the finest. Any expenses incurred during this process will be charged to me. Qi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Such matters primarily depend on connections. they won't cost much. Just leave it to me. Thus, the two reached an agreement. Turning to Li Hong and the others, Tang Tian disclosed all pertinent details regarding the arrangement, emphasizing that this training session would be exceptionally intense and arduous. However, to his surprise, rather than expressing fear, Li Hong and the others were filled with gratitude and anticipation. The grace of our Lord is beyond words. We will seize this opportunity and not squander the meticulous cultivation provided by our Lord, Li Hong exclaimed with fervor. Tang Tian was taken aback, but soon understood. For a cultivator, the most alluring pursuit lies in the enhancement of one's strength, unmatched by any other desire. Enduring hardships and trials, as long as life is preserved, is deemed beneficial. In fact, many individuals disregard their very lives in the relentless quest for even the slightest opportunities. Thus, one must strive to the best of their abilities. With that, Tang Tian presented Li Hong with 20 pieces of innate Dao Jade. This was intended for both daily cultivation and to alleviate financial burdens. It would be unreasonable to expect Qi Yuan to shoulder all expenses alone. Despite his rank as the master of a peak and his half-step immortal status, his monetary resources were not necessarily superior to those of the esteemed disciples. While they could effortlessly generate wealth, their expenditures were considerably greater. After much deliberation, Tang Tian resolved to send Li Hong and his companions to Qi Yuan following the selection of core disciples. With less than a year remaining until the 100-Gate War, time was of the essence. Days passed, and the annual selection of core disciples was on the verge of commencing. Meanwhile, discussions surrounding Tang Tian had reached a fever pitch. How audacious to boast so boldly, challenging all pure disciples. Such presumption was laughable. A mid-stage golden core disciple from the inner sect proclaimed loudly, After half a year in seclusion, how could any honorary disciple presume to surpass pure disciples? This was an elite on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Merely seeking attention, the only rivals of pure disciples are other pure disciples. A coldly beautiful woman remarked, her aura enigmatic and inscrutable. Amidst this discourse, the selection competition officially commenced. Chapter 82. The selection begins, within the purple bamboo courtyard. Esteemed Master, enclosed herein lies pertinent data pertaining to the impending selection of core disciples. Li Hong proffered a jade talisman to Tang Tian. Tang Tian accepted the jade talisman and examined it with his divine sense. The core disciple selection transpires biannually, specifically at the denouement of summer and the inception of spring. At that juncture, all disciples within the sect who have attained or surpassed the golden core stage are eligible to partake. In the current iteration, the aggregate number of inner disciples vying for selection totals over 3,000 individuals. All participants will congregate at the martial arena situated on the sect's principal peak, where they will engage in a spirited contest. The precepts governing the selection process are remarkably straightforward, unrestricted challenges. Each participant is at liberty to select any individual as their adversary and engage them in combat upon the dueling platform. The detailed proceedings of the engagement will be meticulously documented by designated elders, who will subsequently provide commentary based on the performance exhibited during the altercation. Each participant is mandated to engage in a minimum of 3 bouts. The cumulative performance across these 3 engagements constitutes a pivotal criterion for advancement to the rank of core disciple. The more exemplary the performance, the greater the likelihood of elevation. Tang Tian nodded imperceptibly, recognizing that this methodology more effectively assesses a disciple's comprehensive capabilities, thereby minimizing the probability of overlooking latent genius. Based on prior instances, the probability of successful advancement is less than 1/3. That is to say, of the 3,000 plus individuals, only approximately 1,000 will successfully ascend. Thus, the judicious selection of adversaries is of paramount significance. However, for Tang Tian, the choice of opponent is inconsequential. The overall strength of the disciples participating in this core selection competition is considered to be among the higher echelons. Among them, there are 6 people with top strength and who have expressed opinions on you. Li Hong observed as Tang Tian finished reading the information and remarked, the principal peak is occupied by Hui Jingwei and Gong Wan. The eastern peak is represented by Bai Qingling, while the western peak is under Zhao He, and the northern peak is led by Yu Haomiao. Additionally, there is the exceptional disciple Mu Qianqian among the scattered peaks of the inner sect. Among these disciples, the weakest possesses a complete golden core stage, demonstrating formidable skills, abundant practical experience, and boasting remarkably impressive records. His tone was notably relaxed, clearly not considering these individuals as rivals for Tang Tian. In truth, this assessment was indeed accurate. Tang Tian's current strength had ascended to a level on par with the elite core disciples, placing these distinguished inner sect disciples at a considerable disadvantage. These few individuals are pure disciples who are currently under considerable scrutiny, as many hope they will perform admirably in the selection tournament, he chuckled. Tang Tian nodded slightly, committing their names to memory, intending to extend some extra care towards them when the time came. Setting aside this discussion, he discarded the Jade talisman in his hand and inquired, has there been any recent activity from Qin Hai? It had been nearly a month since their last transaction, so he anticipated some developments. Li Hong replied, since our last transaction, his standing within the Jinyutang has significantly risen. He has reportedly uncovered some peculiar clues, which he will share upon meeting you. Furthermore, in accordance with your requirements, he and Qi Bin have coordinated numerous cultivation resources from various sources, a substantial portion of which consists of techniques. Nevertheless, the overall quantity is likely to be similar to last time. Tang Tian acknowledged this with a nod. Qi Bin previously mentioned that several hundred trillion had already reached their limit. However, his appetite was not particularly large. A mere 1 or 200 trillion would suffice. With an additional investment in the construction of Qingyue sect, accumulating 200 billion consumption points would enable the cultivation of the Divine Phoenix secret technique to its ultimate realm. He was quite eager to discover the effects of this ultimate state of the technique. All right, Tang Tian remarked, you will soon be departing for training. When the time comes, inform Qin Hai that if he comes over, he can contact me directly. Additionally, ensure that you all prepare in advance. If things go smoothly, we should be leaving tomorrow. Li Hong responded earnestly. The following day, at the martial arts arena of the sect's main peak, even before dawn, the venue was already packed with disciples of Qingyue sect. The selection competition for core disciples was undoubtedly the most bustling event of the year for the sect, and no one wished to miss the opportunity to witness the spectacle. This grand hall could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. In the very center of the arena stood 5 challenge platforms, where the contests would unfold simultaneously. Many had already entered, engaging in fervent discussions. Tell me, does that Tang Tian truly possess any strength? How dare he challenge the authority of pure disciples? Some were unfamiliar with the name Tang Tian. What strength could he possibly have? I heard that last year he was merely a servant, and then somehow came into a windfall to purchase the title of an honorary disciple. His qualification for the core selection must be a result of resource accumulation, just a facade. A voice filled with disdain echoed among the crowd. The behavior of the honorary disciples is well known to all. Perhaps Tang Tian holds a respectable position within his group. Yet when placed among the true disciples, he undoubtedly falls short. Another individual nodded in agreement. In truth, most individuals, including the honorary disciples, share a similar sentiment. Tang Tian's rapid ascent has been remarkable. It wasn't long before he ventured into the upper echelons, even though he showcased some commendable abilities in the dragon transformation pool. Such accomplishments were only circulated within a limited circle. For the vast majority of disciples, it was essentially the first time they had heard the name Tang Tian. Their preconceived notions of honorary disciples revolve around wealth, indulgence, and a proclivity for vice. Hence, their assessment of Tang Tian falls well within a conventional range. Even among the honorary disciples, there is a lack of enthusiasm regarding Tang Tian. They offer no opinions, merely adopting a spectator's attitude. However, those fortunate enough to have witnessed Tang Tian's prowess hold differing views. A bunch of fools, scoffed an elite disciple who had participated in the dragon transformation pool. Oh, you. The one being chastised was about to retort but quickly realized the other wore the garb of a core disciple, emanating a formidable presence that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Indeed, they are fools, came a chilling voice. The individual turned to find a relatively unfamiliar inner disciple and felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was just about to retort when his companion restrained him. Are you out of your mind? That is Nia Wushuang from Nafeng, one of the most formidable inner sect prodigies of this generation. Furthermore, she has a notoriously bad temper. The last person who provoked her was hung from the crooked neck tree outside the meritorious hall for 3 days. His companion whispered. The man was instantly taken aback, lamenting his misfortune for offending someone so formidable. Yet, he was also puzzled as to why such an exceptional individual had a markedly different opinion of Tang Tian. Could it be that Tang Tian truly possessed remarkable strength? His expression grew anxious, and the volume of their discussion diminished significantly. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, stood Lin Yu, her face a tapestry of complex emotions. How could you also participate in the core selection? Her gaze was vacant, lost in thought. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, a sudden commotion erupted in the venue. Look, there is Tang Tian, someone exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 83. Inquire of my blade. Tang Tian yawned as he strolled into the venue with Li Hong and the others. Upon entering, he immediately sensed thousands of eyes converging upon him. So, this is what it feels like to be a star, he mused with a smile, choosing to disregard the attention as he moved forward. Wherever he passed, all eyes were fixed upon him, some scrutinizing, some disdainful, and others with a hint of amusement. A medley of reactions. After a short while, a thunderous voice resonated from above. "Old Jin, over here." It was Qi Yuan. As one of the most esteemed figures within the Qinghua sect, he naturally possessed a designated position of prominence. It was a spacious high platform from which one could survey every corner of the assembly. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian led Li Hong and a few others to ascend the platform. Once they arrived, a tranquil stillness enveloped them, free from the myriad of peculiar gazes. The Grand Elder, Li Tianhua, along with the leaders of other main peaks, including Tan Yushan, the junior sect master Yun Kong, and several unfamiliar elders, were gathered there. Additionally, Lu Chang'e and his companions were also present. Tang Tian exchanged gestures with those familiar to him before sitting alongside Qi Yuan. "Is this the group of individuals you mentioned earlier?" Qi Yuan inquired, casting a glance at Li Hong and the others. Tang Tian nodded in affirmation. Qi Yuan scrutinized them from head to toe and remarked, "They are rather diverse in their capabilities. However, it matters not. As long as there are disciples, under my guidance, none shall emerge as incompetent warriors." Tang Tian replied with a smile. "Then I shall entrust them to you, Master Qi." Meanwhile, Li Hong and his companions discreetly assessed Qi Yuan. Tang Tian had already informed them that this esteemed individual would be their instructor for the forthcoming training. Observing their men are bald, with a glistening head, a face marked by robust features, and a physique as muscular as stone, Li Hong could not help but swallow hard. The days ahead may prove to be even more challenging than he had anticipated. "Old Jin, I see many are discussing you," Qi Yuan remarked. "Do you feel the pressure?" Tang Tian chuckled lightly and replied, "It's manageable. I have perused some information on the competitors, and indeed, there are numerous exceptional talents within the sect. I shall do my utmost." Qi Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Tang Tian and remarked, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I cannot perceive your true capabilities? That group of youngsters wouldn't even suffice to fill the gaps in your prowess. Nevertheless, it's amusing, these children, having acquired a modicum of talent, have become unbearably arrogant, oblivious to their own insignificance. That one, what was her name? Mu Chanshan. Had she not been a mere girl, I would have taught her a lesson long ago. If you happen to encounter her, do not hold back. Give her a thorough reprimanding. Consider it a favor for your older brother." Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Mu Chanshan was indeed the young prodigy of the sixth peak. It seemed this little girl had caused Qi Yuan no small amount of distress. "There is another matter," Qi Yuan whispered, glancing furtively at the Grand Elder before leaning closer to Tang Tian. "The uproar surrounding this incident is largely due to that old rascal stirring the pot from behind the scenes. He has berated nearly all the elders, and now many of the higher-ups are eager to witness your downfall. That scoundrel is quite cunning. You must tread carefully in your dealings with him." Tang Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. Given their proximity with the Grand Elder's strength, could he truly remain unaware of their conversation? "You may not fear him, but I cannot afford to insult him to his face. As for this matter, the Grand Elder has already discussed it with me beforehand. There is no need for concern." "I am well aware of the situation," Tang Tian replied. Qi Yuan merely scoffed. "What is there to fear? He wouldn't dare eavesdrop on my words." Two individuals engaged in a casual exchange, and as the sun rose fully, the selection competition officially commenced. The Grand Elder initiated the proceedings, followed by Yun Kong, who delivered a formal address outlining the rules of the selection. Soon after, it was time for free challenges. The venue fell into a hushed anticipation, with everyone eagerly waiting to see who would be the first contestant to step forward. Each selection competition has an unspoken rule. The initial challenges take place on the central platform, which garners the utmost attention. Thus, without sufficient confidence, few dare to ascend the stage, for a defeat would be a significant embarrassment. Observing this, Tang Tian rose to his feet. "So soon to step up?" Qi Yuan inquired. Astonished, Tang Tian responded with a smile, "The sooner I fight, the sooner I finish." With that, he leapt from the elevated platform and landed squarely in the center of the arena. Instantly, all eyes in the venue were fixed upon him. "Wow, he truly dares to do it," exclaimed someone. "Impressive. I certainly wouldn't have the courage to go first. Let's see if he possesses the strength. We will know soon enough." The crowd buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, Tang Tian remained remarkably composed. He retrieved a soft chair from his shumi ring and took a seat in the middle of the platform, exuding an air of tranquility. "Anyone who wishes to challenge me is welcome," he declared, his voice resonating throughout the hall, though it was not loud. Following a brief silence, the audience erupted in astonishment. "This is utterly audacious," they exclaimed in disbelief. "So many people, so many high-ranking individuals are watching. If it were me, I would likely struggle to stand. Yet he seems unsteady as well. Did you not notice he has taken a seat? Are you foolish? Sitting is far more impressive than standing. Look, he is already sipping tea." Tang Tian's demeanor incited a commotion among the crowd. Many who beheld him for the first time were captivated by his composed posture. Pray tell, what ordinary person possesses such confidence? Meanwhile, on the other side, the pure disciples participating in the assessment wore scowls, some even gritting their teeth. How dare he look down upon them so? Finally, one could no longer contain their frustration. Leaping onto the stage with a thunderous shout, Tang Tian lifted his gaze slightly. It was a robust man in the mid-stage of the golden core, wielding a massive blade resembling a door, awaiting Tang Tian with a fierce expression. How utterly arrogant! A mere honorary disciple dares to lecture me. Have you consulted my mountain-cleaving blade first? With that, the man swung the blade down heavily upon the arena, and had it not been for the protective formation, the ordinary bluestone would likely have shattered beneath the blow. What a formidable individual! Let us see if Tang Tian can withstand this. The crowd eagerly anticipated the spectacle unfolding on the stage. Yet Tang Tian remained unhurried. Oh, then allow me to inquire. Do you consent to that mountain-cleaving blade? Tang Tian spoke languidly. The crowd was immediately astounded. Even the burly man stood momentarily dumbfounded. Did you actually dare to ask? However, in the next moment, he suddenly sensed an extraordinary transformation in the mountain-splitting knife that had accompanied him for years. The hilt and blade began to tremble violently, and in an instant, he lost control. The blade rose high, and despite exerting all his strength, he could not impede its ascent. Come back, the burly man bellowed, unleashing a powerful aura in an attempt to forcibly reclaim the mountain-splitting knife. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not halt it even slightly. The blade, as wide as a door, swiftly altered its course and struck forcefully against his ample backside. Bang! The man stumbled forward several steps, nearly falling to the ground. His face was a canvas of astonishment and confusion, yet he persisted in attempting to regain control of the knife. However, it proved futile. The mountain-splitting knife once more rose and struck his back. The immense force finally caused him to lose his balance, crashing heavily to the ground. What transpired next was bizarre. The knife, as if possessed, gripped the man's hand and relentlessly whipped back and forth, resembling a sudden frenzy. The disciples observing the battle all bore expressions of disbelief. For to them, it appeared as though the burly man was wielding his own knife against himself, while Tang Tian remained seated, leisurely sipping tea, utterly unmoved. It seems your knife has acquiesced, Tang Tian remarked with a subtle smile. Chapter 84, the class begins. The first battle was utterly peculiar. Without even a proper exchange of blows, the burly man's knife had inexplicably gone haywire, violently striking its master. Meanwhile, Tang Tian maintained a serene demeanor, seated there, enjoying the spectacle of the man being relentlessly whipped, writhing in agony. What on earth is happening? Tang Tian's understanding of the way of the blade has reached an extraordinary level, the Grand Elder spoke softly. As true powerhouses, they could naturally discern the situation at hand. After the Great Han uttered that phrase, Tang Tian directly seized control of the Kaishan blade, a clear demonstration of the disparity in comprehension of the Tao. The original wielder of the blade didn't even notice it, a truly overwhelming defeat. Do any of your contemporaries possess such capability? The Grand Elder inquired, casting a glance towards the assembly of elders. The elders bowed their heads. Had they possessed such a disciple, they would have boasted about it long ago. They had anticipated Tang Tian's victory, but never envisioned it occurring in such a manner. To reach such heights in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm is indeed elite, even within the Tianfu. Such a prodigious talent has become an honorary disciple. The management is truly TSK. Qi Yuan sat nearby, munching on sunflower seeds, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Yun Kong observed with a calm demeanor, while the Grand Elder shot him a glance, choosing silence. At this moment, the battle on the stage had escalated to a fever pitch. The Kaishan blade had become increasingly frenzied. What began as mere strikes had transformed into lethal assaults. The blade's aura was sharp and relentless, forcing the Great Han into a state of chaos and peril. Yet, those truly skilled could comprehend that Tang Tian had no intention of injuring the Great Han. Nor did he aim to defeat him. The seemingly fierce blade energy was, in fact, meticulously structured. In other words, he was merely feeding techniques. He is genuinely conducting a class, someone remarked in awe. Indeed, the truth is as such. Tang Tian harbored no enmity towards these individuals and saw no necessity to eradicate them entirely. Although the burly man possessed only average strength and a somewhat impulsive disposition, his willingness to be the first to challenge demonstrated a commendable bravery. With proper guidance in the future, he could evolve into a remarkable talent. At times, a measure of leniency can prove to be beneficial. Tang Tian continued to wield the mountain-cleaving blade with increasing ferocity. Ultimately, after exhausting the burly man, he firmly planted the blade beside him. The elder outside witnessed this and announced the outcome of the first challenge. Tang Tian, victorious. The observing disciples were rendered speechless, as the manner of victory was utterly unexpected. The burly man, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, struggled to rise from the ground. In truth, after the initial confusion and as the battle progressed, he had begun to realize the unimaginable disparity in strength between himself and Tang Tian. He also sensed that Tang Tian was using this opportunity to impart insights into swordsmanship. With a gaze filled with complexity, the burly man respectfully bowed to Tang Tian in gratitude before leaping down from the platform. Tang Tian, will you continue to challenge? Inquired the elder overseeing the arena. Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. Certainly. I shall remain here until no one dares to challenge me again. His domineering tone ignited the crowd's fervor. I shall take my turn, proclaimed a composed young man as he ascended the platform. His appearance instantly elicited gasps of astonishment. It is Bei Feng's Yuhaomiao. He had secluded himself for an extended period, striving to transcend into the nascent soul realm. Although he ultimately fell short, he was merely a step away from success. Furthermore, his capabilities were formidable. Despite being only at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, even ordinary nascent soul cultivators would not dare to underestimate him. The anticipation among the crowd was palpable. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Yu Haomiao turned to Tang Tian and remarked with a gentle smile, before my seclusion. I had not heard your name. Tang Tian regarded him coolly and replied, have you ever heard of Sun Wukong? Yu Haomiao was momentarily taken aback. Who is that? Tang Tian explained, a fierce individual who dared to storm the heavenly court after merely a few years of studying Tao. He continued, so, refrain from assuming you are extraordinary and all-encompassing. There are countless individuals you have yet to hear of. Yu Haomiao's expression darkened. Do you think I am akin to that previous fool? Tang Tian sighed, recognizing that this individual was likely a typical prodigy. Enough of the idle chatter. If you intend to fight, then let us commence. Yu Haomiao's face hardened completely, since entering the Qingwei sect. He had never encountered anyone who dared to belittle and disregard him so openly. Then prepare yourself. With that, the aura of his golden core stage erupted with tremendous force. Yu Haomiao pointed skyward, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered above, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder. The arena was enveloped in an intangible electric energy. Moments later, dozens of bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, encircling Tang Tian, their crackling sound sending chills through the hearts of those present. The Xianlei formation. This was Yu Haomiao's trump card, and he had unleashed it right from the outset. It appears he is genuinely enraged. How can Tang Tian still be seated there? Once the Xianlei formation is fully established, its power will multiply, making it exceedingly difficult even for Yuan-Ing cultivators to escape. The crowd murmured anxiously. Yu Haomiao observed the still-seated Tang Tian, a cold smirk creeping across his face. You are far too arrogant to gaze upon my subordinates, Xianlei formation. Your hubris will be the primary culprit of your downfall. Yu Haomiao declared in a chilling tone. Tang Tian did not spare him even a glance. The idle chatter is excessive. If this were a true battle, by now he would have been cleaved into 8 pieces. Ignored by Tang Tian, Yu Haomiao's fury escalated, and he unleashed his full might, arms outstretched. I will not hold back. Unite for me. With his roar, dozens of thunderbolts erupted violently, quickly swelling to the thickness of a thigh, encasing Tang Tian in a dark, prison-like cocoon. Subsequently, all the lightning began to swirl and converge upon Tang Tian. The incessantly intertwining arcs of electricity instilled a sense of dread among the spectators. Truly formidable. Has Tang Tian shown no reaction? If this continues, it will surely be too late. The crowd's hearts raced. As the electric prison continued to constrict, enveloping Tang Tian entirely, a cold smile graced Yu Haomiao's lips. It is too late. Even if you are at the later stage of Yuan-Ing, you shall not escape this lightning formation. He intensified his spiritual energy, his robe billowing dramatically. Soon, the electric prison shrank to its utmost limits. However, what no one anticipated was that even after reaching its limit, the cage continued to shrink. In the blink of an eye, Tang Tian's form gradually materialized, while the previously house-sized black cage had diminished to the size of a small black orb, gently rotating in his palm. Throughout this display, Tang Tian maintained his stance without faltering. Yu Haomiao? The disciples. Impressive thunder technique. Tang Tian offered a slight smile, yet it still requires enhancement. With that, he gently raised his hand. The black orb in his palm spiraled outward. As it departed from Tang Tian's grasp, it rapidly expanded, instantly enveloping the entire arena. Hundreds of thick black lightning bolts roared forth, emanating countless dark flashes. The arena transformed into a colossal and terrifying thunder array. Standing on the high platform, Yun Kong could not restrain his astonishment. His thunder technique was indeed exquisite. It was truly time for the lesson to commence. Chapter 85. The scene turns legitimate. Above the arena, endless black electric arcs crackled, enveloping both Tang Tian and Yu Haomiao within. It resembled a gigantic black cage. The overwhelming force caused the watching disciples below to swallow hard. Had Tang Tian usurped Yu Haomiao's thunder array? Some were filled with uncertainty. Moreover, the thunder array he unleashed was magnitudes more powerful than before. Simply astounding. The crowd stared in disbelief, unable to collect their thoughts. If the initial skirmish, where Tang Tian effortlessly vanquished the Golden Core cultivator, filled them with astonishment, then this present confrontation induced a profound spiritual tremor. His adversary was none other than Yu Haomiao of the North Peak, the preeminent of the new generation of inner disciples, capable of withstanding even nascent soul cultivators. Yet, he was being manipulated by Tang Tian with consummate ease. Just how formidable was Tang Tian? He must be at the nascent soul stage, someone exclaimed. However, he was promptly met with scornful glances. The crux of Tang Tian's demonstrated power lies not in his cultivation level, but in his terrifying comprehension of Taoist arts. The Tao of the sword, the Tao of thunder. One can only wonder how many Taoist arts he has mastered. Those who discerned the subtleties nodded in agreement, for this was Tang Tian's most formidable aspect. Cultivation could be augmented through diligent practice, but the comprehension of Taoist arts was not something that could be achieved overnight. Innate talent and serendipity were paramount. Let's observe. Yu Haomiao is not necessarily defeated yet, someone remarked. Alas, the arena was now entirely enveloped by the Xianlei formation, obscuring the events within. Thus, he remained unaware that if Yu Haomiao were to hear his words, he would undoubtedly spit in his face. Within the Xianlei formation, concealed from view, the interior was saturated with ebony lightning. Yu Haomiao, sensing the dreadful power surrounding him, was pallid, his countenance filled with trepidation. He could perceive that even a trace of that power descending upon him would spell utter annihilation, filling him with fear and causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Since his induction into the Azure Peak sect, Yu Haomiao had never before encountered such a helpless predicament. Finally, he could endure no more. Senior brother Tang Tian. No, senior brother Tang. Yu Haomiao exclaimed, his voice trembling. It was I who was imprudent. I should not have provoked you in such a manner. I beseech you. Please, withdraw your divine power. He was compelled to plead in this way, for the lightning flashes were now almost grazing his skin, and the slightest movement would assuredly result in his body emitting plumes of smoke. Yet, despite his entreaties, Tang Tian remained unresponsive. The sable lightning, instead, drew ever closer. And Yu Haomiao could already feel the prickling pain upon his skin. In his panic, he could only cry out, Elder, Elder, I concede. I yield this battle. Please. Bid him to cease his assault. Yu Haomiao's voice was hoarse and strained, a stark contrast to his demeanor upon first ascending the dueling platform. Amidst his incessant cries, a response finally came. In an instant, all the lightning flashes vanished, and the platform was once again bathed in the gentle breeze and warm sunlight. As if the preceding events had merely been a figment of the imagination, Tang Tian remained composed, seated in his place, taking a sip of tea and sighing softly, as if with a hint of disappointment. But Yu Haomiao was now oblivious to Tang Tian, for he was finally breathing in the air of safety. His legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed onto the ground. The elder outside the platform also came forward in due course. Observing the terrified Yu Haomiao, the elder shook his head and sighed. Casting a glance back at Tang Tian, he could not help but remark, such a rare opportunity. And you have relinquished it in this manner. Have you not discerned that the very essence of the Tao of thunder lies within the lightning around you? This was orchestrated by Tang Tian specifically for your enlightenment. The elder lamented, his disappointment palpable. Yu Haomiao was taken aback, gazing at Tang Tian in astonishment. He then recalled that the lightning, while seemingly terrifying, possessed a subtle yet intricate pattern in its movements. Regrettably, he had been too consumed by fear to calmly contemplate the profound mysteries within. Let it be, elder. Announce the result, Tang Tian stated. One cannot be blamed if they fail to seize an opportunity presented to them. Tang Tian wins. As the elder declared the outcome, Yu Haomiao, crestfallen, descended from the arena, seemingly devoid of all strength. The spectators remained bewildered, utterly ignorant of the events that had transpired within the Xianlei Great Array. How had Yu Haomiao been defeated? Why was he acting in such a manner? He appeared unscathed. I recognize this state, a disciple exclaimed, drawing attention. Amidst expectant gazes, he solemnly declared. A friend of mine exhibited the same demeanor when the object of his decade-long affection was stolen away. Indeed, this is heartbreak, utter despair. His pronouncement was met with disdainful glares. What utter nonsense. You speak of yourself, perhaps, came the retort. Yet, None could fathom the reasons behind Yu Haomiao's transformation. However, those observing from the high platform discerned the truth. The various peak masters and senior officials displayed a spectrum of expressions, for Tang Tian's actions had clearly surpassed their expectations. Subsequently, they summoned several trusted confidants, engaging in hushed discussions. Moments later, a young lad leaped onto the arena. The youth exuded an extraordinary presence, and a fleeting aura emanating from him elicited gasps from the audience below. A practitioner of the nascent soul stage. Yet, he appeared somewhat unfamiliar. It dawned on me that he was a disciple from the Eastern Peak, who had ascended to the inner sect last year with overwhelming prowess during the disciple assessment. It seemed he had since been taken away by a prominent figure for clandestine training. Truly, this was a genuine prodigy. I wonder if he can rival Tang Tian. At the very least, let him rise from his seat. The gathered disciples brimmed with anticipation. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, the youth stood before Tang Tian, slowly raising his hands. Then he bowed deeply. Brother. The disciples were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. What is this peculiar situation? He addresses him as brother upon arrival? Yet, Tang Tian remained unfazed, offering a slight smile. I believe we have met before. You also visited the dragon transformation pool, did you not? The young man nodded. Thanks to you, my journey to the dragon transformation pool has been immensely beneficial. I am grateful to my brother. Tang Tian couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, bemused by the repetition of this phrase. Then why do you challenge me? Tang Tian inquired. The young man let out a bitter laugh, saying, I truly had no desire for this. Just moments ago, his master had issued a command. He gestured towards the high platform, and Tang Tian immediately understood. This group intended to utilize his abilities for their training, leaving no opportunity unseized. Having only attended 2 classes, they already wished for him to be promoted? Tang Tian shook his head in dismay. Nevertheless, considering they were all fellow disciples, he decided to assist them while they were eager. Very well, let us proceed, Tang Tian stated. Chapter 86, My brother. The battle commenced with great swiftness. This time, the observing disciples finally witnessed the unfolding of combat. Although the exchange between the two was still dazzlingly swift, at least they could grasp a semblance of understanding. Moreover, this encounter was the most intense and exhilarating match since the commencement of the challenge. The youth displayed remarkable prowess, employing an array of intricate techniques, transforming the arena into his personal showcase, leaving the audience in awe. Meanwhile, Tang Tian remained seated, exuding an air of nonchalance. Regardless of the young man's fervent efforts, Tang Tian effortlessly countered every move, never once compelled to rise from his seat. After a fierce exchange, Tang Tian pointed decisively, sending the young man hurtling through the air. Crashing to the ground, staggering back several paces, his complexion pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to maintain his footing for a moment, striving to steady his breath. Subsequently, the young man solemnly bowed to Tang Tian, conceding defeat. I am immensely grateful. At last, he refrained from uttering that particular phrase again. Tang Tian nodded. This young man possessed not only strength that vastly surpassed that of Haomiao, but also remarkable comprehension, having grasped numerous insights during the recent battle. It is no wonder he was chosen to enter the dragon transformation pool for cultivation. With the elder's announcement, Tang Tian celebrated his 3rd victory. Soon after, a strikingly beautiful woman ascended the arena. Bai Qingling from the Eastern Peak. Last year, she entered the inner sect with unparalleled achievements, her skills formidable and her power unfathomable. The crowd recognized her, yet their hopes of her defeating Tang Tian seemed to have waned. After 3 distinct battles, Tang Tian appeared truly invincible. Bai Qingling stood on the stage and spoke softly. I previously believed that esteemed disciples merely spoke grandly to garner attention. Now, it seems I have been rather narrow-minded. Tang Tian replied. In the realm of cultivation, there are countless prodigies. One must never underestimate anyone, regardless of the circumstances. Even I, at this moment, do not consider myself truly invincible among my peers. The world is vast, filled with extraordinary talents. Without the right mindset, one may inevitably face dire consequences. Indeed, Bai Qingling acknowledged. What you have revealed to me just now has opened my eyes. However, I still wish to spar with you, to gauge how far I truly fall short. Tang Tian nodded. Very well, let us begin. Thus, the battle commenced. Bai Qingling truly lived up to her title as a prodigy, her techniques exceptionally fierce, with a palpable aura of slaughter permeating the entire arena. Although her cultivation technique is rather singular, her comprehension of the path of assassination has reached an extraordinarily high level. Even the audience below can perceive the suffocating tempo of her offensive maneuvers. It is difficult to predict the outcome had she engaged in combat with the young man from earlier. Unfortunately, her opponent is Tang Tian. The two ultimately exist in disparate dimensions. After effortlessly deflecting all of Bai Qingling's attacks, Tang Tian flicked a tea leaf away, instantaneously nullifying all her lethal moves, leaving a blood mark upon her fair forearm. Bai Qingling took a deep breath and, with a cupped fist, conceded defeat. Thank you, senior brother. She turned and gracefully descended from the arena. Alas, I truly lost, someone sighed. Isn't this what we anticipated? Another remarked. At least Tang Tian had to use a weapon this time. Are you out of your mind? Tea leaves are considered a weapon? If you have the skill, try spitting out a tea leaf and see if it can harm anyone. Damn, you actually spat it out. Get out of my way. A minor commotion arose in the stands, but it was swiftly quelled by the elders. The challenges on the stage continued unabated. Following Bai Qingling, the main peak S. Hua Jingwei, the western peak S. Zhao He, and several elite disciples who rarely revealed their prowess ascended the arena one after another. Regrettably, despite unleashing their full force and employing all their tactics, none could compel Tang Tian to rise from his seat. This included Mu Qianqian, the prodigy from the sixth peak, whom Qi Yuan had specifically instructed to challenge. Regarding the proud young girl, Tang Tian's words carried a weight that intensified the battle, resulting in a merciless display of skill. It was through this confrontation that the audience witnessed the terrifying prowess of Tang Tian when he became slightly serious. He demonstrated an overwhelming dominance, leaving no opportunity for retaliation from his opponent, who was thoroughly defeated from start to finish. The girl resembled a beleaguered bird cornered against a wall, her stubborn mouth refusing to concede. Ultimately, Tang Tian delivered a decisive blow, sending her flying through the air. Just wait, I will undoubtedly reclaim my honor, she exclaimed defiantly. Tang Tian merely shook his head, dismissing her as he proceeded to instruct the other outstanding talents. Observing the scene from above, Qi Yuan smirked and remarked, "You are merely using my brother as a training tool, aren't you? That seems rather unfair." The Grand Elder cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "I will certainly remember Tang Tian's contributions." Qi Yuan scoffed, "Contributions? My brother is wealthy beyond measure. Even his waist is a treasure trove of innate Taoist jade. What does your mere contribution mean to him? Why do some individuals, as they age, become increasingly inclined to take advantage of others?" When it came to Li Tianhua, Qi Yuan always spoke with a tone of sarcasm, likely the only one in the entire Qingwei sect daring enough to voice such sentiments. The Grand Elder expressed a look of resignation, stating, "This time, Tang Tian has aided numerous elite disciples, beyond mere contributions. I believe the leaders of each peak will also express their gratitude." Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. "What good is gratitude? Can it be eaten? My brother has no need for such superficial tokens." The Grand Elder, incensed, exclaimed, "Must you feign ignorance?" With the imminent great battle ahead, followed by the crucial decision regarding positions, what do you believe your gratitude can accomplish? Qi Yuan, with a long drawn-out "oh," chuckled, "So that is what you meant. You could have simply stated it instead of meandering around." The Grand Elder snorted in frustration, clearly irked. This fellow was evidently being deliberate. There existed a stark difference between clarity and ambiguity. Initially, there had been ample room for maneuver, but Qi Yuan's interference compelled all the higher-ups to take this matter to heart. Though Qi Yuan appeared to be a brawny simpleton, he was, in fact, quite astute. This was indeed the case. While the peak masters displayed no overt reactions, the other high-ranking members had already begun to strategize in silence. Meanwhile, Lu Chang'e, Tian Yangsheng, and Mo Xiaoxiao possessed far-reaching gazes, lost in their own contemplations. The machinations atop the high platform did not sway the events below. The battles on the arena persisted. As time progressed, over 20 elite disciples had challenged Tang Tian. Aside from the initial hulking man and Yu Haomiao, all subsequent challengers were above the nascent soul stage, each possessing remarkable strength. One even emerged from the mid-nascent soul stage, nearly brushing against Tang Tian's sleeve, an impressive force. Yet, despite their utmost efforts, none could compel Tang Tian to rise. Moments later, a familiar face stood opposite Tang Tian. "I have strained my imagination to fathom your power, only to realize now that I have woefully underestimated you." A figure approached, unmistakably Nia Wushuang, following her journey through the dragon transformation pool. She had now attained the Yuaning stage. Yet, she expressed her desire to engage in a direct confrontation. "This is my heartfelt wish," Nia Wushuang declared. Chapter 87. An early conclusion. Nia Wushuang left a profound impression on Tang Tian. Her extraordinary talent, remarkable strength, and meticulous mind set her apart. During the flag-snatching competition, although she did not dominate the arena, it was evident that had it not been for Tang Tian, the victory would have undoubtedly belonged to her. Under the tutelage of Mo Xiaoxiao, Nia Wushuang had made tremendous strides, now standing in a league of her own. From a certain perspective, Mo Xiaoxiao's discerning eye for talent was indeed exceptional. "Then let us begin," Tang Tian replied with a smile. The battle commenced in an instant. True to form, Nie Wushuang unleashed her full power from the outset. A multitude of swords erupted into the air, coalescing into a vast sword array that darted across the arena. In the next moment, all the swords shifted direction, aimed directly at Tang Tian. As before, he gently raised his hand, and all the swords abruptly halted mid-air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. However, this time, he did not successfully seize control of the swords. Nie Wushuang seemed to anticipate this outcome, swiftly altering her tactics. A primary sword radiated a blinding brilliance, while the remaining swords trembled violently, redirecting themselves towards the main blade. In the blink of an eye, all the swords converged, forming an immense celestial sword of slaughter. Concurrently, as the celestial sword took shape, the energy from the sword hilt that Nie Wushuang grasped surged forth, propelling the sword straight towards Tang Tian. The immense power pierced through the air, creating visible ripples. Indeed, progress has been made. Tang Tian offered a faint smile, raising his hand and gently pushing forward. The air before him instantly solidified, forming an imperceptible yet formidable wall. In the next moment, the celestial sword collided with the wall. A thunderous roar erupted above the arena, and the shockwave swept across the venue, causing some weaker disciples to lose their balance and tumble from their seats. When they regained their footing, their faces were etched with fear. Is this the prowess of a genius? Truly formidable. Exclamations filled the air as everyone turned their gaze back to the arena. The celestial sword was indeed extraordinary, even with Tang Tian erecting a wall of air before him. It continued to advance under Nie Wushuang's command. However, regrettably, it could not penetrate any further when it was merely half a meter away from Tang Tian. The entire blade emitted a cracking sound, evidently reaching its limit. Tang Tian smiled faintly, pushing forward another half-inch. The colossal celestial sword finally succumbed to the pressure. With a resounding explosion, it shattered. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the celestial sword did not disintegrate into fragments but transformed into a shower of light, enveloping the arena. Even more surprising was the disappearance of Nie Wushuang herself, as if she had melded into the luminous rain. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. At that moment, a droplet of light rain suddenly expanded near the edge of his body, morphing into a blade as delicate as a cicada's wing, silently lunging toward Tang Tian. Unfortunately, just as it was about to strike him, a hand holding a teacup appeared before it. Ding! The tip of the sword was firmly locked between Tang Tian's two fingers, unable to advance even a fraction. Then, with a gentle flick of his fingers, he sent the short blade flying away. In its flight, the blade expanded in the wind, astonishingly transforming into the likeness of Nie Wushuang. She staggered back a few steps, ultimately losing her balance and kneeling on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, her complexion paling to the extreme. That previous strike was a desperate gamble on her part. How swiftly she has progressed, Tang Tian mused softly. Moments ago, Nie Wushuang had concealed herself amidst the cascading light from the exploding celestial sword, launching a full-force attack at close range. She had come perilously close to injuring her own attire. Truly formidable. Nie Wushuang remained silent, and after a long pause, she slowly rose to her feet. Her pallor persisted, yet she still offered a respectful gesture to Tang Tian. Thank you. With that, she descended the arena with measured steps. Observing her retreating figure, Tang Tian hesitated slightly, his hand caressing the teacup as he felt a hint of dampness. Upon inspection, he realized that although he had effortlessly blocked Nie Wushuang's all-out strike, she had still inflicted a slight injury upon him. The minuscule crack on the teacup served as testament. This imperfection extinguished the flicker of complacency that had arisen from his consecutive victories. It seems I ventured out too soon. If someone can harm my teacup today, tomorrow, someone may very well sever my throat. Upon returning this time, he resolved to elevate the path of all laws to a higher realm, to fully master the divine phoenix secret technique, and only then contemplate emerging from seclusion. Tang Tian reflected. He could only imagine how his thoughts would be perceived by other prodigies if they were to hear them. After Nie Wushuang, 2 more elite disciples chose to challenge. Subsequently, no one else volunteered to step forward. Moreover, due to the incident with the teacup, Tang Tian lost the inclination to continue. Thus, he brought this free challenge to a close. Regardless, he was certain that he had passed. Upon returning to the high platform, Qi Yuan noticed that Tang Tian's expression was somewhat off and inquired, "Old Jean, what is the matter?" Tang Tian let out a long sigh. "I feel that I am still too weak. I nearly allowed a momentary victory to blind my eyes, but thankfully I awakened just in time. From now on, I must exert myself twice as diligently." Qi Yuan responded, "What? You should really listen to what you're saying. You participated in a challenge match, lounging in a soft chair, sipping tea, and swiftly defeating dozens of elite prodigies of the same rank, and then you return to introspect and declare yourself too weak? I could bring those prodigies over here, and I dare you to say that again in front of them. Qi Yuan was somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend Tang Tian's mindset. Even the grand elderly Tianhua could not help but cast a look of astonishment. In his eyes, Tang Tian embodied every commendable quality of an exceptional disciple: talent, strength, wealth, and a profound sense of responsibility towards the sect. Remarkably unpretentious, even after achieving such a monumental victory, the first thought that crossed his mind was self-reflection. This was simply extraordinary. The grand elder shook his head, lamenting that Tang Tian, being merely an honorary disciple, could not prompt the sect's rules to be easily altered for the sake of one individual. It is hoped that once he enters the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace, Tang Tian will truly shine. Within the confines of the Cloud Summit, the distinction between honorary and regular disciples diminishes significantly. After Tang Tian's formidable challenge concluded, a considerable time passed before other disciples ascended the arena. This time, 5 stages ignited simultaneously, marking the commencement of the formal selection for core disciples. However, due to the explosive nature of Tang Tian's performance, the subsequent battles appeared rather lackluster, failing to capture the audience's interest. Seated upon the high platform, Tang Tian observed with a detached demeanor. He noticed Niao Wushuang, who, despite her injuries, displayed remarkable prowess, effortlessly overcoming her opponent. He also beheld the youth from the Youth Palace, who, by tossing a multitude of spiritual plant seeds, manipulated his adversary with ease. Furthermore, he spotted Linyu, the once proud maiden, now diminished and in a deplorable state. Tang Tian swiftly diverted his gaze. Since the moment he traversed into this realm, their paths were fated to diverge irreparably. The challenge, involving thousands of participants, typically spanned several days. After a while, the Grand Elder and other high-ranking officials gradually departed. Tang Tian, accompanied by Qi Yuan, also took his leave, officially entrusting Li Hong and his companions to him. Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed, Qi Yuan assured him. Without further discussion, Tang Tian bid farewell and returned alone to the purple bamboo courtyard. Sitting beneath the ancient locust tree, he listened to the gentle trickle of water flowing from the Ninshuan ancient well, finding his heart enveloped in profound tranquility. For him, the selection competition was merely a minor episode. Apart from revealing a glimpse of his strength, it offered little in terms of tangible benefits. The so-called goodwill from the higher-ups did not warrant much consideration on his part. Presently, what mattered most to him remained cultivation, the consumption of points, and the pursuit of the myriad paths. These elements constituted the very essence of his survival in this world. After a prolonged moment, Tang Tian inhaled deeply and gazed upwards towards the distant pinnacle. He resolved to ascend to that height. Chapter 88. The situation at Tianfu. The core disciple selection competition lasted a full 5 days. During this time, Tang Tian's name resonated throughout the Qinghua sect. He had consecutively challenged dozens of the most elite inner disciples, achieving resounding victories with an overwhelming display of prowess. Such accomplishments, even within the annals of the Qinghua sect's history, were exceedingly rare. The only individual comparable to him in recent memory was the legendary Ling Luo, who had emerged over 20 years ago. In her time, Ling Luo had galloped ahead, leaving her peers far behind, rendering them unable to even catch a glimpse of her brilliance. It was said that her talent and physique had reached an unfathomable realm. She had not even participated in the 100 Sects battle before transcending to immortality, guided away by the celestial Tianfu. Now, Tang Tian subtly exuded a similar grace. Yet, just as discussions of his burgeoning fame began to proliferate, Tang Tian once again opted for silence. After entrusting Li Hong and his companions to Qi Yuan, he resumed his solitary journey of cultivation. Sometimes he would be found in the Zizhu courtyard, while at other times he would retreat to the Tao-level meditation chamber within the dojo, often remaining there for several days on end. The innate talent of the Chosen One, combined with various enhancements and an abundance of cultivation resources, allowed Tang Tian's cultivation to ascend like a wild stallion breaking free from its restraints. In merely 10 days, he successfully broke through to the late stage of the nascent soul. Another fortnight passed, and he stood at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. A few days later, a formidable aura erupted within the purple bamboo courtyard, and when Tang Tian emerged from his meditation chamber, he had already reached the initial stage of the transformation god realm. Such a pace of cultivation left Qi Yuan utterly astounded. "Old Jin, I feel you have already matched those prodigies within the heavenly pavilion," he exclaimed in wonder. Curiously, Tang Tian inquired, "What is the scene like within the Cloud Summit Heavenly Pavilion?" His curiosity about this powerful and enigmatic sect lingered, especially since he intended to venture there in the future. Qi Yuan's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as he replied, "It is a true sanctuary for cultivation, a celestial realm." He then turned to Tang Tian and remarked, As a celestial being, you are indeed formidable, yet within the Cloud Summit Heavenly Pavilion, you would merely be considered a minor figure, easily replaced by many others. Honestly, had the pavilion not set such a grand stage, requiring an abundance of talents, and had I not possessed a slight advantage, I would never have been assigned to the Qinghua sect. Perhaps at present, I am merely a minor overseer within the pavilion. Tang Tian fell into a contemplative silence. He understood that the heavenly pavilion was immensely powerful, yet it appeared to be even more formidable than he had envisioned. Why is the pavilion so eager to expand? Tang Tian pondered aloud. Qi Yuan shook his head, expressing that as a mere individual, he had little knowledge of the matters concerning the higher echelons. However, as far as he was aware, the establishment of Yunding Tianfu was relatively recent, merely a few thousand years ago. Yet, its influence is vast and boundless. As for me, I have never ventured beyond its confines. The expanse of Tianfu is immense, comparable to several hundred Qinghua sect territories, and the number of its core members is staggering, certainly exceeding the 100 million mark. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Since arriving in this world, his perceptions regarding the cultivation realm had undergone a profound transformation. Previously, he had believed that the cultivation world was vast, yet sparsely populated, assuming that a sect with 1 million members would undoubtedly be the sovereign of the entire continent. However, he later discovered the truth of its vastness and the reality of its population density. The total number of inhabitants is indeed substantial. Within the Qinghua sect alone, the number of disciples surpasses 10 million, and when accounting for all associated individuals, it rivals the population of a small nation. Furthermore, sects akin to Qinghua are as numerous as the stars in the sky, countless and beyond enumeration. The smaller sects are akin to grains of sand in a desert, impossible to quantify. This observation pertains solely to the number of cultivators. The population of mortals is even more incalculable. The cultivation realm is simply too vast, with no discernible boundaries, rendering any number of inhabitants, no matter how great, as seemingly sparse. Thus, the assertion that Yunding Tianfu boasts a core membership exceeding 100 million is neither exaggerated nor beyond Tang Tian's expectations. This figure signifies an abundance of prodigious talents within the Tianfu, to an almost alarming degree. If figures like Niao Wushuang and even Gu Xiaoxue, the prodigies of Qinghua sect, were cast into the cloud-top celestial palace, they would scarcely stir even the slightest ripple. The celestial palace is divided into 10 vast regions, each further segmented into numerous smaller areas. Qi Yuan continued, recounting his past. During my time in the southeast region's Yanming subdivision, a remarkably gifted young prodigy emerged. He began cultivating at the tender age of 10 and ascended to immortality by 15, wielding unparalleled combat prowess. Yet, astonishingly, he ranked only 19th among over 20 subdivisions in the southeast region. Across the entirety of the Cloud-Op Celestial Palace, he fell beyond the 200 mark. Truly, Qi Yuan's face was awash with admiration, while Tang Tian felt a pang of apprehension. A prodigy who achieved immortality in 5 years could not even secure a place among the top 100 contemporaries. This underscores the formidable strength of the Celestial Palace, a veritable sanctuary for the exceptionally gifted. Contemplating this, Tang Tian's resolve solidified. He must accumulate sufficient foundation before venturing forth. Sensing Tang Tian's contemplation, Qi Yuan smiled and remarked, "However, you are by no means lacking. I heard that last year, you were merely a novice disciple in the initial stage of Qi refinement. In just over half a year, you have already reached the divine transformation realm. Such an achievement would position you among the elite in any subdivision of the Cloud-Top Celestial Palace. Moreover, your understanding of the Tao is the most profound I have witnessed. Most of the elder leaders are not your equal, truly." Tang Tian smiled quietly without uttering a word. His vision transcends the confines of a mere district. "What was your experience like in Tianfu during your formative years?" Tang Tian inquired. Qi Yuan chuckled heartily, responding, "Although constrained by my inherent abilities and various circumstances, I've yet to achieve apotheosis after centuries. Nevertheless, I was among the top 100 within my district back then. Many disciples with superior natural gifts couldn't surpass my combat prowess, which is why I was chosen to come to Qinghua sect." A hint of youthful pride graced his countenance. Tang Tian smiled and ventured, "May I be so bold as to request a bout? Since Li Hong and the others departed, he's lacked sparring partners, and his hands are itching for action after over a month without practical combat. He doesn't trust others, but Qi Yuan seems like a suitable candidate." "Certainly," Qi Yuan exclaimed, rising to his feet and swinging his robust arms. "It's been ages since I last fought, so this is a welcome exercise. But bear in mind, no complaining if you get hurt." Tang Tian also stood up, replying with a smile, "Then I shall proceed without reservation." With that, The two instantly engaged in battle. Chapter 89. Survival is sufficient. Qi Yuan's words were no mere boast. The moment the two commenced their duel, Tang Tian immediately sensed the pressure. This pressure differed from his previous encounters with Li Hong and his companions. It was a genuine suppression and urgency characteristic of a life-or-death struggle. If his interactions with Li Hong and the others were mere discussions of Taoist techniques, then facing Qi Yuan was akin to a true battle for survival. His methods were not numerous, yet each assault was executed with remarkable simplicity and efficiency, devoid of superfluous embellishments. At the outset, Tang Tian found himself thoroughly suppressed, unable to mount any counterattack, and soon fell victim to several tangible strikes. It was no wonder that Qi Yuan boldly proclaimed beforehand that Tang Tian should not weep or lament later. Had he been an ordinary cultivator, he would likely have collapsed, incapable of rising again. However, Tang Tian was anything but ordinary. With the formidable body of the Divine Phoenix and the extraordinary techniques of the Divine Phoenix, he could swiftly recover from injuries in a remarkably short period, without any detriment to his combat prowess. This marked the first occasion for Tang Tian to truly experience the efficacy of the Divine Phoenix techniques in actual combat. As time progressed, he gradually acclimated to Qi Yuan's rhythm. The frequency of his attacks diminished, and he occasionally managed to execute an effective counterstrike. After a while, when Qi Yuan delivered a punch to Tang Tian's chest, Tang Tian seized the opportunity to deliver a kick to his side, creating distance between them. Just as Tang Tian prepared to continue his assault, Qi Yuan raised his hand and exclaimed, "Stop, stop, stop." The ferocious battle finally came to a halt. Qi Yuan gazed at Tang Tian, who showed no signs of fatigue, his expression filled with astonishment. "What on earth are you made of? How can you endure such blows and grow even fiercer?" Tang Tian merely smiled and remained silent, considering the Divine Phoenix techniques one of his hidden cards, not yet willing to reveal it entirely. "Are all the top 100 prodigies in the Tianfu district as formidable as you?" Tang Tian inquired. "If that is indeed the case, then the cloud-top heaven has truly exceeded its own expectations once more." Qi Yuan stepped forward and remarked, "Oh, my old brother. I was among the top 100 several centuries ago, but times have changed. Take the Huashan realm for instance, not to mention the top 100 in the district. Even among the top 100 in the heaven, facing me in the same realm would not guarantee them any advantage. Old Jin, with such formidable prowess, would undoubtedly become one of the focal points in the heaven." Tang Tian remained noncommittal. His methods, along with his comprehension of the Tao, had indeed surpassed the boundaries of the Huashan stage. However, in terms of advancement beyond that, it was uncertain. Should the opponent's combat capabilities be on par with Qi Yuan's, he might not easily prevail. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian inquired, "Old Qi, is there any method to rapidly enhance combat abilities?" Qi Yuan scoffed and shook his head, saying, "There are no shortcuts. One can only improve through continuous battles. The essence will inevitably be grasped through life and death struggles." Tang Tian fell silent. Genuine life and death combat opportunities were scarce, and he was not keen on toying with his own life. Yet, with the existence of the Divine Phoenix secret technique, he could engage in simulated life and death battles. After pondering, Tang Tian proposed, "Old Qi, could you assist me in finding individuals with substantial combat experience? I wish to bolster my practical abilities as much as possible. You may instruct them to employ any tactics, as long as they do not kill me." Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, staring at Tang Tian in disbelief. "Are you that determined? Given your innate gifts and financial resources, with ample time, you could assuredly ascend into the upper echelons of the Celestial Palace. Under the aegis of the Celestial Palace, no one would dare pose a threat to you." Tang Tian demurred. "Relying on oneself is paramount. Only one's own power is truly dependable. I implore you," Tang Tian entreated. Ultimately, yielding to Tang Tian's insistence, Qi Yuan acquiesced. He reiterated, seeking confirmation on whether the condition was truly to the extent of merely surviving. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Qi Yuan exclaimed with a sigh, "You are indeed a madman. The prodigies within the Celestial Palace would never fathom the kind of existence they were about to encounter." "Very well, I shall arrange it for you," Qi Yuan conceded. Tang Tian's face broke into a radiant smile. When adequately safeguarded, a touch of madness is permissible. After a brief interlude of casual conversation, the two parted ways. Qi Yuan's efficiency was remarkable. By the following afternoon, 10 cultivators exuding a profound aura, brimming with a murderous intent, had arrived at the purple bamboo courtyard. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that they were Qi Yuan's direct subordinates. Having followed him through centuries of campaigns, witnessing countless life and death scenarios, and possessing an abundance of combat experience. As per Qi Yuan's arrangement, they would henceforth visit the purple bamboo courtyard every afternoon to engage in combat with Tang Tian. Tang Tian welcomed them with open arms. And so, on that very afternoon, Tang Tian's blood began to bloom incessantly within the purple bamboo courtyard. Qi Yuan was earnest. He genuinely adhered to the condition of merely surviving. Tang Tian was earnest in his endeavors, enduring the excruciating pain that pierced his very soul, yet he persevered, ultimately bidding farewell to his companions with a radiant smile as they departed from the purple bamboo courtyard, reminding them to arrive punctually the following day. His remarkable demeanor left his subordinates in a state of astonished bewilderment. They had never witnessed such a relentless spirit. Would he be able to rise again by tomorrow? Little did they know that upon returning to his meditation chamber, all of Tang Tian's wounds would have miraculously healed, leaving no trace apart from his blood-soaked garments. The enhanced essence of life coursed through him, bestowing boundless vitality without any depletion. After reflecting on the afternoon's battle, Tang Tian resumed his cultivation. The next afternoon, when his subordinates beheld Tang Tian, unscathed and brimming with even greater fighting spirit, they were nearly left speechless. What sort of divine entity possessed such extraordinary healing capabilities? Given this revelation, they fully liberated themselves, diligently adhering to the command of survival, subjecting Tang Tian to even more brutal trials than before. Even seasoned veterans of intense conflict felt a twinge of trepidation at the sight. However, on the third day, Tang Tian once again appeared vigorous, audaciously demanding that they intensify their efforts. Thus, Tang Tian devoted his mornings to cultivation in the Dao-level training chamber, returned to the purple bamboo courtyard for life-and-death duels in the afternoons, and spent his evenings reflecting on the battles, assimilating the day's experiences. In such a richly fulfilling routine, Tang Tian's cultivation and combat prowess underwent transformative breakthroughs daily. His overall strength is steadily progressing towards an elusive realm. Should he encounter Nie Wuxuang once more? Even under the same conditions, it would be impossible for her to touch his teacup again. After more than half a month, Tang Tian has firmly ascended to the mid-stage of transformation. At this juncture, he finally received the news that Qin Hai would be visiting him. Chapter 90, The Hand Behind the Scenes. Brother Yin, I have sent the money with someone. Tang Tian transmitted a message to Yun Kong using a communication jade talisman. During this period of intensive cultivation, he has remained attentive to the development of Qingwei sect. However, it is unfortunate that the construction of Qingwei sect seems to have reached a saturation point. After nearly 2 months of continuous investment, over 70 trillion spirit gems have been expended, yet not a single piece of innate Dao Jade has been acquired. Adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Tang Tian did not entirely abandon the endeavor. Just recently, he had given Yun Kong over 90 billion in minor funds. Young Master Tang, is it truly necessary for me to carry such a colossal sum? One of Qi Yuan's subordinates asked, his hand trembling slightly as he held the storage ring, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Through this period of amicable exchanges, the two parties have become quite familiar, and occasionally, they would assist Tang Tian with minor tasks. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian's gaze shifted. Is there something troubling you? If so, would you prefer I offer you a piece of innate Dao Jade as a tip? The subordinate immediately shook his head vigorously. No. That is certainly not necessary. If the Peak Master were to find out, I would surely meet my demise. My intention is, never mind. Since the young master places such trust in me, I shall certainly not let him down. Rest assured, I will deliver every item to the young lord without fail. Observing the individual as if making a solemn vow, Tang Tian could not help but feel speechless. It is merely a matter of sending a little pocket money. Does it really warrant such gravity? No worries. If it is lost, I shall provide more. Hurry back. Do not delay today's training, Tang Tian instructed. The subordinate nodded earnestly before departing from the Zizhu courtyard. It was still morning, yet Tang Tian chose not to practice in the dojo. Instead, he sat quietly beneath the old locust tree, patiently awaiting something. Before long, the formation outside was triggered, prompting Tang Tian to rise and open the barrier. It was Qin Hai. Young Master Tang. Qin Hai greeted with a bow. No need for such formalities. Tang Tian smiled as he invited him inside. After several months apart, Qin Hai's demeanor had evidently transformed, exuding the poise of one in a higher station. It appeared that following their previous transaction, he had indeed secured a significant position within the Jinyu Hall. Come, let us see what you have brought today. Having refrained from spinning for quite some time, Tang Tian felt a flutter of excitement. Subsequently, Qin Hai produced 2 exquisite shimi rings. Upon opening one of the rings, Tang Tian discovered it was filled with high-quality cultivation resources, a veritable treasure trove of items. The other ring, however, was brimming with various techniques, boasting an even greater quantity than before, totaling over 10,000 types. Alas, the combined worth of both rings amounted to less than 200 trillion, quite similar to their last encounter. It seems that Qi Bin was indeed correct. This amount has reached the limit for the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce in this region. To seek further increases, alternative methods must be considered. The construction of Qinghua Gate has similarly approached a state of saturation. Tang Tian sighed softly, realizing that if he wished to indulge in consumption in the future, he would have to venture to places like Yunding Tianfu. Nevertheless, he was content. Tang Tian stored away both rings and, in a rare move, opted for a one-time settlement. With newfound wealth, bolstered by investments from the sixth peak and various expenditures, his innate Dao Jade had surpassed 1,000 and continued to rise. Henceforth, he would leave resource acquisition to fate and focus primarily on cultivating techniques, regardless of the channels through which they were obtained. What progress has been made regarding the Tianfeng matter? Tang Tian inquired. I heard from Li Hong about some rather peculiar findings. Qin Hai nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Since the conclusion of the last transaction, upon my return, I successfully secured the position of steward at Jinyutang, and with the support of the esteemed Qi Bin, the investigation proceeded much more smoothly. I have indeed discovered that prior to Tian Feng's arrival at Zizhu Yuan, he engaged in a clandestine discussion with Du Yuanqing. Following that meeting, Tian Feng sought me out and forcefully took over the dealings with you. Therefore, Du Yuanqing must certainly be aware of this matter. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. He had no prior interactions with Du Yuanqing, who had even declined his financial support at the last inspection meeting. So, why would he deliberately create animosity with Tian Feng? What is the special discovery you mentioned earlier? Tang Tian inquired. Qin Hai pondered for a moment and replied. Young Master Tang, do you recall what Lord Qi mentioned previously regarding the allocation of shares? Tang Tian nodded, recognizing the enormity of the matter, a colossal enterprise worth trillions. However, due to the shares being outside the jurisdiction of Qinghua Gate, a decision had yet to be reached. During the investigation into Tianfeng, I stumbled upon another revelation. Qin Hai continued. Shortly after their clandestine meeting, Du Yuanqing submitted a formal application to the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. He too wishes to partake in this share distribution. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that Du Yuanqing fears my growing closeness to Tingyun, potentially jeopardizing his share allocation? This could indeed be the sole cause of conflict between them, as the shares influence the voting for the second-in-command of Qinghua Gate next year. But does Du Yuanqing possess the capability to vie for that position? Tang Tian expressed skepticism. Among the 5 prominent young masters and the 2 influential young ladies, Du Yuanqing is the youngest and possesses the least substantial background. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to attain the second-in-command role. Could there be some other ulterior motive at play? Qin Hai swiftly provided another lead. Initially, I shared your perspective. However, as my investigation deepened, it appeared this situation was not initiated by Du Yuanqing. Prior to this, he had not exhibited any significant desire to engage in share distribution. It was only after his clandestine discussions with Tianfeng that he proactively submitted his application. Thus, it seems that meeting resembled an ideological persuasion orchestrated by Tianfeng, which ultimately led to the occurrence of this event. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. If that were the case, it could indeed provide some clarity. Yet, why would Tianfeng act in such a manner? During his previous visit to Zizhu Courtyard, his deliberately antagonistic demeanor was almost palpable. Was it truly merely to distance himself from the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce? Tang Tian pondered for a moment, realizing that the entire thread of clues still could not be cohesively linked, as if a crucial element were missing. This element resided partly with Tianfeng and partly with the equity distribution. There was an unsettling sensation that an unseen hand was manipulating everything from the shadows. Tang Tian despised this feeling. The unknown is invariably daunting. He needed to unravel the truth. Tianfeng was not affiliated with Qinghua sect, making it impossible to break through from that angle for the time being. He could only proceed with a gradual investigation. Therefore, the only avenue left to alter the situation was the equity distribution. Tang Tian glanced at the points in the system, which were sufficient to cultivate the Divine Phoenix secret art to its utmost pinnacle. Perhaps, how does one participate in this equity distribution? Tang Tian inquired. Qin Hai replied, the chamber will assess qualifications. With your current standing, as long as you wish to, you merely need to submit a formal application. Tang Tian nodded. If the Divine Phoenix secret art proves formidable enough, coupled with the protection of Qi Yuan, temporarily departing from Qinghua sect would not pose significant issues. This invisible hand behind the scenes must be unearthed. Moreover, aside from this, there are countless consumption points to consider. If one could indeed pave a pathway for the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, the opportunities for consumption from the outside world would far surpass those of the Qinghua Gate. Chapter 91. The Tang Dynasty's Crisis Nightfall at the Purple Bamboo Courtyard. Tang Tian sat in the meditation chamber, his upper body bare. As the traces of blood on his skin rapidly dissipated, the wounds that once marred his body had completely healed, leaving his skin as unblemished as before. He had grown exceedingly adept at this process. After extensive training, he had made remarkable strides in his combat skills. In the early days of his battles, he would nearly lose his life, yet now he maneuvered with ease, delivering fierce counterattacks at opportune moments. Such rapid growth astonished the subordinates of Qi Yuan. Experience in combat could not merely be acquired through innate talent and cultivation. Nevertheless, Tang Tian understood that this was a result of his profound comprehension of the myriad paths, often allowing him to discern the essence within a fleeting moment. After a brief interval, Tang Tian opened his eyes, his spirit and vitality restored to their zenith. He subsequently accessed the system. One time of divine enlightenment, 10 billion consumption points. Following his transaction with Qinhai earlier that morning, he could redeem 2 instances of divine enlightenment, perfectly elevating the Sacred Phoenix secret technique to its utmost pinnacle. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian chose to redeem it, directly applying it to the Sacred Phoenix secret technique. Sacred Phoenix secret technique, mastery achieved. The intricate laws of the Tao intertwined within Tang Tian's being. In a moment of clarity, he felt as though he could perceive every vein, every cell, and every drop of blood within him. His body transformed into countless imperceptible diminutive units, each brimming with infinite vitality and vigor. After a period of time, when Tang Tian finally opened his eyes, an overwhelming aura filled the entire cultivation chamber. Blood drop, rebirth. Tang Tian's gaze was piercing as he found a more fitting descriptor for the perfected divine phoenix secret technique. He could sense that the essence of his life had undergone a complete metamorphosis. It seemed to transcend the realm of living beings, rendering the concept of death increasingly devoid of significance. Regardless of the injuries he sustained, as long as a single drop of blood remained, he could swiftly resurrect. Moreover, this rebirth was distinct from the small-scale resurrection through the laws of heaven. Blood drop rebirth incurred no loss. Memories, cultivation, and everything else remained intact. Such a power could indeed be deemed extraordinary. Furthermore, it appeared that my flesh had transformed into a form of divine elixir. Tang Tian silently introspected, and within the vision of his soul, his physical form appeared extraordinarily transparent, suffused with a radiant glow, akin to a precious medicinal herb. If a mere mortal were to acquire it inadvertently, extending their lifespan by several hundred years would pose no challenge whatsoever. Should I perhaps consider renaming myself Tang Sung? Tang Tian mused, touching his nose, feeling that lacking this ability was, in fact, preferable. If certain malevolent cultivators were to take an interest, he could very well find himself thrown into an alchemical furnace. It seemed prudent to avoid unnecessary injuries in the future, lest this unique trait attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. After conducting a thorough examination, Tang Tian once again activated the system. Given the extraordinary effects of the ultimate transformation, one cannot help but wonder what its final manifestation might entail. With a heart full of anticipation, Tang Tian employed the divine insight. However, after a brief wait, no extraordinary phenomena occurred, and his body exhibited minimal changes. Just as Tang Tian was beginning to feel perplexed, a sudden sharp pain radiated from his abdomen. This agony was inexplicably intense, sweeping through his entire being with a ferocity that eclipsed the torment of 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Soon, beads of cold sweat began to roll down his forehead as he gritted his teeth, enduring this unprecedented suffering. Yet, what transpired next nearly drove him to the brink of despair. As waves of pain surged, Tang Tian clearly observed his lower abdomen gradually swelling. His eyes widened in shock as a bizarre voice echoed relentlessly in his mind. A rooster laying eggs, the battle chicken among roosters. What on earth was happening? Tang Tian found himself utterly bewildered. Suddenly, he recalled that during the initial exchange for the divine phoenix body, he had indeed glimpsed a massive gray egg amidst the chaos. Pondering whether he might ultimately transform into an egg himself. Was this a prophetic utterance? While he had not physically transformed into an egg, the current situation unmistakably suggested the rhythm of egg-laying. Yet, he was undeniably male. An overwhelming sense of absurdity washed over him. Could it be that due to awakening the divine phoenix body, which is inherently magnetic, he had inherited reproductive capabilities? Tang Tian could no longer maintain his composure. As his belly continued to swell, he was consumed by anxiety at the prospect of giving birth to some inexplicable entity. As time progressed, Tang Tian began to notice certain peculiarities. The true locus of the bulge was not within his body, but rather in his dantian. At that moment, within his dantian, countless rules of the Tao intertwined, gradually coalescing into an elliptical, enigmatic entity. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to an egg. Yet, It was not an egg in the traditional sense. This egg did not herald new life. It remained an integral part of Tang Tian, existing in an extraordinarily profound manner. As the strange egg became increasingly solidified, Tang Tian's understanding of it deepened. Its existence transcended the five elements and even the rules of the heavenly Tao. It was something that existed independent of the heavens and the earth. In other words, even if the world were to shatter, the heavenly Tao were to descend into chaos, and the cosmos were to revert to primordial chaos, this egg would remain unaffected. Furthermore, it was intrinsically bound to the very essence of Tang Tian's life. Even if Tang Tian were to meet his demise, obliterated by a supreme being, leaving no trace or consequence in this world, he could still return through this egg. This was almost akin to attaining true immortality. Tang Tian could not help but let out a long sigh. The concern that had always weighed heavily on his mind, the matter of his life's safety, had finally found sufficient assurance. However, the only dilemma remained. I cannot possibly walk around with a prominent belly all day long. Tang Tian gazed at his noticeably swollen abdomen, unable to suppress a wry smile. As if sensing his intention, the strange egg, upon its complete formation, swiftly fell into a state of tranquility within his dantian. With the egg's quietude, Tang Tian's abdomen gradually retracted, ultimately returning to its original form. The mermaid lines remain intact, and there are no signs of stretch marks. Tang Tian let out a long sigh of relief. If he were to truly bear a significant belly in the future, he might find it difficult to even step out the door. After calming his emotions for a moment, Tang Tian meticulously observed the peculiar egg. He discovered that although the egg appeared to reside within his dantian, it had actually transcended the celestial rules of this world, existing in a state beyond an independent realm. Apart from himself, no one could observe or explore it. Furthermore, the bizarre entity seemed to be connected to the chaos, continuously drawing life energy from it and feeding it back into the very essence of Tang Tian's existence. This was akin to having the entirety of chaos providing an endless supply of logistical support, alleviating any concerns regarding the depletion of life. The extent of its defiance against fate had surpassed Tang Tian's comprehension. He only knew that the notion of death could now be expunged from his dictionary. A faint smile blossomed at the corners of Tang Tian's lips. At last, he could truly unleash his potential. Matters regarding equity distribution and numerous other exhilarating prospects awaited him. As he immersed himself in these thoughts, his cultivation continued to advance steadily, unbeknownst to him. Chapter 92. The visit from Lu Chang'e, the ultimate form of the Divine Phoenix secret technique, indeed exceeded Tang Tian's expectations. It was truly astonishing. He had almost birthed an egg. He seriously suspected that if he were of the female gender, he might have actually produced a living egg. Fortunately, the most worrisome scenario did not unfold. The existence of the peculiar egg eluded even the exploration of the celestial order. Moreover, the peculiar egg served to completely allay Tang Tian's concerns, providing him with the most formidable assurance of his safety. In high spirits, Tang Tian contemplated a myriad of reckless endeavors. However, after some reflection, he regained his composure. He merely sought a sense of security, not an invitation to folly. According to his original plan, a steady progression was all that was required. After some thought, Tang Tian retrieved the martial arts technique that Qin Hai had delivered that day. With a few remaining consumption points, he could further comprehend the technique, as strength is accumulated gradually. Additionally, he had identified a new avenue for acquiring future consumption points. The equity distribution of the Tungyun Chamber of Commerce was now open for his participation without reservations, and he planned to invite Qi Yuan when the time came. Tang Tian was also eager to unearth the hidden puppet master, stirring trouble from the shadows, to discover the true nature of this elusive entity. The following day, Tang Tian informed Qin Hai of his decision to partake in the equity distribution, leaving the registration process to him. With over a month remaining until the equity conference commenced, Tang Tian immersed himself in his cultivation and training. However, just a few days later, an unexpected guest arrived at Zizhu Courtyard, Lu Chang'e. When Tang Tian opened the formation and saw him, he was momentarily taken aback. Since their confrontation at the Woofing Exchange Conference, they had not crossed paths again. What could this individual want, coming to visit him unannounced? Tang Tian inquired, with no intention of inviting him inside. Yet, Lu Chang'e seemed unfazed, smiling as he replied, "I was sent by the young sect master. The sect's main peak has plans for expansion, and they wish to discuss it with you." Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Recently, he had indeed been involved in numerous sect construction matters, primarily to acquire more consumption points. However, he had never engaged with the main peak of the sect before. Lu Chang'e and Tian Yaoxing were both financially robust. They did not require assistance from others. What prompted this unexpected initiative for discussion? He found it somewhat perplexing. Yet he believed in the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Since they appeared courteous and even brought Yun Kong along, it would be petty to respond with hostility. Thus, Tang Tian welcomed Lu Chang'e into the purple bamboo courtyard. Upon arriving beneath the old locust tree, Lu Chang'e surveyed his surroundings meticulously. Then, gazing up at the tree canopy, he sighed. The canopy has grown too large, blocking out the sunlight from the entire courtyard. Pruning it would be beneficial. Tang Tian was taken aback. Previously, others had visited the purple bamboo courtyard and offered their evaluations, such as Wang Ziyu and Qi Bin from the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. However, their assessments primarily focused on the cultivation environment within the courtyard, while Lu Chang'e had the audacity to comment on the tree canopy. What relevance did sunlight have for him? After all, there was still sunlight streaming in during the morning hours. It was generally sufficient, as he preferred a cool ambience. Tang Tian replied, then retrieved a teapot and placed it on the stone table, extending his hand. Please, have a seat. Lu Chang'e glanced at the stone table, but shook his head with a smile. No need. I believe it will be more comfortable beneath the tree. I shall sit here. You may proceed as you wish. After speaking, he unexpectedly walked to the foot of the old locust tree, leaned against its trunk, and sat on the ground, fanning himself while stretching his legs, exuding an air of leisurely indulgence. Tang Tian wore a perplexed expression. What on earth is wrong with this fellow? Adhering to the principle of hospitality, he refrained from further comments and settled himself at the stone table. So, what are the thoughts of the young sect master? Tang Tian broached the topic. Lu Chang'e, with his eyes closed, feigned a brief slumber before slowly responding. The young sect master wishes to establish a series of meditation chambers within the dojo. However, the solution has already been determined and the funds are in place. I am here today to discuss this with you. Tang Tian paused, inwardly acknowledging the truth in his words. With Lu Chang'e and the resources of Tianyangsheng, it was indeed feasible to manage such matters. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Tang Tian inquired. Lu Chang'e smiled and replied, I feared you might deny me entry. Tang Tian remained silent. Had Lu Chang'e not invoked Yun Kong, he might not have granted him access at all. Then let us converse, Tang Tian said. Taking a sip of tea, Lu Chang'e fell silent for a moment before continuing. During this period, you have been remarkably active within the sect. Aside from the main peak, your presence is felt everywhere, and you have monopolized all construction at the sixth peak. Are you seeking to compete for that position? Tang Tian suddenly realized that this was the crux of the matter. Indeed, he had invested significantly in various developments, rapidly expanding his influence within the sect. His generous approach had garnered widespread acclaim among the higher echelons of the various peaks. If one truly engages in competition, the assessment of internal influence is inevitably biased. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian slowly remarked, Do you believe me when I say I do not compete? Lu Chang'e turned to him and replied, I do. However, I shall still regard you as a potential rival. Tang Tian shrugged. Well, that settles it. Whether true or false, you have already made your decision, rendering any answer meaningless. Lu Chang'e smiled faintly, then turned back, finding a comfortable position to lean against. Indeed, you are correct. Regardless, you have already become my adversary. No answer holds significance. Following this exchange, a brief silence enveloped them. After a moment, Lu Chang'e spoke again. Do you comprehend what that position signifies? Tang Tian sipped his tea. Is it not being beneath one and above 10,000? Lu Chang'e shook his head. That is merely superficial. Attaining that position, in a certain sense, equates to seizing the entirety of the Qinghua sect. From now on, any disciple entering the Yunding Heavenly Palace from Qinghua sect will become part of your own influence. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, as he was not particularly well acquainted with this matter. However, given that those disciples had already entered the Yunding Heavenly Palace, how significant could their connection to the second-in-command of Qinghua sect truly be? Seemingly sensing Tang Tian's confusion, Lu Chang'e continued, Before you, there were only 3 individuals who were the primary contenders for that position, myself, Tianyangsheng, and Mo Xiaoxiao. Tianyangsheng is a core member of the Tianfu Battle God Hall. Mo Xiaoxiao is a direct descendant of the Mo family in Tianfu. As for myself, I am a prospective hall master of the newly emerged force, the Good and Evil Hall. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that these 3 individuals hailed from the Yunding Tianfu. No wonder they appeared markedly different from Du Yuanxing and Jing Hong, exhibiting considerably greater financial resources. The truth was now revealed. Our 3 objectives are fundamentally aligned. If strictly speaking, there are merely 2. Lu Chang'e continued. The first is to gain experience, and the second is to secure the distribution rights for outstanding disciples of the Qinghua sect. Chapter 93. Peak of Transformation through Lu Chang'e's elucidation. Tang Tian gained a general understanding of the situation at hand. Regardless of who attains the position of second in command, they need not remain within the Qingwei sect indefinitely. Even upon returning to Yunding Tianfu, their status remains intact. This status grants them preferential distribution rights for disciples who have ascended within their respective sections. The reason Lu Changge, Mo Xiaoxiao, and Tian Yangsheng vie for this position is primarily to obtain this privilege, ensuring a continuous influx of fresh talent for their forces. In essence, their return to Yunding Tianfu is inevitable. In contrast, individuals like Du Yuanqing and Jing Heng primarily wage their battles within the confines of the Qingwei sect and are unlikely to venture to Yunding Tianfu. After absorbing this information, Tang Tian could not help but reflect on the disparities among the esteemed young masters. With only Lu Changge and 2 others present, the likelihood of competition for that position from anyone else is virtually non-existent. Why do you mention this? Tang Tian inquired. Lu Changge sighed softly, saying, I wish to convey that the interests involved in that position are exceedingly intricate. This is not merely a conflict among our esteemed disciples, forces within the sect. The higher echelons of the organization and certain factions within the Cloud Summit Pavilion are all entangled in this matter. Without sufficient foundation, a moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. Tang Tian stroked his chin. Are you warning me? Lu Changge shook his head. I am merely stating the truth. In this courtyard, I prefer not to delve into excessive schemes and machinations. Since you have already engaged in this affair, it is imperative that you comprehend what lies ahead. Tang Tian fell silent, uncertain of Lu Changge's intentions behind these words. Was it a warning? An attempt at persuasion? It seemed to be neither. Compared to the last 5 Peaks exchange meeting, Lu Changge's demeanor appeared rather peculiar. The enigmatic aura was absent, as was the intense emotional fluctuation. It felt as though they were simply conversing about mundane matters. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian asked, Are the 3 of you quite formidable within the Cloud Summit Pavilion? Lu Changge, eyes closed, replied slowly, We occupy a position of considerable strength. In the Hall of War Gods, there exists a group of fanatics. Though few in number, each member is extraordinarily powerful, wielding significant influence within the pavilion. The Mo family, a venerable lineage that has existed since the inception of Yunding Tianfu, possesses a depth that is difficult to fathom. In contrast, our Good and Evil Hall, though established a mere century ago, has experienced rapid growth and boasts a substantial number of members, thus wielding a degree of influence within Tianfu. However, upon closer examination, the Mo family remains the most formidable, followed by the War God Hall, with our Good and Evil Hall trailing behind. Tang Tian responded with a sound of understanding. It appeared that the contention among the 3 was indeed a clash of titans. Yet, based on his current observations, he found Mo Xiaoxiao to be the weakest among them in terms of overall strength. He voiced this concern, to which Lu Changge explained. The Mo family does not have a significant need for fresh blood. Their interest is minimal at best. Mo Xiaoxiao has come to Qingwei Gate primarily for training. Tang Tian realized, so that is the case. No wonder Mo Xiaoxiao has consistently focused on the management of the South Peak itself. Her subordinates seem utterly devoted, as if they have undergone a spiritual conversion. After sharing these thoughts, the 2 fell into a contemplative silence once more. Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words. And Lu Changge, upon entering, settled down with closed eyes, seemingly lost in the wind, prompting Tang Tian to wonder if he had fallen asleep multiple times, resembling someone afflicted with a serious ailment. You have no concerns, while I have matters to attend to, Tang Tian thought. After a moment of stillness, just as he was contemplating issuing an invitation for departure, Lu Changge unexpectedly inquired, Do you know why the Zizhu courtyard has suddenly opened? Tang Tian shook his head. Why is that? Lu Changge replied, You are unaware as well? The purple bamboo garden has remained shrouded in seclusion due to certain past events. Its sudden opening is indeed rather peculiar. Tang Tian remarked with a smirk, What is so strange about it? One cannot remain tethered to the past forever. Time moves ever forward. Lu Changge abruptly turned to him and smiled. That is a truly profound statement. He then propped himself up, stretching luxuriously. Ah, how delightful. I could easily succumb to slumber here. Tang Tian, indifferent, replied, Feel free to sleep. There is an empty room over there, if you don't mind its modest size. You may rest there. Lu Changge shook his head. No, thank you. Don't think I'm unaware. You've long wished to usher me out. Besides, I have many matters to attend to. You are correct. Time indeed progresses. As he spoke, Lu Changge unfurled his folding fan and strolled leisurely toward the door. Tang Tian remained seated, waving his hand to deactivate the external formation. Just as Lu Changge reached Taich, this individual was indeed peculiar, uttering a plethora of incomprehensible statements. Yet, Tang Tian sensed that he was not the intended target. However, He was the sole person present. After a period of contemplation, Tang Tian remained unable to discern any connection, and ultimately shook his head, dismissing the jumble of thoughts. Although he harbored no aspirations for that position due to his investment and consumption activities, he was inevitably being targeted by certain individuals. This was an unavoidable circumstance. Perhaps in the future, more conflicts and bloody storms would proactively seek him out. All he could do was to possess sufficient self-preservation capabilities before the advent of chaos. Currently, he had ample assurance regarding his personal safety. His strength could not be neglected either, as it was invariably the only foundation upon which to establish himself. Tang Tian's thoughts gradually subsided into tranquility. Subsequently, he continued to immerse himself in intensive cultivation and training. A little over a month elapsed swiftly. Following a violent spiritual energy storm, Tang Tian emerged from his chamber. He had already ascended to the pinnacle of the great perfection of the transformation god realm. At that precise moment, Qin Hai transmitted a message to him. In 5 days' time, at the headquarters of the Tang Tian Chamber of Commerce, the Equity Distribution Conference would officially commence. Chapter 94. 0.5% equity within the purple bamboo courtyard. Murderous intent surged. Several figures intertwined, engaging in a frenzied battle. Each attack was imbued with an extremely fierce aura, the murderous intent almost palpable. Had they not been situated within a large formation, the other structures of the entire purple bamboo courtyard would likely have been completely pulverized in an instant. After a brief interval, a brilliant ray of light suddenly erupted. In an instant, a dark figure was violently propelled away, crashing against the luminous barrier of the grand formation before collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from its mouth. Subsequently, several more cloaked figures were sent flying. Their combat prowess utterly diminished. In mere moments, the sky was left with only a solitary silhouette clad in purple, gracefully descending. It was none other than Tang Tian. After a period of relentless cultivation and training, Tang Tian's practical combat skills had advanced significantly. He was no longer the passive punching bag he once was. The 10 dark-clad individuals, all proficient beyond the out-of-body stage and elite warriors under the command of Qi Yuan, now found themselves entirely outmatched by Tang Tian. Remarkably, even after defeating them, Tang Tian bore not a single wound, his breath steady and demeanor composed. As he touched down, one of the dark-clad men struggled to rise, stating, "Young Master Tang, you truly are the fastest-growing individual I have ever encountered. Even Lord Qi, if he were to confine his cultivation to the transformation stage, could not so effortlessly vanquish us." His face was a portrait of astonishment. In just over a month, Tang Tian had transformed from an inexperienced youth, lacking battlefield experience, into a seasoned and formidable warrior with cunning strategies. Even those well-versed in the ways of the world could not help but feel incredulous. Tang Tian stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Without the guidance of Captain Liu and my other brothers, I would never have achieved such progress. You all are my mentors." As he spoke, he produced some healing elixirs and handed them to Commander Liu, saying, "Quickly, let the brothers recuperate. We were rather caught up in the heat of battle earlier and may have struck a bit too hard. I sincerely apologize." Commander Liu accepted the healing medicine with a smile and replied, "It is of no consequence. It has been long since we experienced such exhilarating combat. This serves as a reminder not to underestimate anyone in this world." He then clasped his hands together and distributed the healing medicine to the others. The items that Tang Tian provided were certainly not mundane. Before long, everyone had mostly regained their strength. "How has Master Ji been lately?" Tang Tian inquired. Commander Liu chuckled lightly. What else could he be doing? He has been sulking at the 6th peak, berating everyone daily. With the funding in place, the construction of the 6th peak has progressed rapidly. The general framework is nearly complete. However, some details do not meet Lord Ji's expectations, which is why his furious roars can often be heard. Tang Tian could not help but chuckle. Ji Yuan had that temperament. He would take action whenever something displeased him. Tang Tian had heard him express no less than 20 times his desire to find an opportunity to sneak up to the main peak of the sect and give the Grand Elder a thorough beating, though he had yet to act on it. "Could you do me a favor and deliver a message to him?" Tang Tian requested, producing a Jade talisman and handing it to Commander Liu. The equity distribution meeting is set to commence soon. While he harbored no fear of death, having a formidable companion by his side would undoubtedly be more advantageous. Commander Liu accepted the Jade talisman with a serious nod. As evening approached, Commander Liu and his companions departed. As night fell, Tang Tian received a message from Qi Yuan. "No problem, I was just looking to get some fresh air myself. These fellows are insufferable. If I stay any longer, I fear they may drive me to madness." Qi Yuan exclaimed, seemingly having chastised some unfortunate elder during his speech. Tang Tian responded with a smile, "Then I shall leave it to you, my friend. Additionally, I must mention that during this period of training under Commander Liu and his team, I have made considerable progress. It would be prudent to pause the training for now. At this point, he was capable of effortlessly defeating 10 of them without sustaining any injuries. Continuing would serve little purpose, though there were still plenty of healing potions available. One cannot expect others to be injured daily. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan appeared momentarily taken aback before inquiring, "What is wrong? Are they not taking the training seriously?" No, that's not it," Tang Tian quickly replied. "Commander Liu and the brothers are exceedingly diligent and responsible. I am truly grateful to them. Please do not shortchange my mentors. I merely wish to convey that I have reached a point where I can defeat them with ease. So there is no need for me to continue the exhausting daily runs here." Qi Yuan paused again, and after a moment, incredulously asked, "Old Jean, you aren't exaggerating. Are you? You can truly defeat them when they work together?" Tang Tian chuckled. "I would never jest about such matters." Qi Yuan was taken aback, but ultimately chose to believe, exclaiming, "You, my friend, are truly a freak, more extraordinary than any monster." He added, "All right. I will contemplate further methods of training and discuss them with you later." After exchanging a few casual remarks, their communication came to an end. After resting for a night, on the following morning, Qinhai arrived at Zizhu Yuan. "Young master, the location for the Equity Conference has been confirmed. It will be held at the headquarters of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. The headquarters is situated in Guli City, a super metropolis with a history spanning thousands of years, renowned for its extensive connectivity and bustling activity. Guli City is beyond the influence of the Qinghua sect, making the journey quite distant. It would take at least 3 days to reach from their current location," Qinhai explained. Tang Tian nodded slightly. The Tingyun Chamber of Commerce does not solely serve the Qinghua sect. It was established long before the sect itself, thus its headquarters is naturally not located too close. However, with Qi Yuan present, significant issues should be unlikely. "I have gathered some information regarding the Equity Conference," Qinhai continued. "This time, the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce is offering approximately 5% of its shares for redistribution, with a total value around 70 trillion. Based on past experiences, securing around 10 trillion usually grants a substantial chance of obtaining voting rights concerning that position. However, if Du Yuanqing also enters the fray, the situation becomes more uncertain." Tang Tian remained silent. Du Yuanqing did not seem particularly concerned about the matter of contention. However, the partial equity of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce amounted to a staggering 70 trillion. Consequently, its overall valuation exceeded 100 trillion. If he could acquire the entire chamber. Tang Tian shook his head, momentarily relegating this notion to the recesses of his mind. Acquiring such a colossal entity as the chamber was no trivial undertaking. It was prudent to first assess the situation on site. Chapter 95, Departure to Guli City. Subsequently, Tang Tian engaged in discussions with Qinhai regarding pertinent information about the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce and other details concerning Guli City. Established over a millennium ago, the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce emerged as a formidable conglomerate formed by the amalgamation of numerous smaller chambers, families, and factions. The headquarters of this chamber is presided over by an entity of transcendent stature. This is the reason behind the chamber's voting rights, as its influence, to a considerable extent, mirrors that of various external forces. Moreover, it appears that within the jurisdiction of the Yunding Tianfu, other significant chambers also exist. However, due to Qinhai's limited time in contact with the higher echelons, he had yet to ascertain specific information. What could be confirmed was that the other major chambers possessed a comprehensive strength that was not inferior to that of the Tingyun Chamber. This sparked an idea in Tang Tian's mind. If he could acquire them all. The headquarters of the Tingyun Chamber is located in Guli City, which was once one of the most influential super cities on this continent, until the expansion of Yunding Tianfu commenced. The swift establishment of over 100 subsidiary sects shattered the original power dynamics into disarray. The weaker factions have all become vassals of the Cloud Summit. The most powerful have either submitted to the summit or been entirely uprooted, vanishing into the vast river of history. Only entities like the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, possessing a moderately strong overall power and an exceedingly complex internal structure, primarily operating within the commercial realm, have managed to survive. However, this survival is relative. As the stability of the summit deepens, their existence becomes increasingly precarious, their living space continuously constricted beneath the feet of these primordial beasts. Once thriving Guli City is gradually declining. Although it remains prosperous, it can no longer be compared to its former glory. This situation has also led to the division of shares within the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, with an increasing number of forces aligning with the Cloud Summit. Failure to seek external funding will inevitably lead to collapse. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian felt a stirring within. If this is the case, then the notion he harbored might indeed hold a degree of feasibility. In that case, you shall stay here for the night. At dawn tomorrow, we shall set off for Guli City, Tang Tian declared. Qin Hai nodded, then pondered for a moment before responding. Young master, the journey to Guli City is arduous. I recommend bringing along several powerful guards for added security. After all, the outside world is not like Qinghua sect, where incidents of petty theft can still occur. Furthermore, it would be prudent to prepare a decent flying artifact for travel, because, with all due respect, the 3-day journey I mentioned pertains to those at the transformation stage and above. Tang Tian's gaze remained serene. His current strength and realm were known only to Qi Yuan and his 10 trusted confidants. As for Qin Hai, he had departed for Guli City prior to the core disciple selection, thus remaining oblivious to subsequent events. His understanding of Tang Tian's prowess likely lingered at the time of the flag-raising competition, estimating him to be at most at the Golden Core stage. Hence, his earlier remarks. However, Tang Tian naturally refrained from offering any explanations, simply responding with a gentle smile. The guards have been arranged, and they are exceptionally capable, so there should be no issues. As for the flying magical tools, have you forgotten what you sold to me? Among those resources, there are several fine ships. Qin Hai chuckled awkwardly. There were too many items in the transaction. I indeed find it hard to recall everything. Since you are well prepared, I am at ease. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Qin Hai settled into an empty room at the Zizhu courtyard, while Tang Tian proceeded to the dojo to further solidify his cultivation. He sensed that the threshold to the peak of the transformation stage was beginning to loosen. Early the next morning, Tang Tian brought Qin Hai to the ongoing construction at the 6th peak. He had visited several times before, and each occasion revealed new developments. This time was no different. As they walked, they encountered an array of newly constructed facilities and pavilions, all in the early stages of completion. The entire 6th peak was abuzz with a fervor of construction. Upon reaching the summit, Tang Tian located Qi Yuan, who was overseeing the work with his hands on his hips. Hey, old Jean, come, take a look at the main hall I designed myself. With great enthusiasm, Qi Yuan exclaimed. Tang Tian stepped forward, gazing at the construction site before him, momentarily taken aback. Goodness, having perused the design blueprints himself, he found this structure to be utterly unrelated to what he had envisioned. While the main hall of other sect leaders exudes grandeur and solemnity, Qi Yuan's resembles the lair of some ancient, fearsome beast. The entire edifice was cloaked in black, with various robust columns entwined in a menacing fashion, reminiscent of the biceps on Qi Yuan's arm. After a cursory glance, Tang Tian could no longer bear to look. He turned away, his expression grave as he remarked, "A masterful work, truly a design of genius, filled with elements that the average person could scarcely comprehend." Qi Yuan beamed with pride, seemingly eager to elaborate on his creative thought process. Hastily, Tang Tian shifted the subject, saying, "We must set off. Our destination is Guli City, and the journey will take several days." Qi Yuan paused, then replied, "Guli City indeed. It is a splendid place, and the women there are particularly enchanting. It seems I haven't visited in over 2 centuries. Tang Tian was taken aback. Well, it shouldn't be too far, right? For someone like you. It should only take half a day, I imagine. Qi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. You were unaware. The last time I went there, I inadvertently demolished their lord's mansion and buried several celestial beings who were meditating underground in the fiery magma. They were furious, clamoring for revenge, and forbade me from setting foot in Guli City ever again. Tang Tian responded. And what of your current situation? Qi Yuan shrugged. Now, it is of no consequence. The celestial beings have been summoned back to the heavenly capital to mine coal, and others dare not act recklessly. If they provoke me, I shall once again lay waste to their city lord's mansion. Tang Tian found himself in a moment of silence. He suddenly felt that bringing Qi Yuan with him might not be the wisest course of action. However, it was too late to change personnel. Our purpose for this visit is primarily to conduct business, so it is better to approach the matter amicably, Tang Tian remarked. Qi Yuan waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "Rest assured, my brother, I know how to maintain propriety in my actions. Had it not been for the arrogance of a celestial being from the city lord's mansion back then, I would not have demolished it. After all, I am a person of the heavenly capital. I cannot allow any petty character to act brazenly before me without imparting a lesson. Otherwise, they might think we are easy to bully." Observing his proud demeanor, Tang Tian couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of having a formidable background. Meanwhile, Qin Hai stood nearby, utterly astonished, pondering what kind of fierce guardian Tang Tian had enlisted. "Shall we proceed?" Tang Tian inquired. Moments later, a magnificent flying ship ascended from the peak of the 6th summit, racing towards the horizon. Chapter 96. Observations on the journey. The fierce wind howled as Tang Tian stood at the forefront of the ship, gazing down at the vast expanse of land below. The vessel moved at remarkable speed, akin to the full-force flight of a transformation realm practitioner. Yet, it was enveloped in a protective formation, safeguarding the entire ship, allowing for a tranquil interior despite the raging winds outside. Beneath, towering mountains swiftly passed by. Tang Tian observed several formidable beasts, as well as countless ordinary creatures, leaping and bounding through the mountains and forests. In addition, he noticed various human settlements of all sizes in the vicinity of Qingwei Gate. Most of these were cities inhabited by cultivators, where one could distinctly sense the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. As he moved further away from Qingwei Gate, the number of such cities gradually diminished, replaced instead by numerous towns of common folk. Since his transmigration, Tang Tian had finally perceived the authentic essence of the mortal world. Farmers toiled in the fields, women wove fabric, and children frolicked about in carefree abandon. Suddenly, he recalled Gu Xiaoxiwei, who, before being brought to Qingwei Gate by Elder Ha Hai, had been one of them, sitting atop a pigpen with her younger brother, gazing at the sun as it rose and set. "Old Jean, what's the matter?" Qi Yuan suddenly approached from behind. Tang Tian came back to his senses and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. I haven't been out in a while. I've spent so much time at Qingwei Gate that I've nearly forgotten what the outside world is like." His memories of his previous life had indeed grown increasingly hazy, nearly entirely forgotten. Qi Yuan pouted, crossing her arms as she leaned against Tang Tian, and remarked, "It's the same as always, stinky and treacherous. For a mere handful of cultivation resources, it's either you kill me or I kill you, with schemes and plots lurking everywhere. If it weren't for Qingwei Gate, or rather, Yunding Tianfu, the number of cultivators on this land would be halved at the very least." Tang Tian was taken aback. "Why?" Qi Yuan remarked. "The expansion of the heavenly mansion, although it has disrupted the original power dynamics and caused a degree of chaos, has ultimately ushered in a semblance of order. It has provided ample space for the weak to thrive. By the weak, I refer not only to those cultivators with inferior talents but also to those who, despite possessing sufficient capability, have faltered along their path for a myriad of trivial reasons. The heavenly mansion has established a platform that is relatively equitable, allowing each individual to discover their rightful place within it. Compared to several centuries ago, the total number of cultivators has more than doubled, and even the population of ordinary people has surged by over tenfold." Tang Tian fell into silence, taken aback by Qi Yuan's perspective. Just yesterday, Qin Hai had portrayed the Cloud Summit Mansion as a formidable entity that, relying on its immense strength, relentlessly encroached upon the existence of established powers, a force both potent and exceedingly domineering. Different vantage points yield entirely disparate conclusions. Yet, both depictions coexist as objective realities of the Cloud Summit Mansion. This divergence is not a matter of right or wrong, but rather one of standpoint. Fortuitously, Tang Tian found himself aligned with the Cloud Summit Mansion upon his arrival. It is undoubtedly more advantageous to be under the banner of the strong than that of the weak. The two engaged in a casual conversation while Tang Tian continued to observe the landscape below. After some time, the presence of cultivator cities had become exceedingly rare, as the region had transformed into a realm predominantly inhabited by mortals. The spiritual energy here is exceedingly sparse, with towns of varying sizes dotting the landscape. Tang Tian observed that in a hilly region, two distinct mortal armies were engaged in a fierce and bloody battle, with lifeless bodies strewn across the ground in a scene of utter carnage. As they passed by a hunter's village, the villagers knelt in reverence, repeatedly bowing their heads and calling for divine protection. Some of these individuals had never ventured beyond 100 miles from their homes, and had scarcely heard of the cultivation world, let alone encountered any practitioners. Thus, even a minor practitioner in the Qi refinement stage soaring overhead would be regarded as a celestial being. Qi Yuan remarked, and Tang Tian nodded in agreement. The realm of cultivation is indeed vast and expansive, with such isolation and inconvenient transportation. It is certain that some may believe their immediate surroundings to encompass the entirety of existence. In such places where spiritual energy is scarce, practitioners in the Qi refinement phase are a rare sight. Does the celestial realm care for mortals? Tang Tian inquired. Qi Yuan chuckled. Of course it does. However, the celestial realm has only been established for a short time, and in such a vast world, there are bound to be areas beyond its reach. Perhaps in a few thousand years, it will encompass the entire territory. By then, the cultivation world will flourish even more. Tang Tian chose not to comment. Such decisions and plans were beyond his current concerns, and he found himself not particularly interested. He resolved to focus on his own path. Thus, an entire day passed serenely aboard the ship. On the following morning, Tang Tian stood at the bow of the airship, realizing that, unbeknownst to him, they had already departed from the realm of mortals. The city of cultivators re-emerged, its architectural layout starkly contrasting with that of Qinghua sect. Qi Yuan informed him that they had left the jurisdiction of Qinghua sect. Observing this once familiar cultivation world, Tang Tian sensed an aura of ruthlessness and brutality. It was common to witness cultivators engaged in life-and-death battles within the city and the wilderness, with the bones of those devoured by beasts littering the ground. As they passed by some powerful factions, protective arrays would activate below, and several formidable cultivators would surge from the ground, regarding Tang Tian's airship with vigilant expressions. Among them were even those at the integration realm. However, upon glimpsing the flag atop the airship, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they retreated far back, silently watching as the airship soared overhead. No one dared to approach or cause trouble. Having left the dominion of Qinghua sect, the flag still wielded such formidable influence. Tang Tian chuckled, remarking that the emblem atop the airship was indeed exclusive to Qinghua sect. Qi Yuan smiled and replied, of course. Hundreds of years ago, if you had brazenly piloted an airship like this, flying up to investigate, you would have encountered not just those at the out-of-body or integration stages. Tribulation, transcendence, ascendance, and even immortals could have emerged to forcibly stop you. But now, those individuals are no longer present. Tang Tian couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Though Qi Yuan spoke with simplicity, he could vividly imagine the ferocity of the tumultuous storm that had transpired. It is no wonder that those individuals appeared so anxious and fearful upon encountering the emblem of the Qinghua sect. One might assert that even the combined might of 10 Qi Yuans would pale in comparison to the formidable presence of that unassuming banner. As the ship continued its relentless journey, Tang Tian traversed one extraordinary realm after another, even passing through the territories of several subordinate sections. By the morning of the third day, the fiery sun painted the entire sky in hues of crimson. Before Tang Tian lay a vast, boundless plain, upon which an immensely grand super-metropolis shimmered in golden brilliance under the sunlight. They had arrived. This was Guli City. Chapter 97. Premium Purchase under the Unwavering. Full-speed advance of the ship, Tang Tian and his companions reached Guli City a day ahead of schedule. As the hour was still early, they refrained from contacting Qi Bin and instead wandered leisurely through the city. This was a comprehensive metropolis, sprawling extensively, teeming with cultivators, and bustling with a multitude of ordinary folk. Upon entering the city gates, a rich aroma of cooked delicacies enveloped them, and the streets were alive with the vibrant sounds of vendors calling out, tofu buns, hot steamed buns, call me when you're hungry, 4 corn cakes for a single coin, spinach at a bargain, spinach at a bargain, spinach, bargain. Who wants sweet sugar cane? It's incredibly sweet. 2 people could be overwhelmed by its sweetness, I swear. The cacophony of voices filled the air, transporting Tang Tian back to the nostalgic alleys brimming with the warmth of human life. He disregarded the gazes of onlookers, purchasing whatever delicacies piqued his interest. He gnawed on sugar cane in the streets and even patronized a tofu pudding stall, consuming several bowls. These unconventional actions astonished both Qin Hai and Qi Yuan. Young master, Qin Hai remarked, these items are mere mundane fare. The district for cultivators lies within the inner city. Tang Tian, engrossed in slurping his soybean milk, responded. So what if they're mundane? As long as they're palatable. There's no rush. Let's eat our fill first. Subsequently, Tang Tian leisurely explored the snack street, amassing a plethora of delectable items into a sumaru ring, akin to a merchant stocking up on goods. Yet, upon totaling the cost, all the items amounted to less than 10 inferior spirit stones. The currency of the mortal realm primarily consisted of gold, silver, and copper. By afternoon, Tang Tian's enthusiasm gradually waned, and he arrived at the inner city of Guli City. Qin Hai was correct. This was the true domain of cultivators. The streets teemed with of various levels, and the shops lining the thoroughfares largely offered spiritual objects beneficial to cultivation. Tang Tian entered a few establishments, but quickly lost interest. The grades were too low, offering little significant benefit. Purchasing the entirety of a street would amount to a mere billion spirit stones. He lacked even the inclination to spend such a paltry sum. The closer we get to the city center, the more prosperous it becomes, Qin Hai stated. Tang Tian nodded, noting that the Tungyun Chamber of Commerce headquarters was also located in the city center. After a brief stroll, the surroundings gradually transformed, and the concentration of spiritual energy intensified, nearly rivaling the upper region of Qinghua sect. In this place, he also beheld more opulent skyscrapers and some exceptionally grand establishments. Tang Tian casually entered a few shops to explore and purchased several intriguing items. However, he refrained from making excessive purchases, as he had no need for additional spending points at the moment. Furthermore, Indulging in too much at once would inevitably attract unwanted attention. It is often wiser to maintain a low profile when venturing out. Dear guest, you have nearly emptied half of our store. Tang Tian replied. Why is it so fragile? As he meandered, time slipped away swiftly. By the time they arrived at the headquarters of the Tang Tian Chamber of Commerce, dusk had already descended. Qinhai had informed Qi Bin, who had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Young Master Tang. Upon seeing Tang Tian's arrival, Qi Bin greeted him with evident delight. Under his guidance, Tang Tian and his companions were led into a private room within the chamber, specifically reserved for esteemed guests. After a round of pleasantries, Qi Bin began to elucidate the specific procedures for the equity meeting scheduled for the next day. This round of equity included a portion that was voluntarily relinquished by existing shareholders and another portion that was entrusted to the chamber for sale due to unforeseen circumstances. The transferred shares had largely been prearranged, thus our primary objective lies with those freely offered shares for sale, which are estimated to be around 4 trillion. Qi Bin stated. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. He had initially anticipated that 70 trillion could be transacted, yet it turned out to be just slightly over half. While it was somewhat less than expected, it was still acceptable. If all transactions were to be successful, the divine talents and extraordinary physique would undoubtedly become his. 40 trillion. Can it all be acquired? Tang Tian inquired. Qi Bin was momentarily taken aback and replied, Young Master Tang, do you intend to acquire it all? Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. Qi Bin, astonished, seemed unprepared for the magnitude of Tang Tian's ambitions. After a moment of contemplation, he offered a wry smile and said, Acquiring everything may prove to be somewhat challenging. As you are aware, young Master Du is also participating in this equity conference, and I estimate his budget to be between 10 trillion and 15 trillion. Moreover, aside from him, there is approximately another 10 trillion in equity that has already captured the attention of other parties. Thus, your negotiating range appears to be between 15 trillion and 20 trillion. Tang Tian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Why was the figure diminishing? Without the 20 trillion, he felt that the risks associated with this venture might not be worth the reward. Isn't this a free bidding process? How can others dictate the terms? Tang Tian queried. Qi Bin elucidated. Although the equity is released for free bidding, the internal dynamics of the Tang Tian chamber are quite intricate. Some individuals have been strategizing for quite some time and have already secured portions of the equity, which is why this situation has arisen. Tang Tian realized that it was indeed a matter of connections. However, such connections are often the most unreliable of entities. Once the stakes are sufficiently high, Tang Tian was confident that certain individuals would be inclined to pivot towards his favor. After a moment of thought, Tang Tian mused. Having been in the Tang Tian chamber for many years, you must possess various channels of your own? Qi Bin chuckled. Indeed, that is certainly the case. Though I may not rival the esteemed veterans of the trade, I possess my own circle. Young Master Tang, are you intending to? Tang Tian nodded, affirming, indeed. I wish to acquire as many shares of the Commerce Guild as possible. If you can assist me in this endeavor, I shall reward you handsomely. Qi Bin pondered for a moment before responding. While it may be somewhat late, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, if you truly wish to proceed, you will undoubtedly need to expend a considerable amount of spirit jade. To seize shares from others will require a premium. After a brief contemplation, Tang Tian inquired, What is the expected markup? Qi Bin replied, For the more accessible shares, the markup will likely range between 5 to 20%. For those that are more steadfast, the estimation would be around 20 to 30%. Beyond that, I believe it would be rather unnecessary. Tang Tian nodded slightly. Based on his extensive experience with transactions, he understood that the system's baseline for normal dealings hovers around a 50% markup. Thus, this matter lies entirely within an acceptable range. With a gentle tap on the table, Tang Tian declared, I can accept any markup within 40%. There is no need for you to artificially suppress the price. As long as it remains under 40%, I shall acquire all. Qi Bin appeared momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed that Tang Tian was merely seeking to contest the voting rights. However, observing his approach, it seemed that the situation was perhaps more intricate than he had anticipated. I shall do my utmost, Qi Bin asserted earnestly. Chapter 98 Proactive Strike. After a brief conversation, Qi Bin departed from the private room. Only one night remained before the equity meeting commenced, and he needed to seize the moment. Meanwhile, Tang Tian continued to sit within the elegant chamber, sipping tea. At this juncture, Qi Bin effectively functioned as an intermediary, diligently fulfilling all of Tang Tian's requests. In the end, Tang Tian would merely need to compensate him with a modest service fee, which conveniently fell within the parameters acknowledged by the system, thus sparing him the need to expend unnecessary energy or resources. He simply hoped that Qi Bin's network was extensive enough to secure additional equity. Early the following morning, Qi Bin relayed news to Tang Tian. The situation was progressing favorably. He had already reclaimed a portion of the equity, and under Tang Tian's substantial influence, others were beginning to waver, with a high likelihood of success. Upon receiving this information, Tang Tian felt a sense of relief and decided to treat himself to a simple breakfast alongside Qi Yuan and Qin Hai as they made their way to the formal venue for the day. This venue was an aerial garden, situated on the mid-level of the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Upon entering, one was greeted by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms, complemented by artificial mountains and flowing water, all enveloped in lush greenery. The serene ambience was enhanced by an array of exquisite delicacies available for sampling at any time. After wandering for a while, Tang Tian spotted Qi Bin's figure in the distance. Following a brief exchange, Tang Tian learned that Qi Bin had successfully reclaimed equity exceeding 1 trillion within a single night, demonstrating the strength of his network. Initially, Tang Tian had anticipated a more arduous effort, particularly concerning Du Yuanqing's involvement. Qi Bin chuckled lightly and remarked, "Guess what? The portion of equity that Du Yuanqing took away was, in fact, the easiest to acquire. I merely assured them of a premium of 5%. And a significant portion was swiftly brought over. Now, the equity on his side is estimated to be less than 5 trillion. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that Du Yuanqing had not prepared adequately. Did he truly believe no one would rival him? What about the others? Tang Tian inquired. Qi Bin furrowed his brow slightly. It is rather peculiar. There remains over 10 trillion in equity, and they are remarkably steadfast, unwilling to switch allegiances even for a 40% premium. It appears a wealthy and enigmatic benefactor had secured their commitments long ago. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before shaking his head, then let it be. Business thrives on mutual satisfaction. I do not favor coercing others to alter their perspectives. As long as we surpass 20 trillion, it suffices. After all, he does not genuinely desire the so-called voting rights of the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce. Subsequently, the group leisurely convened, with Qi Bin outlining the day's agenda. The equity conference differs markedly from an auction. Both buyers and sellers need not reveal their identities. During the event, certain officials from the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce will facilitate communication and contract signing for transactions. For instance, if the first shareholder possesses 1 trillion in equity and wishes to sell it for 110 trillion, the official will relay this price to all prospective buyers. Buyers will then determine whether to engage in the transaction based on their actual needs. If the transaction is confirmed, it can be categorized into several scenarios. In the absence of competitors, the transaction proceeds successfully. However, if there are competitors, it will enter a blind bidding phase, where all participants are granted only one opportunity to submit a concealed bid. Once the bids are placed, the seller will independently decide whom to engage in a transaction with. This mechanism is designed to eliminate malicious price inflation and other disputes. After hearing this, Tang Tian expressed his fondness for this so-called blind bidding process. It simplifies matters considerably. Should a competitor emerge, he could effortlessly bid 50% above the market price. If the transaction is successful, splendid. If not, so be it, clear and straightforward. The group continued to discuss various details of the conference. As time passed, the number of individuals in the garden increased significantly. Those present were predominantly individuals of high status or substantial wealth, essentially the upper management of this continent. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, Tang Tian spotted a familiar figure, Du Yuanqing. Du Yuanqing, beaming with vitality, was surrounded by a throng of affluent and influential individuals, appearing to relish the attention. However, Qi Bin quietly informed him that roughly half of those mingling with Du Yuanqing had already indicated their allegiance to Tang Tian. Observing the proud young man, Tang Tian couldn't help but reflect on the disparity between them. Compared to Du Yuanqing, Lu Chang'e, and Jing Heng, he seemed to fall short in more ways than one. Thus, why did he intentionally choose to antagonize him? This left Tang Tian pondering. Just as he was deep in thought, Du Yuanqing glanced over. Upon seeing Tang Tian, he momentarily froze before striding towards him. Tang Tian, what brings you here? His tone lacked any semblance of politeness. Naturally, Tang Tian would not press his warmth against a cold shoulder. He responded indifferently. If you can come, why can't I? Du Yuanqing squinted at Qi Bin beside him and remarked, do you also wish to compete for that position? That seems rather presumptuous. It is not merely a matter of money. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, pondering how this fellow could be so lacking in depth while simultaneously harboring such an inflated sense of self-worth. If I lack opportunity, do you then believe you possess it? This is none of your concern. Tang Tian continued. Let us each pursue our own paths without interference. Should competition arise, let it be determined by merit. Du Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's truly difficult to dissuade a fool bent on self-destruction. Do as you please. And do you genuinely believe that wealth alone suffices? In this world, one must possess influence and connections. He sighed. Forget it. You wouldn't comprehend. Just wait and see. If you manage to secure more equity than I today, I shall take your surname. With that, he shook his head and walked away. Tang Tian gazed into the distance, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. This marked his first face-to-face encounter with Du Yuanqing. However, after their exchange, he sensed that aside from a hint of arrogance, this individual bore no particular animosity toward him. What, then, was Du Yuanqing's motive in having Tian Feng deliberately turn against him? Recalling Qin Hai's earlier investigation, which suggested that Du Yuanqing and Tian Feng had engaged in clandestine discussions, it appeared more likely that Tian Feng had initiated the conversation, attempting to sway Du Yuanqing's thoughts. Upon reflection, it appears that Tian Feng is indeed facing significant issues. After some contemplation, Tang Tian silently conveyed a message to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan nodded, rose from his seat, and departed the garden alone. Tang Tian gently stroked his chin. A peak master from the Qingyue sect had some inquiries regarding a steward from the Jinyu Tang, which is under the auspices of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Surely, no one would raise an objection. Under Qi Yuan's influence, it is believed that Tian Feng would divulge everything, when conditions permit. Taking the initiative is invariably superior to mere defensive measures. Chapter 99. Ingrate. After a period of waiting, the equity conference finally commenced in earnest. Under the leadership of Qi Bin, Tang Tian ascended to the upper level of the Tingyun headquarters, entering a spacious and well-lit parlor. A few individuals sat by the window, gazing out at the indoor assembly hall below. At the center of the hall, 5 elderly men sat solemnly on a raised platform, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word. These were some of the venerable stewards of the chamber, having served for centuries and possessing immense respect. All transactions pertaining to the distribution of shares would be personally overseen by them, ensuring absolute fairness, devoid of any impropriety. As it pertains to the honor of the entire chamber, Qi Bin introduced, and shortly thereafter, an exquisite jade mirror was presented. This mirror was adorned with a unique formation. And according to Qi Bin's explanation, the details of each transaction, including the seller's information and the price of the shares, would manifest upon its surface. Correspondingly, the buyer's information would also appear on the seller's mirror, albeit in a much more succinct manner. For instance, in the case of Tang Tian, it would likely reveal merely a name, perhaps accompanied by the title of senior honorary disciple of the Qingyue sect. These regulations have been meticulously crafted by the upper echelons of the Merchant Association, and they undoubtedly possess their own rationale, which Tang Tian chose not to scrutinize too deeply. His primary concern was how much he could expend in the forthcoming transactions. Without making him wait long, the first equity began its dealings. Wu Xuezhing, the head of the Wu family from Mingji City. The Wu family had, 743 years prior, acquired shares in the Tingyun Merchant Association through a portion of their assets and familial influence. After a lengthy introduction, he presented the amount of equity he intended to dispose of, a staggering 136,579 billion spiritual jade. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Tian opted to proceed with the transaction. Moments later, a soft golden glow emanated from the mirror before him. With no competition, the transaction was successful. Qi Bin remarked with a smile, over the centuries, the Wu family's influence has waned significantly, which is why few are inclined to take on their shares. Individuals akin to him rarely emerge to vie for such opportunities. Tang Tian observed the notifications within the system and nodded thoughtfully. What if no one is willing to engage in the transaction? He inquired. Qi Bin responded, in such a case, the equity would be relegated to the backup list, awaiting the completion of other transactions before being repriced for a second round of trading. If that too fails, then the equity would be returned home. In truth, approximately 30% of equity transactions ultimately do not culminate in success. Tang Tian pursed his lips, surprised by such a significant number of unsold shares. It seemed rather impolite for individuals to make the effort to attend without gaining anything. However, he reassured himself that it was of little consequence. This time, he would take action. In the subsequent transactions, Tang Tian encountered no competitors. Any bid he placed was immediately accepted. Such a situation left several members of the guild in disbelief. According to their past experiences, many inferior equities often ended up unsold. It seemed that a significant player had entered the fray. However, some remained skeptical of this approach, deeming it flawed. Du Yuanqing, seated in a private chamber, sensed that the individual making the bids was somewhat extravagant. Those equities were hardly worth such a price. At that moment, a new transaction appeared on the mirror. Du Yuanqing raised an eyebrow and promptly opted for the deal. Oh, is someone competing now? Tang Tian felt a flicker of excitement. Even a solo performance could become tedious after a while. Qi Bin glanced over and remarked with a smile, That Du Yuanqing's associate. Rest assured, I have already negotiated with him. We merely need to offer 10% more. Tang Tian nodded. When they entered the black box mode, he added 10% to the price, amounting to approximately 15 trillion. Meanwhile, Du Yuanqing was conversing with those beside him. Is that an additional 5 trillion? Du Yuanqing inquired. The person next to him nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the Du family has previously rendered favors to their clan, so even if someone bids 20 trillion, he would still choose to transact with you. Du Yuanqing shrugged and replied, very well. He then selected the transaction amount and chuckled leisurely. This is what we call connections. This is what we refer to as influence. Can wealth truly procure such things? Individuals like Tang Tian will perpetually fail to grasp this principle. The subordinate beside him nodded in agreement. Soon, the opaque transaction concluded, securing the deal. However, a crimson glow emerged upon the mirror before Du Yuanqing, signaling a failed transaction. What? Du Yuanqing was taken aback, rising abruptly from his reclined position. What is happening? Did you not assert that he would undoubtedly sell to us? He glared as he questioned. At this moment, the subordinate appeared somewhat dazed, hesitating momentarily before hastily retrieving a jade talisman from his pocket. Please, do not fret. I shall inquire with him. Moments later, the subordinate's countenance darkened as he struggled to relay the news. Young master, someone has outbid us by 10%, offering 15 trillion spirit jade, thus seizing the equity. Du Yuanqing's face flushed with fury. Did you not claim that even up to 20 trillion, he would not engage with others? Why then did he sell for merely 15 trillion? What of the gratitude? The subordinate swallowed hard and replied. They stated that the Du family's kindness could not be repaid. Thus, they chose not to repay it. Du Yuanqing stood frozen in disbelief. Such a formidable logic. To not repay due to an inability to do so. For the first time, he began to question the significance of relationships and backgrounds. It seemed that in the face of wealth, these concepts were not as steadfast as he had believed. Yet, before he could fully process this, another transaction appeared upon the mirror's surface. After Du Yuanqing made his move, the transaction once again entered the opaque phase. Surely, this one will proceed without issue, right? Du Yuanqing's countenance darkened as he spoke. His subordinate discreetly wiped away the sweat and replied, this time, there will be absolutely no issues. One of their ancestors has had a life and death bond with our Du family. Even if someone offers an exorbitant sum of 10 trillion, they would never shift allegiances. Moments later, the familiar crimson glow reappeared upon the mirror's surface. Observing Du Yuanqing's sullen demeanor, his subordinate, drenched in perspiration, stammered, someone has increased their bid by 50 trillion. They claim that the ancestor has already been buried. If the Du family truly desires that bond of life and death, they must exhume the ancestor's remains and bring them back. Du Yuanqing's face turned a deep shade of anger, rendering him speechless. Coincidentally, the ensuing transaction pertained to his own interests. Without uttering a word, he silently watched as the deal entered the black box. After selecting the originally agreed-upon price, he once again beheld the familiar crimson glow. Ungrateful wretches! An indignant roar echoed within the elegant chamber. Who, after all, dared to brazenly usurp the equity belonging to my Du family? Meanwhile, in Tang Tian's chamber, the polished mirror also emanated a red glow. This shouldn't be. Jade furrowed his brow and remarked, an increase of 40%. It is impossible for him to choose Du Yuanqing again. It could either be that Du Yuanqing, in a fit of rage and humiliation, raised his bid further, or a more formidable player has entered the fray. Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Who could it be? Chapter 100. The disappearance of Tian Feng. The equity transactions continue to unfold. What was initially a near-certain deal has caused Tang Tian to furrow his brow after numerous setbacks. Clearly, someone else has intervened. Jade has also tempered his expression. This matter appears to transcend his initial expectations. Could it be that enigmatic figure? Previously, he had inquired and learned that a portion of the equity had been seized by a mysterious individual. However, he remains oblivious to the identity and intentions of this stranger. He had assumed that the individual merely sought those specific shares, yet it seems the situation is far more complex, as they have usurped the shares originally belonging to Du Yuanqing, which Tang Tian had subsequently acquired. The involvement of a third party is indeed vexatious. Tang Tian shook his head and declared, for all subsequent transactions, regardless of ownership, let us increase the price by 50%. Jade was momentarily taken aback. Young master, if we proceed in that manner, the amount of spiritual jade you will need to expend is not a trivial sum. Even securing 2 trillion shares would necessitate an additional expenditure of 1 trillion. From his perspective, this is undoubtedly a losing venture. Even if the voting rights were successfully obtained, it hardly seems worthwhile. Yet, he cannot fathom Tang Tian's true intentions. The purpose of Tang Tian's expenditure is solely for the sake of indulgence. Naturally, he would never disclose this motive to Qi. I detest having what is rightfully mine snatched away by others. Spending is merely for enjoyment. If I am not pleased, then no one else shall find joy either. Upon finishing his statement, he directly increased the price by 50% within this opaque bidding process. Qi stood in stunned silence. He had not anticipated that Tang Tian was such a capricious tycoon. However, this was of little concern to him. For him, the more he sold and the higher the price, the better. After placing the bid, the group awaited the outcome in quiet anticipation. Meanwhile, in a uniquely designed private room, the seller of the transaction was embroiled in a difficult decision as he surveyed the bids before him. Du Yuanqing, never mind. Such a slight connection is not worth exchanging for such immense profit. Tang Tian, what manner of individual is he, possessing such formidable financial resources? Previously stating an increase of 20%, he now boldly escalated it by 50%. This amounts to trillions. The seller's gaze shifted to the third name. There was him. Although he offered the original price, the power he represented was not to be underestimated. The seller found himself torn, his eyes darting back and forth between Tang Tian and the third buyer, unable to reach a resolution. Soon, the moment of decision arrived. If he did not act promptly, the transaction would be deemed automatically forfeited. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and declared, "It shall be you." He then extended his finger, selecting Tang Tian's bid. While the future holds significance, the most pressing issue at home remains the spiritual jade. With ample spiritual jade, I can seek out other means of support. My apologies. A golden light radiated from the mirror before Tang Tian, signifying the success of the transaction. Ah, it appears to be of value after all. Tang Tian wore a faint smile. Meanwhile, within Du Yuanqing's chamber, the atmosphere had thickened into a palpable tension. The current circumstances diverged starkly from their expectations. In another elegantly appointed room, a slender yet formidable figure clad in black furrowed his brow. Had Tang Tian been present, he would have undoubtedly recognized this individual as Tian Yangsheng, one of the 5 esteemed sons of the Qinghua sect. A 50% increase? Has Du Yuanqing lost his sanity? Tian Yangsheng remarked coldly. However, his subordinate, bowing respectfully, interjected, "Young master, the individual acquiring the shares is not Du Yuanqing, but rather the 6th Peak's eldest son, Tang Tian." Tian Yangsheng paused momentarily, taken aback. "Tang Tian, I have no prior association with him. Why would he deliberately obstruct my plans?" After some contemplation, the subordinate responded, "Young master. Not long ago, Lu Chang'e personally visited the Zizhu courtyard to consult with Tang Tian. They engaged in a lengthy discussion." Tian Yangsheng's brow knitted tighter. This revelation made perfect sense. Lu Chang'e was his primary and most formidable rival in the pursuit of that position. It was utterly unexpected that he and Tang Tian had forged an alliance. "Young master, with Tang Tian raising the bid by 50%, should we continue to escalate our offer?" the subordinate inquired. Tian Yangsheng shook his head. "No, 50% is excessively steep. It is rather untenable. Du Yuanqing has always aligned with Lu Chang'e, and now that Tang Tian has joined forces with them, the probability of our plan's success diminishes significantly. With a 50% price increase, it seems that Du Yuanqing is resolutely determined to seize control of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce." His subordinates remained silent. Such a price was indeed beyond their expectations. "We shall adhere to our original plan. Since Lu Chang'e intends to obstruct my progress, I shall not allow him to proceed unchallenged. As for Tang Tian, this individual is not as straightforward as he appears. Although his true intentions remain unclear, it is too late for him to vie for that position. Unless his financial resources can procure the entire Tingyun Chamber, such a feat is utterly implausible." Tian Yangsheng remarked coldly. Tang Tian, who had just completed a transaction, was unaware of the developments. His tenure at Qinghua Gate had been brief, and in terms of influence, he could not compare to the likes of Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng, who had long established their dominance with intricate networks. Nevertheless, even if he knew the timing, he would not forfeit this rare opportunity for a transaction. In just half an hour, he successfully traded shares worth hundreds of billions. The vast consumption points had already been secured. Let us proceed. Tang Tian decided to delegate the entire transaction process to Qin Hai and Qi. Few could resist the allure of a 50% price increase, and a substantial amount of shares was successfully acquired by Tang Tian. The assets within the system rapidly multiplied, and the accumulated consumption points soared, soon surpassing the staggering threshold of 300 billion. With his divine talents and extraordinary physique, he was now able to exchange for both simultaneously. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was anticipated that the total would ultimately reach around 400 billion. After all, He had acquired them at a premium of 50%. As time elapsed, the equity conference gradually drew to a close. Qi Bin was radiant with joy, and even the venerable elders within the assembly hall were visibly elated. The outcome of this equity transaction had far surpassed their anticipations, as Tang Tian's intervention had assuaged their pressing financial exigencies. Tang Tian, on the other hand, continued to act with serene composure, akin to an omnipotent magnate surveying his domain. Just as the equity transaction was nearing its culmination, Qi Yuan returned. He had made a special trip to the headquarters of Jin Yu Tang to inquire about certain matters from Tian Feng. However, the tidings that Qi Yuan brought back furrowed Tang Tian's brow. Tian Feng had vanished inexplicably just prior to the commencement of the equity conference. Chapter 101. Chamber of Commerce President that Kerr, he exclaimed, has seemingly evaporated into thin air. His whereabouts elude us entirely. Qi Yuan was visibly vexed, having anticipated an effortless task, only to find it had been bungled. Tang Tian, too, was perturbed. Tian Feng's sudden disappearance exuded an unmistakable aura of conspiracy. When he had previously encountered Du Yuanqing, the latter had expressed genuine surprise at his attendance today. Moreover, there was no discernible motive for him to deliberately antagonize Tang Tian over the voting rights of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps, after some contemplation, Tang Tian addressed Qi Yuan, "Brother, I beseech you to keep a close watch on Du Yuanqing. Once the equity transaction concludes, I wish to engage in a thorough discussion with him." Qi Yuan nodded resolutely. "Rest assured, I shall maintain an unwavering vigil over him. No one shall spirit him away from this place." Unable to locate Tian Feng, Qi Yuan ultimately found himself incensed, redirecting his frustration towards Du Yuanqing. After concluding their discussions, Qi Yuan departed from the private chamber once more. The equity transaction was gradually approaching its conclusion. Ultimately, following the final transaction, Tang Tian acquired equity valued at over 290 trillion. Given that he had marked up nearly all his transactions by 50%, the total consumption of spiritual jade amounted to over 420 trillion. Such a substantial expenditure would suffice for indulgence for a considerable time. Following a series of concluding formalities, the equity meeting was officially brought to a close. Tang Tian rose, intending to engage in a meaningful conversation with Du Yuanqing, but found Qi Bin standing before him. "Young Master Tang, our guild leader has just informed me that he wishes to invite you for a conversation," Qi Bin stated. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. The guild leader, being the head of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, wielded immense influence over the entire organization. What could he possibly want with him? Did he specify the matter at hand? Tang Tian inquired. Qi Bin responded, "During this equity meeting, you have assisted our chamber in addressing a pressing issue. He wishes to express his gratitude to you in person. Furthermore, he may wish to discuss additional matters." Tang Tian pondered for a moment. Gratitude held little significance, yet if it pertained to future transactions, it would indeed be prudent to pay a visit. The Tingyun Chamber of Commerce possessed a total scale exceeding 100 billion. After contacting Qi Yuan and confirming that Du Yuanqing was under his watchful eye and would not pose any further issues, he acquiesced to the guild leader's invitation. After a fleeting moment, under the guidance of Qi Bin, Tang Tian ascended to the apex of the Tingyun Commerce Guild, entering a quaint and refined chamber. A strikingly handsome youth, towering in stature, greeted them with a gentle smile. "Guildmaster," Qi Bin promptly bowed in deference. The youth raised a hand in acknowledgement. "Esteemed Qi, your efforts are appreciated. Your contribution to the seamless execution of this equity convention has not gone unnoticed, and the guild shall remember your merits." The guildmaster's voice, imbued with a captivating resonance, possessed a soothing cadence, akin to a gentle spring breeze. His mere presence exuded the quintessential allure of a timelessly handsome man, leaving even Tang Tian momentarily captivated by his charm. Subsequently, the guild master dismissed Qi Bin, turning his gaze towards Tang Tian with a smile, and introduced himself. "I am Wang Gang." Tang Tian. He felt as if the other man's handsomeness instantly decreased by half. "Guildmaster Wang." Tang Tian returned the greeting with a bow. Wang Gang chuckled, expressing his gratitude. "It is thanks to the munificence of young Master Tang that this equity convention has been such a success. You have delivered our guild from a most pressing predicament. Without your intervention, I fear the guild would have struggled to persevere." Tang Tian inquired with surprise. "Surely, a mere 0.5% equity stake would not have been so critical?" Wang Gang sighed, beckoning Tang Tian into the inner chamber as he spoke. "You are unaware, but the guild's fortunes have been steadily declining in recent years. While the equity offered this time was only around 0.5%, many equity holders were already adopting a wait-and-see approach. Had the transactions failed to garner sufficient interest, they would inevitably have lost faith in the guild's future prospects. Inevitably. Disintegration is a matter of time. Tang Tian suddenly realized the situation. Indeed, under the continuous expansion of the Cloud Summit, external forces are increasingly constrained, leading to a rather arduous existence for them. However, this mattered little to him. Hearing Qibin mention that he sought him for a discussion, Tang Tian promptly addressed the matter at hand. Wang Gang nodded and stated, "The number of shares you currently hold makes you a significant shareholder in our Chamber of Commerce. There are certain matters regarding the chamber that necessitate your awareness. However, before that, we must first meet another individual. He, like you, has contributed significantly to resolving many issues in this shareholders' meeting." Tang Tian felt a stirring within. He presumed this must be the enigmatic figure. Soon, they entered a private room where a cloaked figure awaited them in silence. Upon recognizing the individual's countenance, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Tian Yaxing? He had not anticipated that Tian Yaxing would be present here, and that the elusive, mysterious person was indeed him. Yet, Tian Yaxing appeared to have been aware all along. Turning to Tang Tian with an inscrutable expression. "Tang Tian, what a coincidence." Tang Tian furrowed his brow, momentarily engulfed in a myriad of thoughts. The appearance of Tian Yaxing here was no mere happenstance. This individual was undoubtedly here for the voting rights of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. His objective was this partial equity stake. Du Yuanqing may have been aware or oblivious, but Tang Tian remained entirely uninformed. Nonetheless, the presence of these two individuals significantly impacted the objectives of Tian Yaxing. Reflecting on the actions of Tian Feng, he once again perceived a formidable hand orchestrating everything from the shadows. That individual had ensnared him, Du Yuanqing, and Tian Yaxing in this intricate web. Who would stand to gain from this? Two figures gradually materialized in Tang Tian's mind, Imo Xiaoxiao and Lu Chang'e. For the eldest son of Qinghua sect, the most paramount aspect of equity was the voting rights. Those who directly conflicted with Tian Yaxing regarding voting rights were none other than Imo Xiaoxiao and Lu Chang'e. It seems you are both well acquainted. Indeed, both of you are prominent figures within Qinghua sect. Please, have a seat, Wang Gang said with a smile. He then expressed his gratitude to the two once more before commencing to share some fundamental information about the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. However, it was evident that the two seated below had little inclination to listen. Tang Tian pondered whether the reality was indeed as he had envisioned. Meanwhile, Tian Yaxing remained expressionless, lost in his own thoughts. "Therefore, I sincerely hope that both of you can remain with the chamber for the long term. Should there be any further equity transfers, I hope you will lend your support," Wang Gang remarked. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian felt a flicker of interest and inquired, "Is there anyone else seeking to transfer their equity?" Wang Gang promptly nodded and replied, "The chamber's fortunes are waning, and fluctuations in sentiment are inevitable." Tang Tian pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, should anyone require assistance, simply inform me. The nature of consumption, after all, is such that the more, the better. If we could amass 1,000,000,000,000, equivalent to 100 billion spirit gems, it would allow for the exchange of an imperial-level talent or physique." Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Wang Gang's eyes lit up with excitement. "That sounds splendid. I shall meticulously verify the details and see if there are suitable options available." His evident joy suggested that the Merchant Association was indeed facing considerable turmoil. Meanwhile, Tian Yaxing, upon realizing that Tang Tian had readily acquiesced, furrowed his brow in slight astonishment. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose not to voice any further objections. Subsequently, Tang Tian began discussing various other matters with Wang Gang. Chapter 102. The commencement of turmoil. After a brief negotiation, Tang Tian provided Wang Gang with an unexpectedly favorable response. As long as there were sellers, he would be a buyer. This revelation painted excitement across Wang Gang's face. He promptly assured Tang Tian that he would swiftly conduct a thorough review of all equity shares and select the most appropriate ones. With that, he hastily took his leave. However, before departing, he ensured to provide Tang Tian and Tian Yaxing with a tranquil environment, sensing the subtle complexities in their relationship. Once Wang Gang had exited, Tian Yaxing finally broke his silence, gazing at Tang Tian and inquiring, "Having achieved your objective, why persist in acquiring additional equity shares?" Tang Tian replied softly, "Are you aware of what my true aim is?" Tian Yaxing scoffed, "Is it not to disrupt my voting rights within the Tingyun Merchant Association? Do not tell me that Lu Chang'e sent you, and Du Yuanqing here with that intention." Tang Tian could not help but fall silent. It seemed that Tian Yaxing had misunderstood the situation. "I have no connection with Lu Chang'e," he stated. Tian Yaxing scoffed, "No connection? You must be fully aware that you cannot attain that position, yet still choose to expend a fortune acquiring such worthless shares." Tang Tian inquired, "What about Du Yuanqing? He lacks the qualifications to compete, so why is he involved?" Tian Yangsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Him? Huh. That fool is merely a lackey of Lu Chang'e. They are two peas in a pod. The moment I laid eyes on him, I knew Lu Chang'e had his hand in this. Tang Tian remained silent. Realizing that Du Yuanqing was indeed affiliated with Lu Chang'e, he then recalled Lu Chang'e's unexpected visit a few days prior. These events seemed intricately linked to today's share transaction. However, could someone like Lu Chang'e be so overt in his maneuvers? Are you certain it is him? Tang Tian asked. Tian Yangsheng replied with disdain. Who else could it be but that cunning fiend? After battling him for so many years, it is clear he will stop at nothing to achieve his aims. These petty tactics are simply second nature to him. Tang Tian shook his head, unwilling to rely on preconceived notions to judge the situation. The woman, Mo Sheshao, must not be underestimated either. We have now reached the final stages of the struggle for power, where anything could transpire. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, regardless of who it may be. I wish to convey that there exists not the slightest connection between Lu Chang'e and myself. A few days ago, he visited Zijou Courtyard merely to engage in a conversation of trivial matters. My decision to attend the equity conference was entirely my own, driven by my own motives. Tian Yangsheng furrowed his brow and remarked, Indeed, your acquiescence to Wang Gang's request was rather unusual. Do you genuinely aspire to contend for that position? Tang Tian exhaled deeply and replied, Did you not assert that I had no chance whatsoever? Then why concern ourselves with the matter of yes or no? The pressing issue at hand is that someone has manipulated me, using my hand to confront you. Identifying this person is the question that demands our contemplation. Tian Yangsheng scoffed. There is no doubt, it is Lu Chang'e. If it were Mo Xiaoxiao who acted, her first target would not be me but him. For he currently stands as the one most likely to emerge victorious among the three of us. Tang Tian fell silent. Tian Yangsheng's animosity towards Lu Chang'e had entirely overshadowed objective analysis. For Mo Xiaoxiao, both Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng represented her primary competitors, and once she chose to act, it mattered not whom she targeted. As for the true perpetrator, Tang Tian recalled another individual, Du Yuanqing. If Du Yuanqing were indeed dispatched by Lu Chang'e, then he was most likely the architect of these events. If not, the situation remained uncertain. With this thought in mind, Tang Tian rose. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not allow our relationship to be recklessly compromised over matters of equity. Otherwise, it would merely fulfill the desires of the orchestrators behind the scenes. What do you think? Tian Yangsheng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. However, your recent activities within the sect have drawn considerable attention. And coupled with today's incident, it poses a threat to us. Do not expect me to coexist peacefully with you. Tang Tian replied indifferently, It matters not. We were never truly connected. Things shall proceed as they will. Very well, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Tang Tian departed from the upper-level parlor, leaving Tian Yangsheng alone, seated in contemplation. Upon exiting the parlor, Tang Tian wore a detached expression. He finally grasped the essence of Lu Chang'e's words. In such a high-stakes power struggle, few can remain unscathed. He had done nothing yet found himself ensnared in a web of intrigue. However, since he was already entangled, Tang Tian would not easily yield. Who is afraid of whom? Though time is fleeting, he possesses boundless resources. The ultimate victor remains uncertain. Nonetheless, the immediate concern is to ascertain who masterminded today's events. Soon, Tang Tian arrived at the mid-level garden. Qi Yuan informed him that Du Yuanqing was present, keeping a close watch. Upon his arrival, Tang Tian understood what it meant to keep a close watch. Du Yuanqing sat on a long bench beneath the pavilion, while Qi Yuan stood directly in front of Du Yuanqing, bent over, his eyes wide as copper bells, almost nose-to-nose with him. Already pallid, Du Yuanqing dared not meet Qi Yuan's gaze, instead fixing his eyes upon his feet, motionless in his seat. His guards had long since been subdued by Qi Yuan. Shaking his head, Tang Tian approached, stating, Peak Lord Qi, that is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan straightened, pointing a thumb at Du Yuanqing, and jested, Is that acceptable? This old brother has been watching him like a hawk. Tang Tian offered a helpless smile, yet expressed his gratitude. He then stood before Du Yuanqing, who finally caught his breath once Qi Yuan's imposing figure had moved away. Seeing Tang Tian, he couldn't help but bellow, Tang Tian, having acquired what you sought, what more do you desire? I assure you, the Du family is not to be trifled with. Observing his terrified state, Tang Tian abruptly spoke, I encountered Tian Yangsheng earlier. Du Yuanqing was immediately taken aback. Tian Yangsheng? What was his purpose? His instinctive reaction seemed genuine, suggesting Du Yuanqing was unaware of Tian Yangsheng's involvement in the equity dispute. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before inquiring, Why did you participate in the equity transaction? Surely, you were cognizant that you stood no chance against those three. Du Yuanqing glanced at Tang Tian, remaining silent, seemingly unwilling to reveal his true motives. After a pause, Tang Tian offered another piece of information. Tian Feng has disappeared. Were you aware? Du Yuanqing abruptly looked up, his eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. How could this be possible? We had just met. Tang Tian shook his head and said, you can contact him right now. Let's see if he can still be found. Du Yuanqing was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly took out his communication Jade talisman, attempting to reach Tian Feng. After a long while, Du Yuanqing dropped the talisman with a look of utter bewilderment on his face. Beneath this confusion lingered anxiety and unease. Observing his demeanor, Tang Tian spoke gently. Can we talk now? Du Yuanqing's expression was complex, and he hesitated for quite some time. Ultimately, he nodded. Meanwhile, below the loft of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, two peculiar figures entered. Just as the guards were about to approach and inquire, the two individuals vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. The guards looked around in confusion, unable to locate the two figures. They could only return to their posts. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Chapter 103. Assassination. Tian Feng is, in fact, one of my own from the Liu family. Du Yuanqing ultimately chose to concede and recounted the previous events to Tang Tian. As a direct descendant of the influential Du family, Du Yuanqing was sent by his family to Qingwei sect, where he became the esteemed eldest son of the West Peak. His responsibility was to cultivate a favorable environment within the Qingwei sect for his family, ensuring that the descendants of the Du family could access superior resources upon entering the sect. Many had undertaken similar endeavors. For instance, Jing Heng, Guan Ming, and another distinguished young lady from the Nanfeng family, Chen Si-ro, have all risen to prominence as the esteemed young masters of the Qingwei sect, buoyed by the support of their respective families or factions. Consequently, Du Yuanqing harbored no aspirations for the second-in-command position. He was acutely aware of his own limitations and recognized that he was not on par with those individuals who had descended from the Tianfu. However, just a few days prior, Tian Feng approached him with disconcerting news. He informed Du Yuanqing that the family was dissatisfied with his achievements within the Qingyue sect and intended to select a more exceptional direct descendant to supplant him. This was intolerable for Du Yuanqing. Being a young master was a source of immense joy, affording him power, prestige, wealth, and women, all that one could desire. If he were truly replaced, he would lose everything. In a state of urgency, Du Yuanqing resolved to have a serious discussion with the family head, his father. Yet, at that moment, Tian Feng proposed an alternative strategy, the stock distribution conference of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. He conveyed that if Du Yuanqing could secure a substantial share during the conference, he would possess leverage for negotiation. In such a scenario, the three primary competitors would not dare to challenge him. Rather, they would seek to foster a positive rapport with him. Thus, his position would be fortified. Subsequently, he could identify the individual most likely to attain that coveted position and use his stock as a token of allegiance, thereby solidifying his foothold and eliminating any fear of future adversaries. Du Yuanqing articulated. Tang Tian remained silent. This line of reasoning was fraught with inconsistencies. A moment's contemplation would reveal the myriad of issues embedded within. Could it be that Du Yuanqing was oblivious? Nay, perchance he was cognizant of the inherent perils. Yet he elected to wager. Should he triumph, he would be forevermore unburdened. Conversely, should he be defeated, one need only observe his present state to perceive his utter despondency, his eyes devoid of all vitality, devoid of Tian Feng's channels. The shares I possess are rendered utterly impotent. Albeit I managed to secure a mere 5 trillion in shares due to your contention with Tian Yangsheng. These were acquired with familial funds. Should an investigation ensue, I shall be utterly ruined. Du Yuanqing lamented with trepidation. Tang Tian observed him with equanimity. For Du Yuanqing's fate was of little consequence to him. His sole desire was to ascertain the identity of the mastermind orchestrating events from behind the scenes. As it appears, Du Yuanqing was not acting under the direct instruction of Liu Changge, which implies that Imo Shishao, Du Yuanqing, and even Tian Yangsheng are all suspects. Tang Tian would never underestimate the cunning and sophistication of such individuals. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian posed a query that had long lingered in his mind. Why did you deliberately antagonize me through Tian Feng? This was the aspect that perplexed him the most. Upon hearing this question, Du Yuanqing raised his head in bewilderment. Antagonize you? I did no such thing. I was unaware that you and Tian Feng were acquainted. Tang Tian sighed softly. Verily, within this grand design, Du Yuanqing was merely a pawn. The pivotal juncture of the matter rested upon Tian Feng. Alas, Tian Feng has vanished. Moreover, Tang Tian had ample reason to suspect that, Given the nature of such individuals, Tian Feng had likely ceased to exist in this world. It was truly exasperating. Tang Tian rubbed his temples and approached Qi Yuan. He was reluctant to involve himself in this conflict. Yet the reality was that once one occupied such a position, disputes would invariably seek them out. He detested such covert and insidious tactics. If one had the courage, they should simply confront him directly, rather than indulging in elaborate schemes. Qi Yuan wore a look of disdain. He too had once been a significant victim in the struggle for power. Tang Tian shook his head and said, "Brother, this conflict has reached its final stage. I would like to implore you to keep a vigilant eye on the external situation. Should there be any signs of disturbance, please inform me promptly." Qi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "No problem. It's a trivial matter. However, old Jin, do you truly not wish to contend for that position? As your elder, I still possess some connections within the sect. If you desire, I cannot guarantee absolute dominance, but I can certainly help you contend with those of equal standing." He was a foundational figure in the establishment of Qinghua sect, so his connections were indeed formidable. With Qi Yuan's support, Tang Tian would have a considerable opportunity. Nevertheless, Tang Tian shook his head once more. He had little interest in such pursuits. To put it plainly, the title of honorary disciple was merely a fade draped over him. What he valued most was his own strength. If it could be accomplished effortlessly, he might consider it, but to invest genuine time and energy into that endeavor was out of the question. Qi Yuan was well aware of what Tang Tian had been up to lately, as well as his character and true capabilities. Therefore, he was not surprised by this response. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Over the years, what I fear most is not those who are deeply scheming, whose every utterance drips with ulterior motives. Rather, it is individuals like you, who remain inconspicuous, concealing their true strength from everyone. When the crucial moment arrives, they unleash their power with the ferocity of a primordial beast. Those with hidden agendas can be guarded against, but someone like you is elusive. It is impossible to remain vigilant against every seemingly harmless individual." Tang Tian smiled but remained silent. He felt that he was still too weak, lacking the necessity to emerge from the shadows. Why not embrace the role of an underdog? After their conversation, Tang Tian resolved to keep this matter in mind, allowing Qi Yuan to monitor the forthcoming developments. He then prepared to leave Guli City and return to Qingyu's sect. As for Du Yuanqing, it seemed that he would soon cease to be the grand young master of Shifeng, making it unnecessary to linger any longer. After exchanging a simple farewell, Tang Tian turned to depart. However, suddenly, three peculiar figures appeared within his line of sight, approaching his direction. The arrival of these three individuals inexplicably stirred a sense of trepidation within Tang Tian. Instinctively, he gazed upon their faces. To his astonishment, despite their lack of intent to conceal themselves, he could discern nothing. Their visages were shrouded in a veil of chaos, as if an invisible force cloaked them from view. A sudden, resounding roar reverberated within Tang Tian's mind, causing his very soul to quiver in alarm. Fortunately, his life essence was extraordinarily robust, and soon a refreshing stream surged forth, restoring tranquility to his spirit. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the three enigmatic figures had already approached. They simultaneously raised their hands, unleashing a terrifying aura that sent shivers down Tang Tian's spine. "Be careful," Qi Yuan, standing beside him, suddenly bellowed, unleashing the full force of his semi-immortal presence, enveloping Tang Tian within a protective barrier and forcibly moving his body. Simultaneously, a brilliant light expanded rapidly in Tang Tian's field of vision, a dreadful power brushing past him that made his very soul tremble. Boom! A torrent of energy obliterated the entire pavilion in an instant. Despite being shielded by Qi Yuan, Tang Tian felt a violent impact that surged through him, causing his blood to boil as he and Qi Yuan were propelled through the air. In the split second of being launched away, Tang Tian caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. The true target of this terrifying assault was where Du Yuanqing stood. Chapter 104. Return to Qingyua's sect. Boom. A colossal explosion suddenly erupted within the garden. Even Qi Yuan, a semi-immortal, was hurled away by the shockwave of the blast. Together with Tang Tian, he was thrown several dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Tang Tian's mind was engulfed in a cacophony, and his blood surged violently, leading him to spit out several mouthfuls of old blood. Fortunately, his life essence was sufficiently powerful, swiftly surging back to restore all his injuries in the blink of an eye. The onslaught from those individuals was overwhelmingly formidable, even with Qi Yuan's protection. And despite the fact that he was not the primary target, the terrifying force still managed to infiltrate and wound Tang Tian. He could distinctly perceive that this power was not merely spiritual energy, but rather a force from a higher realm, true immortals. Qi Yuan approached, coughing slightly. As a being on the verge of immortality, he had naturally sustained minimal harm. "Old Jin, how are you faring?" he inquired. Tang Tian shook his head. indicating that he was unharmed, and cast his gaze towards the site of the recent assault. The pavilion there had vanished without a trace, and the area within several dozen meters had been utterly stripped bare, devoid of any vegetation. Du Yuanqing and his unfortunate subordinates, who were in close proximity, had been reduced to mere dust. How could these individuals dare to storm the headquarters of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, all for the sake of eliminating a mere brat? Qi Yuan's brow furrowed, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. The Tingyun Chamber of Commerce was under the protection of celestial beings. No sooner had he spoken than a series of terrifying auras erupted from the top of the tower, crashing down from the heavens. Who dares to cause trouble at the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce? A spectral figure of an elder clad in white loomed in the sky, glaring fiercely as he unleashed a crushing palm from the void. The oppressive aura locked down the entire expanse of the garden. Simultaneously, the defensive formations outside the tower activated, enveloping the entire structure. Yet, the three true immortals who had ambushed Du Yuanqing appeared to have been well prepared. Upon confirming the demise of Du Yuanqing, they unleashed a radiant burst of light, not directed towards the colossal hand above, but rather aimed at the newly activated grand formation. In an instant, the brilliance collided head-on with the array. The earth trembled. The transparent formation rippled violently. Tang Tian beheld a mysterious figure soaring into the air, brandishing a pitch-black spear, which he thrust directly into the point of impact on the formation. With a crack, the sturdy array split open, revealing a gaping chasm. Through this breach, three enigmatic figures swiftly surged beyond the confines of the array, transforming into streaks of light that rapidly vanished into the horizon. "You shall not escape," roared the elder in the sky, unleashing a powerful force as he pursued them. Additionally, several beings of transcendent status followed the elder into the distance, and in an instant, they all disappeared. Is this an immortal? Tang Tian recognized the terrifying prowess displayed, which left him bewildered. Compared to their might, the previous competitions he participated in, such as the flag-snatching contest and the selection of core disciples, seemed trivial, akin to mere childish play. This realization caused Tang Tian to clench his fists. One day, he too would surf freely within this realm. After calming his tumultuous emotions, he turned to find Qi Yuan's brow furrowed in shock, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor when he had been struck. Tang Tian inquired, "Brother, what troubles you?" Qi Yuan remained silent for a moment before responding, "That spear. If I am not mistaken, it appears to be a standard weapon of the War God Hall." Tang Tian was instantly taken aback. The Temple of War. He had previously heard from Lu Chang'e. It is a formidable organization within the Heavenly Province, possessing immense comprehensive strength. And Tianyang Sheng originates from the Temple of War. Did he orchestrate this? Why? Was it because Du Yuanqing interfered with his recent equity transaction plan? Yet the one who truly posed a direct threat to Tianyang Sheng was Tang Tian. However, the objectives of those three enigmatic figures were distinctly aimed at Du Yuanqing. In the midst of contemplation, Tang Tian suddenly realized that this conflict had genuinely commenced. Moreover, it appeared that he, whether intentionally or otherwise, had already become entangled in it. Had it not been for Qi Yuan today, had it not been for the Divine Phoenix secret technique, he might have met his demise on the spot, becoming just another unfortunate soul among many. No one would concern themselves with the manner of his death, nor would anyone advocate for him. To die would be a fruitless end. As the moment of determining that position drew ever closer, the intensity of their conflict would inevitably escalate. Who knows what events might transpire then? After some reflection, Tang Tian ultimately resolved to remain within the Qingyue sect as much as possible, emerging only when absolutely necessary. At least within the confines of the Qingyue sect, those individuals would exercise restraint, preventing any loss of life. Even if he was unafraid of death, he should not recklessly court it. Alas, another war is about to commence, Qi Yuan lamented. Does the sect not concern itself with such matters? Tang Tian inquired. Qi Yuan chuckled softly. The sect is only concerned with its own affairs. As for the outside world, let them engage in their brutalities as they wish. The more they kill, the easier it will be for the sect's future expansion. Perhaps, at some opportune moment, the sect may also intervene. Tang Tian could not help but fall into silence. In this realm of high-stakes competition, there exists but a singular principle: interests. Right and wrong are merely excuses that serve the purpose of self-interest. Shaking his head, Tang Tian preferred to dissociate himself from such matters. All he required was a relatively stable environment for cultivation. The enhancement of his strength was paramount. With 400 billion consumption points at his disposal, the most pressing task at hand was to exchange for divine-level talents and physique. However, just as he was about to summon Qi Yuan to return, the guild master Wang Gang, accompanied by several members of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, arrived in the garden. Upon seeing Tang Tian, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank heavens, it is truly a blessing that you are unharmed," Wang Gang remarked. Qi Yuan coldly snorted. The security measures of your chamber are utterly inadequate, allowing intruders to infiltrate with such ease. After committing murder, they were able to escape effortlessly. It is nothing short of disgraceful. Standing behind Wang Gang were several immortals, who were about to express their indignation but were restrained by an elder immortal. It seemed that individual strength, when compared to the might of one's background, was somewhat lacking, unless one had attained a level of power that could not be overlooked by anyone. Hearing Qi Yuan's reprimand, Wang Gang repeatedly apologized and then stated, "Those were several peak true immortals. Indeed, we have been negligent. However, rest assured, the chamber will not overlook this matter and will investigate thoroughly. I promise to provide you with a satisfactory explanation." Qi Yuan rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical of the so-called explanation provided by Wang Gang. Tang Tian, however, expressed indifference and subtly indicated his intention to depart. "Will you not stay a while longer? Our team is currently conducting an investigation, and there may still be other dangers lurking," Wang Gang suggested. Qi Yuan scoffed, retorting, "The most perilous place right now is right here with you. Do not think to use such excuses to pry into our affairs. If you truly wish to investigate, then go to Qingwei Gate." Wang Gang's expression became awkward as his intentions were laid bare, causing him a degree of embarrassment. Tang Tian shook his head, signaling his farewell to Wang Gang. He then called upon Qin Hai and departed alongside Qi Yuan.